Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Gary was waiting for him. Ash stepped away from the window, unable to shake the grin that spread over his face. They'd agreed to meet at the lab at dawn, and the sun had just peeked over the horizon and sprawled gold over sleepy Pallet Town. It was finally morning on the first day of the trainer's year, the 11-month stretch for all trainers to get ready to compete. Just last week, the Indigo Conference had finished, with challenger Yana's battle against Elite Four Lorelei set for later in the month, but now was the trainer's year. Today, Ash Ketchum would be receiving his starter, and then he would be leaving for his own adventure in a very different region than the one he was in now. He picked up his bag with a grunt, the new material still coarse and not broken in under his hands, and zipped the final pouch closed. It had been fully packed for a week now, everything cleaned and confirmed, but he'd woken up early enough he had wanted to check just one more time. Trainer's nerves, he'd heard them called, adrenaline and excitement bubbling up and uncontrollable. He'd practically jittered out of his bed that morning. Hefting his bag over his shoulders, he wobbled a bit under the weight before making it towards the door. He'd thought his week of running around with it had been training enough. Apparently not. Ash glanced back at his room, at the posters over the walls, at the red bed sheets haphazardly made up, at the tiny bits and bobs he'd collected over the years. Trainers couldn't manage taking many personal effects on their journey, unless they bought an incredibly expensive traveler's pack from Sylph or never really traveled like Ethan. The Ketchums hadn't had that money, what with how much they'd focused on getting his starter. Even with scrounging since he was 3 and knew he wanted to be a trainer, the amount they'd raised for his starter's fee hadn't been much. He felt that prickle in his stomach, the same one he'd had when helping his mom send the money to Professor Oak. Starters were the most important part of a trainer's journey. They were your best friend, your closest companion, and Professor Oak had accepted the money with a smile and promised to get him a starter, but he hadn't told Ash what. Most of the time, people received starters from families or breeders, but those in Pallet Town had another resource. They could give money to Professor Oak, and he would find them a starter with his infinitely larger knowledge of places to look. He didn't have set prices, as they varied from year to year, but normally, you would give him the money and he'd tell you what you could afford with it, and then on the start of the trainer's year you'd get that Pokemon. He hadn't told Ash what he'd be getting. But he trusted Professor Oak, had trusted him even before he'd protected Pallet Town during the campaign, and so he pulled the straps of his bag tighter over his shoulders and shut the door behind him. Delia perked up as he walked down the stairs, still cleaning the remnants of their breakfast. She hadn't woken up as early as him, but Ash couldn't be called quiet on the best of days, and she'd scraped together a warm meal even while blinking exhaustion out of her eyes. "Are you heading out now?" "It's barely 6. Gary said Professor Oak would be ready for us as soon as the sun was up, and I want to go as fast as possible," he offered, slipping off his bag and setting it with a thunk by the front door. "I'll be back after. You need to meet my starter too." She smiled, though he could see the prickle of tears in the corner of her eyes. "Come back soon, okay? Don't you dare leave without saying goodbye." He grinned at her. "I would never." She laughed, chasing away a bit of the pressing sadness, and stepped back to the counter. "I'll make you both something for the road, then. Professor Oak still didn't tell you what starter you're getting?" "No." He scratched the back of his neck. "Just regular Pokemon food? I don't know whether it'll need anything special." Delia hummed under her breath, pulling open their pantry to stare at what was available. "Well, that certainly makes both of our jobs harder." She frowned, before glancing out the window. "Didn't you say Gary was expecting you at dawn?" He blinked, saw the golden sky, and bolted out the front door. His mom's laughter followed him through. Spring in Kanto was plenty warm and humid, pleasant enough even in the early morning. Ash sidestepped the few berry bushes they had in their front yard and got onto the main road, grin only widening in face of the brightening sky. A few Pidgey swooped overhead, chirping to each other. Maybe Professor Oak had gotten him a Pidgey. They could be incredibly powerful in their final form. He shook his head, time to focus. Gary was waiting for him. Suddenly very thankful he had decided against trying to haul his bag along, he started jogging up to the hill overlooking Pallet Town. His town was a unique one. Professor Oak had basically made it himself, though there had been a few people living there before. He saw the wide plains, the ring of surrounding forests, and decided that was the best place to research Pokémon, and people followed. While Pallet would never become a city, it was still a thriving little town, and Ash found himself waving to nearly a dozen people as he ran up the main road. Pallet Town seemed very alive today, though, even this early, he saw more and more decorations, announcing the start of the trainer's year, with every passing step. Golden ribbons wove through fence posts, handwritten signs propped against windows, Pokeball candles gleaming by front doors. He inhaled, practically tasting a dozen meals on the wind. Plenty of families ready to send off their very own trainer. Ash was very, very happy he and Gary had decided to leave this early. He knew it was necessary for his own journey, as he needed Professor Oak's alakazam to teleport him, but he did not envy having to wait in line with the 24 trainers he knew were coming from this tiny town alone. He thought of Saffron City, with its tens of thousands of citizens, and winced. He ran faster. The lab gleamed on top of the hill, white and gray brick against the emerald-green backdrop. It wasn't built to be an intimidating building, and Professor Oak's care made it even less so, ivy creeping up walls and overgrown flowerbeds lining the front. Wide fences extended from each side, sprawling into the distance, and the massive fields were stark beyond it. Ash had visited this building ever since he was 3 and had met Gary for the first time, and it felt like home. Someone was slouched against the outside wall, kicking idly at the ground. Ash felt his face light up in a grin and sped up, winding up the curved path that led to the front door. The figure raised his head, revealing spiked brown hair and dark eyes. "Gary." "Oi, Ash," he called, pushing off the wall as Ash rounded the last few feet. He was already wearing his bag, the upgraded version from Sylph Co., and he closed whatever screen on his poke gear he'd been reading and slipped it into his pocket. "I thought I told you he was waiting for us at the ass crack of dawn. What sort of leisurely stroll did you take through Pallet?" "You live 2 feet away from the lab," Ash snorted. "It's not exactly like you're traveling far." "Oh, I'm going to love your excuses for being late when you've effed off to a different region," Gary said with a grin. "If it's this bad while we're still living in the same town, you're going to be terrible." Ash turned away from him with a snort and knocked on the lab's door, the hollow click of fist against wood echoing past it. Hopefully the professor was awake enough to actually hear it. Him and Gary had the same sleeping habits, which could both be summed up with not good. "If Gramps gives you a cater pie for making him wait, I'm not defending you." Ash pushed him. "If that happens, we're going to train together until that Butterfree takes down your Blastoise in one tackle," he promised. "Although really, with how little you talk about training, it won't even take that." Gary rolled his eyes. "Not everyone spends every waking second thinking about training, you prick. My starter and I will still kick you into the ground while you're daydreaming about becoming champion." Ash couldn't quite fight down a flush, and Gary's muffled chuckle told him it had definitely been seen. It was true, though. Just as Gary's personality was a known thing throughout the hopeful trainer population of Pallet, so was his dream of becoming champion. Ever since seeing Lance rise to power when he was just 3, small enough he was still sitting on his mother's lap while watching the final battle, he'd known it. Then at 7, when Red's campaign had shaken Kanto to its very core. At 8, when he'd seen Ethan's terrible strength sweeping through the conference. It had consumed his life from there. He doubted he could even try to go a different route. His goal in life, champion, was already far set in stone. Ash opened his mouth to defend himself when the lab's front door swung open, a wave of cooler air flowing out. Professor Oak stood in the doorway, still halfway through a yawn, hair spiking up awkwardly and lab coat beyond ruffled. His eyes were as bright as Ash had ever known. "Gary, Ash. Ripe and early, I see." "Would have been earlier except for this lump," Gary mumbled. Ash elbowed him. Professor Oak chuckled but stepped to the side, letting them enter. He'd at least tried to pick up the lab, which was saying a lot, though Ash could see numerous pieces of paper tucked behind boxes in an attempt to hide them. The floors were a sterile white, at least. The front room, normally used for storage and impromptu meals, was always properly spiffed up for the trainer's year. A massive circular table in the middle, any experiments or meal trays shoved into cabinets, and every starter gathered and properly labeled the night before. Ash and Gary had helped last year, which had been a 3-day process he'd rather forget. All right. Professor Oak clapped his hands together, which seemed to help wake him up even a fraction more. I'm going to assume you've already done your paperwork, Ash. He nodded, hiding a wince. 23 pages of legal jargon he had forced himself to read through in its entirety rather than just do the signatures on the last sheet, even more than Gary had done, because of his region switch, and boring enough he had welcomed the general poison vaccines after finishing. And if Gary ever teases you about being late, know that he sent his out on the last possible day, Professor Oak hummed, smiling as Gary squawked. His rival carefully ignored the grin Ash sent his direction. But before we do any of the fun stuff, let me have your poke gears. I'll install the proper league features, which are the ability to save your team, scan wild Pokemon, and carry your trainer ID. All data collected is saved within your trainer card, an online subscription that can be accessed at Pokemon centers. This is subsidized by your trainer's fee, though if you don't have a poke gear you will have to contact the league for an alternative. Even the normally boisterous man couldn't make the memorized speed sound exciting. Ash pulled out his poke gear, quickly typing in his password with a few familiar motions, and handed it over. An older model, and with a crack running over its red protective case, but he was still very thankful he had it. Years of his life had passed with him bent over the dusty screen, researching all he could out of it. Professor Oak pulled a tab out of his pocket and accepted the device from Ash, slipping it into the port on its side. The screen lit up, a loading bar scrawled over its surface. He repeated the process with Gary's slimmer one, setting them both on the table. And while we let those get ready, let me grab your starting Pokeballs, shouldn't take more than a second. He tapped both screens to see their loading process before disappearing through a side door, humming something under his breath. Ash stared at his poke gear, then lifted his head to stare at the cabinet on the far wall. Behind it, he knew, was a line of Pokeballs. In one of them, was his starter, whoever it would be. Then he would be on his true journey, the one he'd fantasized about since before he really knew what Pokemon were. You ready? He asked. Yes. You. Ash glanced at his hands, at his trainer's belt. Him and Gary joked with each other as easily as breathing, but there wasn't that now. They stood on the edge of their own adventures, the rest of their lives. It was time for them both to begin. Yeah, I am. Professor Oak reappeared, 10 Pokeballs balanced awkwardly in his hands. He slid a few across the table and Gary plucked them up, attaching them to his belt with practiced ease. Of course he practiced. Ash slid one into the second slot on his belt, feeling the mechanic take hold. He shifted and the Pokeball moved with him, surprisingly secure for how little was touching the belt. He pulled at it. And it came off like it hadn't been attached at all. But when he put it back on, it stuck like they'd been welded together. He popped the others on. Neat. Gary first, then. His rival immediately perked up, the same childish glee sparking through his eyes. Lay him on me, Gramps. Professor Oak snorted but dutifully went to the cabinet, pulling it open. There were a row of Pokeballs inside, maybe 12, and he grabbed the first one and peeled off the tiny sticker that said Gary Oak. He turned back to face his grandson, whose face had lost any traces of the normal cockiness he normally had and was filled with only excitement and determination. This was who Ash had become friends with, the Gary Oak that was going to do things. He took the offered Pokeball, staring at it reverently. I made sure he was well rested for today, and he was very excited to finally leave here, Professor Oak said, a smile over his face. Gary barely seemed to notice him, aiming the Pokeball at the center of the table and clicking the release. Scarlet mist coalesced into a small, yellow form, floating a few inches above the table. It tilted its head to the side, narrow eyes scanning the room. An Abra. Ash blinked once. He'd never heard his rival talk about anything but a Squirtle, but Gary moved forward, a wide grin over his face. Abra drifted higher to be on eye level with him, a pale blue energy leaking from its fur. Hey there, Abra. It's time to start our journey, you ready to get out of here? The psychic type hummed, a low, vibrating sound, and shifted up and down in a nod. Gary's grin widened and he extended a hand, Abra letting him smooth over a bit of fur on the top of its head. Then let's do this. I'll recall you right now, we're going to have a battle soon. Abra nodded its agreement again, disappearing into a plume of smoke at the push of a button. Gary's grin seemed to be trying to crack his face in half as he attached the pokeball to his waist, clicking into the first slot. An Abra? Ash asked. Gary shrugged, though there was a hint of something in his eyes. Yeah. I know I was dead set on Squirtle, but I grew up eventually. He chuckled at a joke Ash didn't get. You've got your shtick about champion, hitting both sides of Indigo, all that good stuff, but I'm still looking for a route that fits me. I'm not going to just jump at any position of power like Ethan. The second I met Abra I knew we were right for each other. He's strong with a hell of a lot of determination, and he's wicked smart. Ash nodded. He'd known his goal was unique, though many hopefuls started out with it, but Gary had told him he had his head stuck in the clouds enough to understand it wasn't the same for everyone. Gary was big on fighting, on winning, but he'd also been Professor Oak's pseudo-assistant since he was old enough to read and hadn't complained about anything but the cleaning. Clever as a whip, really. He'd excel at anything he wanted to do. I can see it. Gary snorted, but there was another flash of pride in his eyes. Yeah, of course you can see it. I'm Gary Oak. Professor Oak chuckled, but innocently turned away when Gary glared at him. But no more of this sappy stuff, Gramps, just give Ash his starter so we can battle. Ash perked up, hand ghosting over the empty first slot in his belt. The professor laughed, waving away Gary and hiding a yawn at the same time. Yes, of course. Although Gary, I'm going to ask you to step outside while it happens. Gary balked. The hell? He didn't have to leave for mine. And you've already met Abra and have been working with him for a week, Professor Oak chided. Ash hasn't met his starter before, and I don't want it getting confused by two new faces. You of all people should know about how important the first meeting is. Gary snorted but waved a hand, he most definitely did know. Yeah, whatever. Ash, hurry it up, will you? Me and Abra will be ready to kick your butt. Use the second battleground. Professor Oak called as Gary exited the room, snagging his poke gear on the way out, and swept the door closed behind him. He shook his head, a wry smile over his face. No patience for anything. Ash grinned, but his mind was far elsewhere. This was it. Time to meet his starter. I do have a few questions for you, though, Professor Oak started with, fixing Ash with a surprisingly serious expression. He felt a sudden curl of nervousness. Gary mentioned it today, but I'd like to know whether you're sticking with it. Your dream to become champion. He steeled his shoulders. The champion of Indigo was one of the most important roles on the planet. The joint region of Indigo was massive, one of the largest in the world, and while the champion wasn't the only person in charge, they were the figurehead. You couldn't think Indigo without also picturing Champion Lance, his famed Dragonite behind him, the sheer power he wielded. The position wasn't for the faint of heart, and that wasn't even including the journey it'd take to get there. Get 8 badges from Indigo's gyms, challenge the Indigo Conference, win, then beat every single member of the Elite Four and Lance himself. But Ash knew he had it. He would. I'm sure, he said, voice steady. I know it's not going to be easy, but I'm going to be champion, and that won't ever be easy. I can do it. And how much of your wish to be strong is because of Ethan? Ah. Ethan. Ash had been, for maybe 5, when the other boy had moved to Pallet Town from Johto, 3 years older than him. Him and Gary had already been friends at that point and held the peak over Pokemon enthusiasm, so when someone new had shown up, already having a Pokemon despite being too young, there were really only two ways for everything to go. Gary's personality had always been bad, but he'd been a newborn Rattata compared to when Ethan placed top 2 in his first conference, right after the chaos of the campaign. The entire region of Indigo suddenly knew him and his name, and his return to Pallet Town had come with trumpet fare. To say Ash and Ethan hadn't gotten along was putting it politely. Ash opened his mouth, paused, then closed it. A bit, he admitted. I can't deny that. But that's not everything. He's a part of it, but my dream has always been to become champion, whether that means I get to beat him or not. I'm more than that. Something cleared in the man's eyes, a thread of nervousness Ash hadn't even noticed slipping away. He smiled, a gentle note in his voice. I understand, Ash. And you were talking about becoming champion long before he moved here, as well. He cleared his throat, jerking Ash away from his memories. And your plan, too, has that changed? Ash shook his head. It was a simpler plan, though one just as strong as his drive. He wouldn't be starting his journey in Kanto. Half of the decision was his own, while the other, well. The campaign had been only 3 years ago and Kanto was still recovering from Red's wave of retribution. His mother had been all but 2 steps away from chaining him to the house to make sure he didn't get in danger, and it had only been his rapid suggestion that had swayed her in the slightest. Indigo was a joint region for a reason. Johto was just as important as Kanto. He'd been able to find reasonings for himself after, if he was going to become champion, he needed to know both sides of the region, and there was something supremely satisfying about ending his journey in Kanto, rather than starting it there, but in truth, he knew he was going there in order to help soothe his mother's worries. A journey not in his homeland was better than no journey at all. I'm starting in Johto, then traveling to grow stronger, then finishing in Kanto, he said, after realizing Professor Oak was waiting. He frowned. Can I, still borrow Alakazam to teleport to New Bark Town, or should I walk dash? Professor Oak laughed. Of course she can teleport you, Ash, we agreed on that before you even paid me your starter's fee. But thank you. Now, I feel, is the time to get to what I'm sure you're excited for. Ash stood up as tall as he could, feeling a grin stretch over his face. He'd thought about what he wanted his starter to be, fantasized about every Pokemon under the sun, but now, it hardly mattered to him anymore. A starter. Yours took me the longest amount of time, Professor Oak admitted, walking to the back of the room and opening the cabinet. Red and white spheres gleamed and he carefully picked up the second one, peeling off the sticker over the top. Ash stared at it without blinking as the professor walked back over, though he didn't offer it quite yet. I know you weren't able to give me much for your starter's fee, and I do apologize for not telling you what Pokemon you'd be receiving, but what you told me today cinches it. I had to find a Pokemon that would be just as ready to win as you. Ash took the offered Pokeball, feeling heat race through his arm at the touch, and simply stared at it for a moment. He was idly aware of Professor Oak clearing the table, setting his Pokegear on the counter behind, but it felt like he had tunnel vision. After a moment, he aimed it at the table and clicked the release. The light died and something stood there instead, a little under 2 feet tall and on all fours. It had dark blue fur and a cream underbelly, though its coat seemed thin, and pale red spots were speckled over its back. It pet its head to the side and reared onto its back paws, snout twitching. Its gray eyes landed on him, and it caught fire. Ash barely bit back a yelp as flames spilled over its back, emerging from the red spots, connecting to form a crackling cape of pure fire. It hissed and spat against the air, dry heat pouring out, bright enough sparks formed in Ash's eyes. A Cyndaquil. He felt his mouth drop open and the fire type seemed pleased, staying reared on its back paws and turning to face him fully. It twisted its head to scan the room, though it stayed facing him, and its eyes narrowed when it saw Professor Oak. Its back didn't flare up any further though, and it settled for a hiss before turning back to Ash. A Cyndaquil? He asked, barely resisting the urge to hold his hands out to feel the force of the flames. The fire type didn't seem aggressive, but it hardly looked pleased either, back still burning merrily. Professor Oak nodded. He's from a Johto breeder, was originally going to stay there, but the second he came out of his egg they knew he wouldn't be the right fit. Happens with such large-scale breeding programs. Timidness is a variable trait, but incredibly useful for breeders. He's decidedly not quite a fierce one, there. Cyndaquil hissed again, pleased. He scratched at the air, tiny claws unsheathing from his paws, but did let his flames reduce to mere embers. His eyes were still fixed on Ash. I know your starter's fee wasn't enough for him, but you've done a lot for me, Ash, some of it I doubt you even know. I love Gary, but his personality is not endearing, and he has no other true friends but you. Both as rivals and friends you've kept him grounded, and that's something I can't thank you enough for. He smiled a bit sadly, watching the fire type begrudgingly fall to all fours. Ash nodded. He knew Gary was abrasive, had felt that himself, but if Ash hadn't also desperately wanted a friend, he could see how both of their journeys would have gone. Isolated, without a rival to drive each other forward, without the strength they gave each other. Thank you. Cyndaquil watched him cautiously as Ash took a step closer, the table putting his head at Ash's chest. He still had a coat of flames going, but they were restrained now, barely a few inches over his back. Ash could feel dry heat filtering through the air, just enough to be uncomfortable, though not as bad as when he'd first flared up. Hello, he offered, the fire type tilting his head to the side. My name is Ash Ketchum, and I'm starting my journey today. Cyndaquil perked up at the word journey, gray eyes bright. I'm going to be traveling around Indigo, challenging gyms and winning battles, and then I'm going to fight the champion and win. I'll become the strongest trainer in Indigo. He swallowed, Cyndaquil rearing slightly higher to stare at him. To do that, I need a starter. The fire type hissed, flaring back up. Not a starter, he corrected hastily. An equal, working together to fight, to gather a team, friends. Cyndaquil nodded at that, listening intently. His claws were sheathed, though his fire was still going, and he was meeting Ash's eyes without a slide of hesitation. Breeding out the trait of timidness indeed. Ash stared back at him, letting his own determination fill his voice. I would like you to join me. I can promise you that I will try just as hard as you to make you the strong Typhlosion this world has ever seen, the strongest Pokemon ever. It won't be easy. But I'm willing to try, if you are. The fire type looked at him. His eyes were curious but dark, flames still flickering over his back, but he just kept staring. Ash fought the urge to fidget. This could be his starter, friend, and he wasn't going to just. Cyndaquil barked and turned away. He flared up a few inches, letting flames run down his back, but he didn't run away, either. The dismissal was still clear. Ash glanced up at Professor Oak. Every show he'd watched about trainers had always had them and their starters proclaimed to challenge the world together within about 20 seconds, and found the man looking almost nervous. Apparently the fire type was a little more belligerent than he'd expected. He steeled himself. He was going to be champion. I don't think you're giving up on me, he said, deliberately not saying I really hope you're not giving up on me. But I haven't proved I'm the right one yet. Cyndaquil glared at him for a moment before nodding his head begrudgingly. Ash could guess what he wanted, even from the first minute of meeting him, the desire for strength burned in his eyes, but Ash hadn't proven himself yet. There were hundreds of trainers starting today in just Kanto. He needed a way to show Cyndaquil what they could do. Rambling on about battle strategies probably wouldn't win him any favors, and neither would theorizing about how to beat a Tyranitar, as he had for years. He could guess that Cyndaquil would want something direct. He hadn't directed a battle beyond the free trainer games he and Gary had been addicted to, but he was still confident he could try. There just needed to be someone to fight. Gary. My rival is waiting outside. Cyndaquil perked at that, stubby little claws sliding out of his paws. He's got an Abra hand-picked by the professor of Kanto and he's been studying Pokemon battles since he was born. Neither of you have an advantage against each other, and Gary has been working with Abra for a week now. They know each other, and they won't be anything like you faced back at the breeding center. Cyndaquil was staring at him now, gray eyes bright and back flickering with scarlet tongues. Let's face them, Cyndaquil, and I'll show you what we can do. There was a single, tense moment, the fire type staring at him once more, before he nodded. Ash grinned, shaking off the worst of the nervousness. He couldn't afford that, right now. Okay. He turned to Professor Oak, who was still glancing between him and Cyndaquil a bit warily, and tried gesturing. Thankfully, the professor got it, and handed him his poke gear after removing the port. There were 3 new functions listed on the home screen. The entire display changed. This was the true Pokédex turn phone, not the basic model most everyone had. He frowned, finger hovering over the screen, before all his research clicked into place and he pressed the first one. A black screen unfolded and he could feel the scanner activate, the tiny camera emerging from the back for a better image. I'm going to scan you, okay? It tells me how strong you are. Cyndaquil puffed up, rearing back to his back paws as the scanner locked onto his chest. There was a low beep as it finished, words appearing on the screen. Cyndaquil, the fire mouse Pokemon. The fire that spouts from its back burns hottest when it is angry. It uses this to intimidate foes. If it grows too tired, it loses the ability to summon flames. This Cyndaquil is male with the ability Blaze, which redirects oxygen supply to its fire when in difficult situations. It knows the moves Ember, Quick Attack, and Smokescreen. The fire type hissed, pleased, as Ash whistled. A mostly basic move set, but one with plenty of potential. Blaze sounded incredibly powerful, though dangerous, and already his mind raced with strategies. Abra weren't considered battling Pokemon. Normally, they couldn't even battle with their wild moveset. Ash had little doubt that Professor Oak had given Gary an Abra with at least a few battling moves, so he couldn't predict what he'd be facing. All he knew was that Abra were typically very weak, but they could teleport and float, which made them hard to hit. Cyndaquil, in their first stage, were uncontrolled fire types. They didn't have the fireproof fur their later evolutions had, they didn't have the sheer temperature-raising presence, and their move pool was unvaried. But they were fast, punished physical fighters, and had strong fire. He could do this. Ember, Quick Attack, and Smokescreen. Psychics are incredibly varied, in something as early stage as an Abra, probably nothing beyond a basic confusion, which is most likely going to be limited to push and pull, Ash mumbled, eyes narrowed. Professor Oak stepped back with the ease of 7 years of dealing with Ash's rambles. But they're also incredibly weak to distractions, so even if their eyes aren't the best, they'll be thrown off by anything bright, fire. Its natural fear of danger will probably have it teleport before an Ember can get close, so we'll have to get it off guard, then knock it to the ground, and physical for a finisher. Post-blank psychic power can probably redirect any fire attacks in a pinch, and then dash. He broke off. Cyndaquil was staring at him. The fire type immediately glanced away once he saw Ash had noticed him, but there'd been the real gleam of interest in his eyes, honestly listening to his rambles. Sorry, he offered, but Cyndaquil just hissed at the apology. The battle? Professor Oak prompted lightly, and Ash blinked. He straightened his shoulders, feeling himself grin despite his nerves. His first battle. Cyndaquil hissed and jumped off the table, claws scratching on the edge of the tiles, and stayed on all fours as he padded towards the door. He jerked it open, warm spring air immediately floating through. Cyndaquil flared up seemingly unconsciously as soon as the sunlight hit him, a pleased purr escaping him as his cape warmed. Ash stepped to the side so the fire type could exit first, scanning the fields quickly. The second battlefield was right behind the lab, barely more than a stretch of dirt Professor Oak's Alakazam maintained, so the Pokemon he studied had a way to get out aggression without tearing up the fields. The first battlefield was a massive crater, constantly protected and deep enough to stop true destruction, but that was overkill for two Nidoran with a rivalry, so the second battlefield was made. For 2 starters, it would be plenty. Ash glanced down at Cyndaquil, who had stopped only a few feet out the door. The fire type reared back and made an odd, chewing sound he guessed was a question, mainly off of his expression. The battlefield's this way, he offered. Cyndaquil dropped back to all fours and headed there, still sniffing curiously at everything. There was a gate to the fields about 100 feet away from the lab, but both of them ignored it, Cyndaquil easily able to wriggle underneath the fence, and years with Gary let Ash leap over. The fence was more of a reminder than an actual barrier. It wasn't like there was any barrier that could keep Professor Oak's titanic Nidoking out, and all Pokémon in the fields were instructed to stay inside it. Ash thanked his lucky stars once more that Professor Oak had extended the same offer he'd given Gary to him. Once he had 6 Pokémon, any more would come to the fields, instead of staying in stasis. He wasn't sure he could have made himself catch more than 6 if he knew they'd be crammed away as streams of consciousness. The sun was coming up now, a gleaming tip edged over Route 1, and Cyndaquil bloomed in the heat. Ash snuffed out a stray ember that landed on the grass. Looping around towards the back of the lab took almost no time, what with the spring in his step and Cyndaquil's determination. Gary was waiting for them. Cyndaquil hissed at him, flaring up with another wave of dry heat, though he stayed on all fours. Gary whistled, rocking back on his feet as the fire type approached. "Looks like Gramps approves of your little journey to Johto," he said, rubbing his thumb over his own Pokeball. "It looks like it's going to try and fight me instead." Ash corrected absent-mindedly. "And only once he's done obliterating Abra." Cyndaquil hissed. Years of foe practicing had them both turn and walk to their sides of the field, fresh dirt beneath his soles. Cyndaquil followed him, sniffing curiously at the air. There were probably a million new smells here, with all the Pokémon Professor Oak researched, but his gray eyes burned. He stopped on his side and Cyndaquil padded onto the field, embers crackling over his back. Ash didn't try kneeling, doubted the prideful Pokémon would take that as anything but an insult, really, but he let the fire type come to him. "I know you haven't chosen me yet, but listen to me while we're battling, okay? I can see the entire field, and I know how Gary works. We have to work together if we want to win this." Cyndaquil narrowed his eyes but nodded, everything in his posture screamed of his desire to win. Afterwards, they could figure out where to go. "We'll try the strategy one suggested, so focus on being bright." The fire type flared up another inch, fiery enough it sent sparks through his eyes. He grinned despite the pain. "You done with the pep talk?" Gary called, tossing his Pokeball up and down. "Me and Abra could just set out now." There was no hesitation in the fire type as he stepped out on the field, his back alit with wreaths of flame. Ash grinned wider and straightened his shoulders, letting the distractions of the world filter away. This was it. Abra appeared on the field, floating a few inches above the ground. It tilted its head to the side, a thrum of psychic energy flashing between its eyes. Cyndaquil dug his front claws into the soil and snarled. "Ember." His back immediately flared higher as Cyndaquil drew in breath, though it immediately dimmed once he actually fired the attack, something to look into, and a barrage of flames washed toward Abra. It teleported out with a crack, embers scorching the dirt where it had been. Cyndaquil snarled at the failed attack and reared, glancing back and forth. Gary grinned. "Pick it up." Cyndaquil spun as Abra appeared behind him, its spindly arms extended. The fire type thrashed but blue surrounded him, pinning his limbs to his side, nose curled to his chest. Abra hissed, power thrumming through its narrowed eyes. Cyndaquil rose higher into the air. Abra was young enough it had to use its eyes to see its opponents, smokescreen. The fire type didn't listen, he kept thrashing, hissing furiously, trying to scratch at the confusion hauling him into the air. Ash gritted his teeth. "Cyndaquil, you've got to trust me." A heartbeat. Then Cyndaquil's flames extinguished and black smoke poured out, dripping like a living thing onto the battlefield. Abra flinched back and its arms wavered, more power leapt to its eyes but stayed there, not having the mental strength to reach out and find its opponent. It blasted the smoke with a curl of power but was only able to stir it, Cyndaquil disappearing fully beneath the black. There was a thud as Abra lost its psychic hold. Ash bit back a cheer even as Gary groaned, scanning the field. Black smoke still poured out, thick enough Abra was drifting backward to avoid getting caught. His mind raced. Abra probably couldn't use confusion much more, and its eyes were adjusted to the dark of the smoke. Since Cyndaquil was a fire type, he was probably used to the smell of smoke and could differentiate beyond it, find it with your nose, but keep using smokescreen. Get ready to teleport, Gary warned, stepping closer. Abra hummed and drifted further away from the smoke, eyes narrowed and focused. The smoke shifted across the battlefield, paler than it had been at the start. Something shifted closer to Abra, tendrils of smoke twisting, and Ash hoped he was right. Flare. Fire burst from the black, bright enough Ash saw sparks. No attacks came but Abra stiffened like it had been hit with hyper beam, eyes snapping shut and ears thrashing. Gary cursed and shouted for it to get up but Cyndaquil emerged from the fire, hissing. Ember. Cyndaquil's back blazed as he inhaled, spitting nearly a dozen fireballs. His aim meant only 2 hit but Abra fell regardless, too off balance to keep levitating. Ash grinned. Quick attack. The fire type charged forward, head lowered, and slammed into only dirt. Gary sighed, reattaching his pokeball back to his waist, Abra safely tucked away. Ash blinked but his friend just shook his head. No point in knocking him out right before I set out. Cyndaquil hissed, clawing at where Abra had been. But his back was alight in tongues of red and gold and he reared up, chewing. Ash barely held back a whoop. Even I'm blinking spots out of my eyes, Gary complained idly, sidestepping the smoking dirt to reach Ash. Cyndaquil glared at him but did perk up at the compliment, flames rising higher. We'll have to work on him sensing Pokemon with his mind. You should, Ash agreed, and get him used to closing his eyes. Won't make a difference to us, though. Us. He turned back to the battlefield, to where Cyndaquil was reared. The fire type met his eyes without hesitation, fire spilling off his back and crackling against the ground. Right now, he was unrefined, uncontrolled, but he had the potential. And he was determined. Ash barely heard Gary's question and walked away from him, heading for the field. Cyndaquil watched him come, head tilted, but his cape was gently flickering and his eyes were bright. That was a pretty fun battle, huh? He offered. Cyndaquil nodded without an ounce of hesitation. Ash threw caution to the wind and sat down, crossing his legs in front of him. It was both to be on eye level and also to get Cyndaquil to understand he wasn't looking down on him, like kneeling would do, but that they were equals. The fire type tilted his head to the side. I'm going to be champion, he said. That means I'm going to have to battle my way across the Indigo region, and even others to train, and then I have to beat Champion Lance with his team of dragons. Those are battles that you can't even imagine, now. But we could fight them. He turned to the fire type, who stared back. I can't promise we'll succeed all the time. I know we'll lose some, that will fail, that will be beaten. But I can promise we'll try. Cyndaquil took a step forward, close enough Ash could have bumped him with his elbow. He let his back flare up, dry heat racing through the field, and nodded. Ash couldn't help the massive grin that split his face and he reached his hand out, palm down. Cyndaquil narrowed his eyes but didn't move, and Ash carefully stroked the top of his head. His fur was incredibly warm, but soft. The fire type leaned into his touch, closing his eyes. We'll become champions, he promised. Cyndaquil snarled his agreement. Footsteps approached and Ash glanced up to see Gary approaching, his friend's eyebrows ped. Well, you could have told me how much rested on that battle, he snorted. Nice one. Ash pulled himself back up his feet, the knot of tension undoing from his chest. He hadn't let himself consider Cyndaquil not choosing him, as there would have been no chance he could have focused on the battle, but it had been in the back of his mind. Now he had a friend. We just needed to make sure we were right for each other. Cyndaquil hissed, finally extinguishing his back. He couldn't do it completely, a few wisps of fire flickering off his red spots, but it was progress. Gary waved a hand. Yeah, that's the sappy sheet. He glanced down at Cyndaquil, whose eyes narrowed. And you? Keep an eye on Ash, alright? He'd wander off a cliff if you let him. Cyndaquil pet his head to the side but hissed, a plume of smoke escaping his nose. The fire type looked a bit curious. Ash really wished he would stop bringing that story up. Back to Gramps, then. Gary stretched his arms behind his head, a distant crack echoing from his spine, and almost unconsciously brushed his hand over Abra's pokeball. Ash moved to follow him. I need to get healed and you need to teleport out before he gets too swamped down to remember lending you Alakazam. Ash nodded, glancing back at Cyndaquil, though he lacked anything resembling long limbs he was padding after them at a decent clip. But now that the promise of battle wasn't hanging over his head, he was curiously examining their environment, eyeing the trampled grass that spoke of other Pokémon and sniffing the air. If he had been planned to be a breeder, he probably hadn't seen the outside world much. Ash had never really left Pallet Town, let alone Kanto. They would both be out of their depth in Johto. He hopped the fence as Cyndaquil popped out from underneath. Gary snorted and just stepped over it. The morning was still beyond early, even though the sun had fully escaped the trees of Route 1, and no trainers had started the line outside the lab's door. There were, however, two very familiar figures. Delia set his bag on the ground and waved, her wide smile blinding. A paper bag was in her other hand. Professor Oak was squinting blearily at the sun, though smiling, and there was a noticeable expression of relief on his face when he saw Cyndaquil at Ash's side. He was suddenly very happy again that Cyndaquil had chosen him. The famed first battle, the professor teased, ignoring Gary's snort. Good start to your rivalry. I let Ash have the first one, Gary said, flapping his hand. Cyndaquil hissed. Didn't want him to be too demoralized when I crush him into the dirt later, you know. Dry heat lapped against the back of his legs. Ash carefully stepped to the side to avoid a stray ember from Cyndaquil's back, though the fire type hardly seemed to notice. Delia visibly lit up, setting down the other bag as well. Oh. A Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil turned to face her, chest puffed and back crackling from the awe in her voice. Golden fire lit up his dark blue fur, bright against the morning sun, and she crouched to get a better look at him. He accepted that, surprisingly. Ha! Oh, Ash, here's your pokeball, Professor Oak said with a grin, tossing it over. Ash barely managed to snag it out of the air. Do try and remember it, this is the sort of thing that would be unpleasant to forget. Ash felt himself flush, clipping Cyndaquil's pokeball to the first slot on his belt. Of course he'd forgotten it. You're going to be a menace as a trainer, Gary snorted. Forgetting everything, being late, training over sleep, the league'll probably put a tail on you just to make sure you don't wander into a salaman's nest. Ash pointedly turned away from him. Delia picked up his bag with both hands and offered it to him, the strap straining under its weight. He slid it on with a grunt, balance thrown off, but recovered quickly enough. Cyndaquil sniffed curiously at the fabric, rearing up to get closer. His trainer bag. He might have stuffed it too full, his shoulders were agreeing, but it was another mark of his journey. I made you something for your first day, she said, holding out the paper bag. He took it instantly. The second he turned down his mom's cooking was the day the sun went out, and opened his bag, slipping it into the emptiest pouch. Mew only knows you'll be struggling with trainer meals enough. Thank you, he offered. She just smiled back at him. Cyndaquil reared up higher and breathed a thin tongue of flame in the air, another chance of showing off. She giggled, eyes crinkling. Yes, you're very impressive, aren't you? The conference doesn't hold a candle to you. The fire type chid. Oi, Ash. Gary scratched the back of his neck, some of the cockiness he seemed to bleed gone from his eyes. Good luck in Johto, alright? I want a decent rival, so don't you dare go flop up at the fourth gym. Ash snorted. Never. We're fighting you at the conference. Of course you are. I want pictures from the ruins, and a critique too. Kanto is so dead on interesting history you'll be the only source of learning I'll be doing for months. Send me updates on your shitty team, and dash, he grimaced, if you see the a-hole, make sure to give that DS Tyranitar a good kick in the teeth. There's no chance he's going to beat us now that we're going. Ethan was a stickler point for both of them. Gary had had it easier, being Professor Oak's grandson, but he was far from a friend. Ash nodded. Gary grunted, but held a fist out. Ash tapped it back with his own, grinning. See you at the conference. Of Fenji course you're going to see me there. Gary shot him one final smirk before turning back to the lab, where multitudes of healing machines for Abra would be. He waved over his shoulder before heading inside, the door swinging closed behind him. Professor Oak sighed. If he meets Ethan now, I'm going to be concerned. Ash was inclined to agree. Alakazam is ready to go when you are, he said, glancing back to the lab. I know Rian was also planning on coming in early, so I'd suggest leaving now rather than later. New Bark Town will be just as busy. He steeled his shoulders. Thank you, Professor. For everything. The man smiled at him, eyes crinkled and hair a mess but warm. He'd helped Ash from the second he became friends with Gary, guiding him on his obsession with being a trainer into something helpful rather than just mania, and then he'd found Cyndaquil. There wasn't much he could do beyond thanking him. Of course. Delia took a hesitant step forward, and now she wasn't trying to hold back the tears, streaming down her cheeks and over her blinding smile. Happy tears, but sad the same. He'd spent 10 years of his life with her and now he was off on his own. Good luck, Ashy, make sure to call me. I want to hear everything. Her ramblings were almost worse than his, if that was possible. And please take care of your knees. You know, if you sprain them then there's the chance of permanent damage if you keep walking, and it's always better safe than sorry. And food. Trainer meals are high protein, but some berries on top will keep your taste buds intact as well as some more vitamins. Don't ignore Cyndaquil's diet either. Sharp things to keep his fangs polished are good, and just regular sticks aren't good enough. And, oh, I did it again. She frowned, tucking an errant lock of hair behind her ear. And we were just starting to chase you from the habit. He laughed and made the last few steps, drawing her into a hug. She made a solid effort at cracking his ribs and he tried to match her, all 10 years expressed through the moment. Something wet splashed onto his shoulder. Go become champion, Ash, she whispered. I believe in you. XXX. Teleportation felt like nothing. He blinked in the courtyard of Professor Oak's lab, Cyndaquil by his side and Alakazam crossing her spoons, and opened his eyes in Johto. Immediately, he could feel a difference, colder, definitely. The sunlight was still warm, the sky bright, but Johto had always had the Dragonspeak range lovingly blow blizzards over its land. Drier, too, though that was probably because Ash was used to living in a town less than a few miles from the sea. It was most likely his imagination, but he felt like the air was just different, crisp. His surroundings were cluttered with houses, from their position in some sort of center square, smaller houses than Pallet, but much brighter, and lacking even the small touches of metal Pallet had. Wood-stained cheery colors lined the streets, the roofs oddly arched above, and flower beds that looked like they wouldn't be out of place in Celadon pressed against the cobbled streets like they wanted to grow more. Cyndaquil reared, sniffing the air curiously, his homeland, though not one he had ever seen beyond the walls of a breeder's room. His gray eyes were bright. Ash let the grin settle full force over his face. A new region, though technically still Indigo, it was still new, and he had the entire trainer's year to carve his mark on it. New Pokémon, new gyms, new adventures, Mew, this was what he had been waiting for. Samuel bids me wish you good luck, Alakazam said, her dry tone echoing through his head. If you wish to return to Kanto, he will make me teleport you again. Ash snorted. Thanks, Alakazam. It wasn't too long of a trip. She, the cornerstone of Professor Oak's team since the man was 13, stared at him. Without another word, she raised her spoons and disappeared without even a flash of light, perfectly silent beyond the hiss of air rushing back to fill her space. Cyndaquil hissed at where she had been. Ash gave himself another moment of looking at all the new before focusing, mentally dragging up the map he had forced himself to memorize. Route 29 should be just across town, and then Cherrygrove is after that. Route 29 isn't too long, so a few days at most. Cyndaquil chid at him, a few embers crackling randomly on his back. Ash grinned back. Traveling was something he'd been dreaming about for so long, and now it was here. What do you think, stay here overnight, or spend the first night on the road? There wasn't hesitation in the fire-type's eyes as he chid for the second one. Definitely. Ash gave one last glance around the town. Johto, now, he'd have to get used to that, before hiking up the straps of his packs. Okay then. Let's head out. Cyndaquil dropped back to all fours and hissed, starting to pad down the main road. Ash grinned and headed after him, watching the town around him. Almost no metal at all, beyond a few plates he could see on fences and the gleam of appliances through windows. The colors were so much brighter though, every house seemingly determined to stand out, and that was even without the Pokémon. Perches lined the streets, massive ones that looked like they could hold a Dragonite and be ready for more. In another square was a fountain, the main spout barely more than a burble, but the edge of the lip was incredibly low. A passing Meowth lapped at the surface, ears perked and relaxed. He knew that Kanto and Johto weren't too different, at the core of it, but it was still fascinating to see the differences. Why hadn't Gary come here? History and lore were more of his thing. A voice broke out behind them. Hey, wait up. Ash blinked and turned. Someone was running up to them from around a corner. Cyndaquil slammed his paws against the ground and let fire choke his form, snarling. Whoa there. The guy said, stopping a few feet away with his hands held up in surrender. He had an easy smile on his face, hair and eyes a matching shade of bright gray, though he only looked a few years older than Ash himself. Sorry about the shouting, just wanted to make sure I caught you before you left. You're Ash Ketchum, right? From Kanto? Cyndaquil stopped his challenge more out of confusion than actually giving up and reared, a puff of smoke escaping his nose. Yeah. The man grinned. Good. There was a pause, when he seemed to figure out Ash had questions. Sorry, I'm Luke, Professor Elm's current mentor. He likes to check on all trainers starting off in Johto but was pretty swamped this morning, so I decided to catch you before you left. Professor Oak's Alakazam sent word to us she was bringing you over. Is that Cyndaquil your starter? He had an accent of sorts, pretty minor, but something harsh that seemed like it was trying to join all of his words together. Ash nodded, not quite knowing what words to say there. He might have been imagining it, but some sort of tension left Luke's shoulders. Excellent. Then just let me dash. Ash nearly groaned as someone else rounded the corner. He'd really thought by waking up this early he could have avoided everything and just headed out on his journey. This time, the person heading towards them was recognizable, lab coat, lanky, massive glasses, the professor of Johto, Elm. He practically loped his way up the street, a wide grin on his face visible even from the distance, skidding to a stop right by Luke's side. Luke grinned a bit sheepishly, rubbing a hand over the back of his neck. Well, he looked like he was too busy to greet everyone. Nonsense. Professor Elm waved a hand, although his gaze was fixed solely on Cyndaquil. The fire type hissed, back reigniting with a crack, and unsheathed his claw. Now, I dash. Cyndaquil's his starter, Prof, Luke interrupted, still with that easy grin. And Ash is set to go on his journey. Now he wasn't imagining things. Professor Elm definitely relaxed a bit when Luke said that, and the smile on his face grew more true. Of course. Now, for all trainers in Johto, we give them the lab's emergency number if something happens, but since you came from Kanto, you didn't get the automatic add to your device. Now, where's my poke gear? I've got the number saved on there somewhere dash. You leave it at your lab for the starting day so people don't call you while you're handing out starters, Luke chimed in, smile widening. And then promptly forget about that decision every year as well, as you told me yesterday. Professor Elm grumbled good-naturedly. And you make me wonder why I ever decided to mentor you. Luke snorted. Apologies for the delay, Ash, but I'll have to let Luke catch you up to speed. New Bark is full of trainers, and it seems all of them are early risers. The professor flashed him a thumbs up, which was remarkably weird considered he looked over 30, before turning to run back the way he had come. His lanky form kicked in again and he was sprinting, lab coat fluttering behind him in the wind. Luke sighed but stretched out his hand, looking a bit wryly in Professor Elm's direction. I'll put that number in, if you want. Ash pulled off his poke gear and typed in the password, fumbling for a few seconds with the new interface before finding his contacts sheet and pulling it up. Luke accepted the device and started typing, hardly glancing at the screen. Is he really this bad? Luke blinked, glancing back at him. Normally, no, actually. But everyone here has been on edge the past few days, and him most of all. His grin was twisted into a grimace, and it looked wrong on his normally cheerful face. A Pokémon was stolen from his lab a week ago, a planned starter, and it was done so smoothly none of us can understand why they didn't take any of the actually rare Pokémon. No alarms were triggered, nothing broken. Elm only noticed 2 days later, when he went for a final checkup and found its Pokeball missing. Shook him up pretty bad, and he's been trying to find that Pokémon to no avail. Luke pushed a grin back on his face, handing the poke gear back, a new contact shining cheerfully below Gary's. But they've got every force in the surrounding towns keeping an eye out for it, so I doubt it'll stay missing for long. Ash glanced down at Cyndaquil, whose eyes were narrowed. The fire type's back had died down to mere wisps of smoke. I hope they do. Luke laughed. They'd better. I can't keep trying to juggle all of his duties while he calls up every officer Jenny in the region. He glanced at the sky, where the sun had finally emerged from the distant back of the bristling forest. I'll have to head off, but I'm here as Professor Elm's mentee for the year. Feel free to pop on back and chat about Johto, if you want. I've been researching the scales off this region and I've still only scratched the surface. Ash blinked, that was his accent. It had taken him far too long to place it, considering Cynthia had made waves as the new champion less than a decade ago. Cynno, right? That's me, he agreed. 3 years there, then I jumped over here for now. My very own champ has me studying up on the ruins, since there are some rumors they're connected. Pretty fun, if you don't mind hacking up your lungs from the dust. Gary would love that, Ash thought idly. He'd forced himself to study history as a way to separate himself from his grandfather, and ended up actually liking it along the way. Cyndaquil tilted his head to the side, a trickle of smoke escaping from his back. Time to make sure he doesn't pass out a poliwag as a whooper, but good luck, both of you, Luke offered, covering his yawn with the back of his hand. Under his gray eyes were narrow little splotches of purple. If he was mentoring under as absent-minded a professor as Elm, he probably had to spend every moment vigilant. Ash nodded, attaching his poke gear back to his waist. See you around, he said with another easy grin, before turning and trotting back towards where Professor Elm had gone. Ash glanced at Cyndaquil, who stared right back. A starter thief. It didn't make sense that someone would go through all the effort of breaking into a regional professor's lab, only to steal one of the weakest Pokémon there. At least. That helped explain why both Luke and Elm had come out of the woodworks to check on him, though the thought that Professor Oak had thought ahead enough to make sure he got their number was comforting. There was time to focus on that though, and it wasn't now. Let's go, he said, and Cyndaquil chid his agreement. XXX. Route 29 yawned before him. New Bark Town ended quickly and impressively, the fine-trimmed flower beds cut off as massive rushes and trees filled their place. A single fence ran the length of the final house, impeccably white and well-kept, but beyond that was, well, Johto. It even looked different, the trees with honeygold bark instead of dark brown and the leaves brighter. Wildflowers, vastly different from the collusion. Roses the town had had, dotted the path, tall grass sprouting between, and a massive stretch of blue sky echoed overhead. Ash pulled the straps of his bag closer over his shoulders, the weight having gotten almost familiar, though frustratingly heavy, even in the simple walk through the town. Cyndaquil reared up, sniffing at the forest. His gray eyes were nothing but determined. The teleportation to New Bark had been a baby step, if that was how he wanted to put it, but this was how it all began. Him and Cyndaquil, stepping out into Johto for the first time for both of them, the first page in becoming champions. "Here's to our start," he offered. Cyndaquil hissed. With that, they entered the forest of Route XXX. Ash yawned wide enough he felt like he was going to snap his jaw in half, rubbing at the corners of his eyes. Cyndaquil snorted. "You're just as tired as me," he said, swallowing another yawn. "Don't pretend like you're not." The fire type hissed at him, turning away, but he'd been stumbling for the past hour and only faint wisps of smoke actually escaped his back. Ash hadn't battled anyone on their first day traveling, no matter how much it pulled at him, and even then Cyndaquil had hardly managed to make it the final stretch. Both of their endurances needed to be trained. "We'll just rest today, instead of training," he decided, though he could practically hear Gary's mocking laugh in his head. Ash gave another glance around the clearing they'd found. It wasn't large, only a few dozen feet off Route 29, but it would be plenty for the two of them. His bag thudded heavily against the ground as he slung it off, shoulders aching freely once the weight was gone. "Do you have enough to light a fire?" Cyndaquil narrowed his eyes and sked in a breath, his back flaring up a few weak inches. It died almost immediately, and the fire type looked even more tired after, but sheer determination would probably keep him going. Typhlosion were immensely powerful Pokémon, but their base form had many problems with their own fire, unlike the Charmander line, which had a constant flame. A Cyndaquil's fire was directly correlated to how much energy they had. Alongside oxygen, as the spots on their back were directly connected to their lungs, but energy was the spark they needed. Ash was going to have to train him on endurance first, just to make sure he could stay in with battles. It wouldn't be easy, given as it wasn't nearly as simple as training new moves. But they both needed Cyndaquil to be able to fight with his fire. The tightness in his legs came back full force as he padded around the clearing, picking up sticks for a fire. Cyndaquil watched him, seemingly trying to understand what he was doing, before understanding and heading to the middle of the clearing. He narrowed his eyes, unsheathing his claws, and started trying to dig a fire pit in the middle. More than a surprise, the proposed breeder knew what it was, but he imagined Cyndaquil had also been instructed by Professor Oak about being a starter. "Thanks," he offered. Cyndaquil made his odd chirping sound. With a grunt, he dumped the sticks into the hole, Cyndaquil skittering backward in time. The fire type perked up at the sight of dry wood and wriggled into the mix of it, diving through the branches like they were water and ending up at the center. His gray eyes closed and then dry heat raced out, smoke trickling upward, and the branches caught. Cyndaquil immediately jumped out of the pile, shaking off a few embers before they could burn him. Ash grinned. He couldn't wait for Quilava's fireproof fur, and sat by the fire, stretching out his hands. The flames took a few moments to spread throughout, but then it was crackling merrily, bright against the rising dark. Unable to fight back another yawn, Ash used the movement to lean back and snag his bag, pulling it closer. Even that motion sent lines of pain up his legs that 10 hours of traveling had done, and he winced as he opened it up. Cyndaquil perked up as Ash pulled out the paper bag, sliding closer. Being near a fire seemed to help his exhaustion, his movements less stiff, and his back popped with an errant ember as Ash offered him a poffin. Melted berries wrapped in a thin layer of bread, surprisingly easy to make, and incredibly delicious. "It's better warm," he said, handing it over. Cyndaquil paused halfway through the motion of biting down, seemingly weighing his options, before hissing and rearing back. Stretching out his forearms, he exhaled a puff of pure heat, the fire surging with life as the aftershock hit it. He immediately tore in with a pleased hiss. Ash smiled, peeling the wrapping off his own sandwich and digging it. He couldn't even place what kind of sandwich it was. Beyond delicious, he was mostly done before he even realized. "We can't get used to this," he said half-heartedly. "It'll be trainer meals and poke food tomorrow, you know." Cyndaquil tore into his puffin with more enthusiasm. He polished off the last bite and sighed, folding up the wrapping and sliding it into a random pouch. There'd be time to clean it up tomorrow, but tonight, when he was still trying to stretch lumps out of his legs and his eyelids were heavier than they'd ever been, wasn't the time. The fire type hissed as he stared at his empty paws, and Ash couldn't help a smile. "I can buy you some more in Cherry Grove." Cyndaquil perked back up, pinning his head to the side. "Cherry Grove?" His eyes burned with fire. Ash shrugged. "No gym there, unfortunately. But they've got a shoreline. I think we could train you up again. Krabby and Tentacle are good water types for you to fight now." He leaned back against his bag, staring up at the sky. The stars were much brighter in Johto, without all the pollution Kanto was unfortunately known for. They gleamed like a million suns in the sky, hazy shades of purple and blue stretching between them. He hardly needed the moon. "Our first gym is in Violet, Faulkner, who trains flying types. It depends on whether we catch another teammate, but we're probably fighting his Pidgeotto or Hoot Hoot." He frowned. "I don't know whether we'll find anyone else, though." Cyndaquil chid at him. I don't want just any Pokemon, I guess. You and I, we're fighters. I know you and I are going to get to champion, or we'll just keep fighting, and I want the others on our team to be like that. Determined." He smiled at the stars. "We need that spark." The fire type nodded, back flaring into a few wreaths of flames. He hissed at the sky, breathing a plume of smoke. Ash blinked. He'd been caught up in his thoughts of journeys and Ethan and Champion, and hadn't even finished the first day preparations he'd been thinking of for so many years. "Cyndaquil." He glanced over, falling back to all fours. "Would you like a nickname?" Cyndaquil blinked, a bit of smoke escaping his nose. The fire type thought it over, pinning his head to the side, and eventually chid. Ash grinned, thinking through the list he had made when he was younger. He hadn't expected a fire type as his first friend, but every aspiring trainer dreamed of one. "Blaze." Cyndaquil snorted, and Ash flushed. "Right, that's your ability, Flare." "Scorch." "Ignite?" He shook his head for all of them. Ash frowned, running through a few more: Torch, Char, Arson, but none of them fit for the fire type. Cyndaquil was looking less and less pleased by the idea with every passing second, half turning back to the fire. Ash stopped, and really looked at his friend. He was full of determination, willing to give up on a journey for another year if Ash wasn't the trainer he wanted, and though he and Ash weren't close yet, he could see their potential together. The battle with Gary had shown him his strength, as well as his ingenuity. Cyndaquil would be a powerhouse. And he would be, if Ash had anything to say about. He'd made a promise, both to the fire type and to himself. They were going to become champions. Raise. Cyndaquil glanced at him. "It means to burn to the ground." Ash paused, watching the campfire flicker through their clearing. He imagined himself, older, next to a blistering Typhlosion. He imagined Ethan, behind him. He imagined an immeasurably powerful team. He imagined the champion's throne. "Together, we're going to destroy the conference." Ray's eyes gleamed. The Magikarp swam a bit closer, large eyes staring balefully up at him. Ash took a step back and flicked a piece of bread in, rolling another between his fingers. The orange fish snapped up the piece of bread and disappeared back into the school. Ash grinned, inching forward until his boots nearly brushed the water's edge. He'd been baiting the water, tossing in bits of cheap bread Cherry Grove sold by the dozen in the bakeries scattered around its entrance as a welcoming location for tourists, and almost immediately Magikarp had swarmed to attention. They were still hesitant, which made sense, as many trainers tried fishing up Pokemon here and they would be the first caught, but he wasn't here to hurt them. Magikarp were the bottom of the food chain, when they gathered, other Pokémon would follow. He tossed in another few chunks, although he was starting to make a dent in his stash, and they were immediately snapped up. The Magikarp swam closer, tails flicking against the surface of the water, their wide eyes bright against the water. Rays inched closer next to him, gray eyes narrowed, steam still drifted off of his back, trailing off into the distance. The last Psyduck had gotten off a quick water gun before fully emerging from the water, leaving him no room to dodge. Quick attack and swipes of his claws had dealt with it, but he was still furiously trying to evaporate what water remained. A Magikarp disappeared deeper under the water as the Cyndaquil approached, but Ash tempted them back up with more bread. Back up, he snorted, nudging Rays back from where he tried to swipe at one of the Magikarp. Rays chid his innocence, tracking another tossed piece of bread with scary precision. He'd thoroughly enjoyed himself on the few Krabby to show up, most of them being far too slow out of water to try and hit him but too bulky for his attacks to do much. Though his embers only splashed off their carapace, he'd managed to wedge his claws under their shell until they flopped over and Ash had to chase him off. Psyduck were more tricky, while they weren't physically faster, their attacks were, and he got hit just as often as he beat them. But no matter how many times he got hit, or pinched, or swatted, he didn't get mad. Oh, he snarled and hissed and flared up, but his gray eyes gleamed every time he was hurt and his vigor only increased. It was the easy battles, the Krabby that couldn't land a hit before he got his claws in them or the Psyduck that only glanced bemusedly around, that got him upset. He wanted real fights. Not the ones he could win with a backward ember and narrowing of his eyes, and most of the wild Pokémon in the shallow, protected cove could only offer that. They'd been traveling for only 3 days at this point, Route 29 being called short in polite terms, and already the Cyndaquil had found the challenge lacking. A Magikarp peeked up over the edge of the water, eyes narrowed suspiciously at him but mouth open. Ash obliged and chucked a piece high. The fish actually jumped out of the water, wriggling, to snag the piece before falling back down. The school swarmed in immediately to see if it had dropped the bread, then glared at him with baleful eyes. Surely that had to have gotten someone powerful's attention. Rays needed a challenge. Watch this. He offered, tossing a piece of bread up. The Cyndaquil immediately perked up, only to hiss as Ash managed to bounce it off his elbow twice before swatting it into the water. He turned away, scratching idly at the ground. Ah, you shush, Ash snorted. It's precision training. Hand-eye coordination. Or would you be paw-eye coordination? The Cyndaquil made a show of yawning, smoke trickling down his back. You certainly need it. Rays hissed, spinning back to him. Ash grinned, I'm not wrong, and you know it. Your aim is terrible. The fire type narrowed his eyes. How about this, Ash hummed, breaking off a larger piece of bread. You hit your first 3 embers on the next Pokémon you fight. And you can have another slice. Rays seemed both annoyed and intrigued. The last piece of bread they tried had gotten stuck in his fangs, but Ash had challenged him, and he never turned one down. He grinned, turning back to the cove, and Rays padded back up to his position right on the water's edge. More Magikarp swam closer, a mass of brilliant red right beneath the surface of the water. Ash entertained himself by trying to make a picture with the tossed bread, Rays puffing thin streams of smoke to filter over the cove's surface. They'd been fishing for most of their time in Cherry Grove, mid-afternoon fading away in streaks of gold-red light, and Ray's fire wasn't what it had been at when they'd first started. Both had been trying, but endurance exercises were far from easy, and neither of them had made much progress. Rays chid, sheathing his claws for the second it took to fall back to all fours, sniffing at the water. His gray eyes narrowed. On their left, near the shore of the cove, something surfaced. Ash glanced over and froze, a blue-domed head, not much larger than Ray's, covered in scales. Twin red eyes peered curiously at him from out of the water, the slight ridge of a snout only a few inches in front. He didn't have to be from Johto to recognize a Totodile. Something about him, maybe he'd inhaled, or jerked, pulled Ray's eyes where he'd been looking, and the Cyndaquil immediately flared up at the sight of a challenger, rearing right back to his back paws and unsheathing his claws. The Totodile sunk an inch lower but still swam curiously forward, the tip of its tail flashing over the surface of the water. It had to be someone's Pokémon. There was no chance a Totodile could have made residence in such a small cove and not have been captured immediately. Rays stalked forward until he was at the very edge of the water, as deep of a growl as he could make bubbling in his throat. It was only Ash rising carefully to his feet that let him see someone coming through the thicket of trees to his left. Taller than him, but not by much, and with a shock of bright red hair down to his chin. He looked roughly Ash's age, a trainer's belt around his waist and a pokeball gleaming against his navy shirt. "You're in my spot." Ash blinked. The Totodile made a low-pitched chirping sound and pulled itself fully out of the water, revealing sharp red spikes sprawling down its back and a proportionally massive jaw. Rays hissed, cape sparking to immediate life, but the water type hardly seemed to notice him as it carefully walked to its trainer. The Cyndaquil's eyes narrowed to slits. "Sorry," Ash offered, more as a way to fill the silence. Totodile had, purposely, turned away from Rays, picking at the spike on the end of its tail. Ash could feel dry heat lash against his legs as Rays flared higher. It seemed plenty powerful enough, going off of muscle size and how comfortable it was on land. "You want to battle?" The trainer glanced at him, one eyebrow raised. Why could everyone do that but him, before staring at Rays? The fire type hissed, cape flaring to nearly 2 feet off his back. Ash tried to furtively lean away. As a Cyndaquil, Rays couldn't quite control his heat output, and it showed. "There doesn't need to be a bet, if you want. It looks like it'd be a good fight." The water type visibly perked up, letting its tail drop. Its trainer glanced at it again before shrugging, turning back to Ash. "Your funeral." Ash couldn't help but grin. It was already shaping up to be a better battle than the trainers of Route 29, who had been mostly armed with Pidgey and Rattata, and he knew Rays could feel it too. "There's a good clearing a ways back." He shrugged his bag on as he passed it, Rays trailing behind to never so much as glance away from Totodile. The cove had clearly been maintained with trainers in mind, and only a bit off the path was a wide expanse of dirt, the cove humming serenely off to one side. Rays immediately hopped over the short barrier and dropped to all fours, wreaths of gold spilling off his back. Totodile didn't seem impressed. "I'm Ash," he called over the field, taking his spot. "You." The other trainer blinked at him, halfway through pulling his bangs out of his face. There was a pause. "Silver," he said back, before promptly ignoring him. "Well then." The redhead was at least politer than the guide at the entrance of Cherrygrove that had tried to demand a fee for showing them where the Pokémon Center was. Ash carefully set his bag down by his feet, setting the leftover bread on top, and turned to Rays. The Cyndaquil snarled, claws digging into the soil. When he was on all fours, Totodile towered over him, and that only seemed to make him glow brighter. "Physical fighter," Ash mumbled, trying to only reach Ray's sensitive ears. "Focus on keeping your flames up, that'll punish it for getting close," but those teeth hit hard. "Aim for the mouth." Rays snarled. "Water gun." Silver barked, and Totodile sprang into action. Its massive jaw popped open and spat a stream of water, larger and faster than any others they'd faced today, but it was still a water gun. Rays dropped flat to his stomach and rolled, flames snuffing out against the coarse dirt, and popped up a few feet to the side. He snarled, cape reigniting with a hiss. "Ember." Totodile opened its mouth to continue with Silver's command and Rays struck. His fireballs were still wild and unaimed, but the water type flinched back as two peppered the inside of its mouth. It hissed, front fangs charred, it slammed its tail into the ground and lunged forward. Rays tried to duck under, but Totodile's claws caught him across the chest, pale cream fur tearing easily off. Ash winced and opened his mouth, fumbling for the right command. He spat a point-blank ember into the water type's face. Totodile squeaked, snapping blindly forward. Rays managed to drop low enough to rake his claws on the underside of Totodile's jaw. His were hardly as sharp as the water types and glanced off, so Rays took the next best step and flared up. Flames burned off his shoulders and lashed at Totodile's scales. It squeaked and stumbled back, fangs flashing. Silver clicked his fingers. Water gun. What must have been weeks of training took over immediately. With its eyes still pinned shut, Totodile immediately cranked open its jaws and spat a verifiable wave of water. Rays had no chance of dodging being that close and took the hit straight. He squeaked, flames extinguishing with a hiss, and landed flat on his back. He struggled to his feet, mud dripping off his fur. Ash cursed. There wasn't a chance he could use any fire attacks with his back covered. Quick attack, circle it. You'll have to go for its jaw. Silver snorted. Rays snarled, trying to shake himself. The mud started to slide off, but even with his thin fur, it would take too long. He unsheathed his claws and dropped to all fours, blitzing to the left to dodge another water gun. Totodile's eyes were still squeezed shut, burns peppered over its face, but it was spinning slowly in place. With every click of Silver's fingers, it fired another water gun. He needed to try that, but it was limiting itself from its physical prowess, where its true strength lay. Rays was limited to physical instead of ranged. Ash narrowed his eyes. Now. Rays sprung forward and Totodile spun too slow. He clawed his way over the water type's back before sprinting away, mud pulling at his paws. Totodile kept firing water guns, blindly following its trainer's instructions, and they were losing any semblance of a dry field. His mind raced. Rays stumbled as he sank too deep into a pocket of mud and the end of a water gun splattered over his fur, prompting a yowl. Totodile spun to directly face him, focused, and opened its jaw. Rays, mud. The Cyndaquil hesitated for only a moment before reaching down and grabbing two pawfuls of mud, only able to hold a small amount, and threw them. Totodile choked, half the mud splattering over its throat. It stumbled back, water gun splashing out from between its fangs, and Rays dug his claws in as best he could and charged. His skull met Totodile's scaled chest with a resounding thud. Both Pokémon flew back. Totodile landed awkwardly on its back and thrashed for only a moment while Rays slid back on his stomach, fur drenched in brown, but the Cyndaquil rose to his paws a second later, gray eyes burning. The water type slumped over. Ash broke out in a grin. That had been the closest battle he could have imagined, and they'd still snagged it. Rays, that was great. The Cyndaquil huffed at him, managing to stumble his way out of the completely mud field and onto stable land. He shook violently, digging his claws into the dirt, and barely managed to get any off. Ash snorted. Silver recalled Totodile, face blank, and slipped the Pokeball back onto his waist. You beat me. Ash blinked. Ah, sorry for focusing on the eyes, shouldn't have done much more than irritate the scales, we're still working on his aim. Rays hissed, still miserably clawing at the mud over his back. You beat me. There was something odd in his voice. Ash turned to face him. Silver ran a hand over his Pokeball, he only had the one, strangely enough, and frowned across the field at him. His red hair had tumbled back to fall over his face. Next time you won't get the chance. Ash blinked, but before he could react, the other trainer had turned on his heel, marching, not towards Cherrygrove, but back to the cove, to the thicket of trees he'd emerged from. The navy blue outfit he wore disguised him among the dappled leaves in seconds, despite his fire-red hair. Rays hissed at the silence. He could think about it later. For now, Ash dropped to his knees and shuffled over to his friend, gently pulling down his claws. He scrubbed at the dirt over his eyes, managing to pull off a few chunks. The Cyndaquil whined. Ash held back a snort. Though he knew why Rays was so off-put by it, that didn't mean it wasn't funny. Like this, there was no way he could summon any flames, his main form of power. There's no way we can get that all off without jumping in the cove before it dries. Rays immediately hissed, so do you want to go back to the Pokemon Center? The Cyndaquil swiveled his head around to look at his back, still caked in mud. He hissed. Ash chuckled, palming his Pokeball. But you beat a Totodile, bud, as a fire type. Most grass types can't even say that. Ray's did perk up, barely indistinguishable from the ground as he was. He managed to cough a plume of pale smoke in the air, immediately sagging afterwards, and chid. Ash snorted. Let's get you cleaned up. Triple X. Ray's hissed, pointing at a bag of dry food. The design was bright red and gold, little flames etched on the biodegradable cover, and it looked alright. Ash frowned, checking his list again. Cyndaquil didn't need anything special diet-wise compared to other fire types, but that still meant a glance on his Pokegear had given him over 20 different recommended brands. The words seemed to swim on the screen. The cashier, Era, if her name tag was correct, balanced her chin on her palms. First-time trainer shopping, huh? A bit, he admitted. It's a lot easier when you just order the league's starting trainer kit. She chuckled, stepping around her counter and heading towards him. Cherry Grove Suppliers wasn't too busy this early in the morning, only a man browsing the leashes in a corner, and she quickly helped him scan the row of dry food. Pokebite is probably your best bet, she offered, pointing out the fire-type version of their food. Good and reliable, they've been around for decades, and have always brought in good ratings. Gets pretty expensive for larger mons, but a Cyndaquil should be no problem. Ray's narrowed his eyes. Ash hefted the bag off the shelf, weighing it in one arm, a bit heavy, but doable. And Ray's was small, despite the Cyndaquil's vehement disagreement, and a bag like this would last them all the way to Violet. He still had a few bags of generic Pokemon food, just heavy on protein and fat instead of anything specific to breeds or typing, and Cherry Grove to Violet should only take a week or two. Thanks. She smiled at him. No problem. That's all you're getting. Ash glanced back at Ray's, who had stopped to sniff at another row of shelves, but the Cyndaquil turned to trot back up to him. They didn't need much, with only each other, and Ash had grabbed the standard trainer meals and a few towels as soon as he'd walked in. Just these. She hummed, stepping back around the counter to ring him up. He swiped his Pokegear under the scanner and winced as the numbers rolled down. There hadn't been enough trainers on the route to Cherry Grove to cover this, but he hoped for more around Violet. Official gyms tended to attract trainers like honey. Ray's helped hold his bag open as he unceremoniously dumped everything inside. He'd organize it when they stopped for training, and led the way back outside. Cherry Grove gleamed like a rainbow in the early morning. Johto's habit of coloring their roofs made everything look more exciting, new. He stretched, early sunlight warming through his muscles, and set down the center path. Violet's only a week away, he offered, sidestepping a sunbathing Meowth. The feline glared at him through one squinted eye. But right now, you still only know 3 moves. Your aim is getting better, but Faulkner trains flying types, we're going to need more to take him down. Ray's perked up as Ash pulled out his Pokegear, clicking on the page he'd tabbed last night. Flame Charge, it should be a good starting point, because it's one of the easiest moves for the Cyndaquil line to learn. You're supposed to pull the fire from your back to all over you, either to protect against other mons or to charge in and burn someone. Let's get it down by Violet. The Cyndaquil snarled his agreement. I know it's a physical move, but it's not about pure power, he said, mind racing. It's more about precision. We can train it to be like that. I know other trainers like to use it as a way to just amplify a tackle with the speed boost, but we're more than that. He frowned. You're not like a Tyranitar. Your firepower is your greatest strength. This move is more about controlling your flames, using them instead of just power dash. Ray's nudged his leg. Ash blinked, then glanced around. Ah. The fire type hissed, eyes narrowed. Yeah, that wasn't really about training, was it? The Cyndaquil stared at him. He sighed, shuffling off to sit down on an exposed ledge near a house. The Cyndaquil padded over, embers crackling. Yeah, I know. He exhaled, leaning back. Ethan is a strong trainer. There's no way he could have gotten second in the Indigo Conference if he wasn't. He reached out, rubbing his hand over Ray's head. The Cyndaquil chid, eyes still fixed on him. But his team, he focuses on strength. He's got so much of it, but that's not everything. We're going our own way. We'll be better than him. Ray still looked a bit hesitant, nosing at his leg. Ash stayed there for another moment, forcing a smile to build back over his face. This was his journey. He wouldn't let Ethan be his driving force. He grinned, the feeling natural, and stood back up. Rays barked at him, back immediately flaring back up. Flame charge, he said, and the fire type nodded. Cherry Grove was a thin city and they'd reached the edge of the town as Ash shook away his thoughts, the wild, grass-filled plains surrounding southern Johto sprawling before them. They'd have to be careful with Ray's fire in an environment like this, but in a region where massive herds of wild Ponyta ran free, the grass had evolved to be mostly resistant. Still better to keep an eye on it, though. Ash hiked his bag higher up on his shoulders, Rays dropping to all fours beside him. Cherry Grove hadn't been much of a city, rather small and self-contained, but even that glimpse into Johto had been wonderful. Everything was different but also similar, and he could see the wide expanse of Indigo in its entirety. This was what they were fighting for. Their own way. Violet in a week, he promised, Rays hissing cheerfully, and they stepped forward. XXX. Hold it. Ash shouted, taking another step back. Just a second longer. Rays snarled, flames dripping like water over his form, but dug his claws into the dirt and stayed. The fire over his back had spread up, curling between his eyes, and more draped off his sides and paws. It flared brighter, like a miniature sun in the dark, before Rays slumped and it dissipated into sparks. Ash exhaled, shaking spots out of his eyes, that was their longest yet. For days into traveling to Violet, and they'd finally started to make real progress on flame charge. He sat down next to Rays, the Cyndaquil hissing in frustration at his trembling limbs. Smoke was drifting off his fur. Ash frowned, reaching forward to lightly brush at his friend's head. The blue fur, normally thin and sleek, was spiked and rough to the touch, the faint smell of burning hair drifted through their clearing. His excitement faded. Rays struggled with flame charge because of oxygen intake, all of his flames were fueled by his lungs, and for a Pokémon whose largest flame attack had been Ember before, the amount it needed was taxing. But he didn't look like he could fully pull his flames off of his fur. The Cyndaquil line was remarkably psychic, not as much as Delphox or Ninetales, of course, and they couldn't use much or any psychic attacks, but they used internal psychic prowess to control their own flames. Rays just wasn't at that level yet, and he didn't have the fireproof fur his evolutions did to cover for it. Rays pushed himself onto his hind paws through sheer determination, still greedily inhaling as his back flickered lightly. He rubbed his paws over his fur, bits and pieces flaking off at the touch, and his eyes burned with frustration. Still too close to your fur, Ash groaned, leaning back. He really thought they'd been making good progress, they had, really, but just not enough of what either of them wanted. Rays snarled, clawing at the ground. They'd stopped traveling as night fell, the grassfields whistling beneath the dusky sky, and already the moon was fully high. You're able to hold it well though, is that getting easier? Rays hissed, barely acknowledging his words. He didn't seem the type that could focus on any sort of success while there were still present failures. Ash sighed and fully laid against the ground. It was warm under his back, even the Cyndaquil's mere presence making the blades of springgrass heat up, and he glared at the sky as he tried to think up ideas. It's not that you're not trying, you're trying harder than I've ever seen, but it's something about keeping it close to you. All the psychic powers you're going to develop are internal, even as a Typhlosion, so maybe that's why. There's a certain range to where you can move your flames, and right now, you're only able to control the layer right against your fur, while everything else drifts away unless you bring it closer. Ash frowned, pulling himself back up into a sitting position. But then how are Cyndaquil supposed to learn flame charge, if they constantly burn themselves? Unless Both him and Rays got it at the same time. Fire manipulation, Ash said, and felt his excitement reignite. Okay. So right now, you've got very little psychic prowess, and you're not going to unlock everything you can use until you evolve and your brain has more room to grow, but that doesn't mean you're limited. If we can get you to work on expanding your control, trying to push out the boundaries of where you can control your flames, that could eventually mean you could control your flames from anywhere once you evolve. Rays breathed a silent tongue of flame, watching it closely. The Cyndaquil waved his claws a bit, eyes narrowed, but that didn't do anything. The fire drifted away from him, extinguishing into the night sky. Flame charge, the Cyndaquil we saw dash, he fumbled at his poke gear, pulling up the tabbed video, kept it all within a few inches of its fur, and it didn't look like it was being burned. So it was able to both manipulate the fire, to spread over its entire body instead of just its back, but also to keep a space between itself and the fire. That's beyond basic in terms of psychic powers, but that's something, and the Cyndaquil didn't look much older than you. Rays reared up, flames spilling down his shoulders. He chid, eyes impossibly bright, and Ash felt himself match it. New strategy. I want you to make a flame, just a little ember, and see how high you can float it off your claws. Ash dutifully scooched back when Rays jerked his head, the fires on his back dimming as he gathered the power in his throat. The Cyndaquil hissed, smoke trickling through his nose, before spitting a tiny ember, the spark made to shoot forward before he cupped it in his claws, almost cradling it. It stayed there for a second, fed off of nothing but his energy, before it slowly drifted up an inch, Rays rigid with effort, and stayed there. Oh, Ash breathed, watching the flame dance in Rays' gray eyes. We can use this. XXX. Violet City. The years of research he'd done on Johto kept flashing through his mind, as they had been for the past days, but it was still different compared to seeing the massive entrance gates stark against the route, wrought iron curling together like vines, the tops extending as massive bird perches, and Violet City written in both languages of Johto. One of the largest cities in Johto, home of a true, official gym, considered the ultimate bond between grass and flying, and he was finally here. Ash grinned and stepped forward. Rays was padding a bit awkwardly on his hind legs, nose raised and sniffing constantly. He hardly seemed to be able to stop, the influx of new smells probably all he could concentrate on. It was odd to see the prideful fire type so entirely focused on something other than battling. He could relate. For once, the endless thoughts of training were flung out of his head in face of this new, everything was so very different from Pallet Town, or even the snippets he'd seen of New Bark in Cherry Grove. His books had told him about bits and pieces of Violet's history, how they had found peace uniting grass and flying under the same city without more deaths, and he could practically see it everywhere. Every house, with their sloped, redwood roofs, had massive perches extending from their ledges. Gardens sprawled in front and behind, little pops of the brilliant orange-red pyrosas that were one of the few flowers that bloomed this early in spring. The cobbled streets, though clearly kept up and new, could barely hold back the tidal waves of bushes and flowers and golden grass desperate to take over everything. And the Pokémon. One house had nearly an entire flock of Nata resting on it, tiny ball of green chirping to each other in their high-pitched voices, nearly 4 to a single perch. A toddling Budew poked out from beneath a wide-leafed bush, trilling to an oddish lazily pulling itself out a section of grass. 3 Pidgeotto swirled overhead, gales from their wings tugging at the brim of his hat. And everyone walked around like it was completely normal to see this much life without worrying about a misaimed confusion or too strong of a whirlwind. All of his research had told him that Johto had a much stronger bond with their wild Pokémon than Kanto, even if their technology was lesser, but all the books in the world couldn't have prepared him for this. Ash felt a bit like his face was about to split in half. Rays hissed at him, back flaring with the crackle of embers. Ash blinked but glanced down, feeling a mareepish grin flash over his face. Sorry. The Cyndaquil huffed a plume of smoke at him, but his gray eyes were just as caught up in the town as he was. His claws were fully sheathed and his cape was barely active, a few tongues of gold escaping from his shoulders. He shook his head, trying to focus. They'd made it to Violet late afternoon at best, and they'd both decided on challenging Faulkner refreshed and early. But that didn't mean that there weren't other things to do in Violet. You want to hit the Sprout Tower? Rays immediately perked up, staring towards the city. His little fangs flashed in the light. Dead set ahead of them, rising like a mountain in the midst of the rather short buildings, was the Sprout Tower. Ash grinned, took that as a yes, and started for it. The tower was the culmination of the bond between flying and grass, built to model the Bellsprout and their flexibility, what with the constantly moving spine that supported the entire building, but also a tower to give a roost to all flying types in the area. Food was constantly supplied on the roof and the base, to support both types. Mew, why hadn't Gary come here? He loved this sort of thing. Rays dropped back to all fours and chid at him, immediately pacing forward. A few passers-by glanced at the sparking fire type, a young girl chattering excitedly to her father as she pointed. Ash grinned and trotted forward to keep up, tracking the tower as they both headed for it. 3 floors, 3 stages of the challenge. They'd see how high they could get. The city had nothing but the tower in terms of height, and so it sprawled instead, and nearly an hour had passed by the time Ash and Rays stood at the base. It was even more incredible close-up, easily 100 feet straight up, the exterior wrapped in the same honeygold wood as the trees, and with 3 distinct roofs sloping out. He could barely make out a hint of the suet cage he knew was on top, the rest covered in feathery masses he could only guess the species of from this far down. More than a dozen Bellsprout dozed in the bushes by the base. And then there was someone kneeling beside a younger boy, speaking cheerfully and with a wide smile beneath his well-tousled blue hair. On his back, right at his shoulder blades, 2 blue wing insignias were embroidered into the fabric. Faulkner. The gym leader of Violet City was carefully inspecting the avian perched on his fist, the Pidgey staring up at him with curious black eyes. It spread its wings when prompted, and Faulkner cooed appropriately over the bird as he inspected it. It chirped proudly. "She's a beauty," the leader said, rising back to his full height, though he was careful to keep the Pidgey stable. "Your parents found you an incredible friend, her wings are well developed and she's a perfect weight. You want to work with Cyanwood Shipping, right?" The boy nodded, a grin sprawled over his face. His Pidgey chirped and took off of Faulkner's hand, circling once overhead before landing back on her trainer's shoulder. "You both'll do great there, but keep up her diet. It's easy for birds to get too much sodium on the sea, and not enough fiber." "Of course." The Pidgey chirped her agreement. "I've got a plan. My uncle on the ship has a Fiero, and he's gonna tell me how to feed flying types on the sea." Faulkner smiled. "That'd be glorious. If you keep up with light training, you could get a Pidgeotto in a year, and a Pidgeot on a ship is a mighty sight." The boy beamed at him like a small sun before speeding off, his Pidgey taking off his shoulder to soar overhead. Faulkner stretched his arms above his head and yawned, though it was already well past noon, and padded back towards the Sprout Tower. Ash blinked. In the time he'd spent listening, eavesdropping, Rays had already arrived at the entrance and looked ready to fight the tower itself. Swallowing a yelp, he trotted after his friend, narrowly skipping past a pedestrian in time to see the Cyndaquil flare up, already reared, and hiss at Faulkner. Ash skidded to a stop a second later, throwing as unworried a grin on his face as he could muster. To his credit, Faulkner barely seemed fazed by the crackling fire type, eyebrows raised curiously but face still open. "It's normally the trainer that asks for a battle, but I've always liked breaks in tradition." Rays hissed louder, and Ash barely fought back the desire to sigh very, very deeply. It wasn't like he could apologize for the Cyndaquil not normally being like this, "Sorry sir," when it was Ray's default setting. He settled for matching his starter. "Can we challenge the Sprout Tower?" Faulkner tried to hide a grimace with a smile but failed, and laughed it off after another second. "Sorry Challenger, but the tower's going quiet for a day or two. Someone decided to fight His Highness, and he's still up a fuss about it." Ash frowned. "His Highness?" Faulkner blinked, gave him a once-over, and rubbed the back of his neck with a grin. It made him look surprisingly young, though Ash knew he was only 5 years older. "Ah, sorry, you're a gym challenger, too used to violet goers. His Highness, or Old BSTRD, depending on who you ask, is a member of my original team who lost the flair for gym battling and took up roost on Sprout Tower. Helps keep watch over the city and does a decent job, but can't stand any others of his species on the tower. Throws up a ruckus every time someone tries to sneak up there, and he never calms down quickly." Raze perked up, craning back to stare up the tower as if the flying type would emerge. His back crackled with errant sparks. Ash felt himself grinning despite the problem. A member of Faulkner's original team had to be a beast. "What kind of Pokemon is he?" "A Skarmory," Faulkner said proudly. "My third Pokemon, took me nearly a week just to find him and more to catch him. That pride of his got me through a lot of battles, but it's less than helpful now. If any other Skarmory tries to roost on the tower, he takes it as a personal offense. And Skarmory love flying enough they eventually grew wings, so this kind of thing happens more often than I'd like." Ash blinked. They didn't originally have wings. He could have sworn Faulkner's eyes gleamed. "There's a reason so few steel types fly, kiddo. Skarmory had to earn it. They started off shaped like Dodrio, actually, long legs and stubby wings used only for manipulating air currents. But they've always loved the idea of flight, was practically coded in time. So over time, through struggling and more than a few centuries, a few Skarmory were born with larger wings, and that strain now covers the entire world. They've still got longer legs than most flying types, and even with hollow wings, they'll struggle getting off the ground with their weight, which is why they love to roost on the tower. Highest point in or around Violet, so it's the easiest to fly off, but Highness doesn't let a single one up there. Some try, sure, but he kicks them off pretty easily." Faulkner craned his neck back, glancing at the tower's peak. "Today's challenger lasted a bit longer than normal, but Highness is a trained Pokemon that was a cornerstone of mine for years. No chance, at the end of the day. He'll never kill them, but they don't tend to re-challenge him after that." Even Raze was SCKED into the explanation, eyes bright. Ash took a few steps back to try and see to the top of the tower, but even then he could only see the glint of reflected metal off of the suet cage. "Unless it was the massive wings of a Skarmory, how do the challenges go?" Faulkner tilted his hand back and forth. "Well, one-sidedly, but Skarmory are tanks in the air, and with their weight, it takes more than just some disrupted air currents to throw them off. So normally he'll take off and slam them with a steel wing or two, something light, until they're out of his airspace. In a real Skarmory battle, he'd have to distract them with anything, launching feathers, elemental winds, even twisters, for just long enough to get into position for a dive bomb." A grin flashed over his face. "You've never seen a flying type until you've seen a Skarmory fall. They don't need any sort of propulsion. Just have to get high enough, tuck their wings, and let the weight of their armor do the rest. Absolutely devastating. He always ended my battles the quickest." Raze glanced at the sky as if he could see a Skarmory charging in. Ash felt his own grin spread over his face. Now that sounded like an attack. Skarmory were absolute beasts, if all the research he'd done on Johto had anything to say, and their armor gave them an edge most flying types didn't have. And for one to fight an old cornerstone of a gym leader's team. Where'd the challenger go? If it was possible, Faulkner's face lit up more. "Are you looking to add a Skarmory to your team?" Ash glanced at Raze. It was both of their decisions, not just his, and found the Cyndaquil fully flared and reared. He made his odd chirping sound, no doubt in his gray eyes. Faulkner's stories had convinced him. Even if the Pokemon didn't end up being a good fit for their team, both of them wanted to see it anyway. "Yeah, we do." Faulkner grinned. "Well then. Skarmory can be annoyingly difficult to train, no evolution means slower growth, and when every part of their body is a living weapon it gets a mite dangerous to give them a hug, but they'll do you right. Powerful, powerful Pokemon. As for where they went, that's the easy part." He took a few steps away from them, raising a hand to his mouth. Curling 2 fingers into a circle, he stuck it past his teeth and whistled. Ash swallowed a yelp and slapped his hands against his ears. Even then the sound reverberated through his skull, high-pitched and shrieking. Judging from the heat flaring against his calves, Ray's hadn't enjoyed it either. Right. Flying-type trainer. He probably should have expected that. Ash felt safe enough to uncover his ears, still wincing out a subtle ring, before blinking. A massive shadow passed overhead, bold enough to make Ray's back spark. It disappeared just as quickly as it came. Faulkner smiled. He glanced up. Enormous blood-red wings stretched over the sky, the gleam of pure silver between their edges. Talons larger than he would have thought normal were curled neatly beneath as the Skarmory dove, wings flared, and landed with a crack at Faulkner's side. The behemoth was easily a few feet taller than the gym leader himself, towering over Ash himself. His crest alone was nearly a foot alone. Dozens of dagger-sharp fangs glinted inside his steel maw, the silver sheaths over each of his feathers reflecting the sky like the sun itself, talons scoring massive lines into the dirt below. His Highness, a cornerstone of Faulkner's team, rumbled low enough Ash could feel the echo. He could have sworn his hair blew back. Faulkner grinned, a wide, carefree sort of expression, and rubbed at the plates around the Skarmory's jaw. He tilted his head up, allowing the gym leader better access to his throat, and slid back the silver sheath over his wings. With a haughtiness he wouldn't have thought possible in such a simple motion, Highness craned his neck down to stare at him, amber eyes dark. Ash forced himself not to take a step back. Nah, he's no challenger, Faulkner soothed, still rubbing at the joints between his armor plates. At least, not for you. Ray's hissed, rearing higher. The Skarmory looked nothing but amused. They're looking for the Skarmory from earlier, the one you're still throwing a tantrum over. Highness rumbled, wings flashing, but Faulkner just flicked him under the jaw. They want to catch it, Dumba dash. Faulkner glanced at Ash, idiot. Where'd it fly off to? The Skarmory rose to his full height, talons ripping gravel out of the ground, and glanced back up the tower. His eyes traced a path across the sky before he begrudgingly nodded towards a section of the trees. Faulkner grinned, giving him one final scratch. Thanks there. You can head on back up, I'll keep everyone away from the rest of the day. Take a rest. His Highness screeched without opening his mouth, a painful, reverberating sound, before flaring his wings. Faulkner took a step back with the ease of years to practice and the Skarmory pushed off the next second, a gale of wind extinguishing Ray's flames and nearly bowling Ash over. The next heartbeat, he was gone, the only sign of his presence the massive lines he'd scored into the ground. Faulkner grinned, shaking out the chaos in his hair, and flashed the thumbs up at Ash. Well, you heard him. Most Skarmory spend the next few days healing up in the forest, so if you follow where he pointed, it should be there. Don't assume it'll be too injured to fight, though. Steel types don't have the same pain receptors the rest of us do, and anyone willing to challenge His Highness has the stubbornness to match. If you approach it quietly, there's a chance you won't have to beat it into unconsciousness. His eyes gleamed. Have fun with that. Ray's picked himself back up, wreaths of red reigniting off his back. He hissed, gray eyes impossibly bright, and immediately turned to head towards the forest. Ash was less than a step behind. He heard a laugh from behind them. At the base of the tower, a path of laid stone bricks curled around it, different exits twining off in every direction. Over half led to the forest surrounding Violet, the wide honeygold trees neatly trimmed over the trails. Even in the afternoon light, everything gleamed. Ash felt his grin widen as they entered the forest, rays flaring a few inches higher to combat the overcast of the canopy. A Skarmory. He couldn't lie that he hadn't had a list of Pokemon he'd wanted for his team, never a Tyranitar, Ethan always lurking in the back of his mind, but it had been filled with the strong houses of Indigo and Hoenn. Hoennian Pokemon had started migrating over through their shared land border decades ago and had hardly given up now, and Indigo was brimming with wild and powerful Pokemon for him to catch. And he knew he'd just found one. Rays chid, sniffing more furiously at the air. His eyes were frustrated, and Ash could share the sentiment. Steel type, bud. They don't have much of a smell. As a Cyndaquil, his nose was his strongest sense, and it took him another second before begrudgingly dropping back to all fours. Ash grimaced, trying to glance through the canopy. Even if it had landed in one tree after the fight and stayed there, this was an entire forest full of them. Keep your ears sharp, he murmured, twisting his head from side to side. Skarmory have to preen their damaged feathers, and I doubt that's quiet. Raise hissed back, lowering his cape until it stopped crackling. The forest hummed with life around them, the gentle GGG of a lone ninjask echoing among the trees and the rustle of Rattata colonies deeper in the woods. Mid-afternoon, at most, they'd search until night, maybe. Despite this forest being under Violet's realm, he doubted it was as well protected as the city itself, and Ariados filled Johto's forests at night. Swatting at another branch in his path, Ash ducked under and paused. Raze had stopped a few feet in front of him, fully reared, head ped to the side, his eyes were closed, nose twitching. He'd heard something. Ash didn't move, lest he disturb the fire type, but closed his own eyes. Just ambience, at first, until the low, grating sound he'd been filtering out made itself apparent. Quiet enough he would have ignored it if Raze hadn't stopped. He grinned. It wasn't a steady sound, disappearing for a while, then screeching softly in the background, then going quiet again. Raze rose an inch or two higher, nose twitching. Ash tried to help, but his senses were hardly as developed as the Cyndaquil's. He could only tell that the sound was there, not where it was coming from. Raze took another moment, smoke drifting off his back, before opening his eyes. He hissed and pointed to their left. Ash grinned. He swept his arm out and started pushing their way through the brush, Raze staying close to his heels. Violet's forest was still new, only having grown from the grasslands 100 or so years ago, and he slid past the thinner trees with far more ease than he would have in Ilex. Raze snorted plumes of smoke at his surroundings, back crackling with as small of flames as he could summon. A Skarmory. The sound grew louder, even as it happened less frequently. Skarmory rarely, if ever, lost feathers in battle, and so all this one had to do was straighten out those damaged. It echoed through the trees, the screech of metal on metal, before fading out. Raze pushed past him, eyes gleaming, and soon Ash was hurrying after his orange-gold fire in the dark of the woods. Even as young as the forest was, brush had swamped everything between the trunks, and he was immensely thankful he had decided to wear full pants. Raze chid when he started to fall behind, still focusing forward. The sound rang out once more, now loud enough Ash could hear it rebound off the trees around him, and then stopped halfway through. His face stretched across a grin and he lowered himself closer to the ground, Raze trying his best to extinguish the fires over his back. Even if the Skarmory was injured, steel types were able to ignore pain on most days, and he didn't want a chance at flying away. Raze hissed as he wasn't able to get rid of the last flame near his shoulders, doing a quick roll against the ground and snuffing it out. Something still knew they were there. He crept forward another inch, the trees before him all but dripping in brambles. Something had strung branches and thorns between the spaces, a bristling mass of warning. Raze hissed, his nose never stopping twitching. A gust of wind slammed into a trunk less than a foot in front of his face. Ash blinked, exhaled a bit carefully, and turned to look at the brambles. Though they were thick enough it seemed like they had grown there, he could see the nicks and scratches over their surface, and beyond was empty. Well, not quite empty. The Skarmory looming above its massive nest narrowed its golden eyes. He crouched lower, splaying his hand over the fire type's back. Raze begrudgingly went quiet, though his eyes still gleamed. They could only see flashes between the thorns, but the raptor's silver armor gleamed in the dying light like a beacon. Skarmory picked itself up from its center nest, craning its neck over the edge to stare more closely at them. There was a dent in its crest even from here, and it wasn't anywhere near Highness size, but it was still massive compared to Raze. He could only see hints of its wings, but its sheaths looked pristinely polished despite the line carved down one side. Highness steel wing, most likely, would this Skarmory know that move? Most wild Pokémon had basic moves that they were practically born with, because they came so naturally. All Cyndaquil knew Ember, or a proto-version that involved just firing from their back instead of their throat, and he imagined it was the same for Skarmory. Physical moves seemed like they would be the easiest to know, but maybe not Steel Wing. Most flying types had to be trained to use their wings in combat, instead of trying to protect them. Metal Claw, Peck. That wouldn't do much of anything against a cornerstone of Faulkner's. Raise hissed and head-butted his leg. Ash blinked, snapping his mouth shut. Of course he'd started out loud again. Skarmory was still glaring down at both of them, wings slowly spreading out like blood-red blades on either side. They were definitely damaged, almost half of its primaries were bent at the tips, and it had to keep its head tilted at a slight angle. But it was still a wild Pokémon, one that owned this territory Ash and Rays had walked into, and he couldn't underestimate it. He shook himself, brushed off a few thorns that stuck to his shirt, and fully looked up. Skarmory flared its wings higher. Hello. The steel type narrowed its eyes. You tried to challenge His Highness, right? At the tower? Rays crept forward, uncharacteristically quiet. Maybe he could sense the Skarmory's injured pride, or maybe he just wanted to get close enough to challenge it. No flames were around his back but smoke trickled from his snout, wreathing around the trees. Skarmory crept forward, seemingly on the edge of its nest, its sheaths brushed against thorns with a dull shriek. But despite how thin its eyes were, it hadn't attacked. Highness had left his mark. It glanced up towards the sky, wings reshuffling, before immediately glancing back down as he shifted his foot. I'm Ash, he offered, nudging his friend with his foot, and this is Rays. The Cyndaquil stayed silent. Skarmory's eyes were still slits but it was continuously glancing between them and the sky, its bent primaries scratching against its brambled nest. There was another moment where it seemed to weigh two decisions, tail swishing, before it shrieked like an avalanche, spread its wings, and took off. Ash yelped, taking a step back as wind tore through the brambles, but it stopped. Skarmory beat its damaged wings desperately against the air but even the height of its perch couldn't do enough against the weight of its damaged armor, and it crashed with a crack into the ground. It shrieked. He dithered for a moment, glancing between the brambles and Rays, before just lowering his shoulder and starting to pick his way through. Rays hissed at him but immediately followed, helping slide their way through the thorns and misplacing as few as possible. He could see Skarmory's head shoot up, eyes wide, but then he popped through the other side of the brambles and stopped. The nest was even bigger than he would have thought, almost a full grove of trees, all woven together with massive strands of brambles and thorns seemingly ripped piecemeal out of the earth. One tree stood proud in the center, leaves carved out and arranged in a shallow circle for Skarmory to rest in the highest point in the nest. The dull gleam of old feathers gleamed around the edges, maybe as a warning for other Pokémon. This was a much larger nest than he would have expected. Skarmory shrieked, rising fully to its talons even as its wings dragged behind it. Rays snarled and leapt in front of Ash, claws bared, but Ash nudged him with his foot. Stay, bud. We're in its territory. Don't attack. He knew the Cyndaquil already knew by the way he hadn't summoned any flames, but the fire type could probably use the reminder. I'm sorry, he offered, splaying his hands in the universal sign of innocence to the raptor. It shrieked quieter, still trying to pull up its injured wings. But, I saw you weren't able to get up, and Rays just perfected flame charge, we could make you an updraft. Years of studying Pokémon biology swan through his mind, endless Professor Oak lectures on avian biology and the intricacies of flight. If you get back up to your nest, Rays can help you get enough height you should be able to glide. He paused. If that's alright. Skarmory stared at him. It tilted its head to the side, wings fully flat at its side and crest raised. The sky glittered above with evening clouds and it glanced up, a sort of deep longing entering its eyes, before it flared its wings. Even with its primaries bent and twisted, it still had plenty enough of a wingspan to glide, though it'd have to struggle for it. After a long, questioning moment, Skarmory nodded. Ash broke into a grin, heartbeat catching back up to where it should have been. All right. He gave a quick glance around the clearing. That spot there, Rays, you want to head over? The Cyndaquil chid at him, still half glaring at the raptor, before making his way towards the spot. He had to pick his way around dozens of young trees and brambles to get to there, losing a bit of fur on too sharp a thorn. He hissed at the ground, eyes slits, but barked his agreement at Ash. Skarmory kept staring at him, sheaths twitching, but it eventually turned and headed for its tree. Hooking one massive talon into the bark, it nipped at a higher branch and managed to pull itself up a worn path, sliding easily between smoothed branches until it emerged at the top. It squawked at him, seemingly more comfortable at the height, before angling itself to be facing Rays. Flare up, keep it steady, Ash said, eyes flicking between the two. The Cyndaquil wasn't large but his flames were, and Skarmory were supposed to have hollow wings. It could work. Golden tongues lapped at the sky as Rays hissed, flame charge settling like a wreath around his shoulders. Skarmory retracted its wings somewhat, wincing at the flames, before it threw itself off the edge of the nest with an ear-splitting shriek. Rays pushed himself harder and Ash could see as Skarmory's wings visibly lifted, bent and bruised feathers pointing up. The raptor wobbled, talons skimming the nearest tree, before it beat against the wind and forced itself above the nest. Ash whooped, a grin spreading over his face. Skarmory's flight could never be called smooth but it was safely circling overhead, tail flicking constantly as its wings bobbed. Rays let his flames trickle back to embers as he watched, a strange expression of joy in his eyes, one not from battling. The raptor shrieked, curving its wings into one last circle overhead, before it tucked them to its side and dove. Ash yelped, leaping back a step, but Skarmory just landed in front of him, talons splayed awkwardly but standing. It shook its crest, sheaths readjusting, before looking at him. He gave himself a moment, biting his lip. Rays padded back over to him, smoke puffing from his snout, but his eyes were curious. Skarmory was still injured, and it hardly felt fair to fight it after it had battled a behemoth. Well, Gary had never called him subtle. Ash squared his shoulders and pulled off one of the pokeballs around his waist, rolling it between his palms. Would you like to join our team? Skarmory pet its head. Its amber eyes flitted between him and the open sky, at the nest it had clearly painstakingly created, but it had also challenged His Highness. All Skarmory in the area must know what would happen to them if they tried to perch on the tower, so it had clearly thought it was worth the risk. It looked like it wanted to explore. Ash braced himself as Skarmory stepped forward, crest tall enough it could have brushed his chin. It snapped its fangs at him, wings shuffling, before nodding. He broke into a grin, barely restraining himself from whooping. Rays reared up and padded back to him, flames flickering smugly over his back, and Ash laughed before stroking him over the head. Welcome to the team. Skarmory pet its head to the side, glancing between the two. Ash paused halfway through holding up a pokeball, he'd forgotten with Rays already. Would you like a nickname? The raptor barely took more than a second before nodding. Maybe the Pokemon around Violet knew more about trainer customs. Rays perked up, chewing a few times to the steel type, before turning back to Ash. He guessed the Cyndaquil didn't have any ideas of his own. Most trainers prepared for a flying type, and he was no different. But most of his planned nicknames were about the attacks flying types could use: Cyclone, Jet, Gale, Tempest. None of them felt like they fit Skarmory. Ash puzzled over it for another few seconds, trying to return his brain all the way back to when he'd sat pressed against the television screen, hearing trainers call out their team. Apex? Skarmory pet its head to the side. It seemed to mull over the thought for a second, feathers ruffling, before nodding again. Ash felt a bit like his face was going to split in half. Apex squawked at him, adjusting its wing sheaths and clawing at the ground, movements still stiff. He paused. Its fight with Highness couldn't have been more than a few hours ago, and even with steel-type nerve endings, it would need healing. I can take you to the Pokemon Center, if you want. For even the pride the raptor had shown, how quickly it nodded was still worrying. Ash offered his hand, Pokeball secure in his palm, and Apex exploded into a cloud of scarlet mist as soon as it pecked it. He'd caught his first Pokemon. Ash grinned, clutching the Pokeball closer to his chest. It twitched slightly in his grip, Apex's weakened consciousness rattling between settling down, and even though it wasn't a fire type he could still feel a warmth spreading up his arm. His second Pokemon. I owe it all to you, bud, he laughed, sitting down. He'd go to the Pokemon Center after talking to his friend. You did all the work with the updraft, maybe you should be the trainer here. Rays snorted at him. Ash mocked, pushing him. Hey, I could probably use tackle. Maybe scratch. More moves ran through his mind until the warmth in his hand brought him back. He fumbled at his waist for a second before unclipping his Pokegear. Rays perked up. The scanner locked onto his Pokeball instantly and whirred through the process, humming softly under his hands. A low chirp announced the results. Skarmory, the armor bird Pokemon. Their wings are protected by steel sheaths, and each feather can be controlled independently. Both their wings and bones are hollow, allowing them to fly at extreme speeds. This Skarmory is male with the ability Keen Eye, which allows it to psychically improve its vision. It knows the moves Peck, Sand Attack, Metal Claw, Air Cutter, and Whirlwind. He hummed, mind already racing with strategies. It would be a while until he knew Apex well enough to battle with him, figuring out his ticks and likes, but the Skarmory had challenged His Highness. He had to have his own love for battle. They wouldn't fight Faulkner together, but there was plenty of space between Violet and Azalea for them to understand each other. Ash stood up, Rays clambering up at his side. Faulkner tomorrow, he promised, still running his fingers over Apex's Pokeball. Rays chid, finally letting a thin cape stream over his back. They might have to work on Apex's exposure to fire, to get him comfortable on the team. But that was for later. Now, he just grinned and grinned, knowing his team was already growing. XXX. Faulkner's gym was open air. He could see the living quarters in the back, a separate building attached by a low-hanging garden, but the battlefield itself was nestled in the center of the city. Massive purple granite walls made up the exterior, the tremble of psychic barriers practically gleaming against the trees surrounding it, and there was absolutely no roof to speak of. Ash grinned, rocking back on his heels by the entrance. Rays and Apex sat on his waist, both reserving their strength, even if only one would be battling today. He'd met with Apex again in the safety of his Pokemon Center room, and they tried to learn a few things about each other. For one, Apex absolutely hated the enclosed space of the room, and only Ash throwing open the window as wide as could make him stop slicing holes in his perch. He had also seemed rather interested in battling, even getting disgruntled at not battling for a gym badge, but Ash hadn't ever fought with him before, and he wasn't having their first test together be a gym battle. Rays had barely been able to focus on the Skarmory with the thought of tomorrow looming in the distance. Ash ran his fingers over his Pokeballs, still jittering. The tower had been open for challenges this morning, which meant Faulkner must have returned to his gym. He gave himself another moment to try and quiet the hundreds of thousands of thoughts running through his head, strategies and plans and worries all trying to be heard, before heading towards the entrance gate. Even despite there being no roof, the second he passed through the entrance he could feel a difference. Psychic barriers wrapped around the whole place, protecting challengers from outside interference. There was a faint glimmer above the stadium as well, almost hidden against the brilliant blue sky. Maybe a challenger had just come through. He imagined it had to be exhausting sustaining such massive barriers. Inside, the whole thing was nearly barren. Not surprising for a flying-type gym, but the promotional videos he'd found online had shown more than just benches and various perches scattered along the walls. A ring of stone encircled the battlefield itself, 2 platforms on either side, and the rest was empty. Except for Faulkner, cheerfully directing a Kadabra to help clean up the water-soaked battlefield. The gym leader glanced over as Ash's shoes scuffed on the stone, a grin crossing his face. With a quirk word, the Kadabra teleported itself and the marred dirt out, leaving a pristine battlefield behind. Ash! Faulkner called, trotting over. Two Zephyr badges were embroidered over the front of his jacket today, right on his shoulders, and his hair was still as bad today as it had been yesterday. "You here for a challenge?" He nodded, not having to force a grin now. This was it, beyond one simple question. "Am I allowed to have other Pokémon watch?" he asked, brushing his hand over his second Pokeball. There was still that slight shock of heat, just the presence of consciousness, and he relished it. Faulkner pet his head to the side before shrugging. "Planning on using them in battle?" "No." Despite how powerful Apex clearly was, they'd been together for less than a day, they weren't any near ready to battle together. "But I'd like him to watch the battle, if that's okay. I couldn't find anything about it in the league rules. If gym leaders are allowed to garner crowds for their shows, a Koopa Pokemon aren't going to do anything." He grinned. "I've got perches galore around this field, let me guess, it's a Skarmory." Ash laughed. "How'd you know?" Faulkner swept a hand through his hair, grinning. "Call it a hunch." "Congratulations, seriously, they'll be tricky to train right, as they'll grow a lot differently than your Cyndaquil, but if you can find what they want, they'll bring the stars down. Fantastic birds right there." He swiped at the air. "But enough with the chat, let's battle. Find a perch for your Skarmory, and we'll talk over the logistics." The biggest perch he could see, and also the one closest to the battlefield, was the gnarled limb of a cherry oak embedded deep into one brick wall. He trotted over, idly pressing down with all his weight on the tip. It didn't so much as budge. Apex immediately stood to attention as he was released, eyes wide and almost painfully curious. The Skarmory flared his wings, shuffled a few inches on his perch, before turning to look expectantly at Ash. "Gym battle," he offered, still chasing his wide grin. "I just want you to watch, see if you can figure out how we battle, what kind of things happen here. I'm not using you in a gym battle until I know we're both ready, so use this as a way to see what you're interested in, okay?" Apex nodded, the plates at his neck still clattering against each other. It'd be a few more days until his armor fully recovered from the beating Highness had given him, even with all the help Nurse Joy had been. The nurses at Violet City had accepted the battered Skarmory with more grace than he'd expected a mostly grass-type town to do, but with as present a threat as His Highness was, he guessed they got their fair share of patching up steel types. One of these days, he'd try out a nurse of the league course, just to see how much he could learn. Apex squawked at him as he hurried back to his side of the battlefield, already feeling adrenaline course through his veins. Ray's Pokeball simmered at his palm, practically biting at the bit to be released, and he would. Psychic barriers fully snapped into place around them, though Ash couldn't place when they had left, and the outside world deafened. He knew he should have heard the screech of Apex's armor against itself, or the whistle of the wind through the open-air gym, but instead it was dulled, a mere whisper. He knew from research that the standard battle barriers involved muting the outer world and increasing the volume within to help the trainer, but it was still fascinating to feel in real life. Most psychics weren't too focused on sound, so if it wasn't the jack-of-all-trades Abra line, there was a chance it was a Chimecho, which famously had great powers over sound, or in Mr. Mime, who were known for. Ray's heat lanced through his arm. Ash shook his head, stepped up, and braced his palms against the railing. Faulkner leaned casually against his side, eyes mere gleams against the sunlight of the day. "One-on-one, then." He called across, voice coming through like he was only feet away. Ash nodded, excitement swallowing all words. "Then there's no need to soften the blow." If that wasn't foreboding. The Doduo that slammed into the dirt was massive, easily taller than Ash, and it immediately shrieked, dual tones echoing over the battlefield. It flared its stubby wings, both beaks snapping against the air. Ash blinked. Doduo was a master of manipulating air currents, incredibly fast, and dangerous jumpers, but they couldn't fly. He glanced at the open-air sky, pale clouds drifting by. He'd known Faulkner had members of this line on his team, but of course he would. People expected a flyer and prepared for one, Ash was no different. Dojuo was no less dangerous and he'd lost the advantage of strategies for one, which meant they'd be starting off right on the back foot. He felt a grin spread over his face. Rays materialized with a burst of dry heat, flames crackling up his back and dripping off his shoulders. He snarled, rearing up to his back paws. Even then, he barely came up to the Dojuo's feathers. It squawked its dual tones, one head lowering to glare at him. The Cyndaquil took offense. A referee, wearing a pale blue coat with Faulkner's insignia stitched across the back, dropped her hand. "Begin." "Ember!" Ash shouted. Rays sprung into action, back lighting up as his throat swelled, but Dojuo kicked off the ground before he even had a chance, stubby wings flaring as dust billowed outward. Rays flinched away from the sand attack, mouth snapping shut to avoid breathing it in. He recovered in a heartbeat, just in time to see Dojuo shooting through the air toward him. Rays immediately rolled, flames extinguished against the dirt, and sprinted with quick attack just as Dojuo slammed into the ground hard enough Ash could feel the shake. He blinked. The bird pried its talons from the ground, its back spurs embedded nearly 8 inches into the dirt, and squawked mockingly. Right. Flying types often finished their battles by dive-bombing their opponent, figured that a non-flying Pokémon would have a similar style. Rays snarled, rearing back to launch retribution. Dojuo blinked as one and charged for him. It was dangerously fast. In a heartbeat, it had cleared the battlefield and swept its wings forward. A current of wind tore the flames from Ray's back and it lunged for 2 pecks, beak spearing through the dusty field. Rays yowled, throwing himself away even as his eyes burned with fury. At a distance, it was child's play to extinguish his flames, and Dojuo would eventually be too fast. Faulkner leaned further on his railing, tracking Dojuo easily as it looped around the field. He gritted his teeth. It looked like the gym leader was going to let his Pokémon handle the battle. "Keep running." Ash shouted, a bit helplessly. They needed a strategy. Dojuo threw another gale, battering Ray's back, before sprinting forward. Its massive talons kicked off into a flying leap, wind summoned under its stubby wings to give it more height, and Rays barely threw himself out of the way of its feet. It rolled with the motion and lunged forward with a peck. Rays yowled as the beak struck true, scattered tufts of blue fur flew as he crashed back, slamming into the ground. He immediately tore himself back up to his feet, snarling, but blood molded with his coat and dripped over the sand. Ash bit back a curse. He could faintly hear Apex shriek from the sidelines, the faint chatter of armor against armor, but there wasn't time. Dojuo easily swung back, kicking off the psychic barriers to dodge a furious Ember, at least a little room between them now. Rays snarled, pure gold enveloping his back even as Dojuo swept another gale in his direction, actually picking up his 2 fireballs and chucking them back in his direction. The cut on his flank wept. The Cyndaquil wanted to fight and being forced to constantly run away was infuriating him, and eventually, he wouldn't be able to stay focused. Dojuo blinked. Ash paused. Faulkner had trained it to run the battle on its own, and with 2 heads that seemed easy, but they were the same brain. When connected, the bird was at its strongest, brain working in sync. It always blinked at the same time. They weren't here for pure power, they were here to fight. Change of plans. He shouted, Rays barely sprinting away from another devastating dive bomb from Dojuo, his back mere sparks as all of his oxygen focused on keeping him moving. Smoke screen, try to get it close. Faulkner pet his head. Rays snarled back, bracing his front claws into the dirt as he launched a massive ember straight for the avian. Dojuo just kicked up its wings and sent the fireball careening into the psychic barriers, only to see black smoke burst from the middle of the battlefield and drench through the dirt. It shrieked but dutifully spread its wings. Another gale ripping across the field and tearing the smoke to shreds. Another appeared on the left. Dojuo turned to stare at it, but the left head had been just a touch faster, closer than the other head, and it blinked just a millisecond out of alignment. Faulkner leaned forward. Rays spat more and more smoke, creeping to the left even as Dojuo blasted them all to pieces, winding his way around the field, Dojo should have ignored the smoke and just charged in, ignoring whatever embers Ray's built up in time, but it was losing processing power. It blinked another half-second off, the smokescreen nearly brushing its talons. Now. Fire burst and Ray's lunged out of the smoke, eyes slits and claws extended. He managed to push off just high enough with a flickering flame charge to hook his claws around Dojo's neck. The bird shrieked. It thrashed, heads fully out of sync. Ray's clung on desperately, back half flailing as Dojo spun, unable to peck with him at its neck and all but throwing itself onto the ground to get him off. He managed to catch one of his back paws around Dojo's wing and the bird bucked, talons ripping into the dirt. Jump! Faulkner barked, fully standing on his platform. Training kicked in and Dojo shrieked, two discordant, clashing notes, and threw itself into the air. Ray's front claws unhooked from its feathers and he thrashed, barely supported, flames rippling up his back. Legs! Ash shouted. The Cyndaquil managed to pull himself closer, claws flailing, and shredded his way down one of the bird's legs. Dojo hit the ground with a crack and immediately kicked out, still panicked. There was no chance for Ray's to dodge and he was pelted nearly a dozen feet, slamming into the dirt. He yowled furiously, pulling himself back up to his feet, his left hind leg nearly trembling beneath him. Easy, Faulkner soothed, Dojo unsteadily walking back towards him. Blink. The bird obediently followed him and snapped back in sync, neck straightening and losing the wobble in its step. It held its leg above the field, scratches marring the surface, but it spun to face Ray's without hesitation. Charge, Faulkner said, and there was a grin on his face. Hit it hard. Get ready. Ash called, gripping the railing. You know what to do. Its leg was damaged, it would have to rely more on its wings. Their final strategy. Both heads blinked as one and it charged. Ray's snarled back, digging his claws into the ground, and made no move to dodge. Apex squawked from his perch and even Faulkner raised an eyebrow. Ash clung to the platform, eyes fixed on the battlefield. Wind picked up as Dojo threw itself up, tailwinds rising to pull at its feathers and extend its flight, talons open and wings flared. Flame charge. Rays exploded into a burst of fire, massive tongues of gold swamping his form. The heat flared beneath Dojo's stubby wings and its jump went high. The bird shrieked its dual tones as it slammed into the ground, stumbling, its spurs dug too deep into the dirt. Rays spun at Ash's shout and lunged at it, still wreathed in fire. He blurred forward, flame charge and quick attack molding together, and jumped. There was a dull crack as his skull struck Dojo's chest and every flame he had summoned flew forward. The bird shrieked, heads fully out of sync, and hit the ground. Its talons scrabbled at the dirt, smoking, before it finally fell still. There was a beat of silence, the wind whistling overhead, before Dojo disappeared in a flash of scarlet light. Rays rose to his paws, smoke trickling from his back, but his battlefield was empty and he was the only one left. Ash had vaulted over his platform railing before he realized it and sprinted onto the field. Rays hissed annoyedly at the scarlet leaking down his flanks, but his eyes were drunk with victory and his back burned. A gym battle. They'd won their first gym battle. We've won, Ash said, and Rays matched his shout with a roar. Violet City had built Faulkner's gym, as wide and expansive as it was. He really shouldn't have been surprised their market was open air as well. The massive market square dominated most of the city. Faulkner's gym and the Sprout Tower shoved off to their respective sides. Even the street stones changed, going from pale gray to great swaths of color, a chrysanthemum, done up in all the golds and oranges that stone could be dyed. He could have sworn there was the hint of blue-green feathers surrounding it, like a nod to leaves, but with so many carts there wasn't a chance for him to see it. A market square meant market. He'd gotten there in the early morning, Ray still resting out his injury from yesterday, and even then he'd only been able to watch the ending of the metamorphosis, every cart unwrapped from its protectings and refilled to bursting. Even beyond products, each cart was trimmed with little ribbons, origami decorations pinned to the sides, flowers looping through the shell, everything added on as painstakingly as what they were actually selling. Johto was the land of colors, and now Ash felt like he was finally understanding. Faulkner had recommended one of the sellers here, as a good testing route to figure out what Apex wanted to eat. All steel types had similar diets, but there was always good in experimenting, and Ash's wallet was nicely buffed from the trainers around Violet. The Skarmory was only a little bit above him, soaring easily on the early morning updrafts. He squawked a note down to Ash before spiraling back up. Despite the numerous perches Violet had littered around their archways, Apex never wanted to land. He stayed close enough to still be protected under Violet's realm, but flitted from one site to the other like he'd never seen them before, even his healing wings being nothing to stop him. Ash smiled, pulling his hat brim lower to protect from the early sunlight, and plunged into the thick of the market. Fresh takoyaki. Someone called, their cart done up like a sunrise. Another countered with, karak. Over half of what he could see were food carts. He ducked under a wild arm, barely managing to save his hat, and to think of it, the Pokémon Center had had rather limited options for breakfast. Maybe they mostly ate at the market. Most of the customers with him were bleary-eyed and in plaincloths, Pidgey still chirping their morning songs from the rooftops. Apex shrieked back, the sound bouncing around the clouds. He shuffled to the center of the chrysanthemum, Pokegear humming quietly to life. Faulkner had only given him a vague description of who he should be looking for. Apparently, Violet Market vendors didn't name their carts, and he scanned the crowd for silver trimmings and an old woman. He squinted at the crowd, trying to be taller than he was as he scanned the square, but only a few carts had anything near silver on them. Well, if it was any point in Johto's favor, it was certainly more interesting of a journey than just ordering food from a store. He grinned, sliding his Pokegear back into his pocket, and took off towards the closest one. Dodging a Dodrio trotting patiently behind its trainer, he padded close enough to see the two guys manning the cart and moved to the next. The woman behind it smiled at him, tucking a steel-gray lock behind her ear. Her cart was awash in silver and pale blue, like a cloudy sky, and the wooden frame of the structure glittered finely with lacquer. "Dearie, anything you're searching for?" Ash shot a glance up. Apex was still circling overhead, wings splayed and flight mostly stable. "I recently caught a Skarmory, and Faulkner suggested you for some food?" It came out more like a question than he would have liked. Her eyes gleamed. "He is nice like that," she hummed, already fiddling with something under the front edge of her cart. "Always sends me the rookies." "No other steel types on your team, then?" "A Cyndaquil," he offered, stepping closer. There was a distant squawk and she glanced up, tracking Apex easily as he scored his way across the sky. "A beaut, there." She smiled, watching him for a second longer. "I've always loved Skarmory." It was only when Faulkner took over the gym that they started feelin' comfortable enough to fly down here from the Dragonspeak range, even with his highness snapping them away. "Sunlight on a Skarmory's wings always warms me up." She blinked, turning back to smile again. "Ah, don't listen to my old rambles. For Skarmory, most of their steel is their armor, so they can eat what most other Pokémon can. They need a steady source of iron if you're a battling trainer, to keep up with their wings, but a carnivore mix'll do them just right." She hummed, pulling out a small bag from under the counter. "Iron scraps will get them going as well, perfect for training treats, if you're a battler." Ash perked up, the bag clinking against the wooden counter. Training treats were a popular tool to help motivate Pokémon to work harder, though it was often less the taste of them and more the sheer amount of protein that could be shoved inside the tiny pellets. Rays hadn't shown any signs of needing them for motivation, but maybe Apex would like them, even if not as training treats, but general treats. "Are they expensive?" "Well, not from me, dearie," she laughed, opening the bag and pulling out a chunk. It was just scrap, a molten piece that had been chipped off a large mold, but it looked decent. "Most cities sell them and they won't break your account, but mine are the best you'll find in Violet." Apex circled once overhead. Ash hadn't tried directing him yet, waiting until they were back on the road to figure out his proficiency in moves, but maybe this could be a helpful first step in getting them working together. I'll take 2. They didn't look heavy, but with Apex's added bulk, his bag was already bloated with food. She smiled at that, dropping the scrap back into the bag and pulling out another one. They clinked against each other, little screeching sounds that reminded him of Apex preening his wings, and she pushed the scanner closer to him. His poke gear chirped neatly as his funds dropped. Well, thank you for coming, and please thank Faulkner for sending you my way. If he keeps it up, I'll have to give His Highness a nice meal. Thank you, he echoed back, hefting the bags in his hand. He grinned and she nodded back at him, wrangling her mane of silver hair back from the motion, before getting pulled into the next customer. Ash tucked one bag into his cargo pants and disappeared back into the crowd. Apex's keen eye worked like a charm and he was easily able to track Ash overhead, soaring neatly over buildings even with his wobbling flight. His primaries had been softened and then straightened back into place, Nurse Joy bemoaning they had to take even longer than normal, due to Apex's young age, but there were still KNKS in the steel that only flying would wear down. Thankfully, the Skarmory seemed to have never learned the concept of landing. Ash kept pace, dodging other early morning citizens making their way to the market square, gaze flicking up every now and then to watch the silver gleam score lines against the pale sky. Apex spiraled overhead, only begrudgingly flapping his wings when he absolutely needed to, tail swirling with excess wind. Soon they'd be battling together. He'd be a brilliant addition on any team, really, but Ash wanted to make him a legend. Skarmory were one of the few defensive Pokémon of the skies beyond dragons, only comparable to Aerodactyl and Corviknight, and even then they weren't all limited to their armor for attacking. They had ranged attacks and blistering control over wind currents. Judging by what Faulkner had said, it was the only reason they had evolved to be able to get off the ground. Their armor was only born of brambles, and those around Violet had to contend with Highness for any airspace at all. They were born to hardship. But no path to greatness had ever been paved by high standings and relaxation. No matter how easy Ethan made training look, his route wasn't the one to champion. Ash knew it. The bustle of Violet City faded away as he headed towards the northern gardens, houses trimmed in pale greens and blues being swallowed by the oak trees that marked the entrance to the small park. The whole area was Pokémon-friendly, of course. This was Johto, and Ash was beyond curious whether Apex would enjoy the iron scraps. They weren't expensive, really, but he'd never tried them before. Rays had always been more motivated by the challenge than the food rewards, but he knew he couldn't compare his first friend to the future others on his team. Maybe they would need that extra push. It only took a few failed attempts at mimicking Faulkner's hand-in-mouth whistle before he gave up, just going for it as shrill as he could. The sound echoed over the stepping stone path and up the honeygold trunks, rattling away into the air. A shriek answered. Ash trotted towards the closest bench he could find, bronze-plated cedar with Tatajiri inscribed over the back, and whistled again. Apex squawked back, much closer, and dove. His wings flared at the last second, Ash unconsciously taking a step back, and he landed on the wildflowers with a crack. He squawked, shaking his crest. The Skarmory's plates clinked against each other as he tilted his head at Ash, talons cheerily ripping out patches of dirt like they were nothing. "Hey bud," he said, grin splitting his face. "Faulkner recommended this to me, want to try some?" Apex perked up at that, carefully stepping forward over the stepping stones. Ash fiddled with the strap, keeping the bag closed for a few seconds before prying it open, grabbing the first scrap and holding it between two fingers. The Skarmory snapped his fangs, eyes bright. Ash flicked it over to him and it was gone before it even seemed to leave his palm. Apex's attempted chirp was deep and gravelly, more like an avalanche than any sort of cheery sound, but the plea was still strong. Ash laughed, chucking him another scrap. It was snapped clean out of the air. "So that's a yes," he hummed, slipping the bag back into his pocket, where it was keenly watched. "All right. You'll have a good source of iron in your meals, but these snacks could help us in training. Are you okay with that?" The Skarmory squawked, sheath sliding back over his wings. His tail swished in the air. Ash grinned, tugging out another scrap and tossing it to him. Apex's fangs caught on it with the screech of metal on metal before it disappeared, the Skarmory preening happily. Maybe pure iron was a delicacy to them, more than just a needed resource to help keep their wings growing. It certainly seemed so, with Apex's reactions. Maybe Rays would like some treats of his own. The Cyndaquil line were volcano dwellers, maybe pumice and smoke rocks for aiding his own fire, or the harsh cassava that grew on the mountainside. Apex squawked at him, shuffling his talons back and forth. Just one more day in Violet Bud, then we'll head to Route 32, that's a good long route, with a lot to do on it, and I want us to start working together, okay? The steel type nodded, eyes still occasionally flicking down to Ash's pocket. It's got the ruins of Ulf, a little proto-town, and the Union Cave, more than enough for us to explore. His eyes grew brighter and brighter with every passing word, wings flaring. For now let's just explore Violet a bit more, Ash hastily corrected. Rays is still recovering, and he'll fight Johto herself if we start training without him. Apex squawked, looking pleadingly at Ash's pocket. He rolled his eyes, digging out another scrap. Exploration, Bud. The Skarmory still snagged it easily. XXX. Route 32 was an explosion of life. Leaving Violet had felt odd, all cities in the world had minor psychic protection, and stepping out of the borders made an itch he hadn't been aware of leave, but he'd been swallowed by the route before the thought could truly compute. Everything bloomed. It was a strange mixture of the old prairies of Johto, the spreading roots from the Ilex forest, and the rocky hills of the ancient mountain pass. With every passing hour, let alone day, he found new areas and new Pokémon and just new, stamped across every inch they passed. To get from Violet City to Azalea would take over 15 days, and Ash was excited for every single one of them. Apex soared overhead, almost all of his feathers back in their proper place, and he dove and bobbed through every pass and branch. His shrieks echoed up the rocky hills and over the treetops, though he never strayed far from them, and it had only been Ash's shrill whistle to remind him to stop for lunch. Rays continued glaring at every whooper he could see. The water types only ever burbled cheerfully back. Now dusk draped its way over the scarlet sky, even the warm spring air dulling as evening crept steadily onward. Rays hissed, shaking off the remains from their last battle. Route 32 was littered in trainers all too willing to fight, and he yawned. His little fangs glinted. I hear you. Ash yawned back, though he shook himself back to awareness before a heartbeat had gone by. You'll just be on aim training today, I need to focus on Apex, okay? The fire type chid at him, sparking idly. Ash patted his sides, the steel clinging off each other, and cupped his hands around his mouth. The clearing they'd found wasn't too small, surrounded by nice trees and with the remains of a fire pit in the center, and his steel type was circling overhead. Apex. Come on down for a second. The answering shriek shook a few leaves loose. Apex curled his wings, actually using his sheath to bend them more into SBMSN, and spiraled narrowly down. Banking left, he flared at the last second and hit the largest branch of an oak tree, the trunk groaning under his weight but holding. He squawked, ping his head to the side. Ash grinned. There was definitely something to be said of a Skarmory's sheer awe factor. Today's the day we start working together, so I want you to try and do some warm-ups while we figure out something for Rays. Get ready to go, you know. He frowned. Skarmory were like the majority of steel types, where the steel part of themselves was limited to their armor, but it wasn't completely so. Were his muscles more similar to metal, where it was a mechanical motion and couldn't be warmed up? But that wouldn't make sense either. If it was, then Apex could never get stronger. Muscles had to be broken to become stronger. Maybe just hints of it then, where the muscles were tougher and stronger to break, but had a natural strength about them. Maybe that was why they didn't evolve, at least for Skarmory, it was just not necessary for them in the wild, with their own natural strength, especially after they had learned to fly. Rays puffed scorching air against his legs. Ash yelped, stumbling forward a step, the Cyndaquil hissed at him, entirely too pleased. You prick, he snorted, shaking his legs. I wasn't that long. Churring, the fire type looked pointedly at a branch, a very deserted branch. Apex circled overhead, spinning around like a windstorm. Ash winced. All right. Point taken. Padding over to one corner of the clearing, Ash pulled out his poke gear, giving it a cursory glance before tucking it back away. Route 32 was long and he'd had plenty of time to start thinking over strategies, Ray's abilities clicking away in the back of his mind. There's a fire pit already, so that's nice. We made a lot of progress up to Violet, but what we need is precision. Your aim is getting good, but it could be better. Ray's chid, tilting his head to the side. His cape ignited a few inches, trailing down his back, though he kept it low enough only a trickle of heat escaped. Precision. If you could have hit the bottom of Dojo's feet while it was jumping at you, that battle would have been over much faster, and if it had been a flyer, we were banking on you hitting its primaries. He hummed idly, trying to find the best way to say it. Gary had really never called him subtle. If you use less power, it should work. Ray's hissed, rearing back. Ash glared at him suitably enough that the fire type got back on all fours, though his eyes were still slits. Let me finish, bud. The Cyndaquil's back burned gold. Exactly like that, see how much power you're putting into that. He gestured vaguely forward. I'm not saying that's bad, but instead of being just on your back, it's falling down your flanks. You've got less control, right? Ray's tilted his head to the side, eyes confused, and flared his back more. Tongues of flame spilled down his back, brushing at the grass, until he visibly reined it back to a mere flicker. Begrudgingly, he nodded. Then tonight just focus on getting your embers smaller, that should help us for flame burst later on, actually, and try to hit the tip of the fire pit. Once you hit it 5 times in a row, move back. Ray's looked like the thought of weakening himself was actively ripping out his heart but nodded again, all but plodding over to a spot facing the fire pit. He didn't start at once though, closing his eyes as his back flickered through various states of activity. His nose twitched. Ash grinned, brushing off some dust from around his knees. Ray's would get the hang of it soon, he knew it. At its core, it wasn't a difficult concept, more power meant less control. When he got stronger, like with evolution, things would come easier. Neither of them were there yet, but they would be. Apex shrieked overhead, a gale of wind roaring through the leaves as he descended straight down, landing on his perch again. He shook his head and squawked cheerfully, glancing curiously at Ray's almost meditation before focusing back on Ash. You ready? He asked, mentally pulling up Apex's current moves. Peck, Sand Attack, Metal Claw, Air Cutter, and Whirlwind. Peck and Metal Claw were self-explanatory, as there was little to no energy involved in the attack, but the others were much more interesting. He glanced around the clearing, there wasn't much sand, but plenty of dust. Try Sand Attack, aim it away from Ray's. Apex nodded his head, armor grating, before hopping forward. He barely cleared it, tail scraping the edge of the perch, before he landed on the ground with a crack. Sweeping his wings out, he actually dragged them through the dirt, amber eyes narrowed. Ash blinked. The Skarmory turned back to his tree, digging his beak into the trunk and hauling himself back up like a deranged squovit, talons neatly gripping the perch as he shuffled back on. He squawked, flaring his wings. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. In the thin layer between his scarlet feathers and his sheaths, a budding collection of dust was tucked away. Ha! So you have to gather dirt before. Apex shook his head, adjusting a few of his feathers to mimic flying. You can do it while flying, but it's more difficult. A nod. Ash whistled, resisting the urge to poke at Apex's wings. Storing sand attacks in preparation for a battle sounded surprisingly useful. No flying types would expect a sudden burst of dust 50 feet above the battlefield, and Apex looked like he had gathered a fair amount. But right between his wings, does it hurt you? Or make flying difficult? Apex shook his head again, snapping his beak. His sheaths folded further back, feathers extended, until he swept his wings with a squawk. He was immediately swallowed in a cloud of dust. Halfway through hacking up a lung himself, Ash made it back a few steps, dragging his shirt up to cover his mouth. Rays stopped his training and barked, stepping forward, but he held a hand out. "I'm fine, bud. Just wasn't expecting it." Apex gave his quietest squawk yet, more than a bit apologetic. Ash waved him off, scrubbing some of the dirt off his face as a grin grew. "So it's your sheaths that store it, not your feathers. That's incredible. No one would see that coming." The Skarmory preened proudly. "We're definitely working on that more. How about, Air Cutter, that tree?" Apex flared his wings, primaries ripping more leaves out, and threw his left forward. A burst of wind unfolded from his feathers and slammed against the trunk, the wood groaning as it shook. Just a blast of then, throwing other flyers off track. Whirlwind. The Skarmory took up like a bullet seed, branch cracking in half under his push, and soared high. Rays paused to watch and Ash jumped forward, eyes fixed on the silver streak across the sky. Apex shrieked, a long, drawn-out sound, and beat his wings against the sky. Wind swirled beneath him, pulling at his talons, until it spun together into a visible shape and threw him up, barely a speck. The whirlwind followed him up as he spun in the evening sky, the howl of wind echoing behind him. Nothing like gust, or even twister, the whirlwind formed beneath him, almost like a speed tactic. He'd been thrown so high in the sky, roaring easily overhead, his mastery of the move clear. Ash glanced down. "Looks like you've got a competitor for strongest on the team, huh?" Ray's next ember exploded the fire pit. "XXX." Ash yawned, hands lazily flopping above his head as he stretched. His poke gear flashed 3 dots at him, the same steady beat that had been going for almost 6 minutes. "Gary better pick up." Rays was sprawled by the fireside, fur flickering warmly and eyes closed. He'd trained hard, his precision increasing by leaps and bounds now that they had a strategy to it, and his back only glowed with reflected warmth instead of his own flames. But he was satisfied, if the way he'd started tonight's fire from 20 feet away said anything. Apex had bemoaned the 3 branches he'd already shattered in his hunt for a perch and just gone for a fallen log, talons scoring massive lines into the bark as he went about preening his wings free of dust. For how massive his beak was, he was able to pick out surprisingly tiny pieces. They were able to work together. There was still a long way to go, especially with the limiting factor of Apex's preferred battle stage being 50 feet off the ground and Ash lacing what could be called a booming voice, but they were piecing things together. Whistles, or even hand signals with the Skarmory's keen eyes, but they'd figure it out. Ash's mind already spun with strategies for his moves. A beep chirped across the clearing, and Gary's face appeared on his screen. Ash grinned, sitting up. Rays raised his head curiously. "Couldn't have taken any longer, could you?" Gary snorted, pulling his face back to flip him off. His grin grew wider. "I've got 10 years of your tardiness as blackmail, Ash. You don't have room on me yet." The camera wobbled as he leaned it against something, zooming back in on him after a few seconds. "Where you at now?" "Route 32, he offered, covering another yawn with the back of his hand. "Only 1 day in, we stopped for training." "You?" Gary picked up his camera again, giving a nice close-up of his chin, before angling it back. Ash squinted against the blurry screen, but it would have been impossible to miss, a massive spire, blotting out the stars of the night sky. The night ambience of Hoot Hoot suddenly seemed much louder. "Mount Moon," he grumbled, setting his camera back. "I've been camped outside for a whole but day, working with Abra to get a lengthened version of Flash down. No chance I'm going blind in some hole." Ash snorted. "The League has lights installed. I'll leave you to sweat your way through Union Cave with exactly 1 lumen to light your way, dumbass," he shot back. "Besides, no Zubat colony would ever want to fight me if Abra is touting around the power of a sun. And that's exactly how I like it." Rays unsprawled himself, shaking off whatever dust had gotten in his coat before padding over. The fire type nosed at the screen, eyes wide as he saw Gary. "This is Gary, remember?" Ash offered, tilting the screen so the Cyndaquil could see more of it. Raze sniffed curiously at it, but couldn't pick anything up. He hissed before sitting back, still watching. "Good to know you didn't lose your starter," Gary said, still grinning. He gestured to something off-screen, a smidge of golden fur visible for a split second before disappearing. "Abra's still sleeping, but my seconds are right bstrd." Two tan ears poked up right in front of Gary's face, a Meowth's golden eyes flashing over the screen. It meowed, reaching up with one clawed paw before Gary jerked the screen back with a curse. "Damn it, no. We talked about this." Meowth purred innocently at him, eyes still fixed on the shiny screen. Its coin was full and bright, and it looked larger than average. Raze hissed at it. "I thought specialists tried to stick to a type," Ash said, watching Meowth return to curl back at Gary's side. It seemed plenty comfortable with him, maybe he'd caught it in Viridian. Stray Meowth were common there. Keyword is, tried, there. Gary idly stroked the top of its head, earning another purr. "And I thought you followed Lance religiously enough to know that Aerodactyl and Gyarados aren't exactly dragon types." Ash snorted. "Fair. And Persian are pretty psychic anyway, if you train them right." Gary rolled his eyes. "Nice use of, if, there, Ash. Meowth here will start slinging psychics before you know it." There was a pause as Meowth turned to let him rub at its stomach. "Anyone new on your team?" He perked up, tapping the screen to get the camera to reverse. Apex stopped preening for a second to glance over, head ped, before tucking his head back into his wing to work. He was able to keep it surprisingly quiet. Gary whistled as Ash set his poke gear back up, a gleam of appreciation flickering through his eyes. "Nice one, where'd you find it?" "Thought they stuck around the Dragonspeak range." Ash corrected, scratching at the top of Ray's head. The Cyndaquil leaned into his touch, heat trickling off his back. "And Violet has them. Faulkner has a Skarmory that didn't want to be a part of gym battles anymore, and him being there apparently attracted a small group down from the mountains. He helps guard the city." Gary's grin sparked. "Oh, only one badge then?" Ash rolled his eyes. "Johto's routes are longer than Kanto's and you know it. Besides, Blue only opened up his gym to early trainers last year. You would have left Viridian empty-handed if he hadn't." He huffed like the pretentious JRK he was. "You implying that Abra and I couldn't have beat his true team?" Meowth swept through his Growlithe and Abra cleaned house with his Machop. "He practically asked me to take the Viri badge. I'd like to see you in Johto," then, he shot back, grinning. "Faulkner caught me off guard with a Doduo, even then, Raze crushed it. You'd get stuck on his Pidgey." "I'm shaking in my boots," Gary deadpanned, a smirk flashing over his face. "Poor Abra won't get any sleep thinking about it. Especially after we so graciously let you win the first battle. You've got 2 whole weeks down Route 32 to train too, going to teach CY and raise a decent ember." The fire type hissed. Gary blinked. "Wait, Route 32, you're heading to the ruins of Ulf." The screen wobbled as he jostled it, Meowth hissing at the movement. "You've got such a sheet poke gear the pictures won't be worth much, but anything will be better than listening to Brock ramble on and on about fossils. They closed down the room of 1,000 a week ago for maintenance but it has to be open by now, and I could never convince Gramps to unlock any research files on Ulf for me. Sheet, get there at night, I've heard sometimes the hieroglyphics move." Ash blinked. "You are going, by the way," Gary said rather cheerfully. "I know you like to pretend you have a say in this, but you don't. Kanto is dead empty of culture and you're my only non-online connection to something interesting." He snorted, but lazily raised his hands in surrender. "Alright, Your Majesty. I can offer one blurry photo with my thumb covering up anything interesting." Gary rolled his eyes, Meowth climbing onto his stomach to hiss at him for more pets. He obliged. Yeah. Abra can teleport, remember, I'll get him to bring me over just to whap you up the head. And then you can take your own pictures. Prick. Triple X. Poliwhirl, Bubble Beam. Ash clicked his fingers, taking a step back. Air Cutter, then Metal Claw. Apex shrieked, rearing back as the tadpole launched a wave of bubbles, his wings flashed and exploded the attack in a shockwave of water. Poliwhirl hopped awkwardly away from the wind, preparing another beam, but the Skarmory just curled his sheaths in and dove. His massive talons cut across the water type's back and threw it down, gurgling once. Before going still. Apex waited a heartbeat to check before shrieking proudly, taking back up to the skies for a single loop before crashing down next to Ash. His wings flared, glittering in the early morning light. His opponent sighed, recalled her water type with a begrudging nod. She tapped a button on her poke gear and Ash felt a responding buzz on his, transferring the battle's fun to him. The route so far had been utterly full of trainers to battle, and he and Apex were already working better than they had at the beginning of the day. How far off are we from the ruins? He asked, scratching at the underside of Apex's jaw. The Skarmory rumbled, pleased. She shrugged. Less than an hour, really, haven't you noticed the paths? His boots scuffed on the remains of ancient stone plates, mostly buried beneath years of new dirt and dust. He blinked, tapping at one, sandstone, it looked like an earthy gold. Thanks. She snorted, but nodded. Sure. Good luck. You too, he echoed, squatting to look at the stone. Apex hopped closer, amber eyes bright and curious. He leaned down until he was only inches from the stone, keen gaze picking out every possible detail into the stone plate. He had noticed walking getting more uneven over the past hour, but with how much he'd been focused on every new trainer, he hadn't actually thought about it. But he really should have. The ancient people that used to live in Johto had headed for the crumbled remains of the old mountain range. The only safe option as grasslands were far too open, and the Indigo League had simply borrowed from their old paths across the region to make the routes. The sandstone plates were markers to get to and from their various habitats. He idly wondered where this one had gone. Maybe an old shrine, deep in the forests, or a hidden passage in one of the old mountains. Surviving in ancient Johto had not been easy, but they had, and their legacy stretched into today. Apex squawked at him, poking carefully at the stone with one talon. Ancient pathways, he offered, rubbing a bit more dirt off of one closest to him. The League had to be maintaining them for any to still be visible after centuries, but the path was splotchy at best. They were made by the same people who made the ruins, centuries ago. I can't believe they're still around. Little things like this weren't mentioned in the pages he had read about Johto, but somehow they made everything feel more real. Apex hopped alongside him for a short while, before the urge to fly and scout ahead took over and he threw himself into the air. Rays padded easily at his side, sniffing curiously at every new stone they passed. It wasn't quite as interesting to him as it was to Apex, but the fire type still examined everything that they traveled by. Ash very begrudgingly didn't challenge the two trainers he passed. There was nothing quite better to spite Gary with than getting him all of his photos, but taking them at noon. Sandstone looked better in sunlight, anyway. It wasn't like his poke gear had a powerful flashlight. The steel type shrieked once, wings throwing blades of reflected sunlight over the path, and circled overhead. Ash blinked, glancing up. The stones on the path were getting more and more frequent and he kept staring at them, only to find Apex spinning above them, sheaths flared and talons splayed. His screech was full of excitement. The path had changed. Instead of thin, shallow mounds that padded the sides of the route, his entire right side was swallowed by a cliff face. It wasn't nearly tall enough to be frightening, maybe a dozen and some change feet, but it towered above him nonetheless, splashed with sun-bleached orange and white. The Cinean Range, a shadow of its past, but still bursting with secrets. Its tallest peak was barely 100 feet but it sprawled over the region, filling in most of the gap between Violet and Goldenrod. A grin bloomed on his face, finally. The faint sting of psychic energy flickered against his skin, unseen protections by the League, and that meant they were there. Rays chid at him, but helpfully shoved Ash forward. He snorted, picking up the pace. There was a similar prickle of curiosity in his chest. In all the pictures he'd seen, most of what he'd noticed was just the entrance. A massive spire of sandstone like liquid gold, the underside chiseled painstakingly out by the raw power of human hands, curling together between a chasm of two crumbled mountain bases. The peaks themselves had been destroyed, piece by piece over the centuries, but the ruins had survived even when they most certainly shouldn't have. Of the two mountain ranges in Johto, only one had survived, and the ruins were what remained of the other. Something shimmered on the side of the pass, a sigh embedded in the stone. The ruins of Ulf Regional Park. Rays reared up on his back paws, sniffing curiously at the weather-worn wood. Apex circled once, disappearing in and out of view behind the cliff, before tucking his wings and landing next to them. The fire-type hissed at the wind that heralded his arrival but just stepped back, letting the Skarmory all but press his beak against the sign. His eyes gleamed. "All right, bud," Ash snorted, scratching at his neck. Apex rumbled. "You'll want to stay down here. There are some psychic protections against ambient damage, but please be careful with your talons. This area is beyond priceless." Apex did his best to shrink in on himself, wings curling around his legs. Rays coughed up a plume of smoke. They continued forward, Ash idly slipping his poke gear off and priming camera mode. The cliff face sloped higher, nearly topping at 20 feet, a flat journey straight up. The league protected it from damage, and the mirror-smooth surface reflected light like a rainbow. Micah, he thought, if Professor Oak's lectures on rock-type diets meant anything. Rays perked further up, back flickering, and the rock face fell away to reveal an opening. It really did look like gold. The spire had clearly been polished and weathered by time, but the work the ancient Jotonians had done hadn't left. Over 20 feet tall, spiraling in on itself to a point, with a massive doorway carved through the base. The entrance to the old city. No league guard or tour was there, but it was a free-enter regional park, and Ash only hesitated a moment before walking underneath the stone. The wind from above whistled through it, fluttering off the sides almost like a bird's cry, and Apex perked up as they walked through. Ash yelped as his crest almost scrapped at one of the walls. Rays hissed absent-mindedly at the Skarmory, sniffing curiously at the ground beneath him. Instead of the patchwork style of the route, this was a complete covering. Gray dust glittered in the cracks of a massive spread of sandstone, roughly hewn and uneven. It was nothing like the psychically cut stones that filled cities, even back in quiet Pallet Town. And then there were the ruins. Strangely enough, despite the estimated spread of the city, only one building had survived in its entirety, the Road of 1,000, named for the number of hieroglyphics inscribed on the walls. Other walls could be seen, partially crumbled or buried beneath fall-off from the range's collapse, but the first building was also the last. Coincidentally, it was one of the few rooms still open to the public. The rest was too fragile for people to pick their way across, even if that hurt the deeply adventurous side of him. Maybe Apex could see his fill from up above. He stepped forward, trailing after the thin spikes placed in the ground by the league to guide them on the proper path. Various signs lined the way, the exact same information listed on the website, and he focused on the ruins instead. All the same yellow-gold sandstone, even as sun-bleached as it was stunning. Everything gleamed. The room itself was rather small, a huddled mass of sandstone bricks smoothed over with an ancient, cracking paste. That was part of what made it special. Hieroglyphics were rather common around Johto, but they were mainly found in caves or mountainsides. A whole room had been built just for these. Apex squawked, pointing awkwardly with his beak at something to the side. A few of the markers were bent around the room, tilted outward. He frowned, stepping closer. They weren't embedded too deep, to avoid breaking apart the bricks, but they were also hard to miss. He glanced around. There weren't any guards around to fix them, which was also strange, but maybe someone had bumped them. Rays pet his head to the side, eyes bright. He shook his head, bringing his poke gear up. Come on, let's go inside, he urged. Apex immediately snapped to attention. Raise chid, patting up the sandstone path to the side of the room. 2 entrances on either side, the original doors removed and replaced with a psychic bubble to protect the inside of the room from the elements. Raise poked curiously at the energy with his claws, eyes closed, before stepping through. It was like walking underwater, coolness sliding down his shoulders, and the inside of the room was easily 5 degrees colder than the sun-baked outsides. He blinked twice, adjusting the dark inside. He loathed to admit it, but Gary was extremely right that this needed pictures. The sandstone was muted without the sun, its original color more of a bronze, and that made the black figures scrawled over them much more clear. It was easy to see how the Jotonians had shaped the way for the future alphabet, each shape its own twisted letter, but he couldn't trace out any word from the walls. They were sparsely designed, most thin black lines, white bubbling in any holes the lines created. He couldn't imagine counting them, they all seemed to blend together, especially in the dark of the room. The shadows made it look like they blinked. The room looked like a place of worship, or at least remembrance. He wondered what they stood for. Rays spat an ember into his claws for a more controlled light and padded closer to one of the walls, using it to closely look at the designs. They were completely over the walls, from the floor to ceiling, although a psychic barrier flared when the Cyndaquil got too close. He hissed. Apex huddled in the center of the room, very aware of how his entire body was a weapon, but his eyes were wide and amazed. He hardly seemed to breathe as he took it all in, a Gary in a different, more pointy body. That made him snort. Carefully switching off the flashlight mode, he started taking pictures, working as best he could to get the full wall. Maybe Gary could translate them, telling him of some secret ancient technique lost in time that he could use. Their language was dead, even if their alphabet wasn't, but he could hope. Gary had always liked to research the inane things. He was halfway through a shot down a corner when a stone hitting stone echoed from behind them. Ash paused, glancing up. The sound had come from behind them, opposite the entrance. Maybe the missing guide? Gary had said the ruins had only recently opened up. Apex tilted his head to the side, attempting that quiet chirp again. There was a rush of voices from behind the wall. He did frown at that, Rays rearing up to sniff at the air. When the League did their monthly inspections and caretaking of the ruins, they shut the whole thing down for a day or two. They wouldn't just leave the main attraction open. He clicked his poke gear back to his side and headed towards the other door, Rays right at his heels. Apex shuffled forward, crest flaring despite himself. The psychic bubble washed over him again, a shiver chasing down his spine, and he spent seconds blinking sunlight out of his eyes. Both Rays and Apex suffered the same fate, poor Apex even more so, with keen eye, but the murmur of voices was clearer. He wasn't quite sure why he was investigating, but either he found a guide, who he could grill for information, or he found something else. Naturally curious, Gary had always called him, but it felt different, here. More needed. The markers were still bent, but they'd been twisted back. He could only tell they had been shifted by the slight bend in the plastic tips. Rays poked at it, the stick wobbling back in response, and even Apex kept spinning his head around. It was rather illegal, so he sucked in a deep breath, stepped over the markers, and headed around the back of the room. The chasm that had hidden the city was wider there, blooming outward into an almost circle, the outer edges ringed in crumbling sandstone walls. The paths were more cracked, whole chunks taken by pitfalls or crushed by overhead rock, but the center was clear, especially clear, for the 5 people standing in it. Adults, all in the charcoal protective gear most professionals wore. They swiveled to face him, looking just as surprised as he felt. Pokeballs glittered around their waists, and 2 were holding slabs of stone, carefully protected in what looked like glass. Oh. Caretakers, probably. Apex stepped next to him, head still ped to the side. Those markers are there for a reason, child, one said, stepping forward. His hair was a light blue, tucked neatly beneath a sort of helmet that covered the back of his head. Didn't you read the signs? His hand touched his belt. Sorry, I heard voices and wanted to check it out. Is everything okay? The man glanced at the others around him, slipping the plates into a pouch one of them held. They started to spread out over the ruined building, shifting stones back in place or nudging walls back, carefully avoiding the psychic barriers. Everything is fine, he hummed. During the monthly upkeep, it was noticed that several of the glyphs were missing, and we were sent to investigate if anyone had snuck in and defaced the room. We haven't found anything, but it's always good to be thorough. Rays padded closer, all but twining between Ash's legs. Oh. The group continued packing up, removing every last touch of their presence from the area, very cleanly done. If he hadn't seen them, he never would have noticed them. He couldn't even see the League stationed guards, no flickers of alakazam or the rumble of invisible claydol. The man in front of him kept watching, 8 Pokeballs on his waist. No trainer had limits on what Pokemon they could carry unless the League limited them, but no one he'd encountered so far had above 5. The man looked almost 30, though his blue hair brightened his face somewhat, and he held himself with a graceful steel. It's odd to see trainers interested in dusty old ruins, the man said, pulling his attention back again. Are you headed for the gyms? He nodded, Apex's talons scraping at the stone beside him. It sounded far too loud, echoing like thunder between the sandstone walls. Well then. The group finished cleaning and stepping behind the man, and for the first time he noticed a Chimecho curled around one of the woman's arms, its focal point glowing a faint silver. We do apologize for disturbing you, but we must report back our findings. His voice twisted oddly at the words and he plucked one Pokeball from his waist, holding it between 2 slender fingers. Did you find any? The man paused. Any evidence on the missing glyphs? They've never been removed before. There was a moment where he spun his Pokeball between his hand, eyes considering. We weren't able to find enough, he finally said, quiet. But we found at least some pieces. We will find more later on, I can assure you. Rays tilted his head to the side, smoke trickling black off his shoulders. Ash's hand was pressed to his Pokeballs, the sunlight bouncing off the cliff walls to dash over their faces. He couldn't quite see them, only vague ideas of hair color, or large eyes. Apex squawked, startling both him and the man, and stared up. Ash followed just in time to see an utterly massive shadow circle once over the chasm before landing with a boom. Dust billowed out like a storm and Ash coughed, throwing a hand over his mouth as he backed up. Rays and Apex fared no better. He could dimly see the man backing up, Pokeball tighter in his hands, his group gathering behind him. Glaring blue-red feathers, rippling muscles, a beak like molten gold, a crest that flared like a king's crown, the Braviary shrieked its arrival, wings spread wide and talons gripping one of the priceless stone walls. No one dared move, Ash's breath catching in his throat. Then the raptor lowered its wingspan, revealing a leather saddle that wrapped around its back and clasped at its talons, thin gems embedded in the strap, and a person sat astride in the seat like it was the most natural thing in the world. Burnished bronze hair, eyes like storm clouds, and a glare darker than anything he'd seen on a human face before. Ash watched as Ethan Sroka descended off the back of his Braviary, 12 Pokeballs like gold around his waist. The man took an almost unconscious step back. Team Rocket, Ethan snarled, and Ash couldn't contain his flinch. Team Rocket? There had been slivers in Johto before Red, but the campaign had wiped them to extinction. There was no chance. You want to leech into Johto as well? The man took only a second longer to click a Pokeball. A vague green-white figure appeared, taller than anyone, before the entire group disappeared in the crack of hasty teleportation. It echoed through the chasm walls like a tune. Ethan shook his head, muttering something Ash couldn't pick up, before turning around and scratching under his Braviary's beak. The avian crooned, psychic barriers flaring into existence as it shifted its talons, before its black eyes flicked toward him. Ash gritted his teeth and forced himself not to take a step back. The Unovan bird was even larger than Highness, all spikes and navy feathers. Rays snarled, darting between his legs and flaring up at the Braviary, smoke rising off his back. Ethan seemed to finally notice them, glancing at the fire type before back up. Ketchum. Ethan. The trainer laughed, swiping a hand through his hair. He gestured to where the group had been, the boom of teleportation still ringing faintly through the air. That seems like a great start to your journey, huh? Any reason you didn't call the authorities? Apex lowered his head, stepping forward. Ash hadn't had the time to give him a rundown of their journey or the times before, but the calm raptor was surprisingly in tune to them both, his eyes flicked between Ray's sparking back and Ash's clenched fists. They weren't wearing the uniforms. I didn't know, he defended, but unease crept down his spine. Why had he trusted them? He should have listened to the little worry in the back of his mind, at their care to remove all traces of their presence, at their surprise on seeing him. Ethan snorted. And you weren't suspicious of a group of people with no league insignia poking around some ancient ruins? Here I was, thinking that spending so much time around Oak's grandson would have taught you the league protocols. I do know them, he wanted to say, the words bubbling at his throat. But that was fighting defensive. He knew that was what Ethan enjoyed, ever since he'd paraded his Larvitar around Pallet and a 5-year-old Ash had stubbornly said it was illegal. All of his training research hadn't taught him how to fight back when it wasn't a Pokemon battle but words. But not this time. Now he was a trainer too, with his own team, his own journey. Then why didn't you fight them? He snapped back. They could have been trying to bring back Team Rocket, or planning a coup, or poaching the range's Pokemon Dash. Ethan's eyes went flat. They weren't poaching, he said, words a bit too soft, and if they were, they would not have left here free. He shook his head, crowd-endearing grin clicking back in place. Ash distantly remembered why Ethan had had to move to Kanto, and why he had a Larvitar before 10. Besides, Team Rocket is dead, beyond the fools who were never important enough to matter. His braviary rumbled, crest flaring as if at the memories. Red and I made sure of that. Red and Lance, he muttered. Ethan raised an eyebrow, that same smile that had garnered him so much attention in the conference spread over his face. Red did the legwork, he admitted, but Lance stayed in Blackthorn and used all of his power to protect his homeland. One of these days you'll get past your hero worship, Ketchum, everyone has flaws, even your champion. I covered Johto the year after the campaign. Ray's hissed like an explosive, and his eyes said that it was only the fact Ash was talking that stopped him from lunging for the Braviary's chest. You called them Team Rocket, Ash said, shoulders tight enough they felt like iron. That means they're doing something, like they always did, maybe they have a sponsor, or someone else that was able to get them back. If anything is successful, people will always pretend it's still there, even if it was crushed beneath our heels, he shrugged. They're worthless in a battle, anyway. But since you were here, I couldn't fight them, you'd get caught in the middle, and I don't have a psychic for you to hide behind. His 12 Ultra Ball gleamed. I can fight, he demanded hotly, fists by his sides. You wouldn't have to protect me, Rays and Apex can fight as well as any of your bought Pokemon Dash. This is for your protection, Ketchum, Ethan said, tone drifting steadily into lazy. Against fully evolved Pokemon born and raised into viciousness, there's nothing you can do with your team of Dash, he glanced over, as if noticing them for the first time, a fire mouse and a bird that can't evolve. Cute. Ash gritted his teeth so hard he swore they cracked. His braviary shrieked, wind rustling his shirt even from the sound, and flared its crest. Ethan blinked and glanced over, the avian jerking its head at the sky. But as entertaining as this has been, the plateau calls, being a guard is never an easy job, is it? He said, walking back over to his braviary. To make things a bit easier, do you mind calling this in? The non-emergency number is fine, just tell them that Ethan Sroka took care of it. He flashed a grin over his shoulder as he climbed back into his saddle, the flying type's wings whooshing out on either side. Ethan didn't wait for a nod, or an acknowledgement, or anything, he clicked his tongue and the braviary shrieked, crest flaring, and disappeared into the sky. Ray's flames were instantly blown out by the gale of wind. The chasm was empty, afterward. Ash shook himself, almost sticking a finger into his mouth to make sure all of his teeth were there. Little crescents were embedded in his palms and he'd lost more hair on his legs, Ray's cape having never gone quiet. Apex crooned at him, the quietest sound he'd heard, and brushed against his arm. He blinked, turning back to scratch at the underside of the Skarmory's jaw. "I'm fine, bud. Thanks, though." Ray's pushed against his legs, his own eyes burning like an inferno. His claws were the furthest extended Ash had ever seen and there was a tangible haze of smoke filtering through the air, the psychic barriers flaring as it pushed against the stone. He'd lost, again. "I'm fine," he repeated, crouching down to rub behind Ray's ears. The Cyndaquil just stared at him, embers flickering over his back. Ash grimaced but stood back up, glancing around the ruins. He'd taken his pictures for Gary and really, they should get back to traveling. Azalea Town waited and though bug types were normally fragile, he knew that Bugsy had a reputation as one of the craftiest gym leaders in Johto, able to use his opponent's strength against them. There was training galore to be done in order to take down him. The wind still rustled after Ethan's departure, sand gliding over the ground. Ash closed his eyes for a second, letting the familiar thoughts of training and strategies smooth over anything else, before pulling out his poke gear. Rays immediately hissed, flames billowing off his back, and even Apex flared his wings. Ash held up a hand and they stopped. "I know, but he asked me, and I really don't mind. He is a guard, a protector of Johto, and he's always needed." Guards were rare, and Ethan being made one really was an impressive step. After taking second place in the conference in his first year, right after the campaign, people had latched onto him, and then again, in his second year, when he'd helped chase out the stragglers in Johto. He'd left the region once in his second year, apparently to try out Unova's Virtus conference, but had come back before a month was up and declared he would stay in Johto for as long as he could and protect it. 2 weeks later, the league had recruited him, and he'd never left since. Rays snarled at him again, jabbing his claws at the poke gear and shaking his head. Ash wavered, just for a second, before letting a smile flash over his face. "It's fine, really. Even if they're not a threat, it's always good to let people know." The Cyndaquil just hissed. He clicked on the call button of his poke gear, the league's emergency number scrawled over the top no matter where on the page he was, but hesitated. Ethan had already taken care of it, and it was too late for a psychic to track where they had teleported. Even then, the non-emergency number seemed too important. The league was calling Ethan for something, which meant something was going on. He dithered for another moment before clicking the contact shining right below Gary. The poke gear hummed pleasantly, and he clicked off the videophone option as 3 dots flashed over the screen. Apex hopped over to look at the deep Mars the Braviary's talons had scarred into the sandstone wall, wings shuffling awkwardly. Rays was just staring at him. After a few seconds, the screen clicked once and Luke's voice came through. "Hello." "Hello," he offered back, voice a bit raspy from the dust floating liberally through the clearing. "It's Ash, I need to report something." Sounds of movement came through and then Luke spoke again, much more clear. "Something to report? You can't be past Azalea this far in. Do you need me to teleport over? What's wrong?" He shook his head, staring out over the ruins. The sunlight turned everything golden, wisps of psychic barriers flaring up as dust drifted past. "No, we're fine. I'm at the ruins, Shinny in range, and there were some old Team Rocket members poking around. A guard, Ethan Sroka, scared them off but wanted me to call it in. There. Concise." He let the events filter away, even as Luke sked in an audible breath on the other side. "Team Rocket?" Rays hissed, claws bright against the air. "That's what he said, yeah. Are you okay?" Ash crouched again, brushing his free hand over the back of Ray's head, the Cyndaquil leaning into it even as his eyes bored holes into the poke gear. "We never got involved, we're all fine. Just wanted to report it." Luke was silent for another moment, but everything he had said had jolted and almost smoothed together, his Sinnoh accent stronger in the situation. "Okay, Ash. I'll let the authorities in the area know, Ethan Sroka, right? He didn't wait for an answer. But I want you to go to Sandstone Town, the one on route. I'd be surprised if you weren't scared, and I want you to check in with someone. He forced down the familiar prickle of frustration and nodded, though Luke couldn't see. Okay. The poke gear hummed once as he hung up, easily slipping it back into his pocket and straightening back up. Rays blinked at him, eyes still narrowed but back down to a thin cape of warmth. Apex stopped nosing at the crumbling walls and hopped back over, feathers reshuffling. Ash had always been good at concentrating, so he let the memory sink lower, filling his thoughts with dashing Scyther and bulky Heracross, the backdrop of the Ilex forest gleaming behind. Bugsy is next, he offered, carefully walking around the room and back to the route. Rays rose to his back paws as they walked, listening, and Apex glanced once at the sky before continuing to awkwardly hop alongside them. Bug types, but Faulkner already showed us we shouldn't try to predict what Pokemon he'll use, so we'll just have to make strategies for everything. He pulled out his poke gear again, shutting down the call function, and pulled up the Pokédex and sorting by type. Dozens and dozens of bug types sat before him, all unique and dangerous, and all potential opponents. First up, the Caterpie line. Their dash. Rays chid at him, jabbing at his leg. Ash blinked and looked down, before grinning. He rubbed a hand over his friend's head, smoothing his thin blue fur over. I'm fine, bud. The authorities will handle it, and we've got our whole adventure ahead of us. We'll get stronger than he'll ever be. The Cyndaquil barked, eyes burning. Butterfree, they're fragile, but their wings are covered in poisonous scales that make it hard for physical fighters to get close, and they've got a worrying amount of psychic moves they can use even early on. We've never fought a psychic before. No, Rays, those Psyduck don't count, but Apex, that could be a problem for you, if it catches you while you're flying. Unless we're able to start on Night Slash, which shouldn't be too difficult, and then. We've never seen anything the size of the Ilex forest. Viridian Forest doesn't hold a candle, and that's Kanto's biggest. Ilex covers almost a fourth of the entire region. The ancients said it grew from a single tree, probably a dark cherry, and the water from being near the coast and how most destructive Pokemon stayed by the mountains meant it was able to thrive. There's no telling what we'll find there. Even Bugsy hasn't explored it fully, and he's dedicated his life to it. Ash glanced down to see Rays blink up at him, yawn, and turn back to the road. Tough crowd, he snorted, though he did pick up his own pace. Apex soared overhead, the early morning updrafts removing the necessity of flapping. Their surroundings had lost the mountain touches a few days ago, the sandstone plates growing sparser and sparser until they disappeared before the dirt for good. In their place were trees. The majority of their surroundings was still grasslands, the silver-green springgrass every postcard of Johto was full of, but small streams cut through the fields and brought groves with them. The break in the horizon was wonderful, and trainers often gathered around the tree near the route. He was almost guaranteed to snag a battle if trees were nearby. Rays thoroughly enjoyed it. A week more until they reached the Union Cave, and then Azalea beyond it. Alright, no more Ilex forest talk, he admitted, adjusting his hat. And I've spent the last 2 days talking over Bugsy, unless, of course, you want to go over those strategies again. Rays glanced at him, fire flickering over his shoulders. He breathed a cloud of gray. But there's also a chance we'll find a new friend there, he said, eyeing a close stretch of trees. The clouds were dark on the horizon, a sprawl of gray against the blue rest of it, but hopefully it would skip them by. The Dragon's Peak range would often send harsher weather over the region, but he hoped it was too far along for a late spring blizzard. Even with Ray's fierce determination, he wasn't quite strong enough to keep them all warm in snow. Most forests stick to mainly grass and bug types, as they help the forest grow instead of just existing in them, but Ilex is old enough that its trees and brush don't need the help of Pokemon to thrive. It's got so many species there: Arbok, Vulpix, Electrike, Houndour, Granbull, Zubat. Any of those sound interesting? The Cyndaquil hissed, glancing up at Apex. Ash followed him, watching his silver streak over the sky. Yeah, fair. Depends on the Pokemon. But you can't tell me you're not a little excited, huh? Rays exhaled a long plume of smoke, looking like he dearly wished to be distracted by a battle, and nodded. Ash snorted. Apex led them over the grasslands, spooking clouds of Pidgey away from the trees as he spiraled overhead. His shrieks echoed for miles and he took great delight in doing so, wings like scattered starlight when the sun caught them. Ray's progress on agility was improving rapidly, the wide-open route ideal for him to train while traveling. He hadn't started on a new move for Apex yet, still perfecting his current set, but he knew Union Cave would be excellent to start on Steel Wing. He stopped. Something was poking out of the grassland, a brown furred foot with a loop of tail stretched over. Ash frowned and Rays drew to his side, flames liking down his flanks as he tilted his head to the side. Eradicate, but half on the route, clearly knocked out. Every trainer was taught to safely deposit the wild Pokemon they battled into a safe location if they could, and Eradicate was hardly too large to move. Something golden glittered on the tip of its tail. He blinked, getting closer, only to hop back a step. Stun Spore, he said, stopping Rays from getting closer. The Cyndaquil hissed, nose twitching, but stepped back himself. It had to be fresh to be visible, and that meant it was still transferable. Trainers were fond of the move to disparage wild Pokemon from fighting them, but a good deal of grass types could learn the move easily in the wild, and the grasslands were full of the ones that could. Rays hissed, stepping carefully around the tail to pull back some of the spring grass. The Raticate was curled up, lightly covered in the spores. It wouldn't be waking up any time soon. Keep your eyes open, he said, carefully nudging the Pokemon's foot and tail into the grass so it wouldn't get stepped on, and immediately wiping off his boot as best he could. Rays nodded, though his eyes were still narrowed, and his nose never stopped twitching. XXX. As the land of colors, Johto's weather brought a rainbow of curses. He slammed a windbreaker over his head as he sprinted, Rays like a bullet by his side. Apex had given up on his soars and swoops, honing in on the closest grove of trees and easily outpacing the rest of them, and for good reason. The downpour was like someone had dropped the entire ocean directly over Johto. Apex could rust, though it would take time, and Ash would be miserable, but Rays was at a real threat. He didn't have the strength to maintain his inner heat in these conditions, and it would only get worse as the storm rolled further over them. He tried to hold the windbreaker over them both as they darted to the slim grove. The Skarmory reached it first, circling once to get rid of his momentum before tucking himself beneath the leaves. One branch snapped loud enough for Ash to hear it at a distance, but he quickly found another, drawing his wings as close as he could and pulling his sheaths up to their maximum protection. Rays activated the last of his energy into a burst of agility and made it to the trees, immediately taking refuge at a trunk and curling his paws underneath him. His fur was drenched through and he shivered like a thunderbolt had hit him, claws clattering against the dirt. Ash pounced on the dry land, shaking some of the wet out of his hair before padding back to his team. Apex loomed overhead, only managing to get half of his bulk hidden in the leaves, but he looked happier at least. Rays was just miserable. "All right, bud," he said, pulling off the first sphere around his waist. "The storm should pass soon enough, but we might have to make camp. I'll release you once it's cleared up." He held the Pokeball out. Rays lunged out and swatted the ball away as Ash went to click it, snarling. It bounced once and rolled deeper under the trees, tapping against a trunk to stop. Ash blinked. The Cyndaquil hissed at him, still curled up to keep any shred of warmth tucked inside, but his eyes burned. Shivers raced over his entire body like a living thing. Rays. He snatched the Pokeball back up and shoved it at the fire type. "You're freezing and miserable, this isn't going to make you stronger, it's just going to hurt you. You're not strong enough to deal with it." The Cyndaquil just hissed and curled up tighter. Apex squawked down at him, his own form of argument, and Rays snarled back. Water dripped through the breaks in the leaves over his coat, but there wasn't any fire, any smoke, there was no chance he could summon any in this condition. "This isn't training, and it isn't how you should treat yourself." Ray's eyes drifted down to his poke gear. Ah! Ash grimaced and sat down next to him. Ray's was a warrior at heart, vicious and determined and strong, but that led to perfectionism and an inability to give up. Ash should fight that, should stop his self-destruction, but Ray's had tried to break Ash's own bad habits, had tried over the course of the past week, and he had refused as well. He wanted to argue, obeying Ethan was hardly as bad as staying outside in a rainstorm as an unevolved fire type, but Ray's wouldn't agree. To him, this was training. Okay, bud, he said, and he felt every ounce of his exhaustion in the words. I won't stop you. I know you don't like how I am around Ethan, and I know I fought with you on that, so I won't force you into your pokeball. The Cyndaquil watched him, barely more than a huddle of blue cream. But we need to work on this. Both of us. After a moment, he nodded. Ash glanced at Apex, twined between the leaves. Can I ask a favor? The Skarmory squawked down, watching Ray's with narrowed eyes. He shuffled closer on the edge of his branch, droplets running down his beak. Can you cover Ray's? Stop the second you feel any rust, and I promise I'll buy you half of Azalea's stock in iron, but I don't want any more water getting on him. Apex nodded, carefully reaching out to shift his bulk onto another massive branch, and flared his wings. Despite his best efforts, Ray's did uncurl a little as the droplets stopped striking over his back, ching a quiet thanks to the raptor above. Apex bobbed his head. Ash stripped off his windbreaker, spreading the water-resistant fabric over the ground. Come on, bud. I don't want you sleeping on water, either. Ray's carefully unwrapped himself, inching onto the coat in order to stay underneath Apex, and curled back up. He watched Ash, who leaned against the tree under Apex. I don't agree with you, he said, fighting another grimace. But I respect you. Getting resistant in your base form can be immensely helpful, and the Dragon's Peak range is littered with ice types. I hope you know this isn't how we should train, but I will help try and keep it safe. The Cyndaquil purred at him, one of the least aggressive sounds he had ever heard, and returning to huddling underneath Apex. Ash leaned back against the tree, drawing his knees up to his chin. He knew he loved training, and that he wanted to be strong, but every Pokémon had limits. Training to become champion wouldn't be easy, wouldn't ever, but how hard would he have to push his team? Would either of them be able to find their limits? Ray started to shiver less as he curled tighter, breath steaming lightly in the air. Apex dutifully stood in the rain, even though it had to be hurting his own feathers. They were both pushing themselves. Ray's didn't know his limits yet, and neither did Ash. Training wasn't just new moves, new strategies, new ideas, everything in battles had to be trained. And that meant that he had to find their limits, for them all to find their limits, and then push them. We'll do it. The thought rang through his head. We'll push ourselves, but we'll do it together, safely. Champions. He reached out and brushed his hand over Ray's soaked fur, the Cyndaquil pushing almost unconsciously into the heat of his palm. Fighting Silver had been their first glimpse at it. Their battlefield wouldn't always be a temperate climate on a rocky floor, Price certainly wouldn't be. If Ray's could resist the cold of water and ice, and fight without his fire, he would be all the more for it. If Apex could fight even while grounded, or with his wings softened by heat, he would be stronger. The pitch clouds over silver-green grassfields were strangely beautiful. Ash kept stroking over Ray's shivering coat, the fire type doing his best to be stoic as his fangs chattered. This wasn't the safest way to do it, but there was merit in the idea, or in having his team help each other. Maybe the Union Cave would teach him more. He hadn't heard any thunder that would call for more pressing actions, and Apex protected them from most of the rain as the rest flooded through the sky. Storms were no different in Johto than Kanto, but it certainly felt different, watching the squall stretch to the horizons. Ray's hissed as water splashed over his flank. Ash blinked, looking up. Apex flailed awkwardly, one wing stuck half extended. He squawked, nothing but confusion in his tone, and more rain slipped past the leaves. His wing unfroze and he hopped back a step, a few golden spores trailing down in the rain. Someone tried to stun you? Ash knelt by the sparkles, quickly dispersed and fading in a puddle, but he hadn't missed what he'd seen. Apex squawked at him, head ped to one side and gaze flicking through the leaves around him. Raze tore himself upright as a small green form toddled out from behind the tree Apex was perched on. Ash spun, hands falling to his waist. The Beauty trilled at them, eyes bright, before it bounded forward and tapped Raze with one of its vines. The fire type immediately slumped as it absorbed his energy, his already exhausted state pulling him deeper. Ash lunged forward, hands grasping at a pokeball as a random weapon, going in for a kick. Beauty saw him, dropped the absorb, and released a plume of stunned spore. Ash coughed, jabbing his heels into the ground to stop himself from jumping right into it, but Raze managed to lurch upward, eyes burning, and slammed his skull into the grass type before the stunned spore hit him. It flew backward with a squeak, tumbling against a brush of grass. Shaking its vined head, it stood back up, warbling at them with a glint in its black eyes. Raze snarled at it, standing on 3 paws, but he wasn't alone. Apex threw himself off his perch with a shriek, flared his wings, and blasted Beauty with an air cutter holding no mercy. The grass type skipped back like a stone before falling flat on its face. Before his mind could catch up, Ash primed the pokeball he was holding it and chucked it at their attacker. Beauty dissolved into scarlet mist, the pokeball sinking into the mud. It trembled once, twice, rolling around. It continued to shake long enough for Raze to get back into a stable position and for Apex to crawl back to his perch. It clicked. Ash carefully stepped forward and picked it up, the surface wet with rain but warm under his fingers. He walked back to his team, helping Raze get back on the windbreaker and Apex to brush off the last of the stunned spore. "Okay," he said eloquently. "That happened." Apex squawked, eyes wide but curious. His talons scrapped at his perch as he leaned down. Ash sat in front of them, holding out the pokeball. "We didn't get to see much of it," he offered, rolling it between his palms. "But there were other Pokemon we saw paralyzed on the route, and it was willing to go after us in the middle of a rainstorm. But it did attack us. So it's strong, but it might be too difficult to work with." He looked at the pokeball. "Do you want to try?" Raze took only a second before nodding, hissing quietly from his slumped position. He respected strength, Ash knew, and in the 20 seconds they'd seen it had had plenty of it. Apex tilted its head to the side, eyes narrowed, before squawking a question. Ash took a guess. "It's a Beauty, a grass and poison type. You're strong enough to handle anything it can throw at you, and stun spore is too heavy to hit you while you're flying." Apex glanced at his wing, maneuvering it once, before nodding. Ash grinned. Beauty were rather uncommon Pokemon, given their status as the younglings of the Pokemon world. That was the name of numerous species of Pokemon with an extremely limited first form, often only able to perform simple moves and with little movement prowess, but not a necessary first stage. Rosalia hatched from eggs like any other baby Pokemon, but the parents could only produce a Beauty if they felt extreme safety and protection where they were living, which allowed them the protection for the notoriously weak Beauty to survive. So in places like these wide grasslands, perfect for the short grass types to disappear in, Beauty must be more frequent. Ash hummed to himself, turning over the pokeball in his hand. Roserade were fast, agile assassins, built around poison and thorns, and Beauty seemed to already have that personality set. His poke gear buzzed quietly as it scanned their newest teammate. Apex leaned down to hear better, Raze pulling his head off his front paws. Beauty, the bud Pokemon. They live alongside clean water, and open their buds in the warm spring to release pollen. This pollen is poisonous and, when the Beauty is raised on fresh water, can become more toxic. This Beauty is female with the ability Poison Point, which lets it release poison from its bud. It knows the moves Absorb, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, and Synthesis. Raze snorted at her moveset, but the way he was sprawled from the Absorb answered his true feelings. Ash dug through the medical section of his bag, the hollow roar of the rainfall their backdrop, and pulled out a revive. They were expensive, but he needed his first friend at least able to introduce Johto to the team, and the combination of the wet, the cold, and the absorb was the first thing he'd ever seen able to slow the Cyndaquil down. He offered the thin pill over, and Ray's scarfed it down without a moment's hesitation. Energy burst through his eyes and he stood back up, shaking some of the water out of his fur and baring his fangs. It was more of an adrenaline surge than true revitalization, but it'd last them through the night. Apex inched further down on his perch, crest flared and head pet. Ash grinned at his team and clicked the release. Johto formed between them, shaking her head and glancing around. She hadn't been knocked out by Apex's attack then, only dazed, explained why she had fought back so hard against the pokeball. Maybe a foot tall at the most, bright green with a paler face and two vines curling together above. Her vines twitched as she slowly turned in a circle to face him, trilling lightly. It was a surprisingly sweet sound. "Hello Johto," he said, sitting fully even as mud squelched around his pants. "My name is Ash, and we just captured you. Do you know what that means?" The grass type nodded. "And, are you okay with being on our team?" Johto glanced around, black eyes flicking between the grove of trees and the grasslands. She padded forward one step and nodded, the movement carrying her whole body. Wanting to prove herself, wanting to become stronger, wanting out of Route 32, whatever the reason, she had said yes. Ash grinned, almost reaching forward before remembering Poison Point. "Welcome to the team, Johto. Do you want a nickname?" She chirped at him, softer than a bird's and more whistling. "Like how this is Ray's dash," he gestured at the Cyndaquil, who narrowed his eyes at Johto, "and this is Apex." The steel type squawked at her, though carefully stayed on his branch. They'd made progress with his fear of fire, given as Rays threw his around constantly, but the Skarmory seemed none too pleased with Johto's stun spore. Ash pushed the familiarization strategies out of his head for the moment. Turning back to him, she nodded again. His mind raced through the years spent at home, but he thought he had a good one, Bloom. Johto didn't take more than a heartbeat before trilling. Ash smiled, and this time reached forward to lightly pet the back of her head, the leaf-like skin smooth under his hand. "Welcome to the team, Bloom." Rays stepped forward at that, for must and spiked from where he tried to shake more water off. He hissed at her, but Ash could tell he was forcing the annoyance out of his voice, carefully talking through the team rules and how their journey was. Bloom listened attentively, vines curling against each other as the rain fell in the distance. Apex squawked once for his own introduction and she trilled at him, stepping back in order to see him. She bounced once, shaking her vines at him, before stepping deeper into the grove of trees. Ash blinked but stood up, Rays pressing against him to avoid curling back up for warmth in front of the new recruit. Bloom easily swept past a low bramble, waiting patiently for them. Right behind where they'd been sitting was a small clearing, the trees on the side having been blown over early in their development until they curled together, forming an almost complete roof. He could hear the rumble of rain slamming against the leaves but none came through. He set his windbreaker on the ground for Rays before going back through, Apex staring curiously at them. "You can come down," he said, reaching up to scratch at the Skarmory's armor. "Thank you for helping me." Apex squawked at him, pushing his beak into his hand, before carefully disentangling himself from the leaves and hopping down. His talons scored deep into the unstable mud and he quickly made his way towards the clearing, the back of his wings soaking wet and covered in leaves. Ash felt that same prick of guilt and dug through his bag, coming up with every spare bit of clothing he didn't absolutely need. Bloom chirped at him, pushing a pile of old leaves and dirt into a sort of mound, sitting herself on top as her vines spun around themselves. It elevated her above the curled-up Rays, which she seemed to appreciate. Ash dumped half of his clothes on the ground, curling the pants together into a hollow and patting it with his jacket. Rays waited for only a second, glancing up at Apex, before digging himself into the hole with a soft chirr. Even if he was pushing himself immensely by being out in this weather, Ash wasn't about to have him hurt himself too much. Apex hopped around for a second before finding a branch, even if it was too small for him. His claws still stabbed into the ground, but it was more manageable, and he did his chirp as Ash set up behind him, armed with every shirt he owned. Bloom watched him avidly as he set about drying Apex's wings, doing his best to get between his sheaths and prying off the leaves almost cemented to his armor. Apex almost purred as Ash did his preening for him, rubbing away any chance of rust and getting all the finicky little things that cloth could get instead of his beak. Rays poked his nose out of the bundle of clothing and there was smoke in his breath now, his fur mussed but no longer shivering. They'd trained to become strong together. If Rays wanted to work until he could summon his fire in any situation, in any temperature, then Ash would bring him to the worst climates in the world to do it. Bloom eventually got off her dirt and trotted over, staring at him. She shuffled her vines and a few golden sparks emerged, floating through the mist-heavy air, Apex immediately stepping away with a startled squawk. Ash jerked to his feet and stood between them, batting at the stunned spore with his cloth until it dispersed. "No," he ordered, and Bloom begrudgingly backed down. More vicious than he'd given her credit for, but he knew he could handle it. The beauty watched him closely as he moved back to Apex, a water droplet sliding down her vines. It looked like he wasn't doing what she expected of a trainer, but he knew they wouldn't train today, not in this weather. "Not tonight," he offered, brushing over the groove in Apex's tail. "We can train tomorrow, but the whole team isn't ready to train in this rain, and I want you to work with everyone." She twisted her vines at him, little thorns lining the inside. "You want to become stronger?" he guessed, breaking away from Apex. The beauty stared at him. "Well, you did challenge a trainer with 2 Pokemon. A fire type and a flying type. In a rainstorm." She flashed her thorns at him. Rays snorted. "I can help you become strong," he said, and Bloom visibly stood taller. "I know. You're a youngling Pokemon, and that will make it more difficult, but I won't give up. If you challenged us for nothing but a good fight, I think you want very badly to be strong." Bloom's eyes gleamed. "And if you work with the team, I promise you that you will evolve," he swore, facing her fully. Bloom narrowed her eyes, thorns flashing on the inside of her vines, but Ash stood his ground. "I mean it. If you're joining us as a team. I don't know what you thought about trainers, but I'm not someone you can swindle a shiny stone out of and then leave." She didn't move. "If you want to become stronger, then you will join the team, and I will see you succeed alongside us." The grass type stared at him, eyes slitted. But her gaze flicked up to Apex, at his massive bulk and armor, to Rays, at the determination sparking behind his eyes. After a moment, she nodded. "Thank you, Bloom." He meant it. "Tonight though, we're going to rest. But once you've started training, you won't even remember where you were at now." She trilled, and he felt the sting of her thorns as he stroked her head. The storm rumbled all around them, but within the grove, they were together. XXX. His poke gear clicked steadily away like a mantra, echoing off the stone walls. Rays hissed, bumping against his calves until Ash begrudgingly turned on silent mode. It didn't do much to muffle the furious taps of his fingers, if the Cyndaquil's growl said anything. They'd entered Union Cave less than a few hours ago, another slump of the old Shinyan range that the League had found a stable enough passage through instead of just bulldozing a path with Donphan. It had greeted them with a yawning maw of an entrance, all cragged sandstone and uneven flooring, and the darkness had swallowed them almost immediately. The air was heavy and dry, stalagmites cheerfully tore at his pant legs, and the weight of the stone creaked throatily overhead, but it was absolutely stunning nonetheless. Burnished gold sandstone, the natural shade not bleached by the sun, strung around with quartz-like pearls and shimmering veins of some dark, reflective metal. It stooped low and billowed out into caverns in the space of 5 seconds, the highest points drenched in shadows neither the League lights nor rays could reach, and the murmur and rustle of wild Pokemon echoed through the walls around them. He loved it. Apex at least agreed with him, his 2 loves of flying and exploration at war within him as he hopped awkwardly through the tunnels with his eyes blown wide open. Every fleck of mica that glittered off Ray's back or the crystalline pebbling at the roof drew his eyes like venomoth to flame. Even with how miserable the skarmory had to be in the cave system, it felt like Ash was having to drag him along. Thankfully, Ray's had finally nailed down agility outside the cave, as there was almost no room to practice inside. It was also hardly a place for flamethrower, but he'd taken to experimenting as they traveled, breathing thin plumes of fire at the ground with his nose screwed up and eyes narrowed. He couldn't produce enough smoke to be too bad of an issue with that minimum of training, but Ash still had several bottles of water on standby just in case. The Cyndaquil scratched at a few walls they passed, sniffing up at the rustling Zubat colonies, but his gaze was ever fixed on where Azalea was. He blinked as something darted past him, a whistling trill echoing around the walls. The Dwebble squeaked and burrowed into the wall with surprising speed, little claws tearing through the stone before it disappeared into a side tunnel. Bloom flashed her thorns at the dark. Ash sighed but knelt next to her, running his hand over the back of her bud. The grass type chirped without looking at him, eyes narrowed at where the bug type had disappeared. Her vines twisted. She'd taken to being on the team, including traveling, training, and battling, with a fierce sort of enthusiasm that didn't quite match Ray's but was eerily similar. Something to prove, he'd guessed, but there wasn't exactly a safe way to test it when her favorite thing to do was to paralyze everything and mockingly drain them dry. Bloom trilled once more at the side tunnel before turning back to the cave, trotting after the sparking rays. Ash snorted and followed. Challenging him and his team had been a means to an end for her, but she was fitting in well. Apex was still leery about her stun spores and she seemed to view him as a physical barrier she couldn't take on yet, but he'd helped guide her in training and she hadn't actively fought him since the first night. Ray's, on the other hand, was her greatest threat. He hadn't tried to set her on fire yet, so Ash was counting that as a complete win. "You really give no quarters, huh?" he said, trotting to catch up with her and Ray's. Bloom blinked at him, vines furling innocently, and her eyes gleamed in the black of the cave. Predatory at best, vicious at worst, but she worked well with the rest of his friends, and her strength even as a youngling Pokémon couldn't be ignored. As if sensing his thoughts, she trilled. Fire wreathed around Ray's claws as he held up the light, glancing at Apex. The Skarmory squawked back, voice echoing through the cavern, and returned to lightly pecking a section of mica. Ash winced as a drop of poison hit the ground from Bloom's vines, the acrid stench not diffusing fast enough in the huddled stone tunnel, though the Beauty did whistle an apology. Poison Point was both adventitious and not. Her training would be focused around movement instead of new moves. As of now, she only had 2 limbs, though her vines would eventually become her arms once she evolved. Most of her energy went into storage for evolution, so potential new moves were limited, and training a grass type in a cave without sunlight was difficult, to say lightly, but she was determined enough he knew they could make progress. Ray's was working on Flamethrower. It was slow going, mostly due to how little they could work on it in a cave but also his control over it, but they had already learned agility, and the Cyndaquil showed no signs of slowing down. Apex had Steel Wing, which would actually be easier in the cave. It was always difficult to train flying types to use their wings in combat, as they would never risk it in the wild, and him having to travel on foot would definitely help their case. His mind continued to race with ideas. In the distance, a Zubat colony clustered and squeaked against each other, both Ray's and Bloom immediately perked up. The Cyndaquil let sparks rain down his back for light and immediately charged forward, Bloom only inches behind. Ash sighed, leaning against Apex as Ray's attempted flamethrower exploded against the air, golden sparkles rising alongside it. "There's 2 of them now," he said, and Apex could only squawk tiredly back. XXX. Azalea Town was rather misleading, considering the wooden building stretched nearly to the horizon, but Ash supposed he'd let them keep it. Not a single thing extended above 3 stories. He frowned at the sign outside Bugsy's gym, the paper protected by a laminated sheet. Available time slots. There were 3 per day, with little boxes next to them. 2 for today had numbers scrawled across in various degrees of penmanship. The last 4 digits of a trainer ID, if he had to guess. Reserving spots. There was no reason to call Azalea a town when Violet was a city and didn't have near enough population to need to request gym battle times. Maybe it was upsetting him more than he thought. Rays hissed at the paper, though he didn't get closer. Everything in Azalea was made of wood taken from ilex, over 30 separate species, and the gym was a knotted jumble of every one. Not a single board was the same as the one next to it, and all of their stains were different as well, and the whole thing looked like a mosaic at the end of the day. Azalea was centered around wood, both in their practices and the little quirks he'd picked up just from walking through the town. They believed in misplacements, and as such, if a piece of wood they wanted to use had a knot in it, they carved out the knot and replaced it with a chunk from a different wood. A blip in time, he'd read online. From a distance, they looked like polka dots. Apex's shadow crossed over as he squawked questioningly down, wings catching the afternoon sun and chucking it over the wood sprawl roofs. He'd hardly landed since they'd left Union Cave. Bloom trilled back at him, though her eyes were fixed on the front gate of the gym. Ash fished around his bag until snagging a nub of a pencil in a side pocket and penned his numbers in the earliest slot for tomorrow. Someone else would be coming an hour after him, and the rest of the week was already splotchily filled, retrials maybe, or persistent Azalea natives. 9 tomorrow, he announced, tucking the pencil in the first pocket he found. He knew he'd never see it again. We'll explore around for a bit but Bloom, Apex, no battles. You need your rest. Rays hissed, just as furious as when they'd first decided he wouldn't battle, and started trudging away from the gym. The Cyndaquil did understand, he'd been the one to partially suggest it, after watching Bloom's progress, but Ash could get his frustration. Gym battles were the true tests of strength, the way to show how far he'd come. It was only fair that the other members of their team got the same chance. Bloom whistled and chirped at Ash, tapping against the side of the gym. He snorted. Tomorrow, girl. Then you'll get to battle. She flashed her thorns, though when he leaned down and offered a hand, she did hop on. As a Budu, the only place she could release poison was her bud, so he was mostly safe in handling her. She clambered onto his shoulder, her 4 pounds barely enough to affect him, though she had to stabilize herself with his hair. Bloom leaned over and trilled at Rays. The Cyndaquil glared. He's going to be taller than me one day, Ash reminded her, starting away from the gym. And much, much taller than you. Bloom chirped, and he felt her vines brush at his hair. Did I mention fire type? The Budu was unfazed. Youngling Pokemon were born special, he knew that, and already Bloom was matching some worrying stereotypes his Pokegear had warned him of. They were never built to stay in their evolutionary state for too long, as that tended to lead to unfortunate circumstances, and most had 3 reactions if they weren't able to evolve: staying hidden, extreme attachment, or low confidence. Figuring out members of his team was one of the most important things he could do as a trainer. Rays fought because he loved it, because he wanted to become the strongest anyone could possibly imagine. Apex yearned for security, for personal pride. Bloom battled like she had something to prove. He didn't know what would happen once she did. Rays chid at him and Ash blinked, glancing up. Apex circled overhead but he kept drifting to the left, at the old hill that overlooked the town proper. That's the Pokeball Museum, where the creator Kurt's house was. You want to head there? The fire type nodded, staring at his own Pokeball. Lead the way. Bloom whistled and Apex shrieked back, shooting back up to his comfortable height of 100 feet. He'd mastered Steel Wing in the Union Cave and it seemed to help him in flight. He was more aware of the ways he could push his wings without worrying about them bending under the pressure. It meant his dives to fly low over the town looked all the more daring, at least. Rays picked his way around the wooden town, Cape begrudgingly kept as low as he could manage it, though smoke drifted off his shoulders. He'd be in for a rough awakening in Ilex, and Ash silently bemoaned not having found a water type. Azalea sprawled even more than Violet and it was approaching an hour by the time they were making their way up the hill, Bloom's vines woven through his hair for balance. Apex kept a constant spiral overhead, flicking past the hill to explore the edges of ilex before swooping back to check on them, and Rays hissed at the legions of azalea slowpoke lining the stream around the hill. They must have made for an interesting sight, if the curious looks of the family coming down from the museum meant anything. Ash yawned, one hand nudging Bloom back by his neck when she almost fell off, and whistled for Apex. The Skarmory shrieked back and landed, talons ripping out good swaths of grass. Tired at all? Apex shook his head, massive wings folding up almost neatly at his side. Rays swiped at his leg when one primary nearly caught him on the flank, though the fire type accepted Apex's meek squawk as an apology. He really was too big for his own good. Bloom chirped at them both, jabbing a vine towards the museum. Ash snorted like the dutiful steed he was and headed over, adjusting his hat so the brim would cover her. "I'll make Rays carry you one of these days, I swear." The beauty yanked on his hair. There wasn't much to the museum itself, no. Grand spectacle like the ruins had been, Kurt's old house had been preserved in time, every wood panel the original, though closed off. His apricorn field still thrived on the opposite of the hill and his workshop was open to tours, but most everything interesting was online. There were, however, giant glass showcases in front of his house. Kurt had only helped design 7 Pokeballs proper, but the league had decided to showcase one of every Pokeball outside nonetheless, which he doubted Kurt opposed. Apex squawked curiously and hopped over, glancing between his own red sphere and the gleaming ones behind the glass. Rays reared up and tapped at the glass, though his little claws didn't do anything. Ash hummed to himself as he read the plaques. Most were ones he knew, but it was different seeing them in person, sharper. He hadn't known the heavy ball was that segmented, or the friend ball so green. Rays reached up to touch his own Pokeball, jostling the others on Ash's waist. "Which one would you want, bud?" he asked, tapping at the glass. The Cyndaquil blinked and turned back to the display case, embers splashing down his fur. It only took him a heartbeat before he jabbed his claws at the Cherish ball. Ash snorted. "You just want that one because it's bright red," he teased, and was rewarded when Rays blew smoke over his legs. The Cyndaquil didn't change his choice though, staring at the blood-red ball. It did look rather dashing. Apex squawked to get his attention and gestured at the dive ball with his beak, careful to not hit the glass. Stepping around Rays, Ash grinned, a pale blue and white, exactly like a morning sky. "Maybe I can customize one to get some silver streaks in there. Or on the button." Apex nodded his approval, sheaths flaring at the base of his wings. Rays looked closer at his own choice. Bloom tugged at his hair and Ash followed her to the left, where she chirped at the lure ball. He blinked, trying to guess what she'd like about it, before it clicked. The blue and red were eerily similar to a Roserade's bouquets. "I hope yours are a little bigger, but it fits you," he said, bending down to look at it better. "You're built for luring in your opponents." The grass-type's Trill was entirely too pleased. Rays hissed at him, falling back to all fours to nudge at his leg. Ash glanced down, careful to keep Bloom stable on his shoulder. "What's up?" He jabbed a claw at the display, sparks wreathing around his neck. "Oh." Ash frowned, leaning closer to look at them all. The net ball has the most interesting pattern and he'd always loved the sleekness of the great ball, but his eyes kept flicking to the left. "This one," he said, tapping above the park ball. Rays reared up to get a better look, head tilted to the side. The ball wasn't very distinctive, no real pattern on it, and Ash couldn't help a slight heat around his ears as he explained. "It's the same gold as the champion's throne," he admitted, practically feeling Ray's retribution for Ash teasing his choice. "And, well, it looks nice. I wouldn't mind being in that one." The Cyndaquil chirped. Apex squawked, beak clicking lightly against the glass. "Sorry bud, we can't buy these, not here at least. We could probably find them in Goldenrod, but we're—" He tried not to think of how much feeding the Skarmory cost him, broke. "But we definitely will in the future. Everyone gets their own choice." Bloom chirped, vines rustling against his hair. Rays seemed surprisingly enthralled by the idea, giving the display case one more glance before falling back to all fours and turning to Azalea. Ash snorted. Ready for their gym battle? Though it looked like it physically pained him, Rays nodded. Ash's laughter bounced down the hillside. Triple X. 9 both came quickly and far too slow. Ash raced his fingers over his pokeballs, the early morning yawning over the town for him as gold danced over the mosaic of the gym. The different colors of wood were even more clear before noon, all crisp edges and missing knots. The entrance gate was a shallow thing, only a foot taller than Ash himself, lined in branches with their bark still on. Ray's familiar warmth shocked up his arm. He ironed out his shoulders and marched inside. The floor was uniform but covered in what looked like beeswax, the golden stain from Cyndaquil, and it glittered like glass in the ceiling lights. Ash barely managed to pry his eyes away from it in time to walk into the entrance room, a homey area with pale green sitting chairs and an immensely bored receptionist flipping through something on his poke gear. Ash's boots scuffed against the floor and the receptionist glanced up, tucking his device under the desk. "Hey." He scanned a document in front of him. "Ash Ketchum, right?" He nodded, feeling a grin snap into place. The man frowned, drumming his fingers over his desk. "DMN, another 9 o'clock. He glanced back at a door behind him, "should be ready. Holler back if he's not in there." Ash blinked. "He's not normally." "This is Bugsy," he said, clearly not understanding why Ash was confused. "It's a good day if he's only asleep instead of halfway through Ilex, researching another Pavilion pattern. I still don't understand why he doesn't schedule gym battles for midnight, since he's always awake then." "Sounds fun," he offered as delicately as he could. The man looked at him with eyes that had seen centuries. "Being Bugsy's receptionist? It's community service. Don't mess around with the Ilex forest if you value having a life." Well, that was a future career scrapped off the list, unfortunately. Ash tried for a winning smile as he slipped past the man and into the room beyond, thoughts smoothing over as strategies and ideas raced by. The door was a massive slab of oak, dyed a deep red, and he had to get his shoulder behind it just to push it open. Humidity hit him like a slap to the face and the heat was only a step behind. He blinked twice to shake the worst of it off and settled his hands over his waist, his team's consciousness jolting up his arms. The battlefield was thick and gnarled, faux tree roots jabbing through the dirt and twining over the ground. 2 podiums carved straight from trunks sat on either side, conjoined by a ring of trees that swept around the entire field. The ceiling was heavily stained glass curling into a dome, the entire field awash in dark green. High enough that flying types had a chance, but low enough Apex would have to keep things tight. It was like someone had snipped a piece of Ilex and dropped it neatly into a building. Ash exhaled, the cloying moisture in the air getting stuck over his tongue. Everything smelled like garlic mixed with pine, which was surprisingly pleasant. On the other side of the field was a pile of books. Bugsy, the gym leader of Azalea Town, was curled tightly enough over a journal it looked like he'd lost his legs, murmuring something as he scrawled a series of notes without ever looking over. His other hand held the paper steady and he used his knee to splay a book flat, glancing through the pages and mouth moving fast enough Ash could only see a blur. At least he was awake. Ash awkwardly waited by the doorway for a minute, letting his eyes race around the battlefield and fill it full of strategies, before beginning to pad towards the podium. Bugsy didn't so much as twitch. He cleared his throat as politely as he could manage. Bugsy straightened like he'd been shocked, journal fluttering closed in his lap. "Oh." He jerked to his feet, kicking a few books out of his way in a spine-cracking stretch, and started to walk over. "I'm terribly sorry about that, it's quite easy to lose track of time in here." "I'm not too late, am I?" "Right on," Ash offered, shaking the proffered hand. Bugsy smiled, adjusting his gloves. A red and black circle was embroidered on the back of each one. Each gym leader got to choose their own insignia location, apparently. "Is now still a good time?" Bugsy waved him off, already heading to his side of the battlefield. Of course. It was just a little research, and I'm never distracted by that sort of thing. How many badges do you have? Ray's pokeball flared under his palm. Just one. Then a 3-on-3. As if on cue, a referee with an alakazam at her side walked through a break in the trees. She didn't have gloves like Bugsy, but his insignia was embroidered over her collarbones, barely visible in the shadows of the trees. Bugsy hopped onto his podium and the alakazam spoons flashed, 6 pokeballs appearing in front of him. He swiped them all with practiced ease and slipped them into a pouch on his side, cracking his neck with a wince. Ash ran his hand over the wood railing of his podium, the familiar feel of psychic barriers snapping into place around him. A 3-on-3 was still doable. If Apex couldn't finish it, then Rays would be enough. Their second gym battle. They would be enough. Bugsy tapped his first pokeball and a Spinarak appeared, easily a foot long and bristling. It scuttled under a root and perched on another, black eyes blinking over the field. Ash grinned and released his own. Bloom appeared with a trill, thorns flashing in the low light. She glanced around the field, focusing curiously at the root outcrops, before facing Bugsy with all the poison her chirps could have. Bugsy hummed appreciatively, a leftover pencil twirling between his fingers. The grass type preened at his reaction. It's fast but physical, Ash murmured, gaze fixed across the field. Bloom's vines twisted above her head, the blue and red spots barely visible in the gloom. Watch out for its webs. End this quickly. He knew her eyes gleamed. The alakazam flickered from view and the referee raised her hand, barriers clicking into place around her fingers. This is a 3 versus 3 between gym leader Bugsy and a challenger. Begin. Charge, then string shot entanglement. Spinarak clicked its mandibles and sprung forward, 8 legs pulling it over and past the tree roots. Bloom trilled but stayed still, until she evolved and gained the agility her species was known for. She wouldn't be able to dodge much of anything. Spinarak's horn gleamed white and a bolt of web shot from it, nearly invisible. It slammed into a root inches from Bloom's vines and stuck. She warbled and stepped back, thorns flashing. Spinarak shot more webbing, each strand spanning the roots around her. The spider darted forward even faster. Ash was content to wait. Bloom knew she was a sitting target in most battles if she couldn't catch the head on them, and they'd pieced together strategies based on that. Already, he could see the almost imperceptible glimmer of gold along the string shots closest to her. The Beauty wound her vines tighter over her head and watched as Spinarak continued spinning its web, urged on by Bugsy's quiet commands. Bloom tried to bounce forward a step and stopped as Spinarak chittered, 2 more string shots slamming into the back of her head. She hissed. The spider rubbed the ends off on the nearest root, pinning her neatly in place. It really was an excellent strategy. Spinarak weren't built for head-to-head combat but more for shadows, much like Bloom herself, and building a web around their opponents meant they got to recreate that situation. Steady, he said, leaning forward. Spinarak darted up its webbing, the end result a cocoon stretched around Bloom. Bugsy kept a quiet drone, directing it from place to place, and Bloom carefully looked up as Spinarak started crawling down towards her. Now. Her vines flashed. The thorns hidden on the inside shredded the string shot around her and she bounded forward, cutting the strand Spinarak was on. It chittered, legs flailing as it fell. Bloom promptly exploded. A massive wave of stun spore erupted inside the cocoon, sweeping upwards. Spinarak's legs stiffened and froze as it slammed against the ground, only able to twitch sporadically. Bloom rewound her vines and waited for the spore to fall fully to the ground, her prey trying to struggle up even with the gold covering its entire body. Then, with a trill carrying the same compassion as a Tyranitar, she toddled forward and drained Spinarak dry of any energy it had left. The spider thrashed once, nearly catching her with a poison sting, before falling flat against the ground. Even Bugsy nodded as he recalled his team member, holding it up for the alakazam to teleport it away. Bloom hissed at the scarlet mist of her retreating opponent before turning to trill at Bugsy, vines waving almost cheerfully. Ash cracked a grin. "You able to keep going?" he asked. Bloom trilled incredulously, vines weaving around each other and gleaming with energy. His grin widened. Of course she was. She hadn't let herself be hit. Bugsy tapped his way through 2 separate pokeballs, a thoughtful expression scrawled over his face. "Nice one," he admitted, though his eyes gleamed with excitement even across the gloom of the battlefield. "But I train to my weaknesses, and you'll have to do better than that." Bloom hissed as a Ledian burst onto the field. Easily 4 feet tall and armored in a thick red carapace, it immediately took off and buzzed around Bugsy's head, its 4 arms tight by its side. Ash bit his lip. Bloom had a weakness to fast and flying Pokémon, combined together, it was worse than bad. "It's fast," he murmured, watching her perk up inside the cocoon. "It won't hit hard, but it's going to dodge anything you throw at it. Stay behind the string shots, and try to tempt it closer." She trilled back, vines reshuffling over her head. Ledian buzzed louder to cover up the last of Bugsy's commands and darted onto the field, translucent wings invisible even as it flitted over. He grimaced. The referee's hand flashed down. Bloom immediately poked her head in a gap between 2 pale threads, chirping mockingly at the bug type. It pet its head at her, 2 of its arms thrumming with energy. "Explore," Bugsy said, still twisting his pencil through his fingers. "See what its plan is." Ledian buzzed back, darting over the cocoon. Bloom hissed up, tucking herself out of its direct vision, but it swooped low around her hiding place and darted away before any of her stun spores could reach it. Bugsy seemed content to take things slow. "Silver wind." He cursed, "Get down." Ledian's wings flared back and pure energy tore through them, ripping off the top of the cocoon and shredding the string shots to slivers. Bloom was thrown back like a skipped stone, vines flailing for a grip before she slammed into a root, thumping hard against the ground. She managed to drag herself back up, reaching out anywhere with a desperate absorb, before 4 mock punches slammed into her head and she went down. Ash waited a second. Maybe she had managed to take enough with the absorb she would still be standing, but her small form stayed flat against the ground. He gritted his teeth as he recalled her, the pokeball only shaking once before falling still. That had been the worst matchup for her, even after escaping Spinarak unscathed. She didn't have the experience to deal with that kind of threat. Thankfully, another member of his team did. Apex appeared on the field with a shriek, wings flaring and armored plates grinding against each other. Bugsy blinked twice. "It took out Bloom," he said, trying to keep his voice level. Bloom was the first time he'd ever had one of his friends knocked out like that, the first time he'd lost. The Skarmory's head snapped around to stare at Ledian, golden eyes narrowed. Apex feared her stun spore, but she was still a part of his flock, and that meant Ledian was a threat. The bug type buzzed over him, head ped curiously. "Steel wing and air cutter, it wants to be physical." The Skarmory shrieked back, blood-red feathers sliding into position. Ledian blitzed back as he took to the air, for arms circling with different energies, though Bugsy's voice called it over to his side of the battlefield. Apex swooped his way in a low circuit around the room, testing the size with his eyes narrowed. Ash gritted his teeth. There wasn't room for him, though he'd be able to stay in the air. "Air cutter, chase it." Apex screeched back, sheaths dropping, and flew. "Swift and retreat." Bugsy called, Ledian immediately swooping out at the words. It punched the air, for rays of power darting forward, only to pop like starbursts against Apex's armor. The Skarmory's wings flared and 2 massive blasts of wind roared across the field, Ledian throwing itself back and down. Antenna plastered flat against its carapace, it twirled around the air cutter and darted to the back of the field, multifaceted eyes glaring. More swifts shot from its fists to splatter against Apex's armor. It didn't have the strength to get past his natural defenses yet. Bugsy leaned forward. Agility and quad punch. Apex threw his crest back, his own beginnings of agility hurtling him across the limited battlefield, but Ledian seemed to blip from existence as it spun around him. Dangerously fast, it was behind him the next heartbeat, each fist slamming into the back of his sheaths. Apex shrieked, kicking up a whirlwind under his talons. It threw Ledian back but him forward, and the psychic barriers met his wings without giving. He slid 20 feet down, screeching, before managing to kick off the barriers and regain wobbly flight. Ash bit back a curse. The room was far too small for a flyer of his size, and while Ledian wasn't able to do much damage, it was steadily picking him down. Circle. Deflect anything with Metal Claw. Silver Wind. Bugsy tapped his pencil on the underside of his jaw, curious. Apex swooped forward as Ledian's wings blurred, banking low off the psychic barriers to shoot away. The silver wind caught the end of his tail and he shrieked, sheaths flaring, but threw his wings down and managed to get back to the ceiling. His wings flashed silver as he cracked back an air cutter, Ledian easily blitzing out of the way. The bug type chittered over Bugsy's orders and shot for him, Apex rearing back to deflect one Mach punch with a metal claw before the other caught him on the wing. He visibly wobbled, shrieking, before a steel wing punctured through Ledian's carapace. It fell, buzzing, its wings flashed at the last moment and threw it away, feet almost scraping the ground. Apex recovered, shifting his feathers back into place, and shrieked his frustration as he had to catch himself before he followed it to the ground. His wings swept and flung him back up, circling overhead in the tiny field. He could have finished it there if he'd had room. Ledian wobbled, one hand pressing over the tear in its chest, but its eyes were still sharp. Ash spoke quietly to avoid Bugsy. "You'll need to hit it again, let it get close." Apex screeched back, primaries brushing at the barriers over the field. Letting it come to him was their only option. Bugsy didn't try for a silver wind. At the top of the field, even limited as he was, Apex had plenty of areas to dodge. Ledian flared with agility and darted forward, three viable arms glowing hollowly. Apex's armor grated against itself as he dove, spinning for another metal claw. Ledian blipped out, appeared behind him, and slammed his sheaths with more Mach punches. Apex shrieked more from surprise and faltered, wings splaying to recover. Ledian disappeared with a burst of agility, it must be bleeding energy to move that fast, and tagged his primaries, narrowly avoiding another steel wing. The Skarmory curled in, sheaths trying to protect his wings, and tucked for a dive. To Ledian, he must have looked like a perfect target. It dove, fists glowing, and made right for its back. Apex's eyes were closed, wind whistling around him, but he had enough warning to forego flying, cover himself with steel energy, and slam his wings back. Ledian was instantly crushed between them. He slammed into the ground without his wings for support, talons gouging through roots and embedding in the dirt, but his wings were pressed together and his eyes gleamed. Apex shrieked once, wings falling open, Ledian was flat against his back, huddled and unmoving. It disappeared in a flash of scarlet. Ash whooped, Apex pulling himself out of the dirt with a frustrated squawk. He wasn't 100%, even with his massive armor. Ledian's Mach punches had dented his sheaths in and he held his left talon awkwardly, but he had plenty left to go. Bugsy nodded, fingers twitching like he wanted to write down notes. "Nice job," he called across. "But don't go selling us short just yet." Apex's eyes narrowed. A massive Heracross slammed into the field with a bellow. 5 feet tall at least, an enormous horn jutting from between its eyes, its carapace looked more like a Rhydon's plates than anything relating to Ledian. It stomped 1 foot, the dark blue of its armor gleaming in the low light. Ash frowned. Heracross had flight potential but it was limited, and they tended to stick to physical moves, which Apex had already shown he was able to shrug off. The fighting type would have more muscle behind it but Apex could dodge the slow, bulky Pokemon much easier than he had Ledian. Bugsy said he trained to his weaknesses. "Don't underestimate it, bud," he said, watching the bug type warily. "It'll hit hard if you let it." Apex shrieked back, finally managing to pull himself out of the ground and perch on an exposed root. Heracross rumbled, clawed limbs sliding together with a sound like an avalanche. Its horn looked less than friendly. The referee's hand hit the air and Apex immediately took off, the dents in his wings pulling him low for a heartbeat before he struck them properly, circling overhead. Bugsy smiled a bit too widely. Vacuum wave. Heracross bellowed and its wings snapped out. Unlike Ledion's translucent pair, these were a burnt orange, and jumped. Its powerful legs carried it nearly 10 feet straight up and its arms raised, claws shining, before it swung them down with a roar. A hurricane burst out, catching under Apex's wings, and threw him to the ground. He shrieked, flailing, as Heracross landed from its jump and charged him. Ash shouted something without words and Union Cave's training kicked it. Apex managed to struggle to his talons and JRK a steel wing out, deflecting Heracross' horn from his chest. It hit him with the crunch of metal. Apex flew backward, flailing, in a separate direction of 2 of his feathers. Heracross had pulled out pure steel with a single megahorn. Ash gritted his teeth. Air cutter. Apex managed back to his talons, eyes wide and furious at the first real injury he'd felt since Faulkner's Highness. He snapped his uninjured wing down and the gust of wind blustered Heracross back a step, the fighting type rumbling even as its claws dug into the ground. It simply lowered its horn and charged again. On land, Apex was about as agile as a grounded Wylord, and he floundered his way to the left as Heracross rushed him. A swipe of its horn caught him on the crest but he used the momentum, latching a talon forward. His bulk hit Heracross on the side as he clambered on, using the fighting type's massive armor as a springboard to launch himself back into the air. The Skarmory wasted no time in soaring to the opposite end of the field. Primaries splayed on his left side to make up for the lack of feathers. He circled tightly on the other side, shrieking. "What's your plan in the air?" Bugsy asked curiously, like they were watching a recording instead of duking it out. "Heracross won't let you hide up there." The fighter shook its head brusquely, pulling itself off the ground and extending its wings. It stared across the field at Apex, head ped to one side. Apex shrieked back, air cutters primed on the edge of his sheaths. Then it jumped into the air, snapped a vacuum wave beneath it, and flew at him. Apex exploded a whirlwind under his talons and threw himself out of the way, avoiding Heracross' charge by less than a foot, only to slam into the psychic barriers. His wings clipped the edges and he thrashed, left sheath giving him enough coverage he skimmed the roots of the ground and was able to push off. Heracross slammed into the ground on the opposite side and spun, Bugsy urging it on, before charging again. The steel type shrieked with the frustration of the chase before forcing himself back into the air, dented feathers splayed and ready. "Grab it!" Ash shouted. Bugsy called his own. Apex spiraled into a loop and threw himself at Heracross, the bug digging its claws hard into the ground to stop its charge. It reared right as Apex's metal claws gripped around its horn, throwing it back, only for both of its arms to slam right into his chest. He shrieked but finished it. Heracross hit the ground with a crack, Apex hurtling into the air after throwing him down. They couldn't have been more than brick breaks but they'd caught him on the edges of his armor, the plating was dented and warped. Ash cursed. They needed a strategy. You've never seen a flying type until you've seen a Skarmory fall. Bugsy always gave his team commands and Ash hadn't missed Apex dragging his wings through the dirt before the match started. His mind raced as Apex wheeled back into the sky, Heracross pulling itself up with scratches marring its horn. "Fly up!" he shouted, Apex responding with a shriek. "Sand attack, then hit it with air cutters until it goes down like his highness." The Skarmory paused for a heartbeat before his eyes flashed, his shriek deafened the field as he soared as high as he could go, Heracross glaring up at him, before his sheaths unfolded and a storm of dust covered the field. Ash's subconscious jerked an arm in front of his mouth before the psychic barriers caught the dust harmlessly in front of his face. He could barely make out Bugsy's frown through the brown air but his voice carried well enough. Vacuum wave. Apex glittered with air cutters, throwing a few to distract the fighter. The dust wasn't settled but he was still visible above it, steel armor reflecting light like a sun. Heracross' distant rumble came from within the cloud and it didn't bother jumping. With Apex so close, he saw the distant flash of its horn jerking down and a maelstrom came with it, slamming into Apex's back and hurtling him down. But not before he dropped the air cutters and kicked up a final whirlwind, throwing himself forward, right above of her across. He tucked his wings and let the vacuum wave do the rest. A massive crunch echoed through the field, echoing around the trees. The Alakazam appeared on the side of the field and moved its spoons out, the sand attack dispersing like it had never been there. Apex flopped forward, Heracross horn having punctured his chest and his wings splayed awkwardly to each side. But his eyes gleamed and he managed to pull himself up, shrieking like grating metal. The same could not be said of Heracross, face down with a myriad of cracks shattered through the back of its carapace. Bugsy recalled it with a sigh and Apex squawked, his perch disappearing beneath him. He landed hard, one talon curling against his chest, but he faced Ash with pride Rays would have been proud of. The Skarmory screeched once, uninjured wings splaying, before Ash recalled him as well. He grinned, cupping the twitching Pokeball. "You did incredible, bud. I couldn't have asked for anything better." It shook once before Apex's conscious when quiet. "Congratulations," Bugsy offered, stepping off his platform to pick his way across the battlefield. The Alakazam had already teleported his Pokeballs out and was in the process of cleaning up the battlefield, its mustache twitching as it teleported Bloom's stun spores out. "That was masterfully done. Your Pokemon are strong." Ash could feel his ears turn pink. "Thank you." Bugsy reached him, digging through his vast array of pockets and pulling out a strange assortment of pens and pencils before snagging a badge, the Hive badge, a deep red with 3 black spots. "Here's your reward," he said. "Are you heading to Goldenrod next?" He took the badge, running his thumb over it, another. "Just 6 more and they'd qualify for the Indigo League." Bugsy coughed lightly and Ash jerked back to attention. "Yeah, we are." "I wouldn't suggest you leave for Ilex immediately," Bugsy said, twirling his pencil through his fingers like a staff. "It's a different world in there, and it's good to have some time to prepare. But if you want to come back before then, please, I could help you out with your Beauty. Grass has always been my secondary typing." "I'll have to hold you to that," Ash promised, shaking Bugsy's hand. The gym leader smiled. They'd won. Bloom appeared with a chirp, but opening as she spread her vines, Ash held back a wince as the acrid smell of her poison melded with the stickly sweet sap of Bugsy's gym. The Beauty glanced at him, eyes bright, before her eyes slid to his right. Despite being a foot tall, her hiss was surprisingly threatening. Bugsy laughed, raising his hands in mock surrender. "She remembers me." Ash scooped Bloom up before she tried to attack him, the grass type wobbling in his palm before leaning against his thumb for support. She narrowed her eyes and flashed her thorns at the gym leader, but seemed to understand that there wasn't a Pokemon for her to fight. Mostly. Ash grinned and fought the urge to rub the back of his neck. "We'll be back for a rematch one day." Bugsy laughed, stretching back up to his full height, though he tucked a yawn behind his palm. Ash matched him, Bloom curling a vine around his thumb. A few flecks of pollen drifted through the air before Bugsy blew them away with the ease of years of practice. The gym hummed with motion through the noon exercises, light filtering grass through the overhead glass. Bugsy's Beedrill pursued his Ledian through the faux forest ringing the field, multifaceted eyes dark with concentration. The shorter of the two danced easily ahead, cheering either support or insults back. An Ariados spun an electric web above the dirt and a Beautifly darted through complex aerial practices, dozens of pale eyes lurking between leaves for their turn. Everything burst with life and fluidity, despite the massive circles ringing under Bugsy's eyes. Though he wasn't convinced the gym leader ever didn't have them. "She's a good weight for her height, though it looks like she's on the older side for a Beauty, Route 32. At Ash's nod, he continued. "Those grasslands are safe enough. I doubt she's faced many dangers before, and introducing her to more intense fights could help speed up her evolution. She's not at the age where it could be dangerous, but on a trainer's team she'll need the power." Bloom stared up at him with wide eyes, all previous animosity forgotten. Ash dutifully held her closer. Bugsy grinned, twirling a pencil through his fingers like he'd been born with it there. I only saw a taste against Spinarak, but her toxins are still in their development, that's a good thing. He added hastily, Bloom's eyes narrowing. Grass and poison types learn from their environment and she can learn how to produce different types of poison if she encounters them now. There's not too much of an effect, but I've heard of a paralyzing poison from hemlock flowers, or one that burns from a vile plume that grew up in an arrowhead patch. Water, as fresh as you can find, could help her absorb their poison without overloading her system. He hummed, tapping at his chin. We haven't figured out exactly the why for how effective it is in first-stage Pokemon, but it's noticeable. Sinnoh Gym Leader Gardenia explored it in depth. Her research is fascinating and really goes into the biology of youngling Pokemon Dash. He paused, coughing. The tips of his ears were pink. Anyways, Bugsy smoothly recovered, it'd be best if you focus on her mobility as well. Any leg or vine musculature she can build now will speed up the process of learning how to move as a Rosalia, and without it, she could be stuck until she figures out her new limbs. A bit like a Machamp, if you will. His pencil flashed like he was writing notes in midair. Jumping especially, it's the Rose Raid special. Ash idly wished he had started recording on his poke gear. Thank you, he said, feeling his earnestness pouring through the words. Now if only he could get Gary to set up a call with him and Blaine for advice on rays. Bugsy smiled, waving it off. Grass is my secondary focus, it's no problem at all, I wouldn't have settled here if I didn't love it. He crouched, letting Bloom hop off his hand. She chirped once, still staring with wide eyes at Bugsy, and immediately trotted off to start the exercises he'd recommended. Ash watched her go, lips quirking, before he focused back on the gym leader. A question stuck in the back of his mind, ever since seeing the looming horizon of the Ilex forest and Bugsy's habit of sprinting to the ends of it for research. Why did you settle here? Bugsy blinked and turned to him, head tilted to the side. Why Azalea, or why gym leader? Both? Those are the questions, Bugsy admitted, facing his team again. A Yenma crawled down a trunk with fluttering wings. Azalea was a surprise, I'm a Goldenrod native, and they're about as different as could be. Goldenrod is where I got my love of research, in the southern district, I couldn't travel a block without a library, bookstore, or lab, anything I ever wanted to know at my fingers. I was a year into being a trainer when I discovered that everything wasn't already figured out. He grinned, memories zipping through his eyes. I published my first paper in my second year, and it all spiraled from there. It feels like yesterday Professor Elm was helping me present my research on the Scyther line. The gym leader threaded his pencil through his knuckles. Azalea is full of bug types, more than any forest in Indigo, and my starter Ariados already pushed me on the path to study them. Azalea was a cultural shock for how small it is compared to Goldenrod, but after living on the road as a trainer, I was able to pick it up. And then, well Dash, he spread his hands, the rest is history. I started as a regular ranger to protect Ilex, but I evolved until I took over Chitra's position and I don't see any reason to leave. Ash hummed. Bugsy was a researcher through and through, he'd seen that from their first interaction, and his journey matched what countless others had done through history. Bug types were normally considered weak but Elite Four Aaron of Sinnoh was more than happy to convince people otherwise, and Bugsy's true team was hardly a pushover either. But he'd been here for years now. Why settle, though? He asked, Bugsy glancing back at him. A higher position in the league would get you more opportunities to research. Bugsy tapped his chin with the tip of his pencil, watching Bloom stumble through trying to jump a root. The silence stretched between them. What do you want to be? Ash blinked. Champion. I should have guessed, Bugsy chuckled, idly directing a Ninjask into the next exercise. Every kid in Indigo starts out wanting that, no offense. And I was the same. But that moment of looking up something I was curious about and finding no results was what convinced me to choose a different path. He swept his hands behind his neck, smiling over his team. The pay is nice, and while I have to investigate every wisp of smoke over the ilex forest, it puts me right next to what I love doing. If you build your journey around only growing stronger, aiming for whatever the top is, eventually, you'll run out of things to beat. Champions focus on their strength first and foremost. A gym leader from little old Azalea gets to focus on other things as well. That made sense. He knew about the requirements of being the Indigo champion, but they'd always seemed so far away, impossible heights for a kid sitting in his bedroom in Pallet Town. But now he could see bits and pieces of it in working with his team, thinking of the stars they had yet to reach, and then there was the job of protecting 2 entire regions on top of that. Maybe the rumors champion Lance wore concealer to hide the shadows under his eyes weren't so far off. But don't let me discourage you. Bugsy threw in, a little guiltily. My dreams shouldn't be yours, and besides, you have time before you need to figure anything out. Just enjoy your journey for now. Ash snorted. Bloom tripped over a root for the 3rd time and spat stun spore over it. I'll think about that, he promised, and found at least some truth in the words. He wouldn't ever abandon his dream of the champion's throne, but he could think about what he really wanted to do there. We've got a long way to go. Please do, Bugsy said. His wrist chirped and he blinked, dragging up his glove to glance at a fortress-shaped watch. He frowned. Ah, a challenger is coming soon. When are you leaving for Ilex? Ash frowned, running through dates and Apex's remaining time in the Pokémon Center. 2 days. Look at Elite 4 trainee Karen's battling style for your Mewtwo. Her team is also fragile and based around speed, and there's plenty of helpful advice to look for there. Honored Agatha, as well. Bugsy snapped his fingers, his dozens of bug types immediately stopping their training and swarming towards the back of the gym. Gardenia doesn't have much research for the combat aspect of Pokémon biology, but what she has could still be useful. All of it should be online. Ash grinned, clicking his tongue to warn Bloom before he recalled her. The Mewtwo trilled, waving her vines almost cheerfully at Bugsy before disappearing into Scarlet. The gym leader's watch chirped more aggressively. I'll research it, he promised, pulling his bag up on his shoulders. He itched to write down everything he had been told. Should I go now? Bugsy puffed up. Please. He dragged the moment on for far too long. Buzz off. Ash dragged a hand down his face and fled the gym. XXX. Rays sniffed curiously at the worn path, dark fur bristled and threaded with embers. The Cyndaquil had trained furiously against Azalea's trainers as Apex healed in the Pokémon Center, and he seemed an inch or two taller, claws more defined and fur longer. You ready? Ash asked, though he knew the answer. Rays reared to his back paws and snarled his agreement at the morning sky. The Ilex forest loomed before them. More of a massive swath of emerald than an actual forest he could measure and mark out. It took up the horizon, cherry-red trunks pairing with the orange thorn brambles that were Ilex's natural outer defenses to invasive Pokémon. Apex circled overhead, breastplate still soft from healing but plenty willing to fly again. Bloom chirped her way through investigating every flower they passed for a hint of poison. Ash scratched at the top of Ray's head, barely having to bend down to reach him. The Cyndaquil chirred but didn't pull his eyes from the forest, cape swirling as smoke over his back. Route 32 had been just as long as the forest was wide, but grasslands lent to visibility and prototowns. In Ilex, the only civilization they'd find would be on the other side. He knew Bugsy would investigate any problems, the most common being fires, and rangers patrolled the area, but in truth, they would be alone. Gary's complaining about Viridian Forest wouldn't hold a candle to this. 2 weeks, then we're in Goldenrod, Ash started, cracking his back hard enough he nearly lost his bag. That's so much time to train in a new environment. Rays, we'll work on fighting without your flames. Ilex isn't as humid as the Fuchsia Wilds, and we don't have a water type to cover if one of your embers goes wide, so let's not risk it. Although he frowned, drumming over his pokeballs. Your back draws from your lungs to ignite. If the humidity content is too high in the air you're breathing, can you not ignite your flame? Not like with silver, when your back was covered, just the general atmosphere. Something like rain dance or water pulse would definitely increase the humidity, even if the move didn't hit you. Apex and Bloom have fought most of the water types we've seen so far, but we need to test this. Do you think Whitney would have a water type? She focuses more on Dash. Rays, with the long-suffering patience of someone who had already survived 2 weeks of isolation with Ash, swiped his leg. He yelped and jumped back, Bag pulling at his shoulders like he was a wartortle, and recovered in time to glare at his partner. The Cyndaquil blinked at him through a wreath of smoke. All right, he surrendered, though he tried for a soft kick. The fire type flickered away with agility, chuffing smoke. Where'd you learn that from? I thought I was teaching you manners. He hissed. Ash snorted, fixing his bag's position, and resisted the urge to take a few more pictures of Ilex's awe. They had a lot of ground to cover. 2 weeks, and we're going to be all the stronger for it, he promised. Bugsy gave us tips and this environment is great for you to perfect control. Rays snarled his agreement, gray eyes bright. Whitney next. With that, they all entered. XXX. Apex looped once over their clearing, a shriek echoing like a thunderclap between wing beats, and kicked up another furious whirlwind. Ash held on to his hat for dear life as the air swirled up, a grin sparking up at the flicker of blue-green. The Skarmory hadn't made much progress with Twister, but he had made some, and that was all that mattered. The steel type circled the budding tornado, carefully directing it with gusts of wind. The secret of Twister wasn't using draconic energy, it never would be learned by wild Pokémon, if that was the case, but instead getting a spiral of wind powerful enough it generated its own energy, which naturally mimicked the volatile energy of dragons. The tornado wouldn't do any more damage to a dragon than a wild-formed one, but it would be able to hold itself together and be directed by the flying type, which would be vitally important in battles. He'd been planning on the move since Violet, and even a flicker of green energy meant his face hurt from stretching. You're doing awesome. Ash shouted up as Apex successfully whipped the wind back into place from where it had tried to escape. The Skarmory blinked, glancing down at him with wide eyes, before a proud shriek echoed over the forest. Wings spinning like blades, he threw himself back at the tornado with all the more gusto. Ash's grin reached his ears. He was coming so far. Jamming his hat far enough onto his head he felt safe, Ash turned back to the rest of his team, rolling his sleeves back up an inch. Ilex stunk with humidity and despite how high above the clearing Apex was practicing, the breeze was still welcome. Rays rumbled, begrudgingly breathing another ember above his claws. Bloom leaned closer. They'd hunkered themselves under the cover of a mire oak to protect from Apex's Twister, though Ray's fur still tugged from every gust of wind. The Buta watched, eyes bright, and tracked it as the Cyndaquil threw the fireball to pop against their fire pit. Poison Sting was one of the few ranged moves she could learn in her current stage, and it was limited to how many thorns she had. She could detach them easily, but the throwing motion was lost to her. Rays had taken it upon himself to try and help her. Judging by the bristled fur around his neck, the Cyndaquil hadn't had much luck. How's it going? Ash asked, sitting next to his closest friend. Bloom trilled her greeting though stayed focused on her vines, pushing another thorn from her reserves through her skin. Roserade were particularly apt with them, but every member of the line had thorns, ones they could remove, launch, and regrow at will. It wasn't instantaneous, especially in the early stages, but as long as she had extra energy from photosynthesizing she could force matter through her skin and form it into a thorn. His research had told him it was roughly like she was creating new bones. He'd quickly left the page before it could show pictures. Rays chid, tipping his claws from side to side. He'd perfected Flamethrower back in Azalea, but Ilex prevented any more work on it. They'd started on Reversal, a powerful fighting type move that involved grabbing an opponent and embedding them in the ground, but without a fighting type to learn from and limited by Ray's short height, they hadn't made much progress. So he spent most of his time helping the others. Apex's fear of fire had been decreasing by every day and Bloom was starting to look at him less as a rival and more of a leader, which the Cyndaquil accepted with a confused sort of pride. A new thorn poked through her vine, glitteringly sharp. Bloom warbled a question, eyes bright. Rays spread his paws, curling his claws towards his chest, and flicked them down. The Beauty perked up and nodded, whole body swaying with the motion, and whipped her blue-tipped vine down. The thorn detached and slammed into the pile of sticks that served as their target. Ash grinned, scratching behind Ray's scruff. The grass type swelled with pride, bounding forward to inspect the poison sting. Rays puffed smoke after her but leaned into Ash's touch, shifting as needed for Ash to help smooth his fur back down. "You're doing great," he said, ignoring the sting of heat against his hands. "How's your debut as a trainer feel?" Rays blinked. "We started working on your aim right off New Bark, and now you're teaching Bloom. I could probably talk to Professor Oak to get you a license." Ash mimed taking a picture. "Not sure how your ID would work, but we could make it." Rays hissed, focusing back on Bloom, but little swirls of gold spiraled over his back. The Beauty toddled back over, more thorns poking through her vines. "Your aim is fine, already better than when Rays started." He flicked the Cyndaquil on the flank before he could explode in indignant flames. "But now it's time to add some danger to it. Use Poison Point and try to push it through your thorns first, then worry about storing it inside. They're not large but that should be enough for a drop or two. You naturally make them hollow to save on material and then it's just a matter of extending your control over your poison sacs. Yours will always be centered around your bouquets, but since you haven't grown them, they're tucked at the center of your bud. How's your sense of them? Can you tell when they're releasing padash?" A bluster of wind from Apex's twister smacked him about the face. Bloom had drifted a few inches away from him. Ash sighed, shoving all the randoms questions and factoids he gathered like a victory bell to the back of his head. "Okay. Focus on getting poison inside your thorns. Do you need either of our help for that?" Bloom tilted her vines, pausing, before shaking in a no. Rays growled his own support and she bounded off, Bugsy's training exercises showing in the height of her jumps. "Mobility or reversal?" Ash asked, pushing himself up and scrubbing some dirt out of his pants. Rays hissed, smoke trickling up his back, before gesturing to outside their clearing. "All right." He glanced up. Apex had been running these same exercises for the past day, and he knew how to grab Ash's attention if he needed help. "Let's go back to sprints. Kalava are twice your height, and you'll need all the leg muscles you can get to evolve smoothly." Rays hissed and padded towards the trees, glancing back at Bloom. She stood still, eyes closed and vines rustling. Ash trotted after him. A thud shook the earth between. He stopped, hairs on the back of his neck rising. Rays froze dead in his tracks, back cold and nose twitching. Apex let his twister dissipate, circling overhead. The forest trembled with the echo of the hit, a flock of Pidgey shooting into the sky. "Get up," he murmured, Rays rearing to ignite his fire with a hiss. A growl broke over the ilex, footfalls pounding like an earthquake as something moved after the hit, stomping closer. The brush around their clearing protected them but now it hid whatever was moving towards them, leaves trembling. Rhydon and Donphan stayed to the mountains, Tauros the grasslands, and Ilex didn't have many large Pokemon in its crowded boundaries. He gritted his teeth, heart pounding. An Ursaring burst into their clearing with a roar. 6 feet, knotted brown fur, claws longer than his hand, it looked at them, strangely bewildered, before focusing on the only human in their midst. Its bellow tore leaves from above and it rumbled into a charge. "Go!" Ash shouted, throwing himself away. Rays tore forward and reared, fangs bared, and crackled with enough fire the red reflected in Ursaring's eyes. It roared, swatting uselessly at the light, and its charge slammed it into a trunk hard enough to rip roots out of the ground. Ursaring ripped its muzzle out of the bark, shaking splinters off its shoulders. Shorter fur, male, why was a male rampaging? And turned, bellowing. Rays rolled away as it stomped where he had just been, fire reigniting as he blurred away with agility. Apex shrieked, wings shining as he slammed an air cutter over Ursaring's back. It roared, clawing at the air, but the Skarmory soared higher than it could reach with a screech. Bloom bounded across the clearing, dark eyes narrowed and vines thrashing. Ursaring's arms glowed and it swiped at Rays, carving through the dirt like air. It roared. Ash flung himself back on his feet, mind blitzing ahead of him, physical, strong, limited by its rage. Air cutter, ember, poison sting. Ursaring's massive head swung towards him as soon as he said anything, pupils expanded to take over all of its eyes, it howled with primal rage and energy washed over its body, threading around knotted fur. Ash backpedaled, lungs struggling to keep up as he sprinted around the clearing. The normal type shattered the dirt where Rays had been a second ago. The Cyndaquil snarled, fur bristling, and circled around its feet with wreaths of fire liking at his shoulders. Ursaring tried to take a step forward and Rays spat a fireball at the back of its knee, the limb crumpling under the heat. It swiped heedlessly at him, pulling its paw back, only to roar in pain. Bloom chirped proudly, more than half of her thorns stabbing the pads of its foot. The normal type stumbled back a step, carving a furrow Ash could sleep in with a frenzied swipe, and Rays rolled to avoid its claws. Bloom tried to bound away but she wasn't fast enough. Rays dropped his retreat and threw himself back in, grabbing her with both claws and using agility to blur away from twin hammer arms that exploded the ground beneath them. Ash yelped as his feet bobbed underneath, the proto-earthquake sending the trees groaning in cracks racing through the clearing. Ursaring staggered to its back paws, seemingly uncaring of the dozen thorns digging deeper into its flesh. Apex. The Skarmory shrieked, tucking his wings, and dove. Ursaring managed to glance back in time to swipe at him, one claw caught his sheath and tore it back but Apex slammed into its back with two metal claws. 150 pounds were too much and it crumpled under the weight, bellowing. Rays carefully set Bloom down, the Budu bristled and furious, and stomped over to the normal type. It bellowed, spittle flying as it tried to stand with Apex perched on its back. He snarled, fire spilling over his shoulders, before head-butting it with enough force Ash heard a crunch. Ursaring slumped over. Apex squawked, pulling his dented sheath back over his wings. He carefully hopped off its back, wings snapping out for balance, before pecking curiously at Ursaring's burnt fur. The Skarmory seemed the least affected by the attack. Ash coughed out the air he'd been holding in for what felt like 20 minutes, heart slowly calming in his chest. Rays shook himself, eyes slits and shoulders burning, before deactivating his cape with a hiss. Any fire was dangerous in forests like this, old and close-grown, and they didn't have a water type to cover the unexpected. Ursaring had taken most of his ember but they really shouldn't have used it all at. Ash mumbled a curse and pulled himself back to his full height, calf twinging awkwardly from the proto-earthquake. Thanks, bud. Rays hissed in response, glaring at the normal type. Bloom inched closer, vines still rustling and eyes wary. Even with it embedded in the ground, she could barely reach its ear. Ash knelt by the unconscious Pokémon, thoughts finally slowing down enough he could recognize them. It's a male, he said, glancing at its paw. Bloom's poison wasn't potent enough he had to worry about extracting her thorns. Ursaring had naturally powerful immune systems and it'd fight off the sting within a few hours of sleep, and they were strong enough they shouldn't shatter. But only females are known to rampage, and it wasn't fighting smartly. It went after me. Ray's eyes went to slits. Someone upset it, he said, frowning. You guys would be the bigger threats if this was its territory but it barely seemed to notice you. Even if someone was trying to catch it, it'd want to go after the ones that can fight first. He carefully brushed over its fur, knotted and tangled, bristled from Ray's embers, but with good meat over its ribs and no obvious hollows. Well enough fed. Something had threatened this Ursaring enough it charged after the first human it saw. Rays pet his head, rearing to his back paws and sniffing at the air. The Cyndaquil turned slowly, hunting for something out of place in the rich ilex air, eyes narrowed. Bloom chirped, slowly pushing more thorns through her vines. Apex squawked, sheaths reshuffling. It's probably nothing, Ash agreed. Apex squawked a bit more insistently. The Ilex was such a long-lasting ecosystem that its residents followed unwritten rules. First and foremost would have been preventing damage. Most forest Pokémon were herbivores and were known to team up to prevent rampages that could destroy dens or ruin food for them all. Ursaring were large, dangerous Pokémon, but groups could and would have taken it down. It couldn't have been fighting for long. Rays nodded, embers sparking over his back, and dropped to all fours. Bloom flashed her thorns at the collapsed normal type and padded towards the edge of their destroyed clearing, eyes bright. Apex managed to fit tired resignation into a chirp. Ash pulled himself up, digging through his pockets for the training treats he'd been using the last few days. Just a little investigation, he promised, offering a few scraps. Apex snapped up the iron immediately. When we're champions, we'll want to inspect everything, and besides, we should try and help Bugsy out after the help he gave us. Bloom perked up at the mention of the gym leader's name, vines rustling in her version of a nod. Apex crunched morosely on his treat but nodded, flaring his wings. His sheath twanged like old metal and he took off, circling once to build height before leveling out over the trees. Rays chid, eyes still dark and furious, and jabbed a claw in the direction the Ursaring had come. Ash nodded, whistling to Apex. The Skarmory shrieked back and followed his hand, banking low to search the air. Bloom refused his shoulder with a squeak, thorns bristling from her vines and eyes dark. "Stay close," he said instead, staring at the trees. It was still light outside, night not yet near, but the shadows felt sharper. Apex swooped once overhead to make sure they were in line before taking off over the trees. This was what champions did. XXX. It was less than 10 minutes before Apex shrieked a warning down to them, wind whistling through the trees. The Skarmory bullied his way onto a perch, steel wings slicing at leaves, and peered down at them in a break between branches. His amber eyes were dark. "There's something," Ash guessed, Rays rearing up at his side. Apex nodded, jabbing his beak in the Cyndaquil's direction and fluttering his primaries, head ped. He toyed with the reaction for a heartbeat. "Smoke." The Skarmory nodded. Rays hissed, hackles bristling to his ears, and tore forward. Apex took back to the sky and Ash hurried to catch up, Bloom bounding over roots as best she could. The Ursaring hadn't seemed burnt, but fires would spook any forest Pokémon, especially in the Ilex. They weren't a team built for fighting fires, but Rays could take control of any and wrangle them out. Apex could blow out smaller chunks, Bloom could offer moral support. They could try. A whiff of soot reached him and he frowned, jogging faster through the brush as brambles did their damnedest to stop him. Apex swooped low but didn't call out, talons scraping through the leaves as a warning before taking back to the skies. Ray's nose twitched like he was on X accuracy and he led them to the left, tearing through a bush and popping out behind a knotted old redwood. Beyond that were people. 4 of them, 3 in plain black with a smattering of pokeballs around their belts, and 1 in a white suit top, blue hair pinned roughly back in frustration on his face. A night arena and Poliwhirl circled the area, smoke drifting from chars scattered over the underbrush. 3 Houndour fought with vicious desperation. The largest snapped at the Poliwhirl, shadows clutching at its fangs. The water type spat a few bubbles to send the dark type retreating with a yip, one of the people shouting orders down. They all circled the Houndour, pokeballs clutched in their hands. A pile was in one corner, all new and shining. In Indigo, packs were protected by the League due to their importance to the environment. No one could legally capture more than 2 members of a pack, and never more than 4 at a time. Ash had a pretty good guess what filled the already used pokeballs. That had been the law for years now, and there was a name given to those that broke it. Poachers. Rage burst in his chest, he shoved his way through the brush, baring his teeth. Rays reared by his side, flames liking his back hungrily, and Apex swooped low and landed in a tree above them hard enough to tremble its roots. The blue-haired man stiffened, spinning, the Houndour clung to the opportunity and scattered for a final breath. The largest spun and whipped a cloud of shadows at the Poliwhirl, it gurgled, stumbling back, and the Houndour lunged for it with pitch fangs. The 2 others scrambled into the underbrush. Poliwhirl slammed a glowing fist into the Hounder's side and it yelped, flying back. It spat another mass of shadows at the charging Nidorina and ducked under its spines, disappearing behind a tree as the poison type clawed uselessly at the black over its face. In a heartbeat, the pack was gone. "You little dash," the man shouted, dropping his primed pokeballs. The others of the group wavered in place, eyes flicking between them. "How dare you interrupt our dash?" "Poachers," Ash growled, Ray's crackling like a whip at his side. "I bet Bugsy wouldn't mind getting his hands on you." The man's hackles shot to the sky as he stood to his full height, eyes dark and furious. It wasn't as nice of clothing as it had seemed from a distance, mostly black trainer wear with an old jacket more thread than white over top. Some sort of insignia was half ripped away above his collarbone. "Poachers," the man repeated. The three others fanned out behind him, the Poliwhirl and Nidorina pacing at their feet. "Team Rocket is no such thing." Ash blinked. The campaign had crushed the team into the rotten ground 3 years ago, but he'd thought the same at the ruins, where Ethan had chased off members and called them fanatics of an age past. "Team Rocket is dead." "We are not," the man hissed, reaching up to trace the threadbare jacket's insignia. "I am Archer, and remember that, soon I will be an executive with more control over Johto than you could hope to understand." Rays snarled, flames wreathing down his shoulders to thread between his claws. Apex spread his wings from his perch and cast half the clearing in shadow. Bloom flashed her thorns, eyes slits. Scarlet popped through the clearing and the other members released more Pokemon, a Furret, Persian, Golbat, Dustox. The Golbat hovered above its trainer, the Persian weaving between a woman's legs. Rays hissed mockingly. Archer didn't release a Pokemon but his eyes narrowed as Ash didn't back down, rolling a pale Pokeball between his palms. "Run back to your parents, boy." His voice echoed between the trees. "We don't have the time to dispose of you." Bloom brandished her vines, the acrid scent of her poison drifting through the clearing. Apex shrieked like an avalanche and the Dustox visibly wavered back, the Nidorina not looking much more confident. Archer glanced between his ranks, the white of his Pokeball sharp against dirt-stained hands. In everything he'd seen about Team Rocket they had always been put together, strong in numbers with their few executives shadowed figureheads stronger than most trainers could dare dream for. This was a small group with a smaller team, clothes shoddy and mud-stained to the knees. Fanatics. "Think very wisely about what you're going to do," Archer hissed. "If you force me to use this Pokemon, all of you, you will die. Team Rocket needs more time before we lay waste to the filth of Indigo. You will not stand in our way." Rays snarled. Ethan hadn't attacked the Rockets at the ruins, and they got away. His hands curled into fists. "Team Rocket is dead," Ash repeated, baring his own teeth. "You're going to prison." He whistled one sharp note. Apex took off with a shriek, talons extended, and slammed into the Dustox with all the subtlety of a mountain. Archer cursed, ducking away and shouting orders. Nidorina protected Archer as Persian raced forward, claws gleaming, and Golbat raced up to help Dustox. Poliwhirl gurgled a water gun and Furret darted to the back, their owner's commands blurring together. He prepared for team battles since he was old enough to know what they were. Rays, split. Bloom, poison. Apex dash, the Skarmory shrieked, shredding one of Dustox's wings as easily as paper, hunt. With a howl, his team moved. Dustox thrashed, buzzing furiously, and Apex slammed the fragile bug to the ground with a metal claw. It twitched once, an attempt at poison powder drifting from its intact wing, and Apex silenced that thought with a decisive peck between its pale antennae. He screeched, shooting back into the air. Persian leapt over its downed teammate without a second thought, circling for what looked the easiest target, Bloom. The Budew chirped almost invitingly, hidden thorns glittering over her vines and eyes pitch black. The feline yowled, pushing off the ground into a lunge that cleared feet in a second, claws bared. Rays slammed into it in a cocoon of flames. Persian struck the dirt with a whine, fur blackened. Its tail lashed like a live wire as it hauled itself back to its paws, ears pinned and eyes slits. Ray's deactivated flame charge with a hiss of his own. Physical fire moves were easier to control and therefore safer in the forest, but none of them wanted to risk it. The normal type growled low enough the hairs on the back of Ash's neck rose. Ray's matched it and lunged. Bloom disappeared to the underbrush in the confusion as Apex shrieked overhead, twisting around Golbat with wings spread and talons glowing. He threw 2 air cutters and the bat desperately weaved around them, all its speed focused on dodging. Apex tore forward, slashing wide steel wings to box Golbat in, only for bubbles to explode against his side. The Skarmory shrieked, wings flaring and rocketing him above the clearing. Poliwhirl gurgled, its partner grinning even as she shouted more commands. The water type tried to aim at Ray's next, but the Cyndaquil was in a mass of fur and fury, rolling with Persian on the scorched ground. The feline was larger but Ray's more lithe, and they tore at each other with roars like Dragonite. The water type's focus was devoted enough for Bloom to appear from the shadows, eyes gleaming, and tap its back with a thorn vine. It sagged like she'd cut its strings, energy flooding up Bloom's vines and encasing her in a hazy glow. She trilled, thorns sharpening, as Poliwhirl slumped to its stomach. Its trainer flinched as it spasmed twice before falling still. Bloom shook herself like waking from a week's nap, eyes burning, and launched 2 poison stings with deadly precision. Nidorina jerked away from helping Persian before they could impale its paws, slinking to circle protectively before Archer again. Bloom chirped mockingly at her fellow poison type. Apex shrieked as his only threat collapsed to the ground, a whirlwind swirling around his talons. Golbat ducked and bobbed away from his dive with an exhausted hiss, one injured membrane splayed against the air. His steel wings missed but the after gale didn't, tossing the bat back over the trees. Apex's talons skimmed the leaves and he reared back, shooting after the poison type with a shriek. It tried for a final wing attack, its something behind him. Ash spun as Furret dragged itself out of the brambles, normally cheerful face wrenched into a snarl. Basic train lessons flooded through his mind and he kicked out, catching Furret under the jaw. It hissed, his attack barely having pushed it back. What it had done was alert Rays. The Cyndaquil snarled and threw Persian to the ground, claws ripping at its flank even as he kicked off its chest. Quick attack carried him the length of the clearing in a blink as Ash darted away from the normal type. Furret got 1 foot closer, tail thrashing, before Rays crushed it against a tree. He roared, shoulders crackling, and spat an ember between its eyes. It wailed, trying to push him off with its stubby paws. Rays weathered the blow like a Tyranitar and headbutted hard enough the tree shuddered. Apex shrieked his approval, hurtling Golbat from the sky with a final air cutter. The bat disappeared in a burst of scarlet before it hit the ground, Pokeball held in a white-knuckled hand. His path cleared, the steel type slammed into the limping Persian before it could make it 2 feet in Ray's direction. It didn't have time to hiss before collapsing under his weight. Rays nodded, cheering thanks to him. Apex bobbed his head back, wings flaring protectively before the fire type. Bloom cried out. Poliwhirl's energy coursed through her veins and viciousness lent her thorns their sharpness, but she was still a beauty, a foot tall to Nidorina's 3. Archer kicked the poison type into combat and it charged for her, ears pinned and claws out. Bloom managed to duck under the first swipe, vines pressed flat to her back, and threw up a cloud of stunned spore. Nidorina reared back with a snarl. The beauty bounded away, eyes burning. Apex squawked, wings glowing. Nidorina dove around the cloud and sank its claws into Bloom's back. She shrieked, raking at its face with her thorns. It jerked back but cranked open its jaws, fangs dripping venom. Apex shrieked and floundered forward, talons ripping at the ground. Bloom disappeared in a burst of scarlet. Ash clutched at her Pokeball with shaking fingers, her consciousness jolting inside the metal before falling quiet. Nidorina snapped down on nothing. Apex barreled across the clearing with a burst of wind and slammed 2 steel wings into its side, hurtling the poison type back. It scrabbled once at the air, squeaking, before its back cracked against a tree. Its trainer recalled it, face pale. Apex shrieked at the disappearance. He notched her pokeball back to his waist, shoulders bristling against his coat. Bloom would be fine under a Nurse Joy, but fury clicked through his head nonetheless. They'd hurt her. Rays shook off the last of Persian's attacks, the dirt threaded through his fur making his fire glow all the brighter. Apex stalked closer to the group that had hurt one of his team members, normally calm, eyes flat and cold. Ash pulled out his poke gear, thumbing to the emergency contact page without looking away from the rocket fanatics. They all were much less confident without their Pokémon. Archer let out an ugly laugh, ignoring Apex to step forward. He brandished his white pokeball like a club, teeth bared. You think this matters? That some brat like you will stop us? I already did, Ash said, adrenaline thumping alongside his heart. The dial tone hummed under his fingers. Azalea's police station was directly connected to Ilex's rangers and they would be here soon, if they hadn't already noticed the same smoke Apex had. Rays hissed, pacing behind the Skarmory. They'd taken them down. Archer laughed like a Mytiana. You'll never get the chance. His hand jerked out and the others stepped back, faces still pale and hands clutching their own pokeballs. Apex shrieked like grating stones at their retreat, wings flaring to shadow the evening light. Ash squared his shoulders and stepped to follow, Rays circling around the steel type. They couldn't get away. Ethan had let them get away and Ash wouldn't be like him, not when he knew what his team could do and had already done, not when he knew what champions did. Rays' fire redoubled and the Cyndaquil stepped forward, fangs bared and claws glinting red from Persian. Step D dash. Archer slammed his finger on the release before Ash could even start. Crimson poured between them, shaping like blood, pitch black fur streaked with navy, paws wider than his skull, eyes like a furnace. Towering feet above him, at the least, fangs like burnished swords. It shook itself irritably, corded muscles stretching out some great rest, and rumbled with the same depth as an earthquake. Blood drained from his face. Electric. Sin no. Lux Ray. No research could prepare him for seeing one against him. Lux Ray swung its massive head back and forth, hunger deep in its golden eyes. Ash could taste ozone under his tongue. Archer snapped a fist out even as he stepped back, his other hand pressed to his threadbare insignia. You listen to me now, he shouted. Kill them. Ash's mind scrambled. Up, Apex. He shouted, one of Luxray's ears twitching forward. Rays snarled, fire ringing his shoulders, but Ash knew him enough to recognize the tremble down his spine. Apex kicked off the ground, wings tearing at the air to give him height. But Luxray wasn't facing them. It twisted to stare down Archer, lips pulling away from its fangs in a growl that trembled through his marrow. Muscles like wrought iron bunched and flowed under its coat. He gave you to me. Archer shouted, stepping further back into the forest. He won't take you back unless we win. The behemoth slammed its front paws into the ground with a roar, leaves blasting from their branches and forcing Archer backward. It glared at him, black crawling over its golden eyes, lightning crackling through its claws. But then it turned back to them with a snarl. Ash stepped back. Apex circled short and fast overhead, wings glowing with whatever energy he could summon. Ray's cape burned hotter than any he'd had before. Twister, agility, steel wing, anything you can. Apex shrieked, ripping at the air and dragging wind out. The whirlwind spiraled in on itself, ripping at Ray's fur, Ash stumbling from the pull, Luxray twisted to stare up at him, tail lashing. Flame charge swarmed Ray's form. If they could hit its legs, just one, that would be enough to slow it to the point they could run back to Azalea. Archer screamed something wordless, and Luxray finally moved. It crouched low and leapt, Ray's furious embers flew after it, burning white. Apex shrieked and flung his twister, throwing every ounce of power he had left. The attacks raced and Ash jerked forward, hoping. Luxray cleared 30 feet, blasted past the twister with a roar of its own, and slammed its fangs around Apex's neck. The Skarmory screamed, wings flailing, Luxray bit harder. against his armor and they fell like twin stars, but Apex couldn't escape even as he thrashed, raking talons over Luxray's sides and beating at its head. Apex didn't escape, and they crashed into the ground. Dirt exploded out and ash stumbled forward even as it coated his mouth, Rays furiously trying to reignite his flames amid the dust. A crack splintered through the earth and the dust flew away from a roar, the concussive sound clearing the air like it had never been gray. Luxray spat out a mouthful of steel feathers and stepped out of the crater, lightning sparking up its tail and eyes burning. Apex was curled at the bottom, wings flopped and talons embedded through the dirt. His amber eyes were closed. The electric type watched them. Ash fumbled at his waist and managed to click the recall. It didn't stop him, one ear flicking back as Apex wavered into smoke. There wasn't even a tremble under the metal as he disappeared. Team Rocket was dead, and all left was supposed to be fanatics that threatened only annoyance. This wasn't that. Rays, he whispered. Flamethrower. Luxray shook dust out of its mane, tail lashing at the ground. Archer kept shouting and it pinned its ears back, eyes slits. Ash faltered back a step. If he could recall Rays, Luxray could lose what little interest it had in the battle and he could run. Rays was glowing. A hazy gold thrashed around his fur, burning past his regular red. He hadn't stopped flame charge but now it cycled stronger, eyes pinpricks of white behind the flames. The fire on his back leapt hungrily at the sky as if fed by more than it had ever been given, Ash seeked in a breath. Blaze. Luxray rumbled, throat glowing blue, and spat a thunderbolt as rays exploded in flames. Pure gold detonated like a star, 100 flames latching out hungrily. The lightning bolt cracked only feet away from Luxray's maw, a thunderclap echoing through the roar of the flames. Fire streamed through the air, heat billowing from nothing, the smell of ilex swallowed in charcoal and smoke. Brambles went up in dry crackles, leaves crumbling to black, fire dancing down cherry branches. Everything burned. Rays cut off the attack, swaying, and collapsed to the ground. Luxray emerged from the final tendrils of flame, pushed back an inch. Smoke curled at its mane, the edges scorched and fur melted together, the navy of its muzzle blackened and dark. Eyes wide and furious, it turned with the weight of a mountain and stared at the Cyndaquil. It had been burnt by him, no matter how small, it had been hurt. Rays hissed, a tinny, shaking sound, but couldn't stand. Ash swallowed his cough, arms raw and burnt after protecting his face. His friend had done everything, had put everything into that attack and it had done something, but not enough. Ethan would have fought but they weren't Ethan. Ilex burned around them, brush disappeared in wreaths of gold, leaves collapsing as little more than soot. An old tree groaned and creaked as its roots caught. Ash's hands skittered over the ground, inching as steadily as he could toward Rays. Luxray prowled forward, tail lashing and claws sparking against the ground. Archer shouted something as he fled from the fire and there was a precious second where its ears flicked back, listening for whatever he said. Paw paused a heartbeat before continuing its next step. Ash lunged for the largest rock he could see, soot clinging at his hands, and hurled it at Luxray's face. Its paw flashed and crushed it to rubble, fangs bared, but Ash was running and scooping Rays into his arms. His feet moved faster than his mind and he was sprinting, throwing himself through a blackened break between trees. Luxray howled behind him. Everything burned, he tried to shoulder past the worth of it, brambles dripping molten and leaves collapsing to charcoal. Rays stayed still to help but he trembled under Ash's arms, back cold. He ran and ran, hearing the great cracks of Luxray's paws as it followed. A pause. Then Luxray slammed into the ground hard enough it shook. The world bucked beneath him and he staggered, knees cracking against a tree. Everything swayed and he tripped, his arms wrapped around his starter but the ground rose to meet him and fire crawled at the edges of his vision as he fell. XXX. Ash jolted awake, his breath rattling in his throat. White greeted him, pale tiles above and uncolored drywall around. He blinked and there were sheets wrapped around his legs, tangled in his panic, and a bed beneath. Metal, counters, trays. The Pokémon Center. He exhaled shakily, thoughts wobbling back into focus. They'd been in Ilex and found rocket fanatics, they'd attacked, Luxray had taken down Apex and Rays had burned the forest to protect him back. A beeping surfaced, chirping quickly at his side. His heart monitor, Ash traced the wire up to a node on his upper arm, the screen blinking in pace. He was in the center. That meant that he was safe, that his team had to be safe, that Archer wasn't there. Ash got his hands underneath him and pushed his way into a sitting position, the wall cool against his back, the 4-line pulling at his arm. There weren't any windows, just the blank white of the walls and equipment. His head thumped against the wall. What had happened? All he could remember was the black of the smoke, Luxray's relentless hunt, Rays throwing himself at it again and again and again. The heart monitor chirped back to life, little lines flashing over its screen. Calm down, he muttered both to it and himself, then winced. His voice tore at his throat like a living thing. His arms moved sloppily, bound by a dozen bandages, all white, but he could feel the raw of his skin underneath. Rays had only used one attack but fire spread, especially ones like his. How much had caught? He curled his legs in, a needle pulling uncomfortably under his skin. Everything was white. The doorknob twisted and he glanced up, arms twinging at the motion. Pink hair pulled back in a lazy braid and blue eyes emerged into the room, wearing the white of a standard uniform and carrying a clipboard. Nurse Joy. My team. He rasped, sitting higher. She bobbed her head and closed the door behind her, setting the clipboard on the closest counter. They will be fine, Mr. Ketchum, she soothed, though exhaustion plucked at her voice. Your Skarmory and Mewtwo are still healing but they will make full recoveries in a few days. Your Cyndaquil was only exhausted, while he can't summon any flames now, he is awake. Ash exhaled, sinking back against the wall. They were not fine, but okay, and that was all he could have asked for. Thank you. Nurse Joy smiled, bustling around to check on the device attached to him. With a few button presses the screen flashed through a myriad of data too fast for him to try and understand. She hummed, scratching something on her paper, and returned it to the steady line of his heart. Arms, please. Ash fumbled to untangle the bandages from his sheets, wincing at the rub on his raw skin, and stretched them out. Pulling one loop off, she ran her fingers over his arm, skin a pale red and glittering. He hadn't had much hair with Ray's training, but it looked like he'd lost what little he'd had left. She rewrapped them easily, tucking the flap by his elbow, and pressed a new piece of tape over his foreneedle. We'll take that out later tonight, she promised, marking down more on her clipboard. But burns need plenty of water to heal, and your throat is still recovering. Do your ribs hurt? You had a minor fracture and some cuts, but those were taken care of last night. He shook his head, knotting his hands together at his waist. What dash? He coughed to try and clear the rasp, but it came out like he was spitting gravel. What happened? Nurse Joy paused. She very deliberately set her clipboard back down, a calm smile surfacing on her tired face. Bugsy himself is going to talk to you, he was the one to bring you in yesterday. I don't know when he'll be able to make it, but I think he'd be able to give you a more complete story. That wasn't an answer. Just know that you're still very young, dear. No one expected, or expects, you to know what to do in situations like that. She pursed her lips, scanning his face, whatever expression he had didn't convince her. Please listen to Bugsy. He'll explain everything. He nodded. She spun a dial on his bag, gathered her supplies, and left the room with a final smile. Ash curled his knees up to his chest, the sheets slithering over the hospital mattress. He missed the comforting weight around his waist, the warmth of Ray's pokeball. What had happened? Bugsy must have seen the smoke and came to investigate, or the rangers had gotten his call, but Ray's fire burned hard and fast. Would they have been able to put it out in time? Had Archer gotten away? He gritted his teeth and hauled himself away from that particular train of thought before his heart monitor would spike and bring Nurse Joy back. His bandages were neatly folded and he did his best to tuck them back under his sheets so he wouldn't fidget with them, shifting his pillow to be between his back and the wall. The room hummed quietly with a dozen machines. Without a way to tell time, centuries passed until someone else came in. Bugsy poked his head through the door, purple hair tied back. Soot was streaked over his eyebrows. Ash? He jerked upright, the heart monitor spiking once. Bugsy. The gym leader nodded, closing the door gently behind him. His shoulders were pulled taut, his expression flickering between uncomfortable and resigned. The pit in Ash's stomach hollowed. Did Nurse Joy tell you about your team? He started, taking a position at the foot of the hospital bed. Ash nodded, throat already scratched raw. Good. Ah, and you know you need to stay here for another day or two? Another nod. Bugsy's fingers fluttered without a pencil to spin between them, tapping at his wrists and sides before he visibly reined himself in. I'm not normally the one to do this, Bugsy admitted, leaning against the bed frame. And never to someone so young before. But everyone else is out in Ilex and I was the one to bring you in. Not that I'm saying I'd avoid it, I just... He sighed, rubbing at his face. Soot streaked gray down his brow. Others are better at it. Ash nodded. He needed to know. I saw smoke early and went to investigate before the rest of the Rangers. Houndar packs start evolving in this season and most set a few accidental fires before finding their way to the mountains, so they're not much to worry about. His face smoothed over, the excitability he'd had in every other conversation fading to the wayside. By the time I got there, the fire was most of an acre and the police were still puzzling over your call. I worked emergency evacuation while the Rangers came. You were right outside the fire, though someone was running away as I arrived. He rasped once but finished the second, Archer. Bugsy blinked, fingers tapping at the bed. The rocket fanatic? Looked like his claims of fame were true. He had 3 others with him, and a Luxray. We defeated their teams but I couldn't fend it off. I told Rays to use flamethrower, it was my idea. Don't worry, nothing is going to happen to him. Bugsy sighed, tugging on his hair. I'm sorry. I should have worded this differently. It's fine. Ash gritted his teeth, though relief pulsed through his core. I wanted to know what I did. Silence bobbed between them. The fire is neutralized and all Pokemon were evacuated, Bugsy offered, tone deliberately light. The League gave us a team of Alakazam to patrol the Ilex and they had half of everyone out before I even loaded you on Yanmega. One Houndar was trying to hide you in shadows. If the Luxray was as close as you remember, it probably protected you. We recovered the rest of the pack, the ones that had been captured, and they'll be released around the mountains. The Rangers finished getting the rest of the Pokemon out and now we just have to regrow it. He fiddled with his bandages, thoughts bucking around his head. How long will that take? Bugsy tilted his hand side to side. The total area is a little under 3 acres, we've done worse in the past. That wasn't an answer. Ash sighed, squeezing his eyes closed. There was nothing to focus on but what happened, no way to smooth his raging brain with training or theorizing. Do I dash? He tried to remember what he could have read's trial after the campaign, the dead-eyed stare the trainer had had when answering for what he'd done. Need to talk to a police officer. To report what I saw. Bugsy fidgeted with his fingerless gloves, looking years younger with the motion. Not really, Ash. You helped confirm it was an attack instead of a training accident but we already knew there were poachers because of 2 missing packs, and Johto has had a problem with fanatics for the past 2 years. The quiet professionalism laced through his voice made it easier, but Ash still felt the words like a punch to the gut. Bugsy grimaced, closing his eyes. Just stay here and heal, okay? The Rangers and I have enough grass types to get Ilex back up in short time and then I'll help you travel through Ilex, if you want. Ash stared at his hands. He'd searched out the Rocket members, provoked them, lost, had his team injured, burnt Johto's oldest forest. Bugsy could have removed his training license and no one in the league would have questioned it. "Thank you," he said, trying to shove enough air behind the words they'd be audible. Bugsy sighed, tapping the end of his bed. "Our nurse said you'll be healed in a day or two, but she'd like to keep you here overnight. Do you want your Cyndaquil to stay with you?" He jerked up, arms twinging at the motion. "Yes. Please." The gym leader nodded, still looking profoundly uncomfortable, and headed to the door. He paused with his hand on the knob, turning back. "You had the right heart," he said, soft. "Remember that, you were trying to do the right thing." Mouth dry, Ash nodded. Bugsy disappeared through the door. His head thunked back against the wall and he exhaled, hands as fists against his sides. He couldn't blame his actions against the members, against the situation, against Ethan. It had all been him, born from some desire to prove himself and earn the glory others had. His team and the forest had paid for it. Being a trainer had never seemed like this. An assistant knocked quietly before entering, holding a standard pokeball. Ash zeroed in on it, sitting back upright. "He's still tired, and don't ask him to use any flames," she warned, removing a few pieces of paper from the counter. "But as long as he doesn't destroy anything, you're free to stay together." "We won't," he promised, reaching with his unneedled arm. She placed the familiar scratched ball in his palm before sweeping out of the room, carefully dimming the lights before closing the door. There wasn't a shock of heat up his arm but warmth still flickered under the metal, Ray's consciousness swirling inside. Ash swiped furiously at his eyes and released his partner on the foot of the bed. Ray's back was empty and cold, for a paler blue where his own flames had rebounded, claws sheathed and shoulders hunched, but his gray eyes burned. "Are you okay?" The Cyndaquil nodded, firing back the same question with a short hiss. He inched closer, paws sliding over the smooth sheets. "I'm fine dash," he started, before stopping. Back in Pallet Town, growing with Gary and Ethan, it had always come to Ash to carry the mood. Make a joke, ramble about training, find some way to make light of the situation. He could feel those same instincts buzzing, strategies about Blaze to complaining about the dull white of the Pokemon Center. But this wasn't Pallet Town, and Ray's wasn't Gary or Ethan, he was his partner. He wouldn't lie this time. "I'm not," he admitted. I made the call. I asked you guys to follow me, to attack, and look where that ended up. We burned down part of the Ilex." Rays hissed, nosing into his side. Ash obligingly raised his arm and the fire type curled against him, claws hooking into his shirt and eyes dark. He slumped down until he was hugging him back, huddled under the sheets. "I'm sorry, Bud," he whispered, eyes pricking at the corners. "I'm so sorry." Ash hadn't ever given too much thought to the hair on his arms, but he supposed he'd never have to again. Nurse Joy had peeled off the bandages last night, the red raw of his skin fading back to a regular tan, but whatever hair had managed to survive Ray's training was very gone now. At least his head hadn't been touched, his mother would have thrown a fit if he came back bald. Ash hid a wince even as he shrugged his shirt on. He'd been in the care room for one night, curled up with Ray's with an 4 feeding saline through his arm. Then she dressed his injuries, slapped enough water bottles into his arm he could reasonably fill a pond, and gave him a proper room. His team was still healing and Bugsy hadn't released him yet, which meant the only thing to do was call his mother. The call had lasted for nearly 3 hours. Not quite sobbing, not quite pleading, but she'd learned what had happened and knew how it hit him. Ash had done his best to keep calm, trying to explain things evenly, but his eyes fogged over like the lake of rage and he swiped at his cheeks more often than she did. The Rangers had gotten all of the Pokemon out, successfully rehabilitating the disturbed ones and moving the Houndour, which were apparently invasive, hiding in the Ilex until they were old enough to take over the cragged cliffs of the coast, back to the mountain. New trees planted, grass types brought in to speed their growth, the fanatics nowhere to be found. The forest would heal. Ash grimaced, tugging his socks up. He'd spent 4 days here, team healing behind glass walls and stuck in Pokemon Center. But now they were free to travel once more, this time with Bugsy offering to help guide them through the first part of Ilex, and then they'd be out and in Goldenrod. He wouldn't forget what had happened. Luxray's gold-blue eyes still lurked in the corners of his white room, and rays hadn't summoned more than a flicker, but they would learn. Things could have gone better, but they could have gone worse, and if what he knew of the campaign was right, they had gotten off lucky. They would get past this. XXX. Stepping outside the Pokemon Center was a breath of fresh air in more ways than one. Ash leaned back, the early morning light gleaming gold over the mosaic that made up Azalea Town. Everything was sun-warm and humid, his clothes clinging awkwardly at his sides, but he had been properly stitched up and shooed out. 3 Pokeballs were heavy around his waist. Rays hissed, shaking the cold of the center out and rearing to his back paws. Only smoke trailed down his back instead of his customary fire, but his eyes were bright. Apex squawked as he was released, head jerking back and forth before he landed on Ash. His chest was splotched in places, feathers only half-grown and paler than the others, but by his annual molt, they'd all be the same again. The Skarmory's armor had been warmed and molded back into place like it had never been damaged, the only giveaway faint circles where Luxray's fangs had punctured through. The Skarmory butted his head against Ash's chest and he smiled, ignoring the weight of the massive bird to accept his version of a greeting. He'd done it every time that he'd been released, though thankfully he'd learned to avoid ripping Ash's shirt with his crest after the first time. Bloom unwrapped her vines, exposing her bud to the warmth of the sun with a quiet trill. Her inner poisons had protected her from whatever the Night Arena had managed to inject her with, but it had still been a struggle to remove what was left so it didn't overwhelm her when she was healing. Her skin was a paler green and her eyes narrower, though their gleam was unchanged. Bloom seemed fine, but she'd hissed at the shadows in the room and nearly poisoned one of the nurse assistants before recognizing where she was. "Hey," he said, fiddling at his waist. Are you guys okay?" Bloom chirped immediately, flashing her thorns. Apex squawked once, sheaths drawing over his wings, and rays settled for a low hiss. Ash sighed, patting around the side of the center before sitting down. Apex picked his way carefully over the cobbled streets, Bloom jumping as neatly as she could to land on Ash's knee. She nearly fumbled the landing, but her vines whipped out as counterbalance, and she gave a pleased chirp at her new perch. He smiled, tapping his finger at the tip of her vines. Rays snorted. "We're all released now." It was a decent enough start. "We're going to be sore for the next few days, but that should pass sooner with exercise. Which is why He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Gary had never called him subtle. "We can afford to buy a teleportation pass straight to Goldenrod, but it'll put us in the red for a bit, or we could travel through Ilex. Bugsy offered to help us for the first day, traveling with us as far as he can spare, but then it'd be 2 weeks in there. I don't know whether Archer and his fanatics are gone, they haven't been spotted around, and no other packs have been disturbed. I think they've moved to easier pickings. But I can't say that completely." Rays hissed, more smoke trailing off his shoulders. "Yeah, me too. But I don't want to make the decision here, guys. This is all of our journeys. Do you want to go through Ilex or teleport?" Bloom trilled before he'd finished saying the forest's name, bobbing up and down in her version of a nod. Raw determination bled through her black eyes. Apex shuffled forward, talons screeching over the stone street. He knew that he was the most expensive on the team to feed, it wasn't like he could deny it, and Ash knew the Skarmory truly did want to explore Ilex, to see what the ancient forest had to offer. Apex spread his wings, encircling the rest of them, and squawked as quietly as he could. Ash reached out to brush the tips of his primaries, the steel warm under his hand. The Skarmory pulled his wings back with a nod, message clear, he'd protect them. Rays reared to his back legs and breathed a tiny ember into his claws, the first he'd made since the forest. He watched the little flame, carefully holding it away from both himself and the others, before snuffing it between his paws with a hiss. He stared at Ash. Thanks, he offered, adjusting his position so Bloom had more of a stable platform. I want to try Ilex again too. We can take it fast, keeping training to a bare minimum and focusing on just getting through. I wasn't joking when I said that Goldenrod teleportation ticket would put us in the red. There'd be no chance to afford TMs when we got there. Raze snorted, tapping at his leg. Ash felt his first real grin surface and rubbed at his friend's head, musing up his navy fur. The Cyndaquil hissed and swiped at his arm. But we want to do this? He asked. All three nodded at him, though Apex's tail swished nervously. Okay. We've still got enough supplies and any more time in the Pokemon Center will ruin what tan I've got left. The joke splattered against the ground. Apex offered a pity squawk. Bloom hopped off his knee with a chirp, unfurling her vines and taking in more sun. Ash stood, shrugging his bag higher up his shoulders, the weight familiar. Everyone had already eaten and they all itched to get out of the white of the center, Apex watching the sky and Bloom's thorns sharpening. Raze hissed, leading them out of the side alley and to the main road, smoke curling up his shoulders. Ash? He blinked, turning away from his team. Bugsy popped out of the Pokemon Center, dressed in pale khaki and brown that made him look straight out of the Rangers' ranks. Dark purple splotched under his eyes and his hair was pulled back in a lazy tail, a few strands trailing down his neck. Bugsy. Apex clattered a step forward, talons ringing against the cobbled streets loud enough Ash winced. The Skarmory squawked, sheaths sliding over his wings, and glared Bugsy down with an impressive sort of determination. Ash carefully pushed his feathers back down, cupping the flat edge to avoid losing a finger. He's fine, bud. You know him. The steel type squawked again but begrudgingly lowered his wings, drawing his crest back. Bloom got one look at Bugsy and thumped Apex's leg for daring to threaten him. The Skarmory blinked at her, head ped. Raze growled and pushed his way between them both, huffing smoke when Bloom trilled at him. Bugsy rubbed the back of his neck, a little smile flashing over his face as he approached. Are you feeling okay? Ash grinned, wrangling the expression as best he could to lighten the mood. Nurse Joy worked her magic. Bugsy still looked a bit worse for wear himself, streaks of soot up by his elbows and his ranger uniform scratched up one pant leg. You. Right as rain. Bugsy pulled down the back of his fingerless gloves. Now, I don't want to presume, but our nurse told me you were released, and I wanted to make sure you knew I'm still offering to help guide you to the Ilex shrine if you're planning on heading that direction. The words fumbled in his mouth like he'd already thought them over. His grin softened to something a little more genuine. Thank you, Bugsy. We were planning on heading out today. He blinked, but if you've got challengers scheduled, we can spend some more time getting our bearings and supplies. Bugsy laughed, swiping a hand through his hair. If we keep apologizing and fumbling this, we'll never get going no matter the plan, and it takes 4 beats to start any song. Ash pet his head. A goldenrod saying, hasn't quite caught on to the rest of Indigo. But today is more than fine if you want to leave now, and most trainers in Azalea have unanimously decided to give the gym a break on challenges for a few days. Raze chid, and Ash grinned. So you're using us as a vacation? Bugsy coughed. Perhaps. It's been a good while since I've just walked through Ilex without a ranger mission or research project, and it's easy to miss the forest for the trees when you focus on one thing. Ash hadn't realized how much he'd missed the academic side of Bugsy after that night in the Pokemon Center, the one that fiddled with pencils and rambled almost as much as he did. That sounds good, he offered, glancing at his team. Bloom trilled decisively, inching ever closer to Bugsy, and while Apex hadn't stopped watching him, the Skarmory also bobbed his head. Raze puffed out a cloud of smoke. Do you want to leave now? I was hoping for that, Bugsy admitted. The shrine isn't much further past where you traveled, but it still takes most of a day to get there, and it's much easier to miss a path when it's dark out. Ash probably could have kept thanking him for the rest of the month, but Raze very helpfully headbutted his leg. Teeth clicking closed, he blinked and cut off what probably would have been a gushing ramble. "Thank you," he settled on, stroking the Cyndaquil's fur back. Bugsy grinned, patting down his endless number of pockets. Seems even a ranger uniform couldn't escape his customization, before pulling a few supplies. 3 pokeballs gleamed over his waist, each dented and pockmarked with decades of use. A bag barely more than a fist was hooked to a chain on his leg, though he managed to stuff his entire hand inside, one of Silphco's famed storage containers. While they hadn't created pokeballs, the Kanto factory had refined them to the point where even the Kalos mass production plant bowed to their knowledge of the field, and they'd expanded into storage facilities beyond pokeballs soon after. Everyone had expected it to be easier. After all, shrinking and storing a living being that could be hundreds of times the size of the pokeball had to be the much more difficult task, but in actuality, their progress had been infinitely slower on that front. They'd finally moved past their prototype stage, though their work had been halted for a year in the wake of Red's campaign, and he couldn't help but wonder how far their work would extend. Would they be limited to only small objects being able to have that technology inside, or could they? Rays bumped him again. He bit down on the ramble before it could hit the air and found Bugsy watching him curiously, his few supplies properly organized and strung around his uniform in a way that made him look more researcher than ranger. Bloom was practically at his side, Apex awkwardly positioned between Ash and her as he tried to keep everyone behind him while still watching Bugsy. "Ready when you are," he offered mareepishly. Bugsy laughed and led the way. XXX. Ilex was the same emerald sprawl over the horizon, dark brambles swallowed in the loom of the massive trees that called Johto home. Ash could see a bit of the cragged coast over one shoulder, a hint of the old mountain range that had barely survived even now, and everything else was awash in the shade of green he hadn't seen anywhere else in his life. Azalea's cobbled street thinned more and more as they walked until it was barely more than a strip of pebbles, great swaths of dirt cutting through what seemed to have once been an organized start to a route. Bugsy kicked at a rock, watching it skitter away from them. "It used to be less worn," he sighed. "We haven't ordered any new cobbling from Pewter in a good while, although I guess I should move that up the list." Ash hummed as a response, doing his customary pat-down of all their supplies. They'd only made it less than a day into Ilex last time and there was still plenty of food, even if they caught a new member in the woodland. Rays hissed at the trees like he wanted to challenge them, though his back only flickered with tendrils of smoke. He hadn't felt comfortable summoning his normal cape even in Azalea. Ash wouldn't hold out hope he'd do it in Ilex. Bloom trilled, bounding up to be closer to Bugsy. The gym leader smiled, tapping her lightly with his boot. She narrowed her eyes, flashing her thorns. Bugsy chuckled, pulling his foot back. 2 weeks, and then they'd be on the other side, near a coast and heading back to a mountainous area. Apex cawed, eyes caught between the sky and Bugsy's back. His wings fluttered. "We're fine, bud," Ash said, cupping Apex's beak. The Skarmory squawked, sheaths flaring, "I know. But we're all here, we're safe, and Bugsy has his team as well. I know you want to explore Ilex." Apex scratched at the ground. "You can help patrol where we're walking, but I want you to enjoy Yo Dash." The Skarmory bumped his beak against Ash's chest, carefully pushing him back, and spread his wings. With an ear-splitting shriek he took off, snapping up to 50 feet and circling over their heads. Ash grimaced, brushing off some dust from Apex's takeoff. Rays padded over, staring at the silver streak above. "He's going to need some time," Bugsy said quietly, Bloom following behind. "Let him fly over the entire Ilex if it helps, even if it exhausts him. He can push past his own boundaries for a while so he can relax afterward." He nodded, tugging at his hair. Rays chid at the sky, though there was no chance Apex could hear it. They all needed time. Bugsy rubbed at the back of his neck like something perched there before turning back to Ilex, adjusting his water skin with an awkward air that only Ash's 10 years as playing the mitigator between Gary and Pallet Town let him pick up on. He mimicked him, patting over all his supplies. Bugsy glanced back, one eyebrow ped, and headed for the forest. Rays chid at the trees, still circling around Ash's legs. "Come on, bud," he said, reaching down to smooth his fur back. "We have to keep moving eventually. Can't keep waiting for everything to go right." The Cyndaquil hissed, eyes flat, but eventually de-angled from his guard position and padded for Ilex. Ash rubbed at his face hard enough to twinge and pulled into a smile, extending his arms into the last bit of stable sunlight they'd get for the next 2 weeks. The bandages really had killed his tan. Rays hissed and he blinked. Bugsy was already under the edge of the Ilex, Bloom by his side, and Apex was doing his damnedest to be over them both at once. He jogged over, Rays puffing smoke over his legs. "Sorry." Bugsy waved him off, smiling at the trees like he hadn't seen them in decades. "Are you ready?" Apex screeched down to them, circling over the trees, and Bloom was already prodding at a half-squashed wildflower for any sign of poison. Rays unsheathed his claws, eyes slits, but padded into the Ilex. 2 weeks. XXX. Ilex was bold and humid and silent. Pidgey chirped from distant clouds and Paras croaked under fallen logs, Pinico rustling from perches high in the trees and Venonat shaking the underbrush as they fled from footsteps. The forest was still alive and clustered with sounds, enough that Ash could have followed a dozen different Pokémon with Ray's exceptional hearing, but no one talked. Normally he babbled to his team enough that any wild Pokémon would have to be deaf to stumble across them, little comments about interesting plants or plans for future battles and training, but always something. And Bloom would trill in her version of a laugh, Apex would shriek whenever there was an opening in the canopy large enough for him to see them, and Rays would put up with his chatter if only for the hypotheses Ash made about new moves. But it was never quiet. Him and Bugsy walked in line down the route, Bloom bounding at the edge to threaten the brambles that dare have larger thorns than she or investigate the flowers, Apex spiraling overhead and Rays close at his sides. His mouth opening, he made to gesture at a Pidgey track scored over the bark of a tree, and then the hush pressed down and he stopped. Mew, Gary clearly hadn't tried hard enough in Pallet Town if all it took was an awkward silence to shut him up. Ilex gleamed like a rainbow, both from the water moisture in the air and the brilliant colors. Ash blinked as something shifted through a patch of underbrush to his left, leaves rustling before falling still. Bloom glanced back with narrowed eyes before bounding to keep up with Bugsy. Something had been shadowing them since they'd entered the forest. It had taken him an hour or two to notice, but the trees always shook whenever it passed too near the route and then shook more as it darted away. A guardian of the forest, maybe, making sure that no other catastrophe would befall the forest. Then why hadn't there been one for the Houndour pack? He knew the largest, and the one that had protected him, most likely, had been the leader, but Ilex protected its own and it didn't make sense that nothing had come to chase off the poachers. There was a reason forest systems like this had survived for so long even with the mass destruction wild Pokémon were capable of. Groups gathered to protect both themselves and their home, and they made a point of it. The rangers moved fast but wild Pokémon trusted themselves first and surely something would have felt the commotion and moved to. Rays swatted at his thigh. Ash blinked out of his thoughts but he was still walking fine, not veering into the trees or slowing too far behind Bugsy. The fire type hissed quietly, jabbing a claw up the route and baring his fangs. Ash frowned, opening his mouth to ask, when Rays got behind him, reared to his back paws, and headbutt him up the route. He couldn't swallow a yelp and Bugsy barely managed to glance back before Ash was next to him, stumbling over his own feet. His ears immediately burned as the gym leader paused, eyebrows raised, and opened his mouth. What had he? Rays, very pointedly, hissed. What's the alert system like for bug types? Bugsy stopped halfway through a question about his well-being, eyebrows climbing steadily up his forehead. Well. Once he got going, there was no stopping. And why weren't there any for the Houndour pack? Or did it all happen too fast? The gym leader blinked, fingers twitching over his belt. Rays padded forward and even Bloom glanced back, though Ash guessed that had more to do with Bugsy than any real interest in bug types. Their alert system? There has to be one for a forest this big. I know grass and poison types use pheromones, but what about bugs? Bugsy lasted the silence about as well as Ash had been. Hive minds. All bugs have minds built a bit different than what you'll find in others. Other Pokemon will build packs, like Houndour, that are around a dozen or two Pokemon, or ones like Pidgeiflox, which can get to the hundreds. But bug types make colonies with as many different species as they like, using their hive mind to communicate. It's nothing like mind reading, but instead a sort of echo. They're able to get a mental sense as well as physical of what is being said, which can stretch much further across space than regular talking. Ash nodded. It certainly made sense why the entirety of Viridian had been known to rise against certain threats. So every bug in Ilex is bonded? Not quite. Hive minds are still roughly similar to ours, just with some additives, and being bound to that many other functioning presences would overwhelm even the strongest of Pokemon. Bugsy frowned, tapping at his chin. Colonies often have to stick to several thousand at most, although that doesn't mean too much with how fast bug types reproduce. There are hundreds of separate colonies in Ilex alone. Ray's pet his head to the side, still on his back paws as they walked down the route, and hissed. He jabbed his claws at Bugsy's face. He says he's able to talk, Ash offered, the Cyndaquil nodding in agreement. Even though he doesn't have a hive mind to other species. Bugsy grinned, swiping a hand through his hair. Yes, all Pokemon can communicate with each other, although there are limitations, but I'm going to guess it took you some time to understand Pokemon built differently than you. Such as your Skarmory. Ray's hissed but conceded. With a hive mind it skips that step, Ash said. Bugsy bobbed his head. And they're able to do that for any Pokemon they bond to? Any bug types. Sometimes it can cause problems on a team if they have more than one but less than 4 bug types, as the hive mind means they can communicate better than other members on the team. Bugsy broke off his explanation, honest delight filling his eyes. That's a gold sap maple. The tree in question was hunkered off the side of the route, half hidden behind the more standard jade cypress that filled Ilex. It was short but wide, great puffs of pale green leaves billowing off like mushroom heads from the base. Its bark was dark brown but shiny, for lack of a better term, and thick with a sweet smell Ash couldn't place. Apex circled overhead when he noticed them stopping, shrieking a question down. He flashed a thumbs up at the Skarmory, who screeched back and widened his loop. They're not native to Ilex, Bugsy offered, poking at its trunk. His fingers came back gold. Viridian is full of them, the sap they produce is the main part of the Weedle line's diet, and that's why Beedrill are most populous in Viridian. Their seeds large and float well. I've heard of a few making it all the way to Hoenn, though they need a gentler climate than they find there. Ash hummed, stepping to the other side of the trunk. Rays reared to his back paws and tapped the bark, although he immediately jerked back as golden sap stuck to his claws. He hissed, scratching them heedlessly against the dirt. Do all bug types need to eat sap? Most forest-dwelling ones do, Bugsy said, snapping off a dead twig and twirling it between his fingers. The larger ones are able to harvest it themselves from any tree, Heracross especially, as sap is the majority of their diet, but for the smaller larvae stages, they need trees like this that produce so much sap it leaks through their bark. In return, the bugs protect the trees and the sap sticks their seeds to the feeders, which lets them spread quickly if a large enough colony protects them. He grinned. Rays gave up on removing the sap from his claws and settled for glaring at the tree, though Bloom bounced over to inspect it for herself. The Beauty dragged the tip of a vine through the sap, light reflecting gold off it as she brought it closer to her face. His old research flitted back into the forefront. Sap that could be tapped was mostly made of water, minerals, and other nutrients. You should be safe to eat it, he said, glancing at Bugsy, who didn't correct him. It's everything you need to photosynthesize. Nice one, Bugsy said. It won't have the sugar that the sap from the upper parts of the tree will, but it's more nutritionally dense than anything you'll find in stores. He hummed, threading the twig through his knuckles with unnatural ease. If you want, you can buy a tapper for when you're traveling, although most trees don't produce enough sap to make it worthwhile. Bloom glared at Ash with a surprising amount of insistence. He laughed, raising his hands in surrender. Goldenrod should have won. They do, Bugsy offered. But don't buy one made of wood, they're cheap imitations for tourists who want to remember their journey to the Ilex. Get metal, as thick as you can. The Butte chirped. Ash reluctantly stepped away from the gold sap maple, Ray still glaring at it over his gold-tipped claws. Bugsy followed, although his eyes flicked over their surroundings with new life. Ash pointed to a patch of brambles that were a pale green instead of Ilex's customary orange, drawn low to the ground and encircling a jade cypress surprisingly tightly. Chokeweave. That's the one, stubborn little survivor, really. I've seen it get removed from an entire section of the forest by hungry Pidgey and sprout back from a single speed. Bugsy grinned, although he didn't touch its wicked thorns. Bloom leaned closer. Not poisonous, girl, Ash offered, though he was grinning himself. Unless you want to wrap yourself in it. The Butte trilled, poking it lightly with one vine. Bugsy turned to stare deeper into the Ilex, brows furrowed but eyes bright. And way back there, that's a dash, he broke off, visibly wavering between the route and a strange, curling vine with frond-like growths. Well, if we want to make it to the shrine before sundown, we really should get moving dash. Ray's reared to his back paws, head ped, and gestured at the vine. Bugsy broke immediately. It's a western drake tongue. They're uncommon in the area since they need an incredible amount of nutrients to survive, but that also means that bug types love them, and so the Ilex has formed a companion bond to keep them alive in little batches. And Ash laughed as the tension finally faded away. XXX. It was many stages past dark by the time they finally reached the shelter. Ash fumbled with the weight of the flashlight, Ray still hadn't reactivated his cape and so he'd had to use that for the first time on his journey, the standard solar-powered one included in the League's basic trainer kit. Bugsy had his own, much larger one and he stood in the center of the route, sweeping the beam over the thin building Ash had only been able to find a few pictures of. The Ilex shrine was off the beaten route by only a few hundred feet, its own path spidering through the trees until it reached a shallow clearing barely big enough for the wooden structure. Narrow walls, a sloping roof threaded with branches, wood stained a deep red, the shrine wasn't much larger than a grown person, a simple statue carved like a teardrop in the center. Bugsy bowed his head and mumbled something Ash couldn't hear. Ilex was the time away from time, the misplacement, Azalea honored that, and so had the ancient Johtoians. The shrine had surpassed far beyond what ordinary wood should have, and while it seemed slight enough Ash could have pushed it over, it had been standing for centuries. Bugsy finished his prayer and stepped to the shrine, lightly rubbing his thumb over the tip of the small statue, the wood deeply worn. He bowed once more before turning away, careful not to shine his flashlight in Ash's eyes. The moonlight in the clearing was enough that he could see what was going on, but the light was still helpful. Is there something I should do? He asked, looking at the shrine. Apex was perched in a nearby oak, barely more than a sagged lump of steel. He hadn't landed once for their entire journey, sweeping over Ilex with a sort of desperate speed that had exhausted him in hours. Bloom poked her way towards the shrine, though she didn't extend her thorns. If you want to, Bugsy said, running his hands over his pokeballs. There's no one ritual, just do what you feel is right. No pressure. Bugsy snorted, looking at the sky. Night swept black wings over the forest and the moon only peeked over a corner of the tree-line, though the stars showered a surprising amount of light in return. Rays hissed at the shrine, the smoke drifting off his back almost invisible in the dark. Bugsy glanced back at him, threading his twig through his fingers. I'll have to head back now, but the shrine welcomes all to stay the night in its clearing, though things might be, cramped. Ash nodded, slipping his bag off and leaning it against one of the mire oaks circling the clearing. Apex blearily stuck his head through the leaves to watch them all, eyes barely half-lidded and wings sprawling off the sides of his perch. We will. The gym leader nodded, sweeping his flashlight once more around the clearing before shutting it off, leaving Ash's much weaker beam reflecting off the shrine. I enjoyed today, he admitted with a smile in his words. Thank you, Ash. Thank you. He shot back, Rays snorting at his side. I never would have learned anything if you hadn't come with us, and Bloom was able to find 2 new poisonous flowers she never would have found otherwise, and how to find berries hidden under brambles that Pidgey and Hoot Hoot can't get to as easily, or where to collect sap. You're a treasure trove of data. Bugsy coughed, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm glad to hear it. Rays puffed smoke at him. He glanced at the sky again before clapping his hands together, pulling Bloom's attention away from the shrine. Well. I must get back to Azalea before my receptionist sends the rangers after me again, so please sleep well, and travel safely through Ilex. And he paused, sweeping his gaze around their clearing. Talk to it, will you? Ash blinked. You noticed it too. It couldn't quite be called subtle, Bugsy said with a light shrug. Following us since back in Azalea, and the rangers reported that there were wild Pokémon patrolling the outskirts of Ilex after the fire. They tried to capture the rest of the Houndour pack to release them together back in the mountains, but it seems one slipped. It's a Houndour. He had only noticed something following them, not what it was. Ray's ears flicked curiously towards Bugsy, head ped. Bugsy twirled his stick through his fingers. I managed to catch a glimpse of it early on. I believe it's the same one that was protecting you that day. It's large enough that sound-based stealth doesn't seem to come easily to it, although it seems proficient enough with shadow disguises. It's hesitant, but it's followed us for the entire day. That finally perked Apex out of his exhausted slump, eyes wide as he craned down to stare at Bugsy. The gym leader held his hands up in surrender. It meant us no harm, otherwise it would have fled the moment it saw our team. Houndour are rather quiet without their packs. Apex was not calmed by the thought. Ash frowned, glancing around the trees. But why us? Why anyone? Bugsy touched the 3rd Pokeball on his waist with a soft smile. Maybe it saw what you did for it, maybe it's simply curious, maybe it doesn't know any better. But it wasn't released in the mountains and didn't travel to them, so it's here for a reason. Ash nodded, reaching down to scratch the back of Ray's neck. Thanks. Bugsy stepped away from them, careful not to trip over Bloom, and clicked the release on his 2nd Pokeball. A Yanmega emerged with a buzz, easily 7 feet long from head to curled tail and its wings even longer. It looked at them curiously with segmented eyes before dutifully stooping down for Bugsy to clamber on its back, leather stirrups dangling behind its spikes. Ash grinned and stepped back as the gym leader murmured something to his Pokémon, Apex squawking once despite barely being able to lift his head off his branch. We'll come back for a rematch. He shouted, earning a grin. I'll count on it. With a buzz, the Yanmega's wings blurred into action and it all but jolted out the clearing, wind whistling behind its tail as it shot back the way they'd come. In seconds, they were hidden in the gloom of night. Ilex echoed faintly as they left until it was back to the night sounds, distant chirps and growls and buzzes. Ash sighed, swiping a hand over his forehead and setting his flashlight down, though he angled the beam towards the shrine. Bugsy had said there wasn't a need for him to do anything, but it felt right to apologize in some way for what he'd done. The teardrop statue was so worn he couldn't make out a grain, just a hunk of wood carved down to shape. He clasped his hands together and bowed in the traditional Indigo style, eyes down and back straight. Thank you for protecting us, he offered. And for letting us stay here tonight. Rays chid his agreement. Bloom looked away from where she was watching the sky to trill, vines wavering over her head. Apex managed a quiet chirp. Ash straightened, back cracking like a dry twig, and turned away from the shrine. No training tonight, he said, heading for his bag. We've got 2 weeks, less if we travel more, and I think we all want to get out of here. Apex slumped further over his branch. Everyone's food was gathered and distributed quickly, them all deciding to huddle under Apex's tree so the Skarmory didn't have to move. Ash made to dig a shallow hole between them, but Rays shook his head, claws sheathed and eyes slits. No fire tonight. The Cyndaquil nodded, going back to his food, but Ash could see that his hackles were raised. Ilex was full of memories of what had happened last time, maybe once they left he'd be able to confront the thought in a safer environment, but Ash wouldn't push it here. "Alright, bud. We'll turn in early tonight." He set his flashlight between them instead, the beam pale but steady, and they ate quietly. Blankets were spread out, Bloom ducking into a nearby bunch of wildflowers and Apex sticking his head under his wing with the screech of metal on metal, and Rays clambered away from his bowl with a soft chirr to curl up against Ash. Ilex whistled overhead with life, even as quiet as the night ambience was compared to the day. Ash tucked his bag under his head to stretch out his neck, watching the stars glimmer beyond the thin clouds night hadn't yet managed to get rid of. "Thanks, bud." Rays poked his head over Ash's side. "For getting us to start talking. I really needed that." The Cyndaquil lay back with a chirr, smugness sprawling over his eyes even as he set about preparing for sleep. Ash snorted and drifted off himself. XXX. 3 days without Bugsy and Ash had already filled his poke gear with enough pictures of plants to scare even Erica off. They traveled quickly, rarely training. Apex had only just started to rest between his endless patrols of the forest and Rays was still leery of his own flames, so Ash busied everyone with menial tasks and helped Bloom to find flowers she wanted to study while they traveled. Ilex didn't have much in terms of true poison, but she had enough mild irritants to start to figure out which spores could be manipulated. Race reversal was coming slowly, but he'd been able to develop his strategies for grabbing his opponent, even if he didn't have the height yet. Apex was calming down, if somewhat, and Ash would take all the progress he could get. He yawned, scratching at his hair even as he walked over to Rays. They hadn't found any water large enough to bathe in and his scalp was layered in grease. Bloom found a new flower, little purple petals, growing on bunches. "I think it's wisteria, there are all these tiny seeds that can cause burning pain, though she hasn't managed to isolate it." Rays snorted, though he did glance at the grass type. She had situated herself in the last sunbeam of the day, curled around her pile of flowers and a champion selection of fresh water to help her absorb the toxins easier. He chid and pointed up. "He's still circling," Ash sighed, sitting next to the Cyndaquil. Rays set down the log he'd been shredding with his claws and patted over, smoke liking at his fur like a living thing. "But he'll be coming soon. He's already flying lower today than yesterday. Eventually he'll tire himself out." Rays narrowed his eyes, hissing lightly, but settled for shooting a glare at the sky and dragging his log over. Reversal was an impossibly tricky move to teach without a fighting type, but the other moves they were interested in needed too much space to train for. Once they got out of Ilex, they could move on to more doable tasks. He was reaching his peak as a Cyndaquil, both in firepower and physical prowess, and Ash knew it wouldn't be long until he evolved, but they weren't there yet. Evolving wasn't only a matter of power but of potential. The longer one stayed in their unevolved state, the more energy they brought to evolution and the more foundation there was to build off. That didn't mean non-evolution was good, as overgrown Pokémon tended to be stunted and had difficulty accessing their power, but there was merit in the thought of waiting until the proper moment. Both Ash and Rays could agree on that, though they weren't. The Cyndaquil paused, head ped, and glanced at their left. Ash fought down a change in expression, leaning further against the tree. Rays shredded another few lines in his log before setting it down, settling on his back paws with a huff as if they were simply having a normal conversation. His nose twitched like he was being shocked. "What do you think?" Ash murmured. Rays hissed, tapping his claws over the dirt with a strange twist to his face. He eventually wobbled his paws back and forth, smoke trickling up his shoulders. "An equal trade," Ash agreed, frowning. "You scratch my back, I scratch yours, we saved it from the poachers, it helped hide us from Luxray. But that doesn't explain why it'd follow us after that." He nodded, eyes narrowed. The Houndour hadn't stopped following them once Bugsy left and Rays was able to pick its scent out from the rest of Ilex, though it only got close enough to notice in bursts. "We've let it follow us without showing we've noticed, and haven't done anything to talk to it, but I want to. Even just dash." Rays stabbed his claws into the log. "I think you do too, bud." He rumbled and turned away, Ash stifled a snort, covering his mouth. Fire types were known for their pride, only just behind dragons. Both typings had some of the most volatile energy in the world, hungry and powerful, and that tended to cause attitude problems. They also tended to hate each other. At least dragons were strong against themselves. Fire types could spit infernos and only singe another. Most volcano territories were controlled by only one species for that exact reason. It's not even a primary fire type, Ash laughed, poking at his friend's side. Rays swatted lazily at his hand but did chirr, head ped. He hummed, thinking it over, like how Bloom can use poison, but she's covered in growth and photosynthesizes. Or Apex can fly, but he's built from steel first. It doesn't always matter, but being a primary dark type means that Houndour are built to use dark type energies but can use fire when they need to. Rays hissed, nodding. His eyes sparked idly and he glanced to their left again, nose twitching. He continued scratching at the log, barely more than a clump of fiber and bark at the point. This isn't about asking it to join our team, bud, Ash said as seriously as he could. Rays turned back to him. I want to talk, to figure out why it's following us, and you do too. We both want the answers here. The Cyndaquil rumbled, smoke trailing up his head, but begrudgingly nodded. And it's not like I could replace you, there's no other fire type out there with your foul mood. Ray's head butt his arm. Ash laughed, scratching at his fur, and he leaned into the touch before pulling back with a hiss. The Cyndaquil shifted his log away to let Ash stand, the last trickles of sunlight streaming through their clearing in a golden haze. Apex's silhouette was infinitely larger than it had been when Ash had last seen him, and when the Skarmory saw him and Rays emerge from the shadow of the trees, he gave a tired squawk and finally pulled in to land. The cypress sagged under his weight with a throaty groan, his wings flopping over the side and beak brushing at the bark. Ash smiled a bit wryly and reached up to scratch the underplates of Apex's jaw. The steel type squawked back, still more slumped than living being. Thank you for patrolling, he offered, nabbing a few iron treats from his pocket. Apex opened his beak enough Ash could drop them in. Rays hissed, stirring Bloom from her poison haze. The Beauty chirped at him but dropped her flowers, bounding over to stand under Apex's tree, though she flashed a few thorns in his direction before leaving. He puffed smoke after her. Apex leaned over to watch them better, branch creaking as he shifted his weight. The Houndour is still following us, Ash said, using the Skarmory's worried shriek as a chance to yawn. No, it's not any more dangerous than it was at the beginning, but I want to try and talk to it. Do you guys? Bloom's vines lashed above her head, eyes dark. She'd been taken out before the Houndour had had to protect them, but Ash could almost taste the hesitance in his normally most aggressive team member. A Houndour would be yet another typing strong to hers. We only want to talk, he offered, leaning over to tap her bud. Rays rumbled his own additions. She wavered for a second longer, thorns threading through her vines, before shifting in her version of a nod. Her black eyes shifted around their clearing, landing on her pile of flowers, but she straightened with a determined trill. Apex squawked, spreading his wings as far as he could before slumping over again. Ash grinned at them, Rays blowing smoke up to the Skarmory he couldn't reach. Thank you, he said, glancing around their space. They were only 4 days into Ilex, but none of them wanted to wait around in the forest no matter how interesting it was. They'd had to try and convince it while traveling. Apex curled tighter on his branch and Bloom bounded off to the last direct sunbeam, barely more than a touch of gold through the canopy. It had been following them for so long, getting close enough Bugsy had been able to spot it. It wasn't scared of them, but it was hesitant. He'd need to find a way to entice it to come to them, rather than trying to search it out. Apex squawked to get his attention, clacking his beak together a few times. Ash dug through his pockets for more iron scraps before realizing, food? The Skarmory nodded, although his eyes tracked Ash's hand with more than just pride at helping. He laughed and tossed him the few. The steel type recovered enough to snap them out of the air with the screech of his fangs against the metal. Apex bobbed his head lower for Ash to scratch at his jaw before curling back up. Food. Apex didn't have anything resembling normal taste buds and he was the most food-motivated member of Ash's team. It'd make sense for wild Pokemon to be. Grass types got most of their energy from the sun, so Bloom tended to ignore food, and Rays had come straight from a breeder, but wild Pokemon fought for survival, and there was no better way to welcome someone than by removing one of their struggles. He kicked over his bag, digging through to the food section at the bottom that always managed to dig into the small of his back if he wasn't careful. All his were all the standard Pokebite mix, omnivore for Rays and Apex and vegetarian for Bloom, but would they be appealing to a wild Pokemon? Rays? The Cyndaquil glanced over, pausing his preparation for the night. He'd scrapped the brush away from the bottom of Apex's tree, pushing it into a pile for Bloom to sleep in if she wanted to. Ash would handle setting up everyone's food and water requirements. They had a nice ritual. How tasty is your food? Would you want to eat it even if you'd be hunting? He blinked, ping his head to the side. Smoke twirled up his shoulders as he thought, claws clicking against the dirt, eyes furrowed. After a good while, he hissed, wobbling a paw back and forth. You'd eat it just because it's food, Ash guessed, earning a nod. His frown deepened. He wanted the Houndour to trust him, and food was the easiest way to anyone's heart, but it wouldn't be that good of a peace offering if the dark type disliked it. He tapped more insistently against the feeding bowl. The Cyndaquil hissed, jabbing his claws at the omnivore mix. He mimed eating something and made his little chirping sound, the picture of contentment. His glare somewhat ruined it. It is perfectly normal to worry about things like this, I'll have you know. Rays snorted. XXX. The next morning, there were footprints embedded through the edges of their clearing. Apex puffed up like a wet meowth and spent 20 minutes inspecting every leaf surrounding them, but whatever had come was far gone now. He shrieked at the bowl. The very empty bowl. It had been all but wiped clean, every scrap of food gone, and the bowl nudged around to make sure there was nothing underneath. Ash grinned, slipping it back into his bag. That was a win, then. Rays sniffed curiously at their surroundings, jabbing a claw to the west. It had come from their left. Apex bristled. Ash leaned over and flicked his beak, the Skarmory blustering back with a squawk. He grinned, rubbing over the armor plates on his neck. We're fine, bud. It just wanted food. You can't tell me you wouldn't have eaten free iron scraps left in a clearing. Apex opened his beak and closed it. Bloom rustled her way over, vines twirling over her head in a sort of stretch as she gathered up her faux bouquets. She balanced the flowers and leaves in her vines as they walked, carefully picking apart what each of them released and trying to understand before they all decayed. A few were already on their way to brown, but Bloom cradled them tightly in her vines, toddling for the earliest sunbeam she could find. Rays yawned, fangs glinting, and padded around to help Ash pack up. We'll keep setting out food, Ash said. It wasn't scared by the gesture and hopefully we'll be able to talk to it soon. Unless you really don't want to meet with another fire type. The Cyndaquil rumbled, clawing at the ground, but shook his head. Ash smiled, smoothing over the fur on the top of his head. Thank you, bud. I promise, no matter what happens, you'll still be my best friend. Bloom, from across the clearing, trilled irritably. XXX. Something tugged him out of sleep, a break in the droning buzz of Nincada and the creak of age-old oaks. Ash curled tighter under his blanket, but the sound came again, the light scratch of metal on metal. The hairs on the back of his neck prickling, Ash blinked twice, careful to keep his breathing steady. Everything was pitch, but he could feel Rays against his side, could see Bloom's slump in the cluster of flowers she'd been playing with that night. An Apex. His feathers rang and rustled against each other even as he stood still, rumbling quietly to something in front of him. The Skarmory was the most protective of the team and there was no chance he'd sit there if a threat had entered. His heart relaxed somewhat in his chest. Ash wriggled into a better position as sneakily as he could to watch the steel type. Apex stood by the edge of their clearing, sheaths drawn back and tail swishing against the evening winds. Moonlight spiraled through the leaves and made him more silver than he already was, reflecting off the curve of his crest and the lines circling his neck. And the bones of his companion. The houndar was large but slender, pitch fur indistinguishable from the shadows of its surroundings and nearly hiding its blood-red undercoat. But its bones were what kept it from being invisible, for cuffs around each paw, 2 ribs on its back, and a pale skull above its eyes. It paced before Apex, ears perked and tail flicking, but it was listening to his rumbles with a burning fascination. Ash squinted. He couldn't see any fire around its fangs, nor shadows anywhere beyond from the ilex. It was just listening to Apex. He carefully tugged his blanket higher over his legs, leaning further against Ray's. The Cyndaquil huffed at the motion and poked him back. He was awake too, then. One of Hounder's ears flicked in their direction, but both of them froze, and the dark type soon returned to Apex. The Skarmory rumbled a particularly loud note. They didn't have to fear Houndar, if how long it had been tailing them said anything. It wanted to know something, either from them or from the outside world, and he couldn't think of anyone better than Apex to explain it. The Skarmory was the gentlest of his team despite his worry, and Houndar showed nothing but honest curiosity. Ash watched it pace around Apex, its ears perked and head ped, and threaded his fingers through Ray's thin fur. The Cyndaquil chid quietly back, shuffling around until he could put his head on Ash's leg, watching Houndar from under a flap of blanket. Apex carefully spread his left wing, gesturing at his trainer with a few primaries. Houndar glanced over. There was a nick in its skull, a notch carved out of the top corner. Ash held his breath, Ray's going limp against his leg, but the dark type turned back to the Skarmory with a soft woof. He smoothed over the fur on Ray's head and curled back up, moving painfully slow to avoid shifting the blanket. The night crawled quietly on, the buzz of ilex settling back over their clearing. Ash gave Ray's one final scratch and faded away easily to the rasp of Apex's feathers and Hounder's quiet woofs. XXX. Ash came to with a yawn, Ray's pressed against his side and practically kneading his shirt. The morning flickered overhead in streaks of gold between the emerald canopy, great swaths of clouds floating merrily overhead. It was odd not to wake up to the blare of his alarm. Ash had stopped using it in ilex, to avoid bothering its habitants when they were still bleary, and a week wasn't enough to shake off the strangeness. Ray's chid as he wriggled out of his blanket, yawning wide enough his fangs flashed. The Cyndaquil stretched, back bristling through a morning routine of smoke, and padded out of the way so Ash could get up. Apex hopped down from his perch in an oak, tail swishing and amber eyes bright. He was polite enough to wait until Ash had hopped his way into a pair of pants before squawking, primaries shuffling at his sides. "It visited you last night?" Ash offered, digging through his bag for everyone's food. Ray's helpfully shoved all the bowls together. The one they'd set out was like clean again, not a speck left. He grinned even as he dumped their morning meal in, Bloom blearily poking out from a pile of grass to toddle over. The Beauty was normally one of their earlier risers, but with the canopy blocking most of the sunlight, she took longer to get going. "How was it?" Apex cawed, bobbing his head. Ray's nudged his bowl closer and the Skarmory crunched down some of his metal scraps, surfacing for air with another squawk. "It went okay." The steel type nodded again, scratching idly at the ground as he thought. After a moment, he flared his wings as if he was about to take off, extending one over Ray's back and fluttering like he was caught in an updraft. How they'd met Apex, way back in Violet City, it's injured. Apex shook his head. He hunched it on himself, which was hilarious for a 5-foot bird made of armor, and squawked, clacking his beak. "It's nervous. But not of you, of me." Bloom trilled at the thought. Ray's pet his head to the side, claws extending as he set his food down. Ash dug through his bag and pulled out his own morning meal, a standard trainer's bar wrapped in dry seaweed for even a hint of flavor. It wasn't anything to be plated in a restaurant, but it had all the nutrients he needed. The Cyndaquil chid to get his attention and pointed at himself, hissing lightly. "Talking?" The fire type puffed smoke. "My talkie, oh. It's ready to talk to us." Apex squawked, diving back into his food. Bloom picked at her dried berries, the tips of her vines glowing faintly as she absorbed the few sunbeams escaping through the canopy. She trilled after a moment, thorns flashing. "I know it's another fire type," Ash said, although a grin plucked at his face. "But try to be on your best behavior." He glanced around the clearing. They were a week into Ilex, already more than halfway through with their lack of training not taking up traveling time, but they could afford to waste a few hours. "We'll wait to see if it comes to us this morning, and if not, hope it catches us while we're traveling. Sound good?" Apex nodded, nudging his empty bowl away, although his was more scratches and dings than bowl. Rays copied him and wandered over to where Bloom was, sprawling through the morning sunbeam with a contented hiss. A single ember wavered above his back in the heat, barely more than a spark, but there. Bloom trilled at him for daring to steal her spot. He snorted and sprawled more. Ash grinned, pulling out a shirt he'd ripped on their third day in and beckoning Apex over. The Skarmory squawked, hopping with the swaying motion he'd learned in the Union Cave until he was perched on a fallen branch before Ash, head ped. "Wings up," he prompted, and Apex dutifully spread his feathers. Ash wrapped the shirt around his hand for optimal coverage and set to work cleaning a week's worth of dust from his Skarmory's sheaths. It took 2 hours from Rays to notice anything. He blinked awake from his nap, nose twitching, and swung his gaze to their left. Ash paused in scrubbing Apex's neck but couldn't see anything, not that that meant much, with his eyes versus Ray's sense of smell. The Cyndaquil hissed quietly but stayed sprawled, angling himself to point towards it. Apex stiffened under Ash's preening but he was able to bully him back into relaxing. Bloom curled around a pale red flower. An hour later, the brush around their clearing rustled. Apex jerked to attention and Ash cursed, pulling his hands back. The Skarmory cawed an apology but stayed at the ready, wings twitching to be spread and tail swishing. Bloom set down her flowers with vicious carefulness and stood, Rays pulling himself out of the sunbeam with a low hiss. Ash set his shirt down and sat. The brush shook once more before a black nose poked through the outer leaves, twitching endlessly, and Houndour emerged. It was larger than his poke-gear had said, 3 feet at the tip of its ears and lean. Rich black fur and a crimson undercoat, but its bones were what stood out. The sunlight caught and made them shine against the dark of its fur, its eyes black against the pale of its skull. It slunk out of the brush, ears flat and tail tucked. "Hello," Ash tried. It woofed quietly, pacing back and forth in front of the brush. Nervous. Its eyes flitted between everyone in the clearing, but it wasn't leaving. "My name is Ash." Its hackles rose as it looked at him, fur bristling around its shoulders and fangs peeking out the corner of its mouth. Apex reared like an avenging hurricane and Ash swatted his talon. His palm ached like he'd slapped a brick wall but the Skarmory subsided with a caw, wings quivering. He patted himself down. Was it scared of his clothes? He knew some canine Pokemon had problems seeing certain colors so maybe he was wearing one it hadn't seen before. His hand brushed 3 metal spheres. Pokeballs, he realized. The poachers tried to catch you in them. Houndour kept quiet, crouched before the brush and looking to want to disappear into the ground despite all the height its raised fur gave it. Ash carefully removed Ray's ball, the dark type flinching, and handed it back without looking. Apex's beak brushed his fingers as the Skarmory took the Pokeball as gently as he could, turning around to place it on the ground away from them both. One of the Houndour's ears flicked forward as he repeated it with Apex's and the dark type fully stood when Bloom's was set away from them, head ped. "I know the poachers used them," he said, resisting the urge to touch the empty spaces on his belt. "But they're gone, or out of Ilex, at least. Bugsy was able to chase them out after. Thank you for hiding us." Houndour's ears perked and it nodded, pawing idly at the ground. "Your pack was released back in the mountains, was that why you were following us? I'm not sure how much help we'd be but we could guide you over to that region." The dark type whined. Its tail tucked itself around its back legs and though it stayed standing, its ears were flat. Rays took over, though he didn't step closer to his fellow fire type, and rumbled gruffly, "Head ped." Houndour whined again. The Cyndaquil blinked, glancing at Ash. He threaded his paws together before jerking them apart. Ash mimicked him, frowning at his hands. Your pack split apart. Houndour laid down, covering its nose with its paws, but whuffed in tired agreeal. Bugsy had mentioned Houndour packs being invasive to Ilex. True packs of the Houndour line had a mix of both Houndour and Houndoom, often whole family lines making up the brunt of it. But in packs too large, the Houndour old enough to survive but too young to evolve could be kicked out to provide for the younger, often being allowed back to the pack once they'd evolved and could earn their share. Those exile Houndour would form packs with each other and wait out their evolution in the Ilex, only rejoining their true old packs once they were strong enough. But if those faux packs were put back into the mountains, what was stopping them from splitting up? The rangers would try, but it was impossible to know which Houndour came from which pack, and they'd be scattered over the cragged cliffs. It wouldn't make sense for the Houndour pack, born from need rather than any sort of bond, to come back together rather than hunt out a new pack that could survive without the Ilex. If Houndour hadn't been found by the rangers and hadn't been placed on the mountains, it wouldn't have any way to locate the old members of its pack beyond combing the entire cliffside for them, and even then there was no telling whether they'd want to form the old pack. Ash exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm sorry, Houndour. That's not fair. The dark type whuffed, tail swishing against the ground. But then why follow Dash? He blinked. Houndour hid its muzzle under its paws, its cuffs clicking against its skull. We look like a pack to you. Apex squawked, head ped to the side. The word was probably flock to him, but that was the easiest. What would the term be for the others? The Cyndaquil line was typically solitary and grass types lived in massive clumps more than specific groups. Would they be Bloom's Grove, Garden, her fellow root system? We're family, he decided. And you saw that. Houndour nodded, one ear flicking forward at Ray's pleased chirr. It watched them all even as it laid in the dirt, back half hidden under the brush and fur still bristled around its neck. There were muscles under its coat and he'd seen the way it had handled itself against the rocket fanatics, but no. He'd been content to accept the fact he wasn't subtle, but this situation required at least a bit more tact than he normally carried himself with. Would you like to travel with us? Both Rays and Houndour blinked. We've got a week left to travel through Ilex, and Goldenrod is closer to the cliffs than Azalea. When we get to the other side, we can walk the outer edge of Ilex to get you back to the packs. Damn it, Rays, he was being subtle, back this up. The Cyndaquil chid, smoke curling up his shoulders. Houndour whuffed hesitantly, head ped and ears perked, and raised its head off the ground when Rays responded with a rumble. Bloom glared at it for a second longer before shrugging, a few stun spores gleaming on the tips of her vines. Apex wavered in place, beak clacking, before slumping forward with a metallic sigh. Houndour picked itself off the ground with a yip, tail wagging just barely. It still narrowed in on him when Ash stood up, but it stayed standing itself, hackles slowly disappearing into a normal unkempt coat. He'd be able to give it 2 meals a day, at least. There was a hollow before its back legs and too much of its musculature was visible for him to be comfortable. Apex warbled at him and slid his sheaths back, wings tucking against his sides. Ash picked his shirt back up, newly bedazzled with a dozen new holes from catching on Apex's feathers, and crossed the clearing to pick up his bag, Houndour sniffing curiously at the scents they'd left in the clearing. Ilex was warm and only getting warmer, now that they were traveling at noon instead of their customary early morning, and he wanted to get as much progress as he could. Rays chid once to get his attention and he paused halfway through wrapping their blanket back up, the Cyndaquil carefully rolling their pokeballs over the clearing towards him. Houndour's ears flattened against its skull, but it didn't move against them, excess shadows dripping off its flanks like water. That was probably feint attack, most dark types could hide in shadow and the move was an extension of that, and Houndour seemed particularly apt at it. The pokeballs were welcome familiarities on his waist, there were splotches of miscolor on Rays from his sleeping sparks. Little nicks and dings on Apexes from the Skarmory's inspections. His belt felt wrong without them. He knew Houndour didn't like them, but it seemed to have grown less scared of the idea, at least. Ash frowned. Houndour. The dark type woofed. Ah, he. She. Rays puffed smoke but chid his own question to Houndour, who responded with a light bark. Ash dutifully repeated the terms and Rays nodded on the male pronoun. Houndour yipped his affirmative, stubby tail swishing. Ash grinned, shouldering his bag higher up his shoulders. Well then, Houndour. Are you ready to travel? He barked. XXX. Traveling with Houndour was an experience. The dark type didn't sleep in their clearing, showing with the sun and disappearing back into the ilex as night fell, but he stayed with them for the rest. Ash had been correct that wild Pokémon were food-motivated and Houndour scarfed down his meals with a determination that could almost be commendable if not for how much he ate. He wasn't worried for the rest of Ilex, but it would be a problem if they traveled any further. He'd stuck with Apex when they were getting ready in the clearing, most likely because that was the first member on Ash's team he'd talked to, but despite Apex's determination to be welcoming, his worry had taken over and shot him high into the sky to patrol. Houndour had wavered behind them all without a pillar to follow, eyes shaded under his skull and hackles raised, but Ash worked on not touching his pokeballs and chatting with Rays until the dark type felt comfortable to walk alongside them as they traveled. Bloom still didn't like him but she'd lost her frosty attitude after the first few days. Houndour was so painfully earnest in his want for companionship he was impossible to dislike. Even Rays had stopped glaring at him. Houndour yipped once, pulling him out of his thoughts. The dark type nosed at some brush on the side of the route, a stick glancing off his skull. Ash blinked, heading over. Houndour shuffled away when he got too close but nodded at the bush, pawing at the ground. He held up a hand for Bloom to stay stable on his shoulder and knelt by the greenery, shoving it aside. There, close to the ground and gleaming in white flowers and pale leaves, was a plant Ash would have shrugged off if Bugsy hadn't talked for hours with him about it. Hemlock. Bloom squeaked loud enough his ears rang, hopping off his shoulder. He flung out a hand to catch her but she landed with a huff and darted forward, eyes bright and vines waving. She poked one of the flowers and closed her eyes, mentally exploring the toxins she'd absorbed through her skin. With another unbloom-like squeak, she looked up at him, trilling fast enough she sounded like a bird. Ash laughed, raising his hands in surrender. All right. Guess we'll bring it all. He shrugged off his bag, hunting through the outer pockets for a secure enough way to hold the very toxic flower. An old plastic bag from a meal he'd been waiting for Goldenrod to throw away, that'd have to be enough. Can you harvest it? Don't think anyone wants me touching it. She chirped, half listening as she poked and prodded at the flower. Houndour padded closer to sniff at it, ears perked. Bloom trilled at him, apparently forgiving him for his existence in light of recent events. Houndour pet his head to the side but yipped back. Rays puffed smoke over them both but watched as Bloom went about removing the flowers, using her thorns to slice through the stems and hold them tightly in her vines. Houndour crouched to get a better view, wagging his tail. He's getting pretty close to us all, Ash murmured out the side of his mouth, setting down the plastic bag for Bloom to use. Rays grumbled, back crackling idly and eyes narrowed, but he nodded. Both of them could see the potential in the canine. XXX. Night was just beginning to stretch over the sky when they stopped traveling, 3 days left until they'd pop out the other side of Ilex. Ash yawned, cracking his back hard enough he nearly lost his bag. Houndour woofed, sniffing his way around the clearing, tail wagging and ears perked. Ash helped Bloom off his shoulder and she headed for a corner with the largest of her hemlock flowers, vines unfurling to catch the last of the day's sunbeams. Apex squawked and landed in the clearing with a crack, immediately preening what leaves had gotten stuck under his sheaths out. The dark type finished exploring and glanced at him, panting shallowly. Rays rose to his back paws and met Ash's eyes, nodding. Ash carefully pulled out an empty pokeball from his pocket. Houndour's ears flattened but he didn't run away, sniffing at the sphere without touching it. Ash let him inspect it for as long as he wanted to, the dark type cautiously stepping a bit closer to see it fully. They're pretty simple, he offered, setting it on the grass in the middle of their clearing. The first one was made out of fruit but they've improved a ton over the years. Pokemon are turned to pure energy and stored inside, still aware of time passing but without pain. A stasis. Strong enough Pokemon can release themselves when they want, and they can't be captured by anyone else once one Pokeball has them. Houndour barked at it. I know what happened with the poachers and you don't like them, he said. So I'll just leave it here. I'd like you to join us, but the choice is up to you. Rays padded forward, embers crackling lazily over his shoulders. He rumbled at Houndour, who dragged his eyes away from the Pokeball long enough to yip back. The dark type circled the Pokeball once, ears flat, before darting away in a swirl of shadows. He ran out of their camp and dove into the underbrush, Apex blinking twice at where he had been and Bloom squeaking, but Rays chid and nudged the Pokeball so its button was pointing at the sky. Ash smiled and rubbed at his head, the fire type breathing a tongue of smoke before heading back to his corner of the clearing. Houndour would make his decision. Ash wouldn't be here to push him, although he couldn't deny he wasn't hoping for one option over the other, and everyone deserved some rest. You guys want to turn in early today? Apex squawked, already clawing his way up a tree to perch. One branch shattered under his talons and he floundered his way to the next, hooking his beak into the trunk for balance. Bloom's trill was certainly more mocking than cheerful and Apex grumbled even as he managed to perch properly, hunching his wings against his sides. Rays pawed through his bag and dragged out their biggest blanket, dumping it in a corner of the clearing and immediately curling up. He snorted. None of us are going to survive when we get back to full training, he said, but he was already walking over to where Rays was, a yawn pulling at his lips. Ash could readily admit he loved training more than was probably healthy, but the past week and a half had done wonders for their relaxation, and they'd never been more caught up on their sleep. Rays rumbled but shifted over, Ash wriggling his way into the blanket's cocoon. The Pokeball stayed in the center of the clearing as they all passed out. XXX. Ash yawned his way awake, the sun harsh even behind his closed eyes and Ilex's humidity ruining the warmth of the blanket. Rays shuffled out of the way so Ash could get up, rubbing blearily at his face. Ilex gleamed like gold at dawn, the emerald of its leaves sharp against the cherry of its trunks. Early morning sunlight made everything hazy and warm, tugging at his consciousness to try and lure him back to sleep, but he managed to shove it off enough to keep his eyes open. In the center of the clearing, the Pokeball hadn't moved, although some stray gust of wind had tossed blades of grass against it. Sunlight caught the metal and reflected it around the clearing, the red paling under the glow. The button gleamed white. Ash smiled, walking over to pick it up. The Pokeball was warm beyond just being heated by the sun, something inside shifting, a consciousness. Welcome to the team, Houndour. Houndour, the dark Pokemon. They hunt in a coordinated pack, using a variety of howls to communicate. At dawn, they howl together to claim their territory, which frightens away rival Pokemon. This Houndour is male with the ability Early Bird, which reduces its sleep requirements to a few hours. It knows the moves Bite, Ember, Smog, Odor Sleuth, and Faint Attack. Ash hummed, slipping his phone back onto his waist. Houndour pet his head to the side, ears perked and tail raised. He'd gathered up his team before releasing the dark type and now they ringed the edges of the clearing, watching with either curiosity on Apex's part or scorn with Bloom. The team was now full of type strong against her and she steadily sharpened her thorns as she observed, dark eyes narrowed. That matches up with what we saw, he said, pressing his fingers together. Not an overly large move pool but he hadn't expected it. The dark type had something of every type he would be born with or exposed to, and he was still young. Are you up for showing us? Houndour glanced at the assembled team, shifting his weight between his paws, before barking. Ash grinned, idly running the moves through his mind. Bite seemed self-explanatory and he didn't have anything that would be improved with teeth holes through it. Odor Sleuth. The dark type whuffed and his nose glittered, eyes briefly unfocusing and ears drooping. Just like he'd read, then, it muffled the brain's connection to his other senses for a short PRD, allowing the user to focus solely on smells to find whatever they were searching for. Houndour dropped the technique and his eyes zeroed back on Ash, head ped. Ash shuffled back, dragging his feet over the dirt to form a rudimentary X. No sense in trying to hunt down one of the Ilex's few rocks or trees sturdy enough to take attacks. Houndour sniffed at the mark curiously, tail wagging. Ash gave himself a few feet of distance just in case. Feint attack. Houndour closed his eyes and shook like he'd left a bath, shadows dripped through his fur, a writhing mass like he'd been dipped in tar. His scarlet undercoat disappeared until only the gleam of his skull was visible through the shadow. He reared back, fangs dripping black, and spat a mass of pitch against the X. It splashed like liquid shadows, obscuring anything resembling a mark, before sinking into the ground with a muffled hiss. Ash blinked. He had a rough understanding of most every move, and all the clips he'd seen of feint attack had the Pokémon bodily slamming into their opponent from the shadows, using their disguise to get close, but that hadn't matched how he'd seen Houndour use it against Team Rocket. He'd spat shadows over his opponent's eyes to distract them before making his escape. That made more sense, at least. He'd heard of things like this, wild Pokémon learning moves for only the manipulation of their element, rather than the attack of it. Distracting larger opponents to run away would be more useful to a wild Houndour than attacking them. Ash grinned, reaching down to scratch Houndour's neck. He missed, hand brushing through the black. Houndour barked and dispersed the move, the shadows disappearing in wisps like smoke until he was visible again. Apex squawked his encouragement, head ped. "You've got that one down, bud," he said, mind already spinning. For an ambush predator, distraction techniques like that would be invaluable against larger or faster opponents. "How about smog?" Houndour wuffed, rearing back and spitting a purple-gray cloud. Small, maybe the size of rays, it drifted sluggishly towards the X, edges dissipating. But Ash's eyes watered from the acrid stench, slapping a hand over his nose with a cough. The sickly sweet of rotting plants, the iron tang of blood, the reek of decaying meat, it filtered through the clearing as Bloom hissed, rays covering his muzzle. Even Houndour turned away from it, tail ceasing its wag with a whine. If the dark type had known where to find hemlock for Bloom, it made sense he would have trained with it himself. "Yeah, that'd do it," he muttered, half-heartedly flapping his hands at the smog to get it to dissipate faster. Houndour yipped. "Ember." Rays perked up, eyes narrowing in on the canine. Him and Houndour already had vastly different battling strategies, but fire types came hand in hand with a fierce pride in their own abilities. No fire would be allowed to compare to his. Houndour exhaled and something came out of his mouth, barely more than a waver in the air. He kept his mouth open, waiting a second, and a fireball exploded mere inches from the tip of his nose. Ash raised his eyebrows. Rays broke from his confusion and padded forward, waving his claws where the fireball had been as if to find its secrets. Houndour pet his head and padded back a step, tail wagging hesitantly behind him. Ash had read articles on Houndour when he had been following them, but it was far different seeing it in person. "Houndour, can I see your mouth?" The dark type wuffed, carefully walking around Rays to sit on his haunches. Ash knelt, ignoring the subtle smell of poison on Houndour's breath. His mouth was made of much thicker skin than other mammalian Pokémon, the same fireproof type that Rays would soon have once he evolved, his tongue almost leathery. 2 prominent canine teeth, the rest small but no less sharp, his throat properly shaped. And there, on the roof of his mouth, a small bump. Ash didn't touch it, scratching under Houndour's chin until the dark type almost purred. Most fire types had some variation of an internal or external flame. Rays had small pockets littered over his back that he would drive oxygen through so the fire would emerge on his back. The Charmander line had one on the tip of their tail that burned through the release of energy, and so on, but as a secondary fire type, the Houndour line didn't have that. Instead, they had poison sacs and a sparker. Nestled alongside their lungs, they gathered toxins from foods they ate or objects they interacted with, storing them in sacs connected on valves to their windpipes. Then they would release the poison as a gas, almost imperceptible when made of pure poison, and then their sparker came in. A small organ made of a bone-like substance that could generate sparks by striking against itself. which would then light the gas, and Viola. Fire. Rays sniffed at the air, eyes narrowed. Houndour woofed at him. Ash brushed a bit of dust off of the Dark-type's skull, standing back up. That might explain why Houndour had followed them at first, actually. He'd most likely never seen a Pokémon that used a different type of fire than him or his species, and judging by how thoroughly Rays was attempting to investigate the Dark-type's unique flames, his Fire-type pride had come through to see how others worked. Apex squawked and Houndour perked up, tail wagging. The Skarmory swept his wings forward once to chase away the remnants of the poison, ignoring Ray's hiss, and bobbed his head in response. The Dark-type padded back over to him, carefully staying on the side opposite of Bloom. Any progress was good progress, really. Ash kicked at the charred dirt until it was hidden under fresh, shuffling his bag until it sat higher on his shoulders. Thanks, Houndour. Are you ready to travel? The Dark-type glanced at the forest, at the place that had presumably been his home for some time. If they kept on the pace they'd had since starting, they could reach the edge of the Ilex in 2 days or less. Ash wanted to leave as soon as he could. As much as he loved discovering new foliage and watching the wild Pokémon, there was only so much he could do before the jade cypresses blurred together and every hoot looked the same, but for Houndour, this was all he knew. Coming back after wouldn't be the same, not anymore. But the Dark-type nodded, ears shoved forward and eyes bright with determination. His bone shackles glinted in the morning light, able to wind its way through the forest's canopy. Ash scratched behind his skull, facing the rest of his team. Let's go. XXX. Ash stifled a yawn with the back of his hand, exhaustion plucking a less than welcome tune behind his eyes. 2 weeks in the Ilex, even knowing they were close didn't help how the forest seemed to stretch on forever, noon's wet heat of the forest creeping through the branches and slithering with a vendetta up his spine, green everywhere he looked. But the breaks in the canopy showed more and more frequently, little streaks of a pale blue sky. Apex wheeled overhead, steel feathers catching the sunlight and letting it splash down to the route. The Skarmory had circled with an ever-increasing vigor as the forest lessened, shrieking like an avalanche at every glimpse of his team he got through the leaves. Rays hissed at a particularly loud note. Bloom was slumped on his shoulder, vines woven through his hair for the extra balance. She'd pulled the last of her hemlock poison, and as they traveled she cycled it, finding ways to create the proteins and nutrients in her own poisons. Slow progress, as it was. Until she evolved into a Rosalia and gained actual flowers, her ability to influence her poisons was limited. Ash winced as an uneven step caused her to yank on his hair. She trilled sleepily, vines knotting themselves tighter. Houndour woofed, ears perked and tail wagging. Ash had made efforts to polish his skull and shackles, they gleamed pale in the sunlight, a rich contrast to his pitch fur and scarlet undercoat. A week of food had helped fill the hollow over his stomach, but not near enough. Ash was comfortable. Getting to Goldenrod had the secondary help of letting him buy proper Houndour food, rather than generic Pokémon chow. You know. If they ever got there. The blip on his map told him they were getting closer and closer, but Ash would be ready to bet money his phone was a liar as the forest just kept extending. Until finally, the trees gave up their monopoly and shrubs began their rivalry, the brush wilting down from impassable to improbable to polite scenery. Blue flashed ahead, the canopy of cypresses begrudgingly giving way to a boundless sky. Ash grinned and sped up, Houndour trotting by his side. Apex shrieked at them as he tucked his wings in. He landed hard in a thicket of grass, the ground bucked under his talons and Ash swept a hand up to keep his hat from flying off, dust peppering his face. Rays rumbled his particular brand of distaste but darted forward, breaking past the forest to rear beside Apex. The Ilex was behind them, now. Johto's signature postcard backdrop, great swaths of silver-green grass, stretched to the horizon. A faraway flock of taillows spiraled around each other, wings brushing the grass as they rose to the air, darting like a cloud to the distance. The humidity bled away, a cool breeze that seemed like it raced down from the Dragon's Peak range racing through the grass. He grinned, reaching out to brush a hand through the grass. Seed pods stuck to his wrist and he shook them off, laughing. In a dozen feet he'd gone from the thick of a forest to open grassland. Mew, he loved Johto. Bloom trilled as he offered her his hand, shaking herself awake. Her eyes lit up at the sky and she clambered onto his palm, jumping off a foot from the ground. Vines splaying to capture the sunlight, she immediately ran to the nearest grasses, investigating them with a pleased chirp. Houndour pet his head to the side. Apex squawked, plates grinding against each other as he shook himself free of dust. Ash frowned. The Skarmory could use his armor to hold himself rigid, for lack of a better word, but their month and a half of traveling together showed him the sag into his wings, the slump in his tail. You're supposed to land if you get too tired, he chided, ruffling through his pockets for an iron scrap or two. They were nearly through his last bag, at this point. Apex snapped the metal out of the air with a quiet squawk. Ray shook himself like he could remove the shadows of the forest, all but preening under the face of the sun. His back glimmered with tongues of gold, creeping down the back of his flanks and up his neck. Houndour's ears perked and he patted a hesitant step closer to the fire, nose twitching. The Cyndaquil swiveled to watch him, blinking twice. Houndour wuffed and awkwardly inched back to Apex's side. Ash held in a snort, digging his nails on the underside of Apex's neck plates to work out a loose pebble. This is who challenged Team Rocket. Rays spun with a snarl, Ash a second behind. From the shadows of the ilex, someone stepped out. Tall, slender, and with a shock of red hair bright enough the guy could have used it to attract Voltorb. A Zubat was clutching the back of his shirt, a Croconaw stomping its feet at his side. Its crimson spines gleamed. Croconaw. Silver? Ash asked, eyebrows shooting up. Silver's voice had been a mixture of scathing disbelief he wasn't sure he understood. Ray's was already snarling at having someone gotten so close without him noticing. The trainer swept a hand through his hair, exhaling frustration like air. He was littered with scratches, sap clinging in swipes over his pants. It looked like he'd avoided anything resembling a path through the ilex. How did you do it? He demanded, fists taut at his side. Ash blinked. What? Ever since the beginning I've hunted down every possible scrap that could remain, every grunt that might remember their past, and you just wander into an active group in the middle of the ilex. His Croconaw snapped its jaws, tail swishing. And of course you lose, but you manage to create enough of a distraction that their trail goes cold again. Ash slapped a hand over Apex's chest when the Skarmory made to step forward, his amber eyes slits and beak open. He could hear Houndour sheltering underneath the avian's bulk. I found them because they were disturbing the wild Pokémon, he tried. And Bugsy and his rangers are hunting them down, they'll be caught eventually. The insults were said like they were directed at him, the trainer's voice all properly disgusted, but his eyes glared at the ground, fists clenched. I'm sure that's why they haven't been caught yet, never having Bugsy try to catch them, Silver countered. But it was you they fought. You. Am I too weak for them? Too beneath their notice that even with my hunt I'm nothing but a nuisance? The trainer's voice reached a fever pitch, his Zubat squeaking over his shoulder. Ash dithered, frustration battling with concern. He made to take a step forward but Croconaw hissed, fangs flashing. Silver straightened like he'd been shocked. That's what I don't understand, he muttered. You're just another champion chaser, like thousands of others in Indigo, and you'll wash up at the first conference when you have to push yourself and realize you don't have a reason for it. His Zubat clambered higher on his shoulders, though he hardly seemed to notice. But I've got a reason, more than a reason, and I wasn't able to find them. Ash balked, eyes narrowed. No reason, it sounds like you've got a terrible reason to me. Silver scoffed. Of course it does. All you want is power enough to defeat Lance. I want to end what terrorized Dash. He made the unfortunate mistake of taking a step forward, hands on his pokeballs. Ash's hand ceased mattering to Apex and the Skarmory charged with the roar of grating metal, wings flashing forward. Silver backtracked with all the speed of a Jolteon and leapt into the Ilex, his Croconaw seconds behind. The chitter of a Zubat guide and the quake of trampled brush echoed hollowly in his wake. Well then. Apex rumbled, clawing at the ground with a fury in his amber eyes. Ash grimaced and stepped forward, rubbing at the joint between his wings. Easy, bud, he soothed. You're scaring Houndour. The Skarmory blinked, twisting to look back. The dark type was crouched behind Ray's, ears pinned. He straightened the second he noticed them watching him and tried for a cheerful bark, though his hackles stayed raised. Apex visibly wavered between rage and guilt. Ash sighed, squatting so he could be closer to most of his team. A smile flashed as brightly as he could summon it. That's a new brand of sore loser, I suppose, he offered, reaching forward. Houndour blinked at first but let him slide around his ears, eyes closing at the touch. Next time we run into masked terrorists I'll be sure to give him a call. Rays puffed smoke at his legs but the Cyndaquil could recognize an attempt to lighten the mood for what it was. He chewed something at Bloom when the Beauty didn't stop glaring. Ash snorted. No one needs to translate that, he said, lumbering up to stand fully. His back cracked. Rays reared up, letting his cloak dissipate from the wreath of red gold it had been with silver and sheathing his claws. Apex, are you rested enough to keep flying or do you want to be recalled? The Skarmory flared his wings, squawking decisively. Ash grinned, letting it spread wide over his face. All right then. Goldenrod waits for no one, we'll take a few days to train, but I think everyone would be happier if we were further away from the Ilex. Bloom chirped. Apex crouched and threw himself into the air, iron feathers flashing before his speed carried him into a wide loop overhead. Houndour barked, shaking himself, and trotted to his customary position behind everyone else. Bloom clambered onto his shoulder, vines threading through his hair with a pleased trill. Dropping back to all fours, Rays blew a puff of smoke at his legs before starting down the route, head raised. Ash adjusted his bag, patted his pockets for all his essentials, and pulled up a quick map to check their location. All his regular habits. But as they set off towards Goldenrod, he couldn't shake Silver's parting words. XXX. Night was well past fallen by the time they decided to turn in, the Ilex nothing more than a huddled blur on the horizon and silver-green grass swallowing anything else. Ash yawned, fumbling his pack off and dropping it with as much grace as a grounded Wylord. We'll turn in early today, he said, helping Bloom off his shoulder. Tomorrow's for training. Rays chid his agreement, rearing up to stretch his front paws. He reached up to Ash's knee easily now, his blue fur darker than ever and cape a steady gold. They were so close. Apex landed, the lone boulder he could wrap his talons around sinking into the earth with a groan. He squawked and shook himself, a cloud of seed pods flying off his wings like dust. He clacked his beak and glared at the offending seeds. Bloom trilled at him, vines curling over her head. They settled into their standard practice easily enough. Apex swept his wings and bulk around to trample a section of grass down for their camp, Rays rooting underneath to clear a smaller bit for a fire pit. Bloom surveyed their surroundings, thorns flashing, and returned empty-handed with a disappointed trill. Houndour watched them with his head ped, kneading the ground absent-mindedly in a mirror of Ray's movements. Ash nudged him with a knee, he glanced up, ears perked, before trotting forward. Bloom trilled a high-pitched cry of betrayal as Houndour slipped into the grass for his own search of their territory. Ash snorted, and she glared at him. The Houndour line thrived in the grasslands and the shadows swallowed his black coat, only the glimpses of his bones flashing through the gloom. Ash barely saw the top of the grass rustle. Houndour yipped as he came back, head held high. Apex squawked and motioned him over, the pair working to shift the Skarmory's perching boulder closer to the center of the camp. The steel type cared for his team, anyone with eyes could see. Houndour couldn't have chosen a better Pokemon to first befriend in order to feel comfortable leaving his home and his pack. The canine's tail never stopped wagging as he nudged the boulder closer in. Rays rumbled, shaking off the worst of his travel stiffness, and padded towards the fire pit he'd dug. Out in the grasslands there weren't any trees to speak of, and what few branches were long dead twigs blown in from the ilex. Nothing sustainable for a fire, let alone anything they could gather before heading for sleep. So instead the Cyndaquil walked onto the patch of dirt, sprawled out with a pleased grunt, and lit his back. Houndour immediately jumped forward, sniffing at the fire, his eyes flashed with almost confusion, and he started circling Rays, who watched him with a sleepy eye. Bloom chirped and arranged her customary pile of brush to rest in, Apex fanning his wings as he set about preening seed pods from between his feathers. Houndour kept investigating Ray's flame, head ped. Ash flashed back to their training. Houndour's flame was born of his poisonous gas and his sparker, which would no doubt smell vastly different from a fire born of pure oxygen. Maybe Houndour packs used fire to communicate in combination to their howls, like scent trails, but that would only work if they lived in the cragged coast, for fear of catching the ilex. He doubted Houndour had much experience with his fire at all, if that truly was the case. There was a point to be made for how curious Houndour had been for Rays and his fire. Houndour as a species were primarily dark types, fully built around their nocturnal schedule and hunt, and their fire existed as a purely offense-based asset. Similar to Bloom, really, she used poison, but she lived as a grass type. Then would Houndour want to use his fire in battle, or would he be more interested in using it as a last resort? Or maybe combining fire and dark techniques, layering up the flashy offense of fire and the hidden subterfuge of shadows into a. He blinked. Houndour had finished inspecting Rays and sat down. Apex was staring pleadingly at his bag, and Rays was chewing in a manner that sounded suspiciously like a laugh. All right, he snorted, shuffling over to his bag. Everyone's food was grabbed and distributed in more of a slump than an organized effort, but soon they were all tearing it, Apex's beak scratching against his bowl and the iron scraps he got mixed with his meal. Bloom nibbled her dried berry bar like she'd already forgotten it. With the massive increase in sunlight from the ilex to the grasslands, her food requirements had plummeted. Rays decreased his flame so he could sit up to eat, Houndour throwing himself full face into his bowl. Ash tugged the biodegradable package off his trainer meal, 2 thin bars that promised half his daily nutrients, and tried not to pinch his nose as he ate. They weren't bad, but they were good in the way that the 7th Officer Jenny movie had been. Not terrible, but boring to come back to. With everyone's bowls tucked away and warming their way to sleep, Ash fluffed his sleeping bag behind his head and sprawled out, parallel to Rays. The Cyndaquil blew smoke at him, absent-mindedly shuffling so his head was by Ash's. Ash yawned, reaching out to slide Ray's ears. The fire type chid, his cape barely embers at that point, and leaned into the touch. He had another hand though, Houndour. The dark type lifted his head, his skull flickering orange in the reflection of Ray's fire. Ash patted the ground next to him. Houndour's ears perked and he patted over, hesitating for a second before curling up next to him. "You're fine, bud," Ash murmured, reaching out to scratch the dark type's neck. Houndour melted, back paw twitching as Ash tested various places. He seemed to love behind his ears and the spots between his bone ribs the most, purring in a deep rumble that vibrated through his chest. Rays raised his head, eyes narrowed. Ash snorted and resumed scratching at his scruff. He laid fully down against his sleeping bag, the sky murky overhead with navy blue clouds. Apex's preening filled the air with the slow, steady ring of beak against feather, melding with the rustle of grass and distant cry of tail-low flocks. Johto's night seemed to slow the world to a crawl. The Cyndaquil yawned, fangs flashing, and shut off his flame. Ash blinked twice and tried to adjust to the moonlight, his vision slowly bleeding back into focus. Rays shook off flecks of soot and padded closer to him, curling up on the opposite side of Houndour with a pleased chirr. "You ready for tomorrow?" he said, voice hushed. Rays nodded. Almost 2 weeks with nothing more than basic exercises. He hadn't realized how pent up he was until he'd started thinking about it, eyes fully open and sleep not yet able to claw hold of him. "We'll spend maybe 3 days here, shake off the slump and get ready to roll, time to finish up those new moves we wanted. Apex is so close to Twister, 2 days of working on that and he should have it." You and reversal is still a lost cause. Raise hissed, but I think Bloom can make some good progress on Power Whip and Houndour can perfect Feint Attack. The dark type flipped an ear towards him but stayed curled up, paws crossed over his muzzle. And we can start you up on more speed exercises, he offered. Something resembling a frown twisted over his face as he tried to fight it back. Maybe with sprinting. And Houndour can learn how to fight with his Feint Attack. Apex will keep trying to learn Twister, Bloom will keep hitting things with her vines, you'll keep running. He trailed off. It didn't feel right to keep talking. All you want is power enough to defeat Lance. Raise chid as he stayed silent, lifting his head up to stare him in the eyes. Sorry, he said, though it was quiet. Just thinking. The Cyndaquil hissed. It feels like I'm going through the motions, he said, working his fingers around Houndour's ribs. We're just practicing moves, hoping we'll get it right. Throwing a twister at Whitney, no matter how well made it is, won't defeat her. But I also can't teach you reversal by hoping you'll stumble into it while punching trees. With a rumble, the fire type rose, sitting back on his haunches. His eyes were serious. I always talk about how much I love training. He frowned, rising to his elbows. But do I? I mean, I got through the Ilex with almost no training, barely a few hours to test Houndour's power or to give you guys exercises to do while traveling. And before that, it's mostly been working moves or basic accuracy, basic strength. All the stuff that regular trainers do. You don't become champion by following the Abraham wiki page on Training Dash. Raise puffed smoke against his knees, dark eyes focused. He raised his claws, jabbing them at Ash's chest and then himself, drawing a line between them. Ash sighed, sitting up fully. You too, huh? The Cyndaquil nodded, smoke wisping off his fur. Ash could guess. They'd both been so ready, so raring to go right out the gate, but thousands of others across Indigo were just as ready, just as prepared to go all the way. What made them different? He'd wanted to be champion well before he left for his journey, caught up in all the streams of Lance's matches or the devastating power displayed in the conference. But he hadn't fully decided until he'd seen Ethan go through the same trial, seen the waste of his team. No. Ash couldn't keep lying to himself. It had been easy to hand-wave it away as someone still trapped in Pallet Town, comparing Ethan's team to even stronger trainers documented by the League, but once he started his own journey he could see how far Ethan had pushed. His team was strong, bought or not, and he could acknowledge that. It wasn't a waste of a team, it was wasted potential. Ethan had so much power to use, and instead he enjoyed the fame and never did anything with it. That was what Ash had set out to do differently, had been so determined to set himself apart. To become champion and have it mean something, both to him and the world. It was almost the same for Raze, a breeder not suitable for the program. But what if he had been? What if he had been just timid enough to live his life trapped in Johto, unknown to anyone? You're just another champion chaser, like thousands of others in Indigo, and you'll wash up at the first conference when you have to push yourself and realize you don't have a reason for it. I do love being a trainer, he finally said. And I think you do, too. Raze gave a throaty ch, unsheathing his claws. But I think we get so caught up in the right way of doing it that we miss out on what matters. Ash hadn't quite meant for it to be a question. Like, with Apex's Whirlwind. When he first used it I saw it as a speed tactic, then against Bugsy's Heracross he used that to throw it back to the ground. Or your Flame Charge, I don't think there's any online page about using that as an updraft, but we figured it out anyway. Raze let an ember fall off his shoulders, smoke flaring around his flanks. Or back at Faulkner, using your smokescreen to get his Doduo distracted, or blinding Gary's Abra. Those kinds of tactics. Houndour's sleepy purrs against his leg, Bloom's pile of brush and grass, Apex's huddled mass across the fire pit. All of them deserved to win. Alright, bud. Let's try something new. He almost pulled out his phone to look at new moves he'd been thinking of before shoving the thought away, looking at Raze, the new height he'd reached in the ilex, the muscle of his shoulders and back. Ideas blurred together. "We're spending 3 more days here for training, we already decided on that, but we'll be doing this a new way. I want dash," he paused, thumbing his chin. "If I tell anyone to do something that they've done before, or that you recognize from an article, I want you to hit me." Ray's blinked. "Not attack me dash, that was probably necessary, but I don't want to do the same training anymore. If we spend 3 days trying something entirely new, it's bound to turn up a strategy we could explore further." He spread his hands. "So. Stop me if I try." Ray's hissed, flames crawling up his back as he unsheathed his claws. "You don't have to look quite so excited, bud. XXX." Morning dawned in paper-thin streaks of gold through a haze of fog. Ash spared a second to glance at it before going back to digging his hole. He'd gotten up before the crack of dawn, mind spinning with ideas. Something about the thought of doing new with his training, rather than what he thought was necessary, ignited a vigor. He knew he'd been in a funk during Ilex. A week without training would have seemed impossible for him back in Pallet Town, but it had passed so quickly. But now he was back and he wouldn't let it pass him by again. And so a hole. Every league trainer kit came with a collapsible shovel, alongside a few other tools. He'd spent the better part of an hour carving out a little loop of strange formations in the center of their little camp, mounds and holes and pillars any landscaper would look at and subsequently pretend didn't exist. The grassland was a fair few degrees colder than the Ilex had been, and he couldn't claim he was anywhere near tired despite his lack of sleep, arms littered with bumps as he shoved another clod of dirt to the side. A sleepy woof. Ash glanced over as Houndar clambered over, legs like a newborn Ponyta. As he shook himself awake, the dark type sniffed curiously at the little loop he'd made, ears perked and head ped, before padding over to him. His gray eyes flickered with a question. "It's for today," he offered, stabbing his shovel into the excess pile of dirt he'd built on one side. Houndar glanced at the admittedly sad mess of a pillar he'd made with some sort of hesitance. "Do you want to help?" Ears perking, the dark type nodded. Already the sleep was gone from his eyes. His ability early bird was one Ash would not mind in the slightest to have himself. Sometimes the world wasn't fair. "I need some sticks and rocks, any you see," he said, clambering out of the hole. It was barely 2 feet deep, but his legs were stiff after standing in it so long, and he winced as he shook out his calves. "Nothing too fancy, but if you want to help me before the others wake up, I'd appreciate it." Houndar woofed, tail wagging, and followed him into the grasslands with a bounce in his steps. By the time they came back, Ash's arms were loaded with sticks and even Houndar was holding some in his mouth, a few sparks escaping around the edges. They'd found almost no rocks and Ash had given up on them, focusing on branches. Most were cast-offs blown in from Ilex's jade cypresses, thin as his finger, and already his mind was racing. Houndar sat on his haunches, shackles scraping against each other as he watched Ash push branches into his piles of dirt to make little shelves, almost a staircase, if staircases had gaps between each step and were nearly the stair up again for the height difference. The dark type inspected everything he did at least twice and only seemed to grow more confused. Ash hummed as he worked, kicking a bit more dirt away to clear space. It was as good as it'd ever get. He'd never win any awards, but for what he needed, it'd work. "All right." His voice cracked at the shout. He winced and rubbed his throat, clambering out of his loop. Houndar woofed, kneading the ground as he glanced back at the rest of the team. Ash's call had roused them, somewhat, and sunlight was finishing the job, Bloom blearily toddling out of her brush pile. Ray shook himself with a hiss and padded toward them, rearing up to poke Apex on the way. The Skarmory squawked, wings flaring, but hopped towards Ash. His team took a moment to stare at the monstrosity, Mew, it was so bad, of a course he'd created. Apex awkwardly shifted his weight from talon to talon. "No time for that. It's training." Ash grinned, sweeping his arms wide like a tournament announcer. "I know we've had 2 weeks of relaxation, but that'll end today. I've got some ideas to turn our training into something new." Bloom trilled. Thorns flashing, she gestured towards Rays, crouching as if ready to make battle. The Cyndaquil snarled, back flickering gold. Apex squawked, hopping between them. He slapped his wings down to stop Bloom's charge before it could start, lightly perking Rays on the head. He hissed, batting away the offending beak. Close. Ash gestured in their general direction. Bloom perked up. But not quite. Instead, we're going to focus on you as individuals. Like Rays, what's your biggest strength? The Cyndaquil reared, tongues of gold crawling over his shoulders, and proudly grabbed an errant ember between his claws. Fire, of course. He hadn't expected any different. Ash smiled. How did you finish your last battle? Rays stopped. His cape flickered to mere embers as he sat back on his haunches, gears clicking behind his eyes. Ash could guess where his mind was going. Their last true battle had been against the rampaging Ursaring, which had ended in Apex pinning it to the ground and Rays head-butting it to unconsciousness. Your fire is limited by your oxygen capacity and internal heat, but that's something evolution can help with. Until then, your fire is more useful for injuring your opponents than knocking them out. Apex. The Skarmory bobbed his crest, hopping awkwardly back over to his perching rock. Rays hissed up a storm under his breath with a petulant puff of smoke. Faulkner's lesson still stands, you're a defensive flyer in a world full of Pidgeot and Crobat. So while they'll struggle to pierce your armor, you'll struggle to hit them. He rubbed the back of his neck with a grin at Apex's wilt. And if we focus only on making you fast, that's going against your biology, which is much more made for soaring flight and minimal tight turns. Remember Bugsy's Ledian? Bloom interrupted with a low, furious hiss. She did, at least. So what protects you in battles, and will protect you more, against beasts like dragons, is the same thing preventing you from winning other battles. Bloom. The Beauty puffed up, flashing her thorns at him. Houndour took a hesitant step away. She ignored him in favor of trilling at Ash, her black eyes dark and determined. He snorted, raising his hands in surrender. They were legitimately quivering, looked like he was more excited for training than he thought. Sorry, but it has to be said. How many times have you done Bugsy's jumping exercises? She wavered for a moment, weighing it between honest question and attack on her training spirit, before chirping with a wave of her vines. Plenty enough times, if he was reading her right. The vicious note in her voice was enough that Houndour actively retreated from standing close to her to take shelter under Apex's bulk, ears back. But how has that helped you so far? Bloom twisted her vines in a mockery of a nod, gesturing to a point somewhere above her head. Her evolution would be an incredible jumper and she needed to start as early as she could. She had already made progress beyond what he'd have expected, nearly doubling what she could when he'd first captured her. He grinned, resisting the urge to pull up his notes from her training. You're right, that's important for your future, but what about right now? Jumping and agile movement aren't just for your evolution, you can add that into your battling skills right now. Reshuffling her vines, she nodded, though her eyes were narrowed. Ash crouched for his final member, Houndour poking out from under Apex's wings with his ears perked. And you, bud? I know you haven't battled, but that doesn't mean you're not with the rest of us, and what I noticed was that while you've got all the proper movements, you don't have a lot of combat experience, am I right? The dark type wuffed, patting forward and shaking his head. Ash had thought so, if Houndour's pack had been so easily broken up, they probably hadn't been together long. And given how Houndour packs formed when an excess of Houndour were born in a Houndoom pack, it made sense he hadn't had to fight beyond play scuffles with his pack members. The skill he had with his moves showed his passion for training, but he didn't have much practical experience to back it up. That gives you a strong foundation of moves to build off of, but the next step is to help you figure out proper openings for attacks so you understand the flow of a battle, okay? The dark type bobbed his head. Ash scratched Houndour around the ears, earning a bark, before standing back up. So. He clapped his hands. Time to do all of that, then. Rays unsheathed his claws with a hiss, back crackling with a spiral of flames. Ash snorted and stepped to the side with a flourish, revealing the full breadth of his morning activity with equal parts cheer and chagrin. It was a sad little slump of an obstacle course, shaped in a rough circle. Most of it was holes to jump in and out of, piles of dirt with branches stuck in the vague pattern of shelves, and chasms with branches to balance over. Most of it was tiny, the jumps 2 to 3 feet at most, and it stretched a route of about 15 feet. A boulder sat behind it all, around calf height. Apex offered him a pity squawk. "It doesn't look like much," he hedged. "But trust me, this is for your training. Raise, you first." The Cyndaquil came forward, head ped. With his height, he could step in and out of the holes with only a slight hesitation, and that hardly seemed to help his physical prowess. So Ash walked around the course and patted the boulder, rolling it an inch closer to Raise. He blinked. "You guys learn best when there's pressure, when there's someone on the other side fighting against you," he offered, pointing at Apex as well. The Skarmory squawked, flaring his wings. So what better training than competition? Ray's cape redoubled in size. For you, Rays, you need to build both the proper foundation of bulk for your evolution, as well as help you learn how to overpower stronger opponents, such as, I don't know, Whitney's powerhouses. The Cyndaquil snorted. So this rock is going to be your best friend for the next 3 days. He patted it, the look Rays giving it much less fond. Do you see the grove over there? Rays reared up, eventually hopping on top of the boulder to see over the ocean of grass. Numerous rivers wound their way through Johto's grasslands, and one snaked through only a few hundred yards away, which came through as a smattering of shrubs that followed the source of water. One clump in particular stood out, a patch of dark green amidst the silver. That's your mark, he offered, gesturing towards it. And you're going to push this boulder to it, over and over. The fire type clambered off the rock, poking it with his claws. His expression was dubious at best. Same as Apex. The Skarmory blinked. The Cyndaquil blinked. Ash grinned, gesturing him over. Apex hopped his way over the obstacle course, shifting his weight back and forth between talons. Rays rumbled, embers creeping up his flanks. You've got all the defense you need in the air, plenty against most every flyer but dragons, but against other flyers, they're able to fly around you and bluster you down. You're not built for speed, so instead of focusing on keeping you in the air, we're going to move you to the ground. No flying. Imagine you're fighting a Pidgeot, so instead of fighting it in its territory, you drag it to the ground and take it out of its comfort dash. Rays swiped at his thigh. Ash yelped, backpedaling. The Cyndaquil huffed, letting his claws come back out from where he'd sheathed them. Their old deal came to the forefront. I haven't trained him in ground combat. Rays crouched, drawing his paws above him in an arc. Ash frowned. A ceiling, sheet, Union Cave. The Cyndaquil nodded rather smugly, smoke wreathing his shoulders. Ash sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. He had, unfortunately, trained the Skarmory in fighting without flying all those weeks ago. Can't go back on that promise now, can I? He sighed again. Alright, give me a second. Apex fiddled as Ash stared at him, feeling a furrow build over his face. He'd thought the ground training would be the best for Apex, considering he'd barely been able to walk before Union Cave, but that wouldn't make it new training, and he had cut a deal with his first friend. If Apex couldn't remove his flying opponents from their territory of expertise, how else could he fight them? Turn it against them, he mumbled. Houndour ped his head to the side. Alright, we'll try this, Apex. Instead of bringing your opponents out of their comfort zone, you're going to take control of it. Faulkner said that Skarmory are born with decent air current control, since that's needed to get off the ground with your armor's weight. So now you can only use that. Apex squawked, extending his wings and looking at them. Ash could imagine most of his air current control was purely subconscious, ingrained since the first time he flew, but just because it started out that way didn't mean it had to stay that way. The plan sprawled together in his mind in a cluster of half ideas and partial thoughts. Apex, you're going for that grove of trees, if Raise doesn't beat you. The Cyndaquil hissed, placing both paws on the rock in preparation to push. It came up to slightly below his chin, easily possible to move but difficult. But you can't flap. Raise stopped his preparations, glancing back. Apex gave Ash a long, slow look. He flapped his extended wings once, the wind whistling as he proved his point. He was a flying type. He flew. Ash shrugged, though he couldn't contain his grin. If you use air currents, you should be able to manipulate the wind to glide you to your destination without ever moving your wings. If you can properly learn that, there's no saying what you could develop. Apex looked at his wings again, amber eyes curious. He wasn't as competitive as Raise, Ash knew that, but he did love flying more than almost anything. And controlling air currents, even what minuscule bits he could learn as young as he was, would be the ultimate skill. But if you don't Raise is enough to race against Ash, a furious hiss, then imagine you're being swept up into a twister or hailstorm. If you don't manipulate the air currents well enough to escape, you're going to be caught. Does that work? The Skarmory didn't say anything, spreading his admittedly massive wingspan to its full reach with his eyes narrowed. Ash padded back, Houndour and Bloom following. Race to both sides, wait for each other and some time after each lap, but don't stop until you're both going to give out. Raise snarled an affirmative, got his bulk behind the boulder, and started to shove. Apex shrieked as the fire type lumbered forward, wings twitching with the instinct to flap before he got himself under control. It only took him another second before wind built beneath his talons, a whirlwind struggling to life as he pointed his wings towards Race retreating back. With a roar his whirlwind released, launching Apex with a startled shriek upright, his wings flashed as he dutifully held them straight out, the wind lashing against him before he managed to get right side up. Facing the wrong direction. Rays flared up in tongues of gold as he continued bullying the rock towards the grove of trees, claws already scrabbling for purchase against the trampled grasses. He lost his chance for mocking as his breath hissed out in streams of smoke, momentum slowed to a crawl. Tucking his wings in, Apex landed 20 yards to the left of where he'd started, tall enough he could properly glare over the grass as Ray struggled his way on. He crouched, wings reflecting like a second sun, and threw himself into the air to try again. Ash barely held back a laugh at Apex's furious shriek for failing to get enough height and slamming back into the ground. Bloom trilled, her thorns flashing, but she was already picking her way around the outside of the obstacle course. It wasn't difficult to guess it was for her, being the only one of a size to appreciate it, but she still glanced at him with confusion in her black eyes as he turned back to his other two members. "It's not the nicest looking," he defended, "but it'll help you. With all of the jumping training you've done, your jumps have increased so much, but you haven't used them, if that makes sense." Her blink said it didn't. "For every jump you practiced, it's just you standing there, jumping, then checking your progress against a bar. In a battle, you don't have the time for proper setups or checks. You just have to trust yourself and move." She perked up, vines twisting, that sounded more her alley than pushing rocks or restricting her movement. Houndour crept forward, his own ears perked. Ash led them to the start of the obstacle course, a hole with a few branch shelves stabbed into the sides. He winced as a clod of dirt fell in from his uneven piles. One day, he'd have a ground type able to shape this without the need for his terrible skills. There are 3 rough sections, each with higher jumps than the last. If you push yourself, you should be able to clear the first jumps, and then you can practice those or try the next. And there are also walls you can try climbing, and branches to balance across, little things like that. Anything to help you understand how you move better. Bloom chirped her agreement, eyeing the first step with a gleam in her eyes. The first shelf was her body height plus a half up, and that was pushing the heights of what she'd hit as her max before. But he threw in before she could start, reaching back to scratch Houndour behind the ears. In battle you don't have the luxury of choosing when to pay attention, and that's what this guy'll be doing. The dark type wuffed, offering a hesitant wag of his tail. Ash grinned, crouching to talk to him better. You're an ambush fighter, Houndour, and that's where your strengths lie. So while Bloom is here focused on trying to get through the course, you're going to be trying to sneak up on her with any move of your choice to startle her. Bloom's glare could have boiled water. Houndour inched back a step. Ash winced. With Apex in the air, there wasn't a way for him to put his newest member near the Pokémon he was closest to, but he also wanted to help him out of his shell. This will help you understand openings, he said, scratching between his bone ribs. Bloom isn't as expressive as Ray's, so you'll have to notice the little things, like how often she checks her surroundings or which way she's looking. By learning that, you can find when to move. And, he added a bit louder, if she ever gets too distracted trying to spot you, you can train with Ray's instead. Bloom stiffened, thorns flashing. Without another sound she hopped into the hole, vines whipping like loose ecans. Houndour gave one low whine, peering over the edge of the hole, before shadows streamed from his fur and hid the gleam of his bones under a layer of pitch. Ash scratched behind his ears, earning himself a wuff, before the dark type blurred towards the circle and encroaching brush and disappeared with nary a rustle. Ash stood, back cracking, and couldn't help the massive grin over his face. It would only be 3 days and he hardly expected to revolutionize their training, but he could see how much more they pushed themselves, how much more determined they were. The sun had only just risen, the day and 2 more spread before him. He was already surrounded by mistakes. Apex had gotten himself pointing the right direction but couldn't get high enough before his whirlwind spluttered out to make any real progress. Ray's had lost all but the smoke of his cape and was on all fours trying to push his boulder. Bloom had failed the first jump and was taking her time on her second attempt. Houndour had poked his nose twice out of the brush but hadn't committed to either opportunity, but Mew, it felt real. XXX. Houndour whined, back paw twitching. Sorry, Ash mumbled, using one of the towels he'd purchased in Cherrygrove to scrub the last of the stun spore off. The dark type wuffed, slumping in his lap. Bloom determinedly didn't look over, sprawled on her pile of brush to nurse the loss of all her great weapons. She'd tried to rush the second section and lost her thorns clawing at the dirt in an attempt to climb it, leaving her snappish, which hadn't helped as Houndour finally worked up the courage to spook her and earned a face full of stun spore. Apex and Ray's had managed to complete 3 full runs of their course, Ash rolling the stone back once night hit. Both were slumped on their sides of the clearing, breathing heavily even half an hour after they'd stopped. Ray's had lost all bravado halfway through the first run and he hadn't had the strength to summon a fire that night. Ash's flashlight precariously pointed up between them all. Apex wobbled on his talons as he tried to preen himself and gave up, wings leaden with exhaustion. He'd learned to extend his whirlwind, finally winning him the third of their races, but he hadn't quite touched into proper air currents yet. All of them slumped around the camp, exhausted and limp and sore. But they'd pushed themselves. They'd pushed so hard. Ash's chest hurt like it had every intention of exploding. XXX. Bloom narrowed her eyes to slits, glaring at the last obstacle of the third section, the one she'd never conquered. The last hour of their third day and she'd never quite managed the jump out of the final hole. Ash grinned but kept quiet as he circled their training area, carefully avoiding the acrid smoke leaking through the roots of the brush. The Mewtwo didn't have a sense of smell like other Pokémon but she could sense poisons, and Houndour had learned the trick of diffusing a faint smog through the air to limit the ways she could sense him. Her eyes flicked to one corner, a rustle of grass accompanying the dark type fleeing from being noticed. She turned back to her obstacle, thorns flashing as her vines writhed above her head. Every muscle beneath her pale green skin pulled taut, eyes zeroed in on the final edge. With something caught between a chirp and a scream, she jumped, and came short, her face inches from hitting the dirt. Up until she swung her vines up and slammed them over the top of the wall. Her thorns caught on the uneven ground and she visibly shook as she pulled herself up with them, one thorn snapping off before she flung herself up, limbs giving out, and hit the ground outside of the hole for the very first time. Houndour, crouched in a pool of shadows, crept forward and very politely tapped her with his paw. She thrashed her vines and he backed off, though his ears were perked and tail wagging. Bloom sagged against the dirt, black eyes mere pinpricks in the settling dusk, but she'd done it. Ash cheered and surged forward, leaning down to gently scoop her into his arms. She struggled back to her feet as he helped her, visibly brimming with pride. "You did it, Bloom." She gave a tired trill, "Of course I did," and promptly slumped over in his palms, big enough now he needed two to hold her. Houndour padded back over, eyes bright, and offered a congratulatory bark. Bloom waved a vine in his vague direction to accept it, though her eyes gleamed. Ash laughed, lifting her up to his shoulder. She wove her vines through his hair but stayed sitting, her weight more noticeable than it had been in the ilex. Houndour shook off the seed pods that so loved to stick to him, trotting beside Ash with an increased bounce in his step. The last 2 days had pushed him to find openings Ash hadn't noticed himself, seeing the minute changes in whether Bloom was actively scanning her surroundings or only looking because she remembered she should be, and he'd managed to avoid being stun-spored after the first night. Not quite pride but excitement filled his eyes every time he made Bloom jump from creeping close enough. A roar echoed over the distant grass. Apex exploded into the air, whirlwind bucking like an untamed Ponyta beneath his talons, but there was the silver-white gleam of energy around his tail and his primary feathers were pulled up by a gust of wind, his flight narrowing in on the end of the course. Rays snarled, flame charge burning so brightly against his fur mirages flickered around him. His claws dug into the ground as he shoved at the boulder with his shoulder, the rock blackened and scarred after 3 days. Apex wavered in midair as his whirlwind wore off but he kept gliding, his massive shadow closing in on the fire type. Rays hissed, the glimmer of agility joining flame charge, and shoved all his weight behind the boulder. It groaned but spun forward, rolling over the trampled grass. Apex and the rock crossed into the clearing at the same time. The Skarmory immediately dropped his technique, falling from his height of 10 feet up to slam into the ground with nary a squawk, wings slumping as he let his aching muscles finally rest. Rays waited another heartbeat to see the boulder finally roll to a stop a yard past the line before his moves disappeared in a puff of smoke and he collapsed to a flat lump of navy blue fur with a sigh. Ash snorted, even Houndour yipping his amusement. Bloom grumbled her displeasure as Ash moved, vines tightening their grip in his hair, but she didn't say anything else as he knelt by Apex's head, the Skarmory blearily looking over to him. The first day, they'd managed 3 runs of the course, the next, 4. Ash had broken into his store of deep healing products and revives on the 3rd day and they'd just completed their 7th full attempt, cramming them in even with their breaks for food and rest. "I'm so proud of you," he murmured, getting his free shoulder under Apex's neck to help free the wing pinned under his bulk. The Skarmory managed a squawk before slumping back to the ground, amber eyes closed but pleased. Houndour offered a lick over Apex's crest before curling up next to him, his body heat no doubt helping to suit the steel type's worn muscles. Ash had absolutely no resistance to the sight of a 30-pound canine attempting to comfort a near 200-pound living weapon. 10 pictures were taken before he'd even realized he'd taken his phone out, Apex opening one eye at the click before closing it again. Ash smiled, reaching down to flick a few seed pods off the steel type, before heading towards his first friend. Rays managed a huff in his direction as he approached, limbs sprawled and eyes half-lidded. Over their runs he'd managed to trample a straight path to the grove of trees, clods of dirt torn up by the boulder covering the mess of grass, and a fine layer of soot dusted everything else. "You up for another round?" he asked, earning a hiss. Ash snorted, leaning down to pick up the Cyndaquil as carefully as he could. The aftereffects of flame charge were still there, his fur almost scorching to the touch, but all their training with his less-than-budding pyrokinesis still showed its effects in his lack of burnt fur. The fire type twitched as though he wanted to struggle at the audacity of Ash picking him up, a rumble building in his chest. Bloom leaned over Ash's shoulder and trilled at him. Rays huffed but chid back, begrudgingly relaxing back to a limp puddle of what vaguely resembled a Pokémon. Ash grinned, standing back up to haul him over to the others. His weight gain was even more noticeable than Bloom's, he was so close, wavering on the edge of reaching Kalava. Just one more push. He snagged his bag with his foot and dragged it over to Apex, sitting on the opposite side of his neck as Houndour. The dark type raised his head, wuffing a question. He was the least tired of the team, his training having consisted more of exercising his mind, and Ash guessed he wouldn't mind helping to set up the camp for that night. "Thanks, bud," he said, shifting Ray's to one arm as best he could. Mew, the fire type had to weigh 30 pounds, to dig out a spare towel from his bag. Crossing his legs and draping the towel over them, he finagled a sort of burrow and set Ray's in it. The Cyndaquil chid and curled up, nose resting on Ash's calf to look out at the rest of his team. Their team. Less than a week to Goldenrod, he promised, starting to brush out any knots in Ray's fur with his fingers. Then Whitney won't know what hit her. Houndour barked. XXX. They, well, everyone but Houndour, slept until noon without an ounce of shame. Ray's yawned, fangs flashing in the glaring sunlight, and picked his way out of Ash's lap with all the speed of a slugma. Apex gave a rumble chirp to Houndour, who had been enjoying himself jumping to swat seed pods off the taller grasses. The dark type immediately ran over to him, giving another lick to his crest before shoving his head under Apex's neck. With the added height, the Skarmory was able to heave himself up to his talons, shaking off a cloud of dirt with a squawk. Bloom's vines splayed open, greedily downing the sunlight to heal her exhaustion. She trilled and bounced off Ash's chest. He'd fallen asleep petting Ray's, and she'd apparently just migrated to the next best place apart from his shoulder, to head towards his bag, ducking under the lip to rustle around inside. Houndour pet his head to the side. A minute and a muffled trill were enough to fully rouse Ash from his half-sleep, covering his yawn with the back of his hand. "I'm coming," he mumbled, leaning over to open the bag fully. Bloom glared at the locked containers he sealed their food in, padding out. He snorted and went about feeding them all. 30 minutes later, they were mostly fed and watered, the days of sleep trailing off as they cleaned up their camp. Already the durable grass was popping back up from where it had been trampled, the path Rays had carved to the grove of trees half filled. All plants in the region had to be able to survive Pokemon, and these were no exceptions. Ash yawned for what he promised was the last time, readying a loose lace on his traveling boots. Houndour mimicked Ray's searching position, trying to rest on his back legs. Rays finished sniffing the air to find the right direction to reach Route 34, glancing back. Houndour immediately dropped back to all fours. Rays puffed smoke and padded over to him, gesturing at his nose and then pointing to their surrounding area. Houndour blinked but started searching again, black nose twitching a mile a minute. Eventually, he jabbed his muzzle to their right, head ped. The Cyndaquil chid something, pointing slightly more forward than Houndour had. The dark type nodded, closing his eyes to try and smell the difference. A faint buzz of energy around his nose triggered odor sleuth, and he yipped, gesturing the proper direction. Rays chid. Apex flared his wings, flapping them once as though to remember the feeling, before kicking off. After 3 days of watching his untimely whirlwind takeoffs, Ash could help but whoop as the Skarmory darted to 100 feet up in a heartbeat, his proud shriek echoing over the land and spooking a cloud of tail low out of the grass. He circled once overhead, working out any KNKS, before gliding towards the route. Houndour immediately darted to follow his shadow. Ash crouched, offering his hands to Bloom. "You ready?" She twisted her vines in a nod but didn't step onto his palm, her eyes narrowed and legs crouched. Trickles of sunlight raced over her skin as she healed any exhaustion she had with synthesis, vines tightening to a whip, before she kicked off the ground and flew. She landed on his shoulder with a thump. Ash grinned, that was easily higher than anything she'd gotten in Ilex, and tapped her head. She gave a pleased trill, but before he could stand up, she hopped back off his shoulder and started after Houndour, eyes bright with determination. With the stubbiest legs of the group, keeping up with the others would be harder on her than anyone else. But the endurance and speed would pair perfectly with her agility training. Ash laughed and stood up, reshuffling his bag. "That's the spirit, Bloom," he offered. She trilled, pushing her way through the silver-green grasses. "Rays, don't fall behind." The Cyndaquil hissed and charged after her. XXX. Azalea was bigger than Violet was bigger than Cherrygrove was bigger than New Bark. but knowing that couldn't prepare him for how utterly massive Goldenrod City was. It had been 3 hours since he'd reached the first building and he hadn't even seen the city proper. Goldenrod was a metropolis at the heart of a sprawling collection of proto-towns, skyscrapers looming over generic two-story townhouses and local grocery stores. Route 34 was paved with neat, dovetailing bricks interspaced with lighter gray ones, habitually replaced, he guessed. For such a thriving city, they could easily handle the general maintenance of their surroundings. All of the houses were well kept, the stores he passed lit up and bustling with people, urban Pokemon lounging in the late afternoon sunlight without fear. A pack of Meowth watched him as he passed, their leader pacing him on top of a fence, but a puff of smoke from Ray's was enough to scare them away. Ash snorted, nudging the Cyndaquil with his foot. The fire type ignored him. Another 2 hours and they finally arrived at the limits of the city, buildings blooming up from 3 stories to 10 to 20 to hundreds. Every building glimmered with the gold-steel alloy the city prided itself on, psychic barriers gleaming over near every surface, the hum and buzz of people and Pokemon and public trams. Home of the Goldenrod department store, the radio tower, the game corner, the global terminal, the magnet train, both Johto's largest city and its most developed. Critique City was all about preserving Johto's history and culture, Goldenrod was Johto's connection to the outside world. He exhaled, the mild sting of sea salt in the air swirling around him. A week ago, he'd been deep in a forest that seemed like it would never end, now silver gold filled the horizons, just as massive if not more. A smile tugged at his lips. This was what traveling was about. Goldenrod had 6 Pokemon centers, as evenly spaced through the territory as they could, right by the base of the first skyscraper, the standard burnt orange roof gleamed. Apex circled over the familiar landmark, gliding easily on the city's updrafts. He didn't come down though, seemingly content to spiral with an occasional squawk toward the flock of Pidgeotto roosting on metal perches layered up the side of the skyscraper. Ash winced. Yeah, that was probably for the best he didn't land. A fair amount of other people had their Pokemon out, but the largest he could see was a Machoke carrying 3 bags with the Goldenrod department store logo stamped over the fronts, and even it was shorter than Apex. Sorry. He shouted up, pulling off the Steel-type's Pokeball. Apex squawked down before disappearing in a gleam of scarlet, his Pokeball shaking once in Ash's grip before going still. Houndour watched the recall with dark eyes, kneading the ground, before turning away with a woof. Ash scratched behind his ears and held the door open for him, the Pokemon Center's air conditioning washing over the city-warmed air. He hummed, clipping Apex back to his waist. It was like most other centers he'd been in, although more crowded. 2 sitting lounges full of trainers, several people grabbing an early dinner in the back, 2 nurse joys on separate desks chatting with those at the front of their lines. You want to grab a room first? He asked, nudging Ray's. The Cyndaquil nodded, padding towards the desk with housing written over Nurse Joy's head. Houndour yipped and trailed after him, eyes wide and looking in every direction. Bloom trilled at him, he hardly seemed to notice it. The housing line moved quickly and soon Nurse Joy was tiredly smiling at him, pushing a lock of pink hair behind her ear. Hello, dear. A standard room? Ash flashed her a thumbs up. Yes, please. She hummed under her breath, tapping a few things on her computer before flipping the scanner towards him. A ding in his phone showed a picture of a key, the script room 38 scrawled on the bottom. Sorry to bother, but which way is the gym? Nurse Joy smiled. A map will help you much more than any directions in this city, but around an hour's walk towards the coast. Are you going to challenge Whitney? Ray's hissed as a response, reared up just to the point his nose could peek over the edge of the nurse's desk. Ash held back a snort. I'd suggest reserving your battle online. Her gym's page should give you the option to claim a time with your trainer ID, rather than walking there just to find she's booked for the day. She paused, glancing at Ray's. And good luck. Ash blinked. He hadn't considered it but it made sense, with a city as massive as Goldenrod, they had to have moved a fair amount of their procedures to streamline the process. Thanks. She bobbed her head in response before turning to the next trainer, the same patented smile spreading over her face. Reyes trotted towards the stairs, dodging past a stream of other trainers with the same bullheadedness he used everywhere. Houndour trailed after him, awkwardly clambering up the steps, his bone shackles clicking against the tiles. Bloom trilled at a passing trainer, thorns flashing. Ash tried for a smile and darted up the rest of the stairs. The Budu chirped. His room was on the 3rd floor, tucked far in the back. Ash felt a yawn build as he held his phone screen to the scanner, the door unlocking with a click. Reyes reared up to push it open, padding inside and heading straight for the bed with a chirr. Ash snorted. Made sense, he wanted to turn in as early as possible. Energy besides, the only way to make the gym battle come faster was to sleep through the wait. Bloom hopped off his shoulder to the windowsill, vines opening as she absorbed the sunlight reflected off the skyscraper's massive array of windows. Houndour circled around the room, sniffing everything with his ears perked. Since the league required each room to be cleaned between uses, Ash could guess he hadn't ever encountered products designed to remove smells before. Houndour's eyes narrowed to slits as he hunted for even a single scent, laying flat on his stomach to wriggle under the bed. Reyes, from his perch on the pillow, glanced over the edge. Apex squawked as he was released, shaking himself twice before hopping over to the bed frame. There were a few perches on the walls, but they were small, built for Pidgey or Taillow. The beds had rounded frames for larger birds, which Apex most definitely fit in. The Skarmory snapped his beak, starting to preen his primary feathers. Ash yawned, sitting on the ground to lean against the bed. Houndour poked his nose out from under the bed, shadows sticking to his fur like smoke, and Reyes shuffled over to glance over Ash's shoulder as he pulled out his phone. The gym's page was easy enough to find, done up in golden accents and an almost feathery font. A banner proclaiming Whitney's 3rd year as the leader doggedly followed him as he scrolled down, the reservations neatly at the bottom of the page. Each slot was 1 hour, 9 per day with a break for a late lunch. Nearly everything was full. Tomorrow at 11? He asked, holding the screen up for Reyes to see. The Cyndaquil chid, smoke wreathing around his shoulders. Apex made a muffled squawk. We'll explore Goldenrod after Bud, but I'm pretty sure Reyes will explode if we don't challenge her as soon as possible. Reyes hissed. Yes, you'll be in the battle, Ash said, reaching up to slide the back of his head. The fire type leaned into his touch. But Houndour, I'd like you to be, too. Houndour blinked, crawling out from under the bed. He woofed at Ash. We've battled a few times together and you've come so far already, Bud, he said, setting his phone down to scratch under the dark type's chin. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I think you deserve the chance. Houndour shifted his weight between paws, glancing at Apex. The Skarmory nodded, squawking at him. Shadows trickled off his fur like smoke. But he looked at Ash and nodded, tail wagging. Ash grinned, reserving the time and closing his page. You're going to do great, I promise. Houndour barked. XXX. Nurse Joy's estimation of an hour didn't account for Ash's adrenaline-fueled speed. He reached the gym at 10:45, bouncing on the ball of his feet like he'd drained all the center's coffee machines. The Goldenrod City gym was a massive sprawl of a building, easily 10 stories high, made of golden bricks and sloped roofs like the Johto styles of old, gleaming out of the corners of his eyes with psychic barriers. Even with 3 skyscrapers at triple the height surrounding it, the width of the building made it stand on even footing. It was littered in surrounding flowers, growing from the raised beds or sills under the windows, and the contrast of ruby reds and deep emeralds against the gold of the stone bricks popped like actual jewels. The same feathery script on the website was forged out of what looked like gold, proudly proclaiming Goldenrod Gym above the front doors. Ash exhaled, fixed his collar, and set forward. Even the doorknobs were gold. He had to shove his weight behind the doors, great slabs of wood groaning as he pushed them in, easily slamming shut after he slipped through. The inside was a well-lit sitting room, two couches against the wall and a receptionist typing away behind a massive desk made of the same wood as the doors. The woman glanced in his direction, one eyebrow raised. "Ash Ketchum?" "That's me." He walked closer to her desk, running his hands over his pokeballs. Rays sent a familiar shock of heat up to his elbow. "Nice and early," she hummed, grabbing a piece of paper to scan. Her fingernails were gold. "Whitney's just finishing up with her previous battle, so if you wait she should be ready in less than dash." The door in the corner banged open, a trainer shooting out like a bullet seed. She had two pokeballs clutched tight to her chest, eyes teary and red, and she barely seemed to see the room before she busted through the front doors and was gone. Ash blinked. The receptionist winced, leaning over her desk to try and glance through the back door before it closed. Looks like she's done." He resisted the urge to check his phone. All the research he'd done on Johto's gym leaders had only had 3 years to gather information on Whitney's position, and almost everything he read talked about her use of more common mons, breaking the previous Goldenrod specialization of psychic types, and her love of overwhelming brute force. Even with that, sending some rookie running out of the room was more what he expected of Claire, maybe Price. Not the 20-year-old just starting her career. "Is it always like that?" he asked, scratching the back of his neck. She sighed, steepling her fingers. "Mostly. The league likes to have gym leaders limit their strength for trainers with under 3 badges, to let them get at least a leg into the competition. But with how big Goldenrod is, we have a boatload of starting trainers wanting to challenge her for their first badge." She chuckled. "The first few months are always particularly painful for her." Ash whistled. "Lucky me, I guess." She flashed a wry smile. "If she doesn't get bored and squash your team, she'll give you a fantastic match." "High praise, then." He bobbed his head and headed towards the gym door, running his hands over his pokeballs. They hadn't done all their training to get an easy battle. Champions didn't cross their fingers and hope for their opponents to roll over. Ash took a second to gather himself, adjusting his shoulders, and entered the battlefield. The gym was a wide expanse of a room, 9 stories tall and nearly that wide. Whitewashed walls, gold-tinged globe lights spaced evenly over the bricks, carved fence posts outlining the center square of earth. The battlefield itself was surprisingly blank. Faulkner had had piles of dirt and rocks, Bugsy's had been choked in tree roots and grass, but Whitney's was empty dirt. A Kadabra floated idly over the field, spoon gleaming as it smoothed some disturbed sections. It flicked an ear in his direction but didn't look up, sweeping once more over the battlefield before teleporting with a crack. He couldn't see Whitney, although a referee lounged with a chair and drink in an alcove off the side of the battlefield. Maybe she had to gather a new team after her. A meow. Ash blinked, glancing over, sitting next to the doorframe, tufted tail curled delicately over its front paws. A Delcatty watched him. It was easily 6 feet long excluding its tail, purple fur rich and well-groomed, and its ears twitched as he faced it. Muscles gleamed under its coat but its stomach wasn't exactly lean either, no scars or battle marks visible. He'd read that Whitney's first capture was a non-battling skitty. "Are you Whitney's Pokemon?" Ash asked, offering his hand for it to sniff. The Delcatty murrowed in response, padding towards the other side of the battlefield. Ash dithered. Was he supposed to wait on his side, follow the normal type, talk to the referee? Delcatty flicked its tail and he hurried after it. The feline stopped at the left door of the back wall, glancing back at him with its head pet. It reared up to paw twice at the handle, claws sheathed, before sitting by the side and blinking expectantly at him. Ash looked back at the referee. The man had his back to the battlefield, flipping another page in his book. "She's in here." Delcatty twitched its nose. He sighed, grabbed the doorknob, and carefully pulled it open. Beyond was a small resting room, a healing station reminiscent of the Pokemon Center embedded in one wall. A couch and 2 chairs, both in a pale beige, and a glass refrigerator stuffed high with drinks. And also a woman, face down on the couch, repeatedly banging her head into the cushion. Ash stopped. Delcatty politely pushed past him into the room, putting its paws up on the couch. Whitney stopped hitting her head at the movement but didn't look up, limp against the cushions. It was another one, Ricardo, she mumbled into the couch. Little dude hailed from 4th block, got her APOM from her parents, caught a hoot from route, wanted a badge to, I dunno, show to her friends. Put on the mantle. She probably couldn't tell you the difference between an offensive tactic and a defensive one. She sighed, dragging her hands up to rest under her chin. And now I have to fight some other newbie ready for a shiny badge to shove up their A-dash. Delcatty mrowed. Whitney stopped, raising her head. She froze. Ash offered a sheepish wave. Whitney lasted another second before tumbling off the couch, shooting to her feet. Her clothes were surprisingly fancy, a white, button-down blouse. With maroon highlights and gold buttons in the shape of the plain badge, blue shorts underneath. Also her hair was pink. Ash knew that most Nurse Joys wore wigs, part of the league program to be a recognizable face for trainers and give them the coverage to do their jobs without questions of legitimacy, but that trend had started from the first graduating nurse who'd had pink hair. Whitney's hair was the exact same shade, even spiked at the ends like the grainy pictures he'd seen of the original Nurse Joy. Maybe there was a reason Whitney's family had controlled the Goldenrod gym for so long. It's 11 already. She grumbled in lieu of anything else, glancing at a clock above the fridge. 11, Ash opened his mouth to respond but she just pulled a hand down her face, mumbling under her breath. Please tell me you have more than 3 badges. I'm so tired of pulling punches. He paused halfway through opening his mouth. They had 2 badges, sure, but the looming knowledge of how gym leaders limited their strength for trainers with under 3 badges stuck with him. Champion Lance had stayed a year out of the gym circuit to train but had done full 6 versus 6 battles for his gym badges, winning each. He and his team hadn't trained until they almost passed out for the same journey as everyone else. This probably wasn't fraud. We've got 4 badges, he offered. Whitney perked up like he'd handed her keys to the champion's throne, a massive grin spreading over her face. Yes. She danced a little jig that made even Delcatty look away from the 20-year-old, eyes all but glowing. Mew, I've needed this so badly, you have no idea, come on, hurry up. She darted past him into the battle room, door rattling as she shoved through it. Ash blinked, exchanged a quick glance with an amused Delcatty, and trotted after her. She'd run straight to the referee, the man looking mournfully at his spilled drink, before sprinting back to him. It's been 3 days since someone further along in their journey challenged me, my team's raring at the bit. One of these days I'm going to hire a proper lil army of underlings to challenge trainers with a badge or less, that'll clear my plate for these real battles. The ones that make your heart beat, hands shake, you know. The reason we all become trainers. What do you want, 3 versus 3, or 4 dash? Whitney broke off, frowning. She hadn't breathed through the whole spiel. You should have reserved 2 slots, she sighed. I'm too booked for a real grappling. How about 2 versus 2, huh? Going all out? Ash hesitated a second, waiting for another explosion of talk, before nodding. 2 versus 2 sounds good. Good, it sounds better than good. Sounds great. She darted over to her battle platform, Delcatty delicately picking its way after her. Come on, get up. Time's wasting. This helped, in part, to explain how Whitney had become the face of Goldenrod's trainer crowd in 3 scant years. Ash jogged the length of the field and clambered onto his platform, simple wood a bit above the field proper with the buzz under his tongue that spoke to particularly powerful psychic barriers. He waved a hand and a faint blue hummed over the guardrail, thick enough Whitney's outline wavered as they snapped into place around her. The referee cupped his hands over his mouth, though he leaned against the wall behind him. This is a gym battle between Whitney of Goldenrod and Challenger, a standard 2 versus 2. Whitney will release first. Fight well. Yeah, she muttered, eyes bright enough they gleamed across the field. Let's get to the good part. 2 versus 2. That didn't leave him much wiggle room, but it wasn't like he had an overabundance of team members to pick through. Whitney's enthusiasm was infectious and he grinned, adrenaline charging through him as he thumbed his pokeballs. All of them were ready to go. Whitney chucked her first pokeball and with a trumpeting cry, a Girafarig slammed into the field. Ash's eyebrows rose to his hairline as the long-neck Pokemon shook off its pokeball days, golden fur gleaming. 8 feet tall, half of that its neck, well-muscled and with hooves like steel. It was a secondary psychic type, maybe a remnant from Goldenrod's previous specialization, but more built for enhancing techniques than anything resembling telekinesis. It brayed across the field at him, pacing before its trainer's platform. Apex could harass it easily enough from above, but while ranged psychic powers weren't its forte, the threat of the Skarmory being ripped from the air with confusion was still there. Bloom would be a sitting Psyduck against the agile opponent, and Whitney had more pressing powerhouses for rays. He grinned. Houndour howled his arrival, stumbling once from the unfamiliarity of being released before he got his paws beneath him. Even with how large he was for his species, he barely came up to Girafarig's foreleg, ears may be able to brush its stomach if he ran between its legs. But shadows dripped from his fur and his skull gleamed, a deep rumble building in his chest. Whitney snickered. Delcatty had turned away the second the canine appeared, nose held high. The psychic barriers carried her voice until she echoed from seemingly in front of him, her mouth moving a heartbeat faster than what he heard. "Don't hold back, you hear?" "I sure won't." Ash grinned, tugging the brim of his hat up. "Wouldn't dream of it." The referee swung his hand down and Girafarig, charge. The normal type brayed and shot forward, Houndour giving a theatrical yelp as he blurred to the side. Higher class battles weren't built around waiting your opponent out, setting things up while testing each other. Ash grinned even as Houndour scampered away, Girafarig forced to dig its hooves into the ground to stop it from slamming into the psychic barriers. Its fur was laced with streams of energy, pale blue, more than just agility, he'd bet money. Psychic energy. Feint attack. He shouted, tracking Girafarig. They weren't built for charges with their spindly legs, but for Whitney's preferred battling style she had to have compensated. Houndour yipped and shadows burst over his fur, tendrils snaking through the ground. Girafarig tossed its horns, pawing the ground, but it didn't go for another charge with the black cloud Houndour rested in. Its second head gnashed its teeth. "Use Swift to push it and stomp," Whitney shouted, raising a fist. "Slap it with a headbutt if it tries anything." Girafarig brayed, horns gleaming, a cloud of ray-shaped beams of energy exploded from their tips, trembling a moment in midair before Girafarig's psychic abilities locked their homing. Powers onto the dark type. Houndour snarled and raced back, wild instincts rising. He reared and swatted at the Swifts with his bone shackles, the energy too unfocused to break past his greatest defense. A few splashed over his flanks, him flinching back from each hit, but they'd only ever been a distraction. "Houndour, run!" He looked up in time to see Girafarig's hooves plummeting towards his neck. A frantic roll, but one managed to clip his side, cracking against his bone ridge and tearing off clumps of fur, but his latent shadows raced up its leg, dispelling the psychic energy. Ash narrowed his eyes. Feint attack. The dark type threw himself up from his roll, bracing his paws on the ground and exploding in another wave of pitch. Girafarig's back leg buckled as the psychic energy strengthening it disappeared, the normal type putting too much weight on it for the stomp. Houndour snarled and darted forward, Ash's command for bite ringing in his ears. Its second head jerked for him, fangs flashing. He dropped his attempt and darted back, hackles high. Girafarig kicked out blindly, forcing him further away, and reactivated its technique with a bray. But that was how they were going to do it. The normal type was too strong for Houndour to think about facing head-on, they'd wear it down like a pack in the wild. "Get back!" Houndour yipped, slinking to midfield as Girafarig turned to face him. Its normally cheerful eyes narrowed, hooves digging through the ground easily as butter. It had only glanced one hit, but Houndour was still keeping his weight from that paw, ears pinned. Whitney clapped her hands. Charge, then sweep it with headbutt. Girafarig bellowed, energy redoubling over its fur, and rushed him. Houndour braced himself, ears flat and fangs bared, waited long enough. Whitney's eyebrows rose, feint attack to bite. The dark type blurred to the side, exploding in shadows. Girafarig's legs buckled just enough. It slowed, clearly not having trusted its technique enough to fully rely on it, and Houndour darted forward to sink his fangs into the back of its front leg. It bellowed, sweeping its head down to bash him in the side. He dropped flat and its horns nicked his head, tossing him back a few feet. It never dropped its charge and bolted away, stepped shaky as the dark type energy embedded in Houndour's fangs fought against its natural typing. Houndour whined, struggling back to his feet. He wasn't built for taking hits, not until he evolved and got more armor, but even then it would never be great. Shaking himself like that'd help. He crouched in the center of the field, tracking the normal type as it circled him. Where they were with battling each other, Ash hadn't had long to explore it, but he could see how Houndour relied entirely on his direction in battle. The dark type seemed to mistrust his own instincts, even if he could see opportunities. Girafarig raced around him. Once coming close enough he could have thrown a lance of feint attack and disrupted its charge, but he stayed crouched with his ears flicked back. Not something to dwell on. Feint attack. The dark type yipped and blurred forward, shadows broiling off his fur. Girafarig lunged over him, back legs thundering down to catch his back. Another burst of dark energy and its front legs wavered, forced to drop what he guessed was a double kick to avoid falling flat on its face. It brayed as it darted away, second head snapping at the air. Ash grinned. Girafarig could throw itself into charges, but its bulk was too high. If it wanted to stop, it had to either slam its hooves into the ground, which would leave it defenseless for the moment, or circle while decreasing its speed. Neither of which helped here. Houndour howled as he ran after it, staying a few feet behind where its second head could bite him. The normal type bellowed but kept its speed up, lashing out with a kick every few steps to keep Houndour at bay, egged on by Whitney's cheers. Bite! Ash shouted, pressed against the railing. Girafarig stumbled once, its bitten leg taking just a touch too much weight, and Houndour lunged for the opening. His teeth gleamed black as he dove for its lifted back leg. The normal type straightened, faked weakness gone, and slammed its hoof directly over his head. Houndour's yelp cut off, skidding back a dozen feet. His skull had taken the brunt of the hit, but that just meant he hadn't lost skin, a dent racing over the bone. He tried to wobble to his feet but staggered, eyes squeezed shut. Girafarig wheeled around and charged for him, hooves shining rust red. Feint attack. Ash shouted, desperate. Houndour couldn't stand, but he exploded into shadows a heartbeat before Girafarig reached him, disappearing into a cloud of black. Its hooves slammed down hard enough the ground cracked. But only the ground. With his ears pinned flat and every step uncertain, Houndour fled out between the normal type's legs. His hackles scraped at his ears and his claws tore lines in the dirt as he shoved some distance between them, keeping one eye squeezed shut. A concussion, if a minor one. His vision would only hurt him. Odor sleuth, he murmured, the dark type close enough he didn't have to shout. It's okay, bud. Close your eyes. Houndour whined and did so, some of the uncertainty leaving him as his nose glittered white. Girafarig stopped its charge, shaking off the last tendrils of dark energy with a snort. Houndour turned towards it, ears pinned. All canine Pokémon use their sense of smell more than any other, they just have to take it to the next level. I'll guide you, Ash said. Forward. Houndour howled, fangs black, and darted forward. His nose stayed fixed in Girafarig's direction, twitching a mile a minute. The normal type brayed and rushed to meet him. Its hooves thundered against the ground, but Houndour ran true, 2 feet tall to its 8, left. The dark type stopped his momentum with a snarl, digging his claws into the dirt, and threw himself to the side. Girafarig charged past, the same strategy prepared of lashing out with a back hoof, but Houndour hadn't gone in for the attack, braced and waiting. The hoof fell after hitting nothing. Bite! Hounder's nose led him straight to the closest limb, snapping right below its foreleg. Girafarig bellowed, second head sweeping down to chomp at air. Houndour had stopped right after his attack and Girafarig's charge carried it away from him, leg buckling under its weight. Whitney grinned, her eyes like twin flames. Hit it with a swift. Ash cursed, there was no chance he could guide Houndour around that. Right and jump. Houndour flung himself over, Girafarig charging mere inches before him as Swift circled its horns. He dug his back paws in and jumped, shadows writhing around his fur, and slammed his skull directly into the socket of its hind leg. Bites were damaging, sheer force was enough to knock off its high center of gravity. Ash whooped as Girafarig fell, bellowing. Its side slammed into the dirt hard enough to puff up a cloud of dust, legs thrashing. Houndour picked himself up with a whine, ears almost flat against his neck, but he'd landed close to the normal type's head. There was one move they hadn't used due to its mouth being so far up. Smog. Houndour spat a cloud of purple-gray and visibly sagged. Girafarig tried valiantly. At first, it snapped its mouth shut as it continued to try and roll back to its feet, second head thrashing as it kept hitting the ground. But Houndour's dark energy clung to its fur and it couldn't summon its strengthening techniques, legs flailing under injuries it was normally able to cover up. Until finally it had to inhale, immediately coughing. Its great chest rumbled like a bellows as it tried to avoid the poison, shivering under its fur, before it collapsed with a final bray. Its second head lasted a second longer, snapping at the air, before falling still. Houndour carefully opened an eye, stiff as iron, and looked at its slumped form. He barked proudly, ears perked, before his legs wobbled and he collapsed. Ash scrambled for his pokeball, recalling him the next second. The sphere trembled once in his hand before the dark type's consciousness smoothed over, resting away. "I'm so proud of you," he murmured to the pokeball, clipping it back to his waist. And he was. That had been an incredible battle, nail-biting and never slowing in its breakneck tempo. Whitney had a reputation of pushing her advantages of versatility and underused mons not many had strategies against, and her Girafarig was a perfect example. If Houndour didn't have his dark typing and moves to cancel out its enhancing techniques, it would have easily weathered his attacks and crushed him to the dirt. Whitney sighed, recalling her Pokémon in a flash of scarlet. That was fantastic. She hollered across the field, grin spread so far across her face it brushed at her ears. But he already pushed your lil Houndour to its limits. How will you do against someone with a bit more sheer force, huh? With a roar bordering on deafening, a Tauros slammed into the field. 6 feet tall and with a coat of burnished bronze, the normal type known for crushing trees under its charge snorted, pawing at the ground. 3 tails whipped behind it like live wires, hooves a black so bright they had to be polished. Its horns spread a foot out on each side, curving out to end in points that looked more akin to a bisharp than a normal type. In short, a beautiful, terrible threat. Ash's heart hadn't calmed once since the start of their battle but it somehow found the energy to speed up, thumping up against his throat. He could practically feel the brute force Tauros had, muscles bunching under its shaggy coat, and Whitney's smirk told him what else he'd need to know. Bloom could maybe poison it if he'd already knocked it out for her, and while Apex could stay away from its attacks and fly decently enough within the psychic barriers, Tauros were known for shrugging off all but devastating attacks. And, well, he knew his starter would never forgive missing the chance to test himself against such an incredible foe. Rays burst from his pokeball, back igniting before he'd hit the dirt. He snarled, rearing up so his flames wreathed up to his muzzle, crackling over the ground. Ash felt a touch of dry heat even through the psychic barriers and Tauros grunted, pawing at the field. "Looks like I've got a budding fire specialist here," Whitney teased. Rays huffed smoke. "Did you catch it way out on Cyanwood? Unless it was your dash," she broke off, frowning. "DMN if I didn't get too excited." "Hey, what's your name?" He blinked. "Oh, it's Ash. Guess you were destined to train fire types, then." Her laugh was infectious. "Not that it'll save you, ref." The man jerked his hand up. There wasn't a break for Ash to chat with his friend, to tell him Whitney's rough strategies from their previous battle. That was what they did for baby rookies. Here was the real fight. His hand swept down. Smoke screen. Ash shouted, rays spitting a massive cloud of gray before Tauros could take a single step in their direction. The wild bull Pokémon snorted, its three tails whipping up to strike itself on the back. With every hit, its eyes narrowed further. Not this again, Whitney groaned. Charge it. Tauros bellowed and shot forward. The smokescreen only had a second to cover its vision before it exploded out the other side, horns lowered to gore anything in its path. Smoke trailed off its shaggy coat as it dug its hooves in to stop, swinging its massive head around to hunt for its target. Rays had crept through his own smokescreen the second Whitney spoke, hugging the edges to keep from its charge. Ash could see the faint flicker from his cape, sparks trailing into the air before dying out. With Girafarig, Houndour had been able to interfere with its charges due to its high center of gravity. Tauros was low, stocky, and about triple the weight. He'd need something else. Ember, he called, bracing his hands over the railing. Indigo's Pokémon often had thicker coats than those from other regions due to its constant chill, overheating it, maybe, or catching its fur on fire. A hiss came from the rapidly dissipating smokescreen, gold flaring through the gray. Tauros bellowed as a fireball struck it over its flank, loping in a wide turn to face him. Bad at turning. Rays reared up to glare at it over the smoke, spitting 3 more embers. It didn't try dodging, lowering its horns to charge. The first 2 smoldered against its ruff and the third blackened a section on its face before they all went out. Even Rays gaped at the lack of anything his attack had done. Go! Ash shouted, spurring the Cyndaquil as the normal type thundered closer. Agility flashed over his fur and he darted to the side, Tauros roaring past like a magnet train. Rays spat more embers as he raced back past the normal type, eyes slits and fangs flashing. Ash gritted his teeth. Think, he knew Tauros were herd Pokémon, liked to charge at anything, whip themselves into a frenzy. Charge at anything. But how did they do against things that didn't give? Quick attack, he shouted. Back towards me. Rays hissed but darted away from Tauros, the normal type bellowing at his back. Whitney flashed a grin over the field. He's not as easy to knock off balance as Girafarig, huh? Shoulda brought out your big players. The Cyndaquil snarled at that, rearing up to bare his fangs in her direction. Tauros wheeled around, using the same wide, long curve to actually change its direction. Ray's training had increased his physical strength, mainly his back legs. They did more than just walking. It can't turn well. We'll make it regret that. He snarled, glaring over the field at his opponent. Whitney seemingly allowed the pause in the battle, her eyes gleaming. Even Delcatty was watching the battle, head ped and tail twitching. Pacing impatiently on its side, Tauros snorted steam from its nostrils, eyes slits. Head up, bud, he murmured, Rays dropping back to all fours. He raised his voice. Let's see how well this thing can run. Whitney barked a laugh, eyes bright. You're on, Tauros, take down. The normal type bellowed, energy cascading over its form like water, and bolted. Rays glowed with agility and sprinted to the left, ripping at the dirt with his fever. Tauros managed a broad turn, horns almost scraping the dirt, and charged. Its eyes were down. Rays leapt into the air, momentum carrying him forward, and kicked off the psychic barriers. He flailed at the height, limbs twisting as he tried to right himself, but his opponent had no such luck. Tauros slammed into the barriers with a boom loud enough to rattle Ash's teeth in his skull. It bellowed, the sheer shockwave of energy rippling through its coat. It yanked its horns away from the pure white barrier as whatever psychic type desperately repaired the damage, shaking its massive ruff. Ash tracked a tremor in its front right leg. At least until it whipped its tails against its back again, eyes narrowing to black slits with a bellow. Whatever limp might have developed died under its rage, another takedown surging over its fur. Rays hit the ground on his side but scrambled back to his feet, snarl dripping sparks. Flamethrower. Its charge was just as furious and overwhelming as before, Ray's layering both quick attack and agility to hurl himself out of the way, but this time he reared back as the normal type passed him, back flaring gold. A flamethrower washed over its fur, fruitlessly dying against its ruff, but not all of it. Tauros bellowed as its tails burned, whipping them through the air, bald patches littered its surface, sensitive nerves no doubt scorched. Rays hissed mockingly even as he wavered on which direction to run. Seeing the sheer damage Tauros had done to itself in a charge was enough to shake them both. Whitney clicked her tongue, the sound enough to pull Tauros out of its frenzy just long enough to look back at her. Charge and stop it. He hadn't realized how infuriating it was not to use move names until it was being used against him. Flame charge. Rays hissed, lighting up in an array of sparks. He started to circle the outer rim of the battlefield, staying just close enough to the barriers Tauros wouldn't have a chance to turn if it charged him. The normal type ignored that and bulldozed its way towards him, horns lowered to gore. Rays turned to jump at the barriers. Tauros leapt into the air, hooves glowing, and slammed into the ground. A shock wave exploded out from under it, a ripple half a foot tall jolting through the dirt. It struck Rays midway through his jump and threw him forward, slamming into the psychic barrier. Dirt pattered over his back and smothered his flame, smoke escaping up with a hiss. Stomping tantrum or bulldoze, but it didn't matter with Tauros raging towards him again, Rays still struggling to his feet. Rays, jump. The Cyndaquil listened without thinking. He kicked off the psychic barriers an instant before Tauros arrived and only got clipped with its shoulder. His claws flashed and he tore through its flank, stopping his momentum just enough to only sprawl against the ground as Tauros hit the barriers with another earth-shaking boom. A glancing blow and Rays already looked exhausted. The normal type dug its horns out of the barrier, barely seeming to notice the cuts bleeding through its fur. Rays triggered agility and threw himself away from its stomp, eyes slits. Whitney grinned. Hit it. Tauros bellowed, rearing back, and slammed another stomping tantrum into the field. The shockwave caught Rays over his flank and threw him to the ground, his blue fur mussed and ripped. Tauros roared and started its charge, having to start on an angle to build up speed in the cramped corner of the barriers. Rays trembled, forcing himself off the ground. Tauros wheeled around, bleeding but not nearly enough to slow it down, horns lowered and bellowing like a thunderstorm. Run! Ash screamed. The Cyndaquil faced the normal type. Ash shouted but Rays reared up, flames redoubling on his back, from red to gold to pure white, glowing like a supernova. Blaze. His flamethrower could maybe direct the charge but not nearly enough it'd stop. 50 feet. 40. The burning glow spread until it covered his fur, 2 stars over his eyes and a rumble building in his chest. 30 feet. Great swaths of power burst through his skin, covered his claws, filled the air. Ash stopped dead. Within the glow, a hazy outline swelled and grew. 10 feet. The white light shattered and a Kalava answered Tauros' charge with his own. An instant before it slammed into him he grabbed it by the horns, his new bulk shoved behind the motion. Tauros' charge crashed to a stop. The fire type roared, every muscle straining, claws tearing into the dirt as the incredible bulk of the normal type pushed him back. But it hadn't hit him. He'd stopped it. Rays twisted his grip and threw its horns to the side. Tauros' sheer momentum rocketed it forward until it slammed into the ground, bellowing. The Kalava reared back, wisps of pure gold circling his shoulders, and smashed 2 fists imbued with flame charge into the back of its neck. All in less than 2 seconds. Tauros lived up to its species' incredible endurance, struggling to its feet with its tails flat behind it. Rays stomped back, able to glare directly into its eyes, and spat a maelstrom of gold flames to swallow the normal type full. The fire howled, impossibly bright. When he let the technique drop, smoke peeling away at the edges, Tauros was a brown-black lump in the middle of the field. Rays roared, slamming his front paws into the ground, flames erupted from his neck and flanks, psychic barriers flaring white to try and contain them. Fire ran down his back in streaks like liquid gold, over his now fireproof fur, claws 3 times their previous length and fangs impossibly sharp. His eyes burned, no longer gray but a deep, rich scarlet. A Kalava. The psychic barriers dropped as Whitney recalled her Pokémon and Ash hopped over his railing, landing hard. Ray's head snapped towards him, pupils slits, but it only took him a second to extinguish his flames, so easily, he'd always struggled with that before, and rushed to meet him. Their first real hug, with the Kalava now only a foot shorter than him. Ray's fur sparked against his skin, burning what little hair he had left there. But he'd evolved. "You're wonderful," he mumbled, finally pulling back. Ray's rumbled his agreement. Whitney's laugh broke the moment, her dropping onto the battlefield to meet them. "That's how you do it," she yelled, a grin stretching to her ears. "That there was a real battle, heart all pumping and fingers shaking, huh?" "Yes." Ash snorted, adjusting his hat, His hands were actually shaking. Adrenaline flooded through his veins like a hurricane. "And you?" she cooed, hands on her hips as she faced Ray's. The Kalava reared higher, fire trickling up the outer edges of his ears. "Here I was, comparing you to all my other newbie trainers just 'cause of how tiny you were, proved me wrong. Lots of force in you, dude. Once you hit Typhlosion, you'll be a big ol' beast." Ray's preened. "Although I wasn't that off thinking of you as a newbie trainer, huh?" Ash winced. Her eyes were mostly amused but there was a definite undercurrent of smugness there, Delcatty ambling up beside her. "Maybe. Pa, you're fine." She waved an idle hand at his face. "Thought so with your Cyndaquil, you worked with it like you guys have fought together for months, while you were pretty stiff with your Houndour. And for it to have not evolved yet pinged a few red flags." She perked up. "Speaking of, congrats. Oh, there's nothing like a mid-battle evolution, course, I enjoy them more when they're mine, but your lil' dude's got a mountain of potential." Delcatty mrowed. Ray's rumbled back, looking at his claws with a strange sense of fascination. He sheathed and unsheathed them a few times, bringing the new, was that serrated? Tip up to inspect. "Do we still get the badge?" Ash asked, shooting a glance at the referee. The man was presumably logging the match into the gym's databases, but he didn't know how much information went on each one. Whitney's face lit up. "And more. Something for giving me that sparkler of a battle after my slump, nothing too much, but you could say being the gym leader of Johto's largest city nabs me a few perks." She patted her pockets, pulling out a handful of plain badges and tossing him one. "Oh, here." Ash swallowed a yelp and barely caught it, the metal warm under his fingers. A basic square outlined in silver, although more yellow than he would have thought with the color scheme of the city and gym. Their third badge. Delcatty reared to 2 legs, using one paw to tap Whitney's back pocket. The gym leader perked up. "Thanks, Vanilla." "Okay, so here dash," she rooted through the surprisingly deep pocket before pulling out a slip of paper, procuring a pen from the opposite one. "I'll slap my name and trainer ID on here for legitimacy, but if you hand this to Marissa at the Goldenrod department store, she'll let you pick out a permanent TM of your choice." Ash stopped for a heartbeat before greedily taking the paper, actually, a ripped piece of napkin, now that he was looking at it. Just her name and number, scrawled in penmanship almost bad enough to match his. "Should I tell her about the match, call up your gym?" Whitney shrugged. "Nah, I do this enough she'll know. Only tier 1 TMs though, you're still too rookie to handle anything like Hyper Beam." She blinked. Wait, how many badges do you actually have? Did you beat me first?" 2, well, 3 now," he offered. Ray's chid something at Delcatty. "Do you give free TMs to all your good battles?" She flapped a hand in his face again. "Nah, but this was day 3 of nothing but newbies, and I was starting to crack out of my own skull. Everyone always thinks being a gym leader is all about fighting those lil' prodigies that pop out of the woodworks every few years, but most of it is dead boring. And coming straight from training for conferences to this was a whole new breed of whiplash. Placed fourth in my first one, she added wistfully. Course, I waited till my third year to actually challenge the thing, but I sure didn't think about that when I was up on the podium. The family was all set to give my older bro the gym leader position, but when Bruno came to evaluate all those applying, I slipped some papers with my name in there and did my med best to crush everyone else into the ground. Worked like a charm and hey dash, she spread her arms, here I am. It's not so bad, anyways. First few months'll get you, make me wonder why I didn't stay back on my grandfather's farm, but the last half of the year is when the real challengers start bleeding out of the wall. A couple pop in right when the trainer's year starts, so I've fought a few baddies like Professor Elm's new messenger boy, and they helped tide me over. Ash blinked. Luke. She snapped a finger gun in his direction. That's the one. A real fighter, there, a delight with his team. Lots of Sinnoh natives, which I don't get to fight every day. Made him work for that badge. Luke competing in the conference. Ha. Whitney stopped her spiel halfway through opening her mouth, glancing at her Pokenav wristwatch. A scowl bloomed over her face. And there comes along the annoying part, huh? Got another battle in 15 and your Kalava already worked Kadabra to the bone maintaining the barriers, let alone cleaning the field. Raze snorted, another wave of fire rippling over his fur. But you come back, you hear me? She jabbed a finger at his chest. My team's bordering on rusty, but another year or two of experience might fatten you up enough to be a challenge. I've got a Snorlax that would love to be tickled by a Typhlosion's flames. The Kalava narrowed his eyes. Smoke wreathed his ears and dry heat visibly poured off his fur, a mirage shimmering around him like he was underwater. Or not, Whitney snorted. Guess I won't be forgetting you, not so little dude. Raze rumbled, his voice was so deep, and Ash saw a familiar spark in his eyes, the same as the one he'd had on Professor Oak's lab table. Of course she wouldn't forget him. He would never be just another breeder to her, to anyone. He would be a champion. Only one evolution, Ash. Don't tell me you've given up your love of training. He spluttered, nearly dropping his phone. I haven't, what? Ash could hear Gary's grin as his friend tooted. We're a whole 6 weeks into our journeys, well, 7 weeks now, and my team has been properly bolstered. Evolution's armed to the teeth. And only your starter reached it. He took another moment to remember how to talk. They're hitting their full potential first, he countered. Mew, it had been too long since he'd talked to Gary, he'd nearly forgotten how their conversations typically went. At least I'm not rushing along like a sylph co-rich heir. Gary snorted. 2 evolutions, that's hardly rushing. 2 isn't bad, Ash said, bobbing a nod to the bored-looking door greeter at the entrance of the Goldenrod department store. She waved him through with half-glazed eyes. Unless, of course, it's only 2 psychics on a specialist's team. Gary laughed like a Maitayana, audio crackling. DMN Ash, that's almost mean. Persian and Shroomish are there to trip you up after you think you figured out how to fight psychics. Besides, Sir Lance fanboy, do you have any explanation for his Sizer and Aerodactyl? Ash rolled his eyes, though his grin spread. Touché. The Goldenrod department store was a sprawling mess of a building, settled across the way from the gym and glittering in massive panels of gold steel. Hundreds of patrons flooded through its 5 floors, chattering and buying and probably driving the employees to drink, if how exhausted they looked said anything. Everything from traveling supplies to souvenirs to breeding passes. And TMs, taking up the entirety of the 5th floor. Ash kept up his retelling of Whitney's gym battle, weaving through the endless racks and gaggles of tourists. Gary regaled him with descriptions of the sensational sisters and Leaf, for badges under his belt, although he'd taken 2 attempts to beat Leaf, Celadone's gym leader having taken to her new position with a ferocity. The store was built perfectly to make you spend as much money as possible, no elevators, just stairs positioned as far away as possible from each other so he had to walk through every section of items. The list of TMs he wanted burned in his pocket. And Bloom's training is going beautifully, he almost gushed, dodging a woman dragging 3 squalling kids. I wish I could have challenged Whitney with her, but she doesn't have the strength yet to fight with those physical powerhouses. Wait, she's still a beauty. Ash blinked. Yeah. Only Ray's has evolved so far. Gary scked air over his teeth, uncharacteristically thoughtful. You caught her, what, 3 weeks ago? And she was already fully grown then? He paused halfway through running his hand over a row of traveling jackets, frowning at the floor. Is that a problem? I know she's a youngling Pokemon, but they still take some time to evolve, right? Some time, Gary countered. You're lucky I was awake for Gramps' lecture on this, but she should have popped into her next stage by now. Most youngling Pokemon only need a few months to gather energy, and that's without training and traveling. The audio cut out for a second with the crackle of movement. Taking this long could stunt her growth, and if all you can challenge me with is a team of shitty infants, you'd be a piss-poor rival. Ash grimaced. I'll talk to her. Thanks, Gary. The hum of the escalator filled the air. Alright, you didn't call me to wave around your Cyndaquil's evolution like a baby with a rattle, Gary said, a well-honed smirk settling back into his voice. What advice do you need from me this time? Ash snorted, clambering onto the 4th floor. Mew, it had been half an hour and he hadn't even reached the TM floor yet. Thought I'd return the favor after Celadon. Gary groaned. He'd arrived in Celadon at midnight after 14 straight hours of traveling and been so conked out he determined the best course of action was to hit the department store before even getting a room at a Pokemon Center, never mind sleeping. Ash had woken up to a half-panicked call when Gary couldn't figure out which TM to give his then Meowth, and it had taken a precious 3 hours of talking to help him remember before a security guard finally cornered the stumbling trainer and gently asked if he needed help. If Gary kept telling random people about the Cliff story, Ash would hold this memory until he died. UBSTRD, he grumbled. What TMs are you thinking of? Ash was still holding in a laugh as he finally emerged onto the 5th floor. Where everything below had been endless smaller rooms, separated by product and brand, the 5th was an enormous sprawl of a glass-domed room, a labyrinth of plated shelves snaking from one end to the other. He could see dozens of league hats nearly identical to his poking above the shelves as other trainers explored the maze. Pokeballs and food made the backbone of the trainer industry, but TMs were the poster child. I'll be getting one for everyone on the team, he said, zeroing in on a return registry in the back half and making his way over. As well as a permanent Tier 1. Gary audibly spluttered. Even Gramps forbid me from getting permanent TMs until I had triple the cash. What kind of shitty rich heirs are traveling through Johto? That's sad, he said with a grin. I guess you should just be a better trainer, huh? Gary snorted. Listen here you little sheet, I won't be talked down by someone who spent 3 years convinced Sizer are dragon types because Lance would never break his specialization. Ash winced. Ouch. And I won a free one from my gym battle with Whitney, thank you very much. The man at the counter was probably not Marissa, never mind how swamped with customers he was. Ash ducked around a burly 17-year-old and padded off for the next register, staring longingly at the triple-protected TMs for Earthquake centered on one shelf. His wallet wouldn't let him look at Tier 2, unfortunately. DMN, Gary muttered. The most I've gotten is some snark on how I've neglected to groom Kadabra from the Sensational Sisters. Do you know what you're going to pick? That's part of why I called you, he admitted. I've got some ideas, but neither me nor my team could narrow it down past that. And so you decided to come crawling to me, Gary said, a puffed chest practically visible through the smugness ringing through his words. You won't be the first. What are you getting for the other TMs? Focusing on trying to get everyone some new types of moves to work with, he said. Like Apex, we already decided on his flash cannon. His only ranged moves are wind attacks, so this should give him the bulk he needs. Gary snorted. Boring. Who else? Bloom, either Energy Ball or Grass Knot, he considered, rubbing at his chin. Both give her range she needs while staying in her type since she's still so young, and Energy Ball can help for Shadow Ball while Grass Knot could lead to Leech Seed. A pause. Houndour has some experience with poison, so I was thinking Sludge Bomb, but that's also a very potent move while all he's worked with before is Smog. And Raise, he narrowed his eyes. Well, he's tricky. You'd say that about a rampaging Rattata. Wild Charge sounds like it should be perfect, he mused, tapping at a nearby shelf stocked high with Swift. Electric covers water and helps him against faster foes, but it works almost the same way as Flame Charge, just zappier. He's not ready for more exhausting moves like Solar Beam, but I want to get him a new element to play with, and he's really only ready for Wild Charge, Bulldoze, Brick Break, and maybe Rock Tomb. He expressed a lot of interest in more ground or rock techniques, and with his new weight, I might dash. Which one is the most unique for his battle style? Ash blinked. All of them, really, well, except Wild Charge. And probably Rock Tomb. And he's already got Headbutt for close range. Then there you go, Gary said like the smug BSTRD he was. You're still a wee baby trainer, Ash, so focus on expanding his options instead of cramming him into a tiny hole of one battling style. Same for the rest of the team. Come on, why do I have to be the one to tell you? Ash snorted. Alright, thank you, Gary, tell Kadabra to steal your pillow for me, he said, grinning. Gary snorted. Terrifying. Tell Raze to set your butt on fire. Same time next week. I'll need to tell you of my defeat over Claire, sure. I'll get Lance on the line to announce my new position as chairman. Ash finally broke, cackling, and clicked the off button. His phone blipped once cheerfully, offering a survey for the audio quality, and shut off. Mew, he missed Gary sometimes. Sometimes. The register was thankfully empty, just a few trainers milling around at the TM case shelf nearby. A woman, Marissa, by her name tag, raised an eyebrow as he approached, lounging against the counter with her painted nails drumming over the edge. Her eyelids were done a brilliant shade of purple. Hi, he tried, pulling out the slip of paper. Gym leader Whitney gave me this, it's got her trainer ID on it, and she said you'd understand. I beat her in a battle and she said she'd give me dash. Marissa stopped his ramble with a well-meaning smile, holding up a hand. Another victim of Whitney, huh? She reached under the counter's edge without looking, tugging out a slim plastic card. She sends me half a dozen of you a month. If you trainers keep giving her good battles, she'll put the department store in the red. Ash flushed. That this is legal, right? I won't be getting her in trouble. She shrugged. She's the gym leader. The league's real fond of keeping powerful trainers in powerful positions, and as long as she keeps control over Goldenrod as well as she has the past 3 years, they'll let her waste what amounts to about 10 seconds of earnings here. Just don't tell everyone where you got it, huh? Ash was suddenly very aware of the recently ended call in his pocket. One Tier 1 permanent TM, ready when you are, she said, fishing a pen out from behind her register and signing the back of the card in a flourish. I'd suggest getting something more versatile than, say, Dragon Claw, but go wild. He grinned, slipping the card into his pocket. Thank you. 5 brand new moves. XXX. Apex's massive shadow swept over Goldenrod streets, his shriek echoing off the gold-steel skyscrapers. Ash sighed, trudging along after it. Anyone who said walking on pavement was the same as walking on dirt was a rotten liar. His calves burned. I promised to take you exploring, he muttered under his breath, jamming his hands into his pockets. I'll take you anywhere you want to go, I thought you were just interested in natural exploration. The Skarmory shrieked back. With a crunch that had other passers-by wincing, he landed on a perch meant to hold a Pidgeotto, wings flaring wide. His amber eyes gleamed like twin suns as he gestured at the shop the perch was attached to, crest raised. Another history museum, Red's dead-eyed face plastered over 2 posters advertising a full tour of the campaign from start to finish. That would be fascinating, and normally Ash would have jumped on the opportunity to learn anything more about the mysterious trainer and his wave of retribution, but, well. This was the third campaign museum he'd visited in the past 2 days. If pictures had weight, his phone would rip through his pocket and shatter the pavement. Ash exhaled, walking forward to scratch at the base of Apex's neck. Their strategy involved him going on the tour, taking pictures and notes, then regaling the steel type when he got outside. Few places would allow a nearly 200-pound living weapon inside, unfortunately, which could easily take a few hours. The sun was already clipping the horizon. Look, Apex. Bud. Buddy. I love you. Apex squawked. I do, Ash said, to convince both of them. But this is the last stop. Rays and Houndour will be healed tonight, and if we want to leave tomorrow, we need rest, you especially, Sir Flyer. So. Last stop. The Skarmory glanced up at the skies, tail swishing. Ash could read the raw want in his eyes. He'd come so far from the steel type who'd built an entire grove into a protected nest, wanting to explore but too scared to do so. We're going to Ekrutik, he stressed. You couldn't find a more interesting place in Johto if you tried. Well, maybe Blackthorn, and I know you want to go there. Last spot, Bud. Apex dithered, shifted his weight between his massive talons, scanned the picture of red again. The gold steel burned white in the sunset, great swaths of pink and red filling the sky. Nurse Joy had promised Houndour would be fully recovered tonight. Eventually, the Skarmory hung his head with the screech of metal on metal and warbled an acceptance. Ash smiled, scratching at his armor plating. I am sorry, Bud, but we're limited on funds after those TMs and everyone wants to challenge Morty. We'll visit the towers as soon as we get there. Apex jabbed his beak towards the museum. Ash snorted but pulled out his phone, bringing up his scanner and camera function. One last stop. XXX. His phone booted up with the whine of low battery, but a quick thump to the power cord and it hummed properly to life. Ash shifted in his seat, morning light crawling through the windows to slink lazily across the floor. A nurse read a magazine in the empty Pokemon Center, only having glanced up when he'd walked in. The world seemed at rest. At least until his call connected and his mother filled the screen with her face, bags under her eyes but a smile wide enough to reach her ears. Ashy. He stuck his tongue out at the old nickname, pinning a last lock of hair under his hat as subtly as he could. He hadn't gotten a haircut since the start of his journey and his mother would call him out on that. I'm in Goldenrod, he said, leaning forward. We beat Whitney. She was incredible, but Houndour was able to, oh. I caught a Houndour. Delia cooed, eyes gleaming. A Houndour. They're lovely Pokemon, it'll be more loyal than a Growlithe if you treat it right. Where'd you catch it? What's its name? Oh, what did Whitney use against it? They're not very defensive in their first stage dash. Nostalgia settled deep in his bones as his mother rambled on. Their familiar song and dance, babbling on and on to say everything and nothing. He'd be on the call until noon now, but it wasn't like he had grand ambitions of leaving at the crack of dawn. Gary had mentioned it, but it was at moments like this that it truly hit him. He was nearly 2 months into his journey. 2 months were the only times he'd seen his mother were through screens. Trainers were a vastly independent breed, he knew. It was easy to think of that when he and his team raced through Johto's plains, chasing the endless heights of the Dragon's Peak range or fighting the great gym leaders. But for now, he welcomed the familiar comfort of home. XXX. Rays had all of a second after being released, rearing up to his new proud height of almost 5 feet and opening his scarlet eyes, before Houndour shot for him like a rogue bullet seed with a howl. The Quilava's neck ignited with a hiss, but the dark type merely circled him with his ears so perked they were about to fall off, tail wagging furiously. Ash snorted, taking care to release Apex and Bloom a bit further away, although the clearing he'd found off the corner of Route 35 was small. He'd briefed them all on Ray's evolution, considering how Nurse Joy had kept him in stasis for a few days to be sure that being mid-battle didn't negatively affect his growth, but it was one thing to hear the small fire type had tripled in size, it was another to see it in person. Rays rumbled and fell back to all fours, allowing Houndour to inspect his flaming neck with wide eyes. He maintained the bright red easily now, hardly seeming to notice it, and no sparks fell away from his area of control. Apex offered a few cheery squawks, seemingly a bit miffed he didn't tower over everyone. While he was still the tallest, Rays reached his beak, and the gleam in the Quilava's eyes said he very much recognized that. Bloom, well. The Beauty froze after she was released, looking up at her now literal giant of a teammate. Her vines wound tighter over her head until the thorns knotted against each other, her black eyes narrowed. Ash restrained a wince. Gary had said to talk to her, to try and figure out why she wasn't progressing towards her evolution as she should be. Ash doubted she was consciously holding herself back, not with how viciously she fought for growth, but there had to be something. But not right now. He wouldn't push her when she was in front of her teammates. All right everyone. Ash called, dragging Houndour back from a proper sniff down. Rays rumbled and headed over, almost stumbling when he underestimated how long his front leg was. He hissed and rose back to his back paws, patting with more care. Bloom stalked over. We're heading for a critique, which is about a week away, so plenty of time for some ghost-style training, but more importantly, we got TMs. Houndour's tail generated a small windstorm. Everyone's is based around expanding your battling strategies, he explained, digging through his bag. Rays, you'll be getting bulldoze, your new bulk should help you to summon it, though you'll have to work on controlling it. The Quilava hissed, but his ears, he had proper ears now. Perked, eyes bright. He'd always been more interested in what his fire couldn't hurt, the types that resisted him. And given how Ash rather doubted he could learn a water-type move, ground was the next best option. Rays rumbled as Ash pulled out the TM, a thin brown disc triple-wrapped in League protective disposable wrapping. The actual case itself was still bulky despite Sylph Co's aggressive attempts to slim it, able to fully encase a pokeball and the disc, though they dropped the need for the disc to spin. Ash took a second holding it. Mew, this little disc represented almost a seventh of his entire earnings as a trainer, before setting it down to grab the next. This one was colored silver, wrapped in even more protection but actually cheaper than Bulldoze due to him being able to buy a steel-type Pokemon version. For Rays, he'd had to buy a TM with more data on it, due to Rays not having any knowledge of ground-type moves, though it balanced nicely enough by Bulldoze being rather inexpensive. Most Tier 1 TMs never broke 5,000, averaging around 3, Rays skipped it slightly above 4, same with Houndour's, while both Bloom and Apex got away with the average. Ash shuddered to imagine actually having bought the permanent TM. He knew working for the League was beyond lucrative, but for Whitney to hand it out as a reward spoke highly. He wondered how much being champion paid. Apex, I was able to get flash cannon for you, he said, setting the disc on the ground. The Skarmory squawked. He'd wanted it since before Ash had finished saying its name, only thinking about ominous wind or flash for a second. He remembered several burn-like markings on Apex when they'd first captured him. Maybe His Highness had used the move. Whatever it was, the steel type wouldn't say yes to any other move, and Ash was happy to oblige. Bloom, it was a tie-up between Grass Knot and Energy Ball, but I think Grass Knot will help you out more, he said, pulling out the green disc. Gives you some more range without making you stand still to attack. The Beauty shook off her daze and trilled, vines twisting. It'll take some time for us to learn proper setups, but you'll do great. She chid her agreement, hopping forward to closely inspect the emerald green disc. And Houndour. The dark type woofed and trotted over to him, shoving his warm nose under Ash's hand until he laughed and stroked his ears, pulling out a gray-purple disc with the most amount of League protection warnings. I know we were thinking Sludge Bomb, but you're still a bit young to protect yourself from that level of poison, he admitted, idly polishing a corner of Houndour's skull with his thumb. So Shadow Ball for now, okay? He barked, sniffing curiously at the disc. The rest of the team inched closer. Ash grinned, recalling them all as he sat down to properly transfer the knowledge to his friends. In the past, using TMs used to mean sitting for days in a league-ordained building, Pokemon under stasis in massive medical chambers as the information was fed molecule by molecule to them, and it also came with a failure risk of the knowledge not sticking. Using TMs was infinitely safer and easier now, although teaching more than one at a time carried its own risks of overwhelming the Pokemon. Fascinating little devices. He couldn't imagine the work that had gone into developing them. Ray's Pokeball hummed under the clear casing, the disc lighting up with a dusty glow. Heat crawled through the machine as it worked, enough Ash set it down on the dirt to let it finish, idly rearranging his bag as he waited. He tucked the very precious permanent TM into the secret pocket that pressed against his back, replacing the thin loop of cash he kept for emergencies. Ash was pretty sure he would cry if the TM went missing. With a chirp, the machine ended, Ray's button flashing before settling back to plain metal. Bloom and Apex shot by in the blink and Houndour took long enough. Ash pawed through his bag for an early lunch snack. Mew, he could see why the League advised doing it overnight, and these were for basic Tier 1 TMs. If he could ever afford a Hyper Beam TM, he'd probably have to take a week off to learn it. Rays warbled when he emerged, something between a rock landing in a swamp and a yodel. Coughing out a plume of smoke, he shook his head with a hiss, claws sheathing so he could gingerly rub between his ears. Ash winced in sympathy. That bad, huh? The Kalava shrugged it off, though his eyes stayed slitted. Houndour whimpered and crossed his paws over his nose as he laid down, the others sprawling in various forms as they processed the information newly shoved into their skulls. Rays reared to his back paws and tapped the ground beneath him with newfound curiosity, though he didn't use it yet. Bloom's green sense crawled over their surroundings as she closed her eyes, digging the tips of her feet into the soil. Shadows bled off Houndour's fur. Apex was the first ready, flaring his wings with the shriek of grating stone. Ash grinned and popped to his feet, everyone else shuffling out of the Skarmory's way. Flash Cannon was easily the move with the most raw power they'd learned today. Aim up, Flash Cannon. Apex shrieked, ping his beak back, the sunlight redoubled around him, reflecting off his spread wings in a silver burst, light almost tangible enough to touch. Not heat but a chill spread as the Skarmory absorbed the sunlight, his throat burning white. A beam cracked out of his fanged maw, pure energy in the form of reflected light, and speared a cloud drifting lazily above. The white puffs disintegrated in a heartbeat. Ash hooped, eyes smarting like he'd looked at the sun. Flash Cannon was technically a typeless attack, claiming the steel name only due to how steel types used it to its prime effect. Their armor was what gathered the energy, storing light and heat, then reflecting it back at their opponents. Basically Flash, if the same comparison could be made with how a phone and skyscraper both used metal. That's fantastic. He crowed, swiveling his cap around to try and protect from the lingering light bleeding off Apex's feathers. The Skarmory puffed up, though his wings sagged. Even his eyes were half-lidded. Takes a lot of energy, huh? Apex squawked. No opening with that, gotcha, Ash said with a grin. You needed a ranged finishing move anyway. That looked incredible. Amber eyes bright, the steel type pulled his wings back to his sides, chest still prominently puffed. Ash snorted. Houndour popped off the ground and trotted towards Apex's legs, yipping. The Skarmory squawked back, somehow managing to inflate more. It was Ray's turn to roll his eyes. Houndour turned to Ash, tail wagging. Alright, you're up next, aim, dash, he shouldered Ray's out of the way, ignoring the tick-tiss at this tree. Go. The dark type barked, settling into a 4-point stance. Shadows leaked from his fur, swallowing his crimson undercount, before he pinned his ears and dragged the dark energy back into himself. His eyes narrowed. A glob of gray appeared between his fangs, dripping and shivering. A chill crept over the clearing, strong enough Rays reignited his neck. Houndour reared back, eyes flashing. The sphere shattered as a splinter of dark energy crawled down his canines, ghostly power flooding his mouth without his control. Houndour yelped, stumbling back, gray leaked around his fangs and he furiously spat shadows to clear his throat. Hackles nearly at his ears, he inched backward, escaping as the last of the gray trickled into the ground with a hiss. Ash winced. "Sorry, bud." Houndour whined, shuffling until he was under Apex's bulk. Ghost and dark energy didn't mix, while not as volatile as dark and psychic, they were never meant to exist together, and Houndour lived his life swamped in the dark type. It'd be a long road to learn how to restrain his natural aura to use it. Technically, anything a shadow ball could do a dark pulse could do better, but that was where the similarities ended. Dark moves attacked the body, while Ghost worked on a far more mental layer. If Houndour wanted to be a proper stalking terror of the night, learning how to utilize ghostly energy would be his first step. "You had it," he offered, crouching by the canine to scratch between his ribs. "But you've lived your life surrounding yourself with dark-type energy, and it'll take you time to learn how to restrain it. Are you okay?" Houndour nodded, though he kept spitting gray-tinged shadows with the strangest expression of disgust on his face. Apparently ghostly energy wasn't very palatable. Ash wondered how the other types tasted. "Learning a new type is always difficult, and you're just starting out," he said, flicking away a leaf caught in Houndour's hackles. "Give it some time, you'll figure it out." His ears perked, although he stayed under Apex. Maybe he should have gone with Sludge Bomb, especially for the first new move the dark type was learning, but it was too late for that now. Ash would just have to support him a little more in learning Shadow Ball. That was fine. Raze hissed next, rearing up to his full height. Sparks crackled behind his ears. "All right, bud," Ash said, lightly nudging Bloom out of the way. "Show us what you've got." The Kalava snorted, smoke wreathing his muzzle, and narrowed his eyes. Energy built around his paws, a hazy sheen hovering over his fur. He reared back, snarl caught in his fangs, and slammed a paw into the ground. Ash yelped as the earth trembled, dirt convulsing like a living thing. Sand swallowed the plants and rocks, bucking with pure energy, until a perfect circle of undisturbed grit radiated out from Raze's paw. Bulldoze. He took a wonderful little moment to marvel at the move before glancing up to see Raze on eye level, which... well... no. Pulse skyrocketing, Ash flopped back in a most graceful manner and tugged his boots from their half-sunken state out the sand, the earth seeming to fight to keep him continue before begrudgingly letting him go. Houndour darted away from the circle so fast it was like he had wings. Ah! Ash had gotten the move in hopes that Raze could use its ability to shred dirt into very fine particles of grit as a way to slow his opponents down, maybe give himself a chance to run away, but if it was as effective on Pokemon as him, the Kalava wouldn't have to do anything but wait for them to get trapped. "Yeah, I think that'll work," he whistled, clambering back to his feet. Raze rumbled proudly. Bloom didn't wait for more than a second after that, bouncing once to get his attention before settling into her standard battle stance, feet spread and thorns out. Ash grinned and gave her space, nudging Apex further back on his fallen log. The Buta trilled, vines spreading wide, a green crackle of energy flickered over her form, disappearing into the dirt at her feet. Her eyes squeezed shut. With twin cracks, an array of stems burst through the ground, thorn and trailing. None were thicker than his finger, but there were easily a dozen, each grasping heedlessly at the air before falling flat. A perfect mess to stall any opponent. Except, for some reason, in the area Raze had used Bulldoze. No plants bloomed there. "Huh," Ash mused, tapping the dirt with his boot. Bulldoze sent a shockwave through the ground that shredded everything but hardened stone into sand, but while sand was difficult for plants to grow in, surely it wouldn't be impossible. "Maybe it removes the water," he offered, Bloom trotting forward to poke her vines under the sand. With a trill, she detached one of the buds on the tips of her vines, a pained wince flashing over her face for a second before she wiped it away. She dropped it into the sand and bounced back a step, the same green energy building around her vines before shooting into the ground. Her eyes closed. The bud, which was not supposed to be detached, Bloom, immediately sprouted, twin stems covered in the same thorns as Bloom herself. The Buta sagged, the attack seemingly draining much more out of her than the first attempt, but gave a pleased chirp. Ash blinked. Oh. He crouched by the plant, avoiding the thorns as he felt its stem, the same material as Bloom's skin, leafy thickness. All grass types had some manner of seeds on them, used for planting borders on their territories or in attacks, but it seemed Bloom's weren't meant to be detached yet. But she'd needed to plant her own seeds. Bulldoze removed the seeds. She nodded, coiling her seedless vine around her head so the missing blue section wasn't visible. "You idiot," he said fondly, snagging his bag with a foot and popping open a thin potion. Bloom glared at it but did accept a sip. "Next time I'll find you some if you can't sense any, okay?" She promptly ignored him and trotted for her plant, prodding her uninjured vine at the thorns with a satisfied trill. "You had to use more energy for this one, too," he mused, Houndour sliding up to take advantage of his free hands. "Sand isn't meant for growing plants, so instead of using the surrounding nutrients, you force-fed it energy until it grew. That way we could still use it on, something like the ice field, or water terrains." Bloom gave him a cursory glance back, nodded, and continued inspecting her plants. "Well then." He gave Houndour one last scratch. "A critique next, and I think there are some strategies with these moves for Morty's ghosts, huh?" Rays snarled his approval. XXX. On Route 35, it had been a faint splotch on the horizon. On Route 36, a more hulking presence. On Route 37, well. Ash took a moment to bemoan how boring Pallet Town was as he took in the sheer size of the Dragonspeak Range. The mountains flooded anything resembling visibility, peaks too tall to be anything but lumps of clouds, great monstrous gray below, everything else swallowed in late morning mist. He was still miles away, surrounded by silver-green grasses and groves of trees barely taller than he was, but the all-encompassing shadow of the range spread even here. And, nestled at the base of one of the great peaks, a darker spot of purple-gray. The Cynian Range was a relic of an ancient range, a collection of old stone mounds that had once been mountains before something unknown had razed them to the ground and left only pebbles of what had been theorized to cover nearly half of all Johto. His trip through that had left him in awe of pillars 10 feet tall, of spires that could dwarf trees. Ash hadn't realized just how big mountains could be. Overhead, Apex was silent, circling as he took in what the morning fog had hidden from them. They were maybe a day away from a critique after a steady week of training and battles, training their moves and preparing for the opposite kind of battle from what Whitney had been. With every charge she had made, Morty would sneak from the shadows. Some perfect inspiration for what Houndour would eventually become. He could imagine why those that lived under the Dragonspeak Range stuck to only two battling strategies, either fierce viciousness, trying to escape its shadow, as with Blackthorn, or accepting the mountain and hunting in its gloom, as with a critique and mahogany. In Kanto, a mostly flat region with tropical or temperate forests, the settlers had carved out a place for themselves. In Johto, dominated by mountains and lakes and plains, they'd been forced to adapt to their surroundings instead. Ash shrugged his bag higher on his shoulders, even the normally excitable Houndour somber in face of the range. Rays rumbled, unsheathing his claws with a trickle of flame. One more day until they challenged one of the more deadly gym leaders in Johto, the one known for crushing those that had bullied their previous badges with strength alone. In the shadow of the mountains, they'd fight Morty. XXX. Morty's gone. The gym trainer shrugged his shoulders, almost dislodging the Murkrow on his left. It squawked irritably at him. Sorry. He didn't sound it. But Jasmine is having problems, and Koga's too busy to help. He'll be back within the month. He leaned against the outer wall of the gym, boredom scrawled over his face. There's a minor gym at the intersection if you want. Rays hissed. Ash sighed, shaking his head. Thanks, but no. The gym trainer clicked his tongue and looked away, reaching up to scratch under the Murkrow's beak. Suit yourself. Rays stayed on all fours as they walked away from the gym, the huddled structure of deep black stones with streaks of white, granite, he remembered, which was the most common stone in the Dragonspeak Range. Several deposits were white or gray but the majority was black. including the white streaks that made up the required percentage of quartz inlay for a stone to be considered pure granite, which he'd always found a bit odd. But the gym was empty. It was odd, he'd spent so long building up his journey in his mind, preparing for any roadblocks he could think of, wild Pokemon migrations, dangerous weather or conditions, natural disasters, difficult trainers. He hadn't predicted slivers of Team Rocket to still be kicking, fair. But the part of his brain that had never evolved past age 3 and seeing his first battle on television had forgotten that yes, other trainers had lives, and those employed by the league had other jobs as well. Of course there was a chance that a gym leader would be pulled away to other jobs, especially if the Elite Four or champion were too busy. Ash just really wished it wouldn't happen now. Ecruteak was like every picture he'd seen, a mass of short buildings done up in traditional Johto styles, although on the edges of the city they had started to bleed into more modern designs. No skyscrapers, though. There was barely a building over 5 stories. Dozens of shrines littered the streets, seemingly at every corner. Most were little huts, several flowers, or engraved stones protected from the outer elements. Everything had a foundation of the black granite, the white quartz within polished until it glowed, and intricately carved maple beams held up everything else. It was nestled deep into a crook of the range, the back half of the town dead of all plant life considering the massive mountain shadow that never left it, and what farming he could see extended far out into the plains. The roofs were unique, though, instead of the traditional style he'd expected, heavily slanted with arches to help support against the monsoons the range poured over the region, they were shaped almost like domes, stained the same black and white as the surrounding rocks. The street was the same way, actually, instead of normal cobbles, everything exposed to the air was done up in properly ancient granite blocks. Oh, everything exposed to the air. Ash blinked and glanced up, at the hazy peak of a mountain he didn't know the name of above. The Dragon's Peak range wasn't just named for some dragon-shaped peak dotting its length, just about every dragon that could be found in Indigo lived on those stones. From the Dragonite that outgrew their ocean birthplace in search of greater territory, from the Salamence born deep in caves and clambering out to air, from the Flygon that lived in the remains of avalanches and swept their sandstorms over the peaks. For the ancient Jotonians just trying to survive, getting seen by a hunting dragon was a very, very bad thing. Now they had protections enough to build out, and he could see a few roofs in the proper slant of the ancient style, but it seemed they'd kept the old roofs to honor their past. A lot of Johto was like that. It was still strange to see a city of Johto, the land of colors, done up in mostly black and white. With every new street he kept expecting something like the hundreds of wood stains of azalea or the blue-purple roofs of violet. What Ecruteak lacked in colors, however, it made up for with Pokemon. Goldenrod was too crowded for many, the most he'd seen was a few packs of city Meowth or flocks of Taillow. Violet of course had its Suet cage and endless gardens, and Azalea had enough lazy visitors from the Ilex it hadn't seemed empty. Ecruteak stuffed itself full and asked for more. A quartet of EV wearing bright enough collars he couldn't begin to convince himself to try and catch one darted through the streets, chasing a Growlithe that yipped cheerfully as it sped away, Noctowl curled up in hollows underneath roofs, head swiveled backward to avoid the last dredges of sunlight, a Wooper shuffled dirt into a nest beneath a stone shrine emblazoned with the crest of a wave, Snubbull tottered after each other to curl up under a bench to sleep, an Electrike blitzed around. A laughing man at a food truck, 2 Spinda helped raise a third to pluck a berry hanging too low from a flying type feeder, a Teddiursa flashed impossibly wide eyes to a child visibly wavering between eating the poffin in her hands and giving it up. None gave him a second look, barely acknowledging Ray's despite the Quilava's flickering neck. Houndour did get some attention, but it wasn't exactly the visible type. Shadows drowned every corner of Ecruteak, much darker than they should have been, and Ash hadn't missed the lack of characteristic psychics that filled most other cities. The natives hadn't seemed to notice when their shadows gained a few extra ridges as they passed certain buildings, nor the hazy chill beyond what the mountains brought. He did notice the number of dark types that littered the trainers, from Murkrow perched on shoulders to Mytiana panting at their owner's feet. Probably the easiest way to ward off over-curious ghosts. Which explained why Houndour hardly seemed to take a step without the world brightening around him. For a Pokemon that Ash sometimes had trouble petting because the shadows that bled through his fur hid his exact outline, that was distinctly uncommon. All of that was plenty interesting and he'd have a blast telling it to Gary later, but that didn't exactly help him now. Ash sighed, twisting his cap around now that the sun was well hidden by the mountain. "That's a bust," he muttered, angling towards a bench sheltered by a stunted maple and sprawling over half of it. "A month." Rays snarled, ears pressed flat against his neck, and slumped over his feet with all the grace of someone who didn't care. Houndour yipped, jumping up on the bench, his paw went through a slot and he floundered until Ash got an arm under his chest and pulled him out, the dark type collapsing flat to avoid losing any more limbs. Ash smiled, scratching between his ribs. A minor gym at the intersection, the side route and proto-town that traveled from Goldenrod straight to Olivine, could technically be an option. All badges from league-recognized gyms counted towards the conference and it wasn't like he'd be in the minority. Claire hardly gave out enough badges to fill a single bracket, let alone most trainers. But Lance had challenged all the official gym leaders. Ash couldn't try to be champion by skimping on his journey there. "I guess we'll head towards Olivine, then," he muttered, nudging Rays until the Kalava poked his head over the side of the bench. They'd dropped Apex off at the Pokemon Center after a battle nearly gone wrong with a Golem, though the Skarmory had squeaked out a victory, and Bloom was resting in her Pokeball in preparation for what they thought would be the gym battle, in the slim chance Morty would be able to take them before night. How plans went awry. "Spend a few days exploring here," taunt Gary with some pictures of the bell tower, "make some plans for Jasmine. She's a defensive wall that hits like a truck, so the exact opposite of Morty, which should be fun to switch to." Houndour covered his nose with his paws. Ash sighed, leaning back. He'd really been banking on challenging Morty, with all the strategies his team built, even this admittedly short delay tugged all the wind out of his sails. Training could come later tonight. "I'll do some pictures today, then. I doubt they'll let Apex in anything resembling an enclosed space if the tower really was built over 700 years ago." "Rays, you up for it?" The Kalava rumbled, exhaling smoke, and slowly dragged himself off Ash's feet like a mountain rested on his shoulders. Ash snorted. "That's the spirit, bud." Rays hissed. XXX. Ekritique City, apparently, had a theme. The bell tower was closed to all but those cleared by Morty, and to Ash's eternal surprise, a trainer from a tiny town in the companion region wasn't one of them. Go figure. Rays chuffed his strange laughter as Ash furiously tried to deblush his cheeks, jamming his hands in his pockets and glaring at the ground. "Shut up," he whispered, though he could hear the two elders stationed by the tower's entrance chuckling under their breath as he all but fled from the scene. "I didn't know we weren't allowed to enter." The Kalava laughed until clouds of smoke surrounded them. Ash felt heat spread over what little of his face was left. He, quite admittedly, had gotten a little stagnant in his Johto research. Every Pokemon available, where to find them, gym leaders, trainers, routes, all of that was permanently seared into his cortex. Johto's history? Well, he had weekly calls with Gary where his friend would monologue very nicely about the more interesting places while bullying him into going and taking pictures there. An utterly foolproof strategy. Up until Ash decided to be clever and not tell Gary where he was going to properly surprise him with pictures. He knew the basics of the towers, that they were built by the ancient Jotonians to honor the guardians of the sky and sea, and only a few hundred years ago something had summoned a storm from clear skies and struck down the brass. The bell tower still stood, one of the curious few ruins maintained by ghosts instead of psychics, and what was now the burned tower existed mostly in the several floors of foundations that extended deep below the earth. Or something. Mew, Ash hadn't thought there'd be a day where he'd find he hadn't done enough research, hadn't he wasted his childhood enough? "They didn't say we couldn't go to the burned tower," he said stubbornly, ignoring Ray's wheezing attempts to catch his breath. "It's probably just because the bell tower is still standing and it can't support the weight of people. The burned tower is already destroyed. It'll be fine." The Kalava did not stop his chuffing laughter. The Belchine trail wound carefully through the mountain, lined in dozens of granite pillars decorated with engravings. Even with the mountain, the tower's shadow was a dark streak over the city below, its beautiful 10-sloped roofs lashed against the sky. It was the only ancient building of a critique not disguised in the mountains, made of pure maple and colored everything from deep navy to fiery orange. For the dragons to not have attacked it lent some credibility to the guardian it had been built to honor, Ash guessed. It was a gorgeous building, every plank individually carved and arranged so no nails or fixings were visible, everything freshly maintained and singing with residual power. It took up the northeast corner of the city, imposed over every other building that couldn't reach even its foundations, except for its twin, situated on the northwest. He could imagine how it must have looked in the city's prime, approaching the gloom of the mountains with two horns jutting out, untouched despite the predators that swarmed the range beyond. Ikritik had been one of the cities least affected by the hunting tribes that had brought early Jotonians together. He imagined sheer presentation amounted for at least half the reason why. Unfortunately now, one horn was gone, and the other no longer glowed burning gold like the stories of yore. Rays rumbled, picking his way down the trail. It skipped and stumbled its way around the mountain crags, just to find enough Ash didn't double-check they weren't trailblazing a path up the range. Houndour and his knowledge of traversing only grasslands was already recalled, and Bloom was a fair bit shorter than some of the stray rocks littered over the path, let alone able to scale it. Skiing in air like it'd help, Ash hopped over two long dead roots and nearly smacked face first into Rays. The Kalava puffed smoke over his head. Yeah, he muttered, blowing boring air back at the fire type. One of these days I'll be able to properly dash. They rounded the last corner and he stopped. A clearing, the wind whistling, Ikritik visible as a huddled black mass below, twilight fast approaching and the darkness only a mountain could bring settling around. But before them, the burned tower was somber, in a word. Out of respect, the clearing surrounding it had been kept clean, spikes jammed into the mountainside to keep avalanches at bay and the stones smoothed so smaller pebbles would tumble over the side. A circle had been carved around the base, etched deep with inhuman precision, and 3 boulders were on the edges. Dozens of words were engraved into the stone, the symbols just different enough he could read them. Names. He swallowed. The brass tower had been a place of worship, both for the guardian it was built for and also for the connection between human and Pokemon. It wouldn't have been empty when it was struck by lightning. Even hundreds of years later, a faint whiff of smoke floated in the stagnant air. Sorry, Bud, he murmured, pulling out his friend's pokeball. I think it's seen enough fire for a lifetime. Rays chid once, ears perked, and disappeared in a cloud of scarlet mist. Ash exhaled, rubbing at his arms against the sudden chill. The bell tower was beautiful because it was still standing, unbelievably rich in history and culture, but its twin existed as beautiful too, in its own way. He imagined he could still see it, could picture the great blue-white sides and sloped roofs. Instead, he got charred walls, splintered floors, and what looked like only half of a single level still above ground. Soot had long been washed away, but the dark of the mountain granite filled in the gaps between one blackened piece of wood to the next, creating a shadow deeper than any ghost could whip up. It wasn't about the pictures anymore, Ash wanted to know. He knew that the ancient people were gone and dead, only fractions of memories still surviving, but this was an unmistakable piece of them. There had to be something left. He patted closer, brushing the back of his hand over the named boulders. The stone was cold enough to sting. His boots crunched against the first plank, the wood whining, but it held. Ash wavered for a moment, rocking his weight back and forth. The tower stayed quiet, wind whistling down the mountain. He shifted until his arm grazed the shattered remains of a wall, the charcoal smearing black lines over his skin. There was even a faint heat the further in he walked, only his time spent with Rays letting him pick it out. If he hadn't known anything, he'd say the tower had burnt down a week ago. It seemed too fresh. Simple square mats crowded one corner, only the black outline left of a table between them. Ash crouched by the fabric but didn't dare touch, the slight buzz of incense drifting around him. Beyond them, an inky hole, the splinters of a staircase descending deeper into the foundation of the tower. There hadn't been elders to chase him away from here, and Ash knew he didn't weigh much. The edges of the stairs were still present, hammered into the stone itself, and he gingerly tested each with a poke of his boot before trusting even a fraction of his weight on them. Only one creaked, the rest stubbornly holding him as he traveled deep into the base of the tower. The outside had been misleading, the foundations were far larger than the upper floors, no doubt to hold such a tall building, and the fire had only grazed everything below. Soot choked the walls and deep black lines scored the floor, but he could see the remains of furniture, the first room full of cracked tables and a wide bowl in the center of the room. Strands of a ruined tapestry clung to one wall, no art visible past the charcoal. The dim light from the hole in the ceiling reflected off dozens of metal pieces scattered throughout, from beads to chopsticks to a burnished plaque warped from impossible heat. Nothing had been removed, despite the gold he knew he was seeing. Ash definitely was not meant to be there. He continued on. 2 rooms bound together by a doorway that had once been filled by something as fragile as paper, only scraps remaining in the upper corners. Meditation alcoves filled the left, each hollow and blackened, but one further from the door was only grayed, soot speckled over its surface. Incense flickered through the air. Ash stepped into the room to the right and swallowed a GG. There was something there, something far different from the subtle smoke and soot he felt everywhere else, like water, but thick and cloying, dripping against his skin. The room was ordinary, an ancient ceremonial place of ritual charred almost beyond recognition, but the air hung heavy with a presence. The tower before had been quiet, almost watchful if he could put words to a feeling. This instead had shades of a critique, of 2 deep shadows and the ghosts that lurked there. It smothered the gentle incense and protection that had kept the tower from further rot and ruin. "Oh, you're not supposed to be here," he muttered, gritting his teeth against the oil. He'd heard of Pokemon who had a presence like this, mysterious powers that protected them and wore down others. Maybe there was. And neither, I suspect, are you. Ash very narrowly kept down a yelp and turned. A man stood at the entrance to the room back, the last of the dim light diffusing around him. He had no Pokemon but wore traditional garb, a gray-black robe rather skillfully cut into more modern trousers for ease of movement. A white scarf. Shawl. Draped around his shoulders, a thin knot over his throat. He'd seen a similar version of it on the gym trainer outside a critique gym, though less intense. Ah. The man settled from his overtly stiff posture, sweeping a hand through his caramel hair. A tourist. Ash winced. Trainer, actually. Not important. He flapped his hands as if directing them at a particularly upsetting Pidgey. Why are you here? Did you not hear the warnings? What? Ash cast a glance to the side but there was no raise to look as confused as he felt. There weren't any warnings. I just went inside. The man muttered a curse bright enough to make Ash's eyebrows raise. He seemed to catch himself the next second, puffing up and smoothing his hands over his scarf with the air of a lord. If a lord often traveled in burnt ruins. I suppose you must have arrived just as the elders left for the night, then. As a protector of a critique, it falls on me to escort you back to the city before any harm falls to you, or you cause any harm. Ash blinked. Protector of a critique? The man's chest rose even higher, if it was possible. I am Eugene, student of gym leader Morty, tasked with defending the southern district of a critique. He'd never heard of protectors before, although judging by the flair of the man it could be a fancy way of saying gym trainer. It made sense that they would take a more active role when Morty was out, although he couldn't imagine why the southern district needed much protection, if that had been the quiet area of neighborhoods he'd had to walk through to reach the gym. Ash frowned. Isn't the southern district that way? He gestured towards where he vaguely remembered Route 37 to be, on the opposite side of the city. The very tips of Eugene's ears flushed pink. Yes. But any student of Morty knows to defend the towers above any other assignment. Defend the towers. Ash turned back, waving a hand through the air. The oil-like feeling clung to him, oozing from the opening further back in the room. He couldn't smell any incense. So this isn't supposed to be here. Eugene frowned, tucking his scarf closer to his sides before sweeping forward, only to stop at the same spot Ash had, discomfort rippling over his face. Feeling was mutual, then. No. Rumors had spread of a new ghost settling into Ekrutik. I feared it had been spawned from the waterlog and attempted to chase it from the city, but if it has chosen to settle in the tower then Morty will dash, he broke off. But first, I will escort you back to safety, and you will take care to heed any future warnings you see. Ash paused. Eugene was probably 5, 6 years older than him. More mature. To become a student of Morty meant you had to have something the gym leader was interested in, something he felt he could train up for the chance to become the next gym leader one day. Eugene must have learned far more about proper procedures, about how to do things in a manner that was safe. Ash knew that. But Ash also knew he could see himself in Eugene's declaration. The same him that had charged in the Ilex with nothing but a sense of determination to do what he thought others would do, filled with the same hesitations covered up by bluster. Eugene had something to prove. So you can go challenge the ghost by yourself? Eugene splayed his hands. I, of course, have been trained in the same strategies Morty himself uses and have lived around ghosts all my life. As his student, something this minor will be no problem. Great. Then I'll come with you. The man stopped halfway through more posturing, head ping unconsciously. What? Ash knew he could be an idiot, had a curious nose for things he shouldn't, had gotten himself in problems he never should have. But Bugsy had told him to learn from the Ilex, to understand what he had done wrong and do better next time. Maybe a wild Pokemon wouldn't be as dangerous as Team Rocket had. Maybe it would be nothing. Maybe it wasn't even a ghost but a cold draft, and he'd make himself look like a fool in front of a gym trainer who had Morty's ear. But maybe it wasn't. He wouldn't let someone make the same mistake he had. I'll come with you. Just in case something goes wrong. Eugene frowned, some stiffness leaving his stance. The man stared at him, eyes narrowed, before visibly picking himself back up. Ah, but you have not trained with the ghosts of Ekrutik as I have. You won't be able to understand them, to know what they will do. This is a situation only to be handled by someone whom Morty picked himself. I've fought plenty of ghosts, he countered. Lie. Mew, Gary was a terrible influence on him. And I can't think of a situation where one person against a potentially violent ghost is better than having two. If you don't want me, call someone else. Judging by how Eugene deflated like he'd been popped, Ash had hit it right on the head. Morty doesn't know, does he? He asked, exhaling. All the pompousness and flair left him. Eugene lost an inch by untensing his shoulders, reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose. Combined with how he'd let his scarf flutter weakly against his back, it was like looking at a new person. Okay, look, he started, voice at least half an octave lower than it had been. It's already killed other ghosts in the southern district, and I failed there. If Morty is ever going to clear me for my license, nothing can go wrong while he's gone. I appreciate the offer, but telling him I needed a child to help me is kissing his recommendation goodbye. Then don't tell him about me, Ash countered. I'm not doing this for a reward or anything, I'm just pretty sure Morty would rather have you come back safely than injure yourself trying to do it alone. Eugene dragged a hand over his face, glared at him through a crack in his fingers, and exhaled like he wanted to remove his lungs. The cloying thickness to the air simmered against Ash's skin, dragging at his limbs like something had used gravity. Stay behind me, he finally begrudged. You'll be here to call for help if anything goes wrong. I can do this. Ash shrugged, hiding a grin behind a cough. That's fine. Eugene swished the upper half of his robe back, 6 pokeballs tucked high on a special belt, he plucked one off, releasing a jumpluff. The grass type warbled, bobbing into the air to settle on the back of Eugene's head, spindly arms wrapping around his perfectly gelled quiff. Its upper cotton puff began to glow softly, a pale yellow that illuminated more of the soot-choked room, and its shattered insides, a fraction of the cloying feeling, retreated in face of the light. It took a downright painful amount of effort not to laugh. He wore it like a hat. Eugene determinedly didn't look at him. "Don't release any ghost, dark, or psychic Pokemon until we find it," he said, pulling 2 more Pokeballs off his belt and holding them ready in his hands. "Ghosts can sense them much easier than other living beings, and I don't want it finding us until I find its lair." Ash hummed, running his hands over his belt. Ray's would be his first choice, but the soot of the burned town ran deep and it didn't need any more fire, even if his friend had learned to restrain himself after the Ilex. He didn't want to risk it. Bloom trilled as he released her, squinting at the darkness. A flicker of green scents passed over her vines, but to say there weren't seeds around was underselling it. Ash doubted there was even dirt. She pet her head to the side. "Hey girl," he said, offering his hand. She hopped onto his palm. "We're in the burned tower, there's a rogue ghost and we're going to help Eugene scare it off, okay?" She blinked, giving their surroundings another look, and a quick glare at Jumpluff, before trilling. Any battle was a good battle for her. Ash grinned, bringing her up to his shoulder. While she could travel faster alone with how light she was, he wanted them both to stay close. Eugene stared at him, eyebrows at his hairline. "You said you want to help and you're bringing a Mewtwo?" Bloom hissed, vines knotting around each other until only the thorns showed. Ash frowned. "She could defeat any member of your team without breaking a sweat, and if she wanted to, I'd give her a week until she's taking on Lance's dragons. Don't count her out." The Mewtwo gave an uncharacteristic squeak. Sorry." Eugene shook out his arms, peeling back some of the ceremonial garb until his shoulders were freed. "Nerves. Besides, it's not like I have room to talk." He reached up to slide over Jumpluff's head, a soft smile crossing his face as the grass type squeaked. Its glow redoubled. "To the lair?" Ash asked, running his hand over Ray's Pokeball. The familiar heat shocked up his arm like a reminder. Eugene straightened back up, not with pompous flair but a colder determination. Whatever license he wanted must be worth its weight in gold for him. "Stay behind me and don't engage unless you need to," he said, waiting a heartbeat before stepping further into the oily presence. A room beyond where they were. "I won't let people make the same mistake I did." "To the lair, then."